Chapter 1, The System of Many Children and Many Blessings. Can we begin? Well, this is my first time, so I might be a little awkward. Should it be okay? In the VIP room, Lu Yang sat on the sofa, and a hint of nervousness flashed across his young and handsome face. Don't be nervous, sir. Most people who come here are here for the first time. Standing in front of him was a young female receptionist, who looked to be in her early 20s, tall, with long, beautiful legs wrapped in black stockings and a pair of exquisite high heels on her feet. Yeah, I'm ready. Yes, then please wait a moment, sir. The partner you just selected is on the way to the appointment. I'm right outside. If you need anything, you can call me through the quantum communicator next to me. The receptionist pointed to the silver button next to the sofa and gave Lu Yang a gentle and polite smile. After watching the other party leave the reception room, Lu Yang finally breathed a sigh of relief. I began to look around and see the decoration of this place called Peach Color Club. The lighting is charming and the style is ambiguous. Although I can understand that this design is mainly to create a romantic atmosphere and increase the success rate of matching, but if you don't know, you might think this is some kind of indecent place. In fact, this is a veritable matchmaker club. I never thought I would start dating and getting married when I was only 18 years old. Lu Yang chuckled, feeling an inexplicable strange feeling in his heart. Even though it has been several years since he traveled here, Lu Yang still hasn't gotten used to the pace of life here. It's too fast. Of course, it can also be unrolled. That is to be like him, get married after graduation, then accept job assignment from the federal government and live the rest of your life in peace. This life is all arranged clearly. To be honest, this is actually a bit unwilling for Lu Yang, who is not satisfied with the status quo. But what can I do if I am unwilling? Name, Lu Yang. Gene development progress, 3%. Physiological threshold, 0.59. Spiritual threshold, 0.5. Comprehensive assessment, currently does not meet the admission criteria for any public martial arts university in the Orion 0112 galaxy. The Orion 0112 galaxy is the interstellar coordinate location where Lu Yang is located, and it is also the place where 3 generations of his ancestors lived. This report was issued uniformly by the Interstellar Federation Education Department. Lu Yang tapped his wrist lightly on his personal terminal and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Because this seemingly simple report has been announced, if nothing unexpected happens, he will never be able to become a warrior in this life. After all, this is a super-powered era where martial arts flourish. Becoming a 1 in a million interstellar warrior is almost everyone's dream since they were 2 years old. Whether becoming a pioneer and expanding the territory for the Federal Empire, or managing a planet and becoming a local lord, it all requires strong strength as a support. The basis for judging a person's strength is the progress of genetic development. 5%, which is currently the minimum admission standard for any public martial arts university in the Federation. Lu Yang was 2 percentage points away from the admission score, which could be described as a chasm. Of course, if you really don't want to give up, you can go to a private university. This is federal law, a right granted to every federal citizen. But the price is that the government will not give them subsidies, they will have to voluntarily give up job arrangements, and bear high tuition fees of tens or even millions of yuan. For any ordinary family, this is an astronomical figure that is enough to crush 2 generations. Obviously, given Lu Yang's family conditions, he couldn't afford the gamble. So he seemed to be forced to make the second choice. That is to accept the federal government's graduation placement and become an inconspicuous screw in the grand empire of the Interstellar Federation. Only. Is it really forced? Lu Yang's mind moved, and a completely different transparent interface popped up in front of him. Host, Lu Yang. Current partner, none. Current offspring, none. Tip, please bind your initial partner as soon as possible to activate the fertility and blessing system. That's right, the system. This is the most important reason why Lu Yang compromised. Compared to a private college student with poor talent and high student loans, a young, handsome man with a stable job and reliable income is obviously more popular in the marriage market. What is the pluralistic system? The more partners you have, the greater the rewards. The more you reproduce, the stronger you become. So the moment Lu Yang obtained the system, he immediately made a decision without hesitation. He wanted to get married. Immediately. Taking a deep breath, Lu Yang withdrew his thoughts. He had been waiting for half an hour without realizing it. Why hadn't the blind date matched with him by the club shown up yet? Could it be that he suddenly changed his mind and decided not to come? just when Lu Yang was confused. "Excuse me, is this Mr. Lu?" At this moment, a clear and melodious voice suddenly sounded at the door. The door of the VIP room was pushed open, and a tall and slender figure came into view. She has delicate features, a standard oval face and chestnut hair that reaches her ears. She wore a slightly loose white sweater on the upper body and a pair of black tight shark pants on the lower body, which perfectly outlined the curves of her legs and also presented a sense of sporty power. Young and energetic yet sexy. When he saw the person coming, Lu Yang couldn't help but have a hint of surprise flash across his eyes. Because the woman in front of him didn't look like she was 28 years old at all. Although he had seen the holographic image information from the matchmaker, he had actually prepared himself to be deceived by the photo. He is truly worthy of being a quasi-warrior. After years of training, she looks much younger and more energetic than ordinary girls of the same age. A huge stone fell from his heart, and Lu Yang quickly smiled. "Miss Baiji, right? You look younger and more beautiful than in person. Nice to meet you." "Hello, Mr. Lu. You look more mature and handsome than you did in the video." Baiji pushed the door open and sat down, but her eyes were always on Lu Yang. Although they had confirmed each other's information before meeting, she couldn't help but let her imagination run wild when she saw that young and even slightly childish face. This boy is only 18 years old. He is 10 years younger than her, so why did he choose her? After a brief exchange of pleasantries, the two looked at each other and fell into a moment of awkwardness. Finally, Baiji was the first to break the silence, her gentle voice revealing a hint of coldness. "You should have a clear understanding of my information. Do you have any ideas? Your conditions are indeed a bit harsh." Lu Yang nodded. He had indeed read the other party's information. Baiji, 28 years old, graduated from the 3rd Martial Arts Academy Private in District 19 and is a true quasi-martial artist. But he still owes $850,000 in student loans. After marriage, she hopes that the man will repay the debt together and will continue to fight until he becomes a true warrior. To be honest, normal people would basically be discouraged when seeing these conditions. First of all, they are too old and don't have much golden years left. Secondly, the debt is too high. Getting married is equivalent to taking on an astronomical debt. The most important thing is that she is still planning to continue training and wants to become a warrior, which is basically a bottomless pit. If the situation is good, then you just have to wait until the other person really becomes a warrior. If the situation is bad, you will end up losing both your money and your life. Of course, this was Lu Yang's consideration from the perspective of the marriage market, but he was more concerned with another question: do you like children? Faced with Lu Yang's sudden question, Baiji's pretty face was slightly stunned at first. After she realized what was happening, a blush flashed across her pretty face, and she nodded firmly. "As long as my body allows, I will have as many children as possible." "That's fine." A smile appeared on Lu Yang's face. Chapter 2: You can't let her give birth to a football team. Of course, Baiji's own conditions are extremely excessive. But this is also a helpless move. She wanted to become a warrior, it was her lifelong dream. But the fact is that after years of studying, she can no longer afford to add to her debts. Her family even expressed strong opposition to this, believing that she was wasting her time and that it would be better for her to settle down and get married and raise children. Baiji agreed to get married. But her goal is to continue practicing martial arts. Since her family doesn't support her, she will find someone who supports her. Baiji's idea is very simple. She thinks that her conditions are pretty good, and her appearance and figure are outstanding. Moreover, her talent in martial arts is not too bad. As long as she continues to practice, she believes that in a few years, she will be able to become a real warrior. By then, both her income and social status will have a qualitative leap. Even if it's for profit considerations, marrying her is a worthwhile investment. But what she didn't expect was that after interviewing more than a dozen blind dates during this period, the other party would basically turn around and leave as soon as they heard her requirements. Gradually, she began to become discouraged. This meeting with Lu Yang was actually her last attempt. But deep down, I actually no longer have any hope. After all, the other party is too young, only 18 years old. At the age of 18, she still has the best of youth and countless possibilities in the future. There is no reason for her to bet on herself and make a big gamble with a woman who is 10 years older than her. So, when Lu Yang said that it was okay, Baiji's pretty face was slightly startled, her beautiful eyes instantly widened, and her mouth opened in disbelief. You really won't consider it again? You know, if you continue to study in a private university. The annual tuition alone is 100,000 yuan.
According to the information, the other party's current job is an ordinary exotic animal trainer assigned by the federal government. The average salary should be around 2,500–3,500 federal points, which is just over 30,000 a year.
Even if I don't eat or drink, I can't afford the tuition expenses.
Lu Yang smiled and said, Miss Bai, excuse me, your student loan information says it's interest-free for 5 years.
Is that true? Bai Ji nodded, yes, but
even if it is an interest-free loan, you still have to repay it in the end. If I remember correctly, according to the latest federal childbirth subsidy, each child can receive a government subsidy of 20,000 yuan per year. That means if you have 3 children, you can receive a subsidy of 60,000 yuan per year. According to the information, your current work as a child training instructor in basic martial arts should equate to an annual income of around 45,000, right?
Lu Yang tapped the table with his fingertips, analyzing in an orderly manner. Bai Ji was stunned and nodded subconsciously.
Yes, that was her original intention. With the maternity allowance, plus her income, she can fully pay for the annual private school tuition. What her partner actually needs to do is to be responsible for the expenses of the 3 children and repay part of the loan after 5 years.
5 years. She is confident enough to become a true warrior.
But having said that, when her thoughts were expressed by the young and handsome boy in front of her with a smile, she still felt inexplicably ashamed.
She even had an illusion.
That is, in this matter, the other party seems to be more mature and rational than her.
Instead, she is the naive one.
If you can guarantee that this is true, I'll have no problem. Lu Yang smiled, narrowed his eyes slightly, and tried his best to hide the excitement in his eyes. Have a strong desire to have children. This is a sentence written on the other party's profile, and this is also the reason why Lu Yang finally chose Bai Ji. It was too sudden. For Bai Ji, what Lu Yang agreed to was completely unexpected. To the point that, although she should have been happy, she inexplicably felt a little uneasy. Have you really thought it through? Can you really afford the expenses of 3 children? Lu Yang smiled and looked at the pretty face with an inexplicable look in his eyes. I like children very much. If possible, the more children the better. The implication is that as long as the other party is willing to have the baby, no matter how many there are, he will take care of them. Bai Ji's face flushed again. Compared with Lu Yang's frankness and generosity, she looked more like a young girl who was not very worldly wise. But this is no wonder. After all, she has never been in a relationship since she was a child, but now she is openly discussing fertility issues with a strange boy. But, just give birth. She was able to come up with this plan, so she must have prepared herself mentally. So she gritted her teeth, blushing shyly as she asked, so, how many children do you plan to have? 3? Lu Yang smiled and shook his head. 5? 5 children is already an exaggeration for most families. But Lu Yang still shook his head. 8? 5 not enough? Bai Ji couldn't help but take a deep breath. But Lu Yang still shook his head and said nothing. And you? Bai Ji was already a little panicked. Even though she was a quasi-warrior with physical fitness and recovery ability different from ordinary people, 8 was already the limit she could imagine. You can't let her give birth to a football team. Finally, Lu Yang spoke. Miss Bai, you are 28 years old now, but your childbearing age is conservatively estimated to be another 10 years. If you have 1 child per year, including the recovery period, you can have about 8 children. But considering that you are a warrior, this number should be doubled, so... Lu Yang looked at Bai Ji quietly, and continued in a calm and steady voice. 16 children, that should be within the limits of your body's capacity. What do you think? Bai Ji's pretty face had turned pale. So crazy. This was the only thought that came to her mind after hearing Lu Yang's words. Give birth to 16 children. What does he take her for? However, the other party described these crazy and unrealistic words in an extremely calm tone, as if giving birth to a child was simply a task for him. Coldly, without any emotion. Shame, anger, astonishment, many emotions were constantly intertwined, so that Bai Ji's face began to turn red to her ears. Her full breasts kept rising and falling, and she clearly felt that her self-esteem was being trampled on. The other party was clearly a boy of only 18 years old. No. This is not a boy. Looking at Lu Yang's polite and gentle smile, Bai Ji felt a chilling feeling as if she was being targeted by a hunter. It was clearly a plan she had already made in her mind, but inexplicably, she became the prey. No. That's not right.
Isn't this exactly what I thought at the beginning?
Bai Ji shook her head, dispelling the uneasiness in her heart. She looked at the man in front of her again with her beautiful eyes without blinking, and finally figured out one thing.
This is a deal.
That's right, she finally understood why things had turned out this way. Because from the beginning to the end, what the other party described was a naked exchange of interests. Although their purposes are different, the two have reached a certain level of agreement on their common goal, which is to have children.
Oh my god. Is this kind of calculating rationality and scheming really what an 18-year-old boy who just graduated from high school should have? But it's okay this way.
Bai Shi, who understood this, lost her previous restraint and returned to her cool and clear voice, okay, no problem. She had already reached a point of no return.
Isn't it just giving birth to a baby?
Just give birth. Looking at Bai Ji's slender, white hand, Lu Yang kept smiling and finally grasped it with his slender and powerful hand. The two looked like partners who had just finished a business meeting.
Please give me more guidance in the future. The same to you. Ding.
Congratulations to the host, initial binding completed.
The system of having many children and many blessings has been activated. Newbie rewards have been issued. System prompt sounds rang out one after another.
The curve of Lu Yang's mouth corners began to rise more and more presumptuously.
Chapter 3 now, let us go to the hotel? Name, Lu Yang partner, Bai Ji.
Congratulations to you two for becoming the 16,003rd legally married couple in the Federation this year.
We wish you a happy and wonderful life ahead.
I have to say that the federal government is very efficient in marriages. As long as two people submit their applications on the terminal respectively, they will each receive a message prompt 10 minutes later. From then on, the relationship between the two of them as husband and wife was completely settled.
What did you say? You're married? Son, this is not something to joke about.
After leaving the matchmaker club, Lu Yang used the terminal to inform his parents, and there was an immediate exclamation from the other end of the phone.
No kidding, the federal paperwork has been issued. Legally speaking, I'm married.
While speaking, Lu Yang glanced at Bai Ji, who was also telling her parents not far away.
You. After realizing that Lu Yang was not joking, the mother on the other end of the phone was so angry that she couldn't even speak. Yes. She was the one who asked Lu Yang to go on the blind date. After all, I've graduated now, so the sooner I get married the better. But she never expected that after she went to the matchmaker club in the morning, her son told her in the afternoon that she had become a mother-in-law. This is too fast. Son, marriage affects your lifelong happiness. How can you make such an impulsive decision?
Mother Lu has begun to worry about what kind of woman her son has found.
Didn't you tell me to hold on tight?
Lu Yang smiled teasingly, okay, your daughter-in-law and I will stay in the hotel tonight, and I will bring her back to visit you tomorrow. You guys should get ready.
Sooner or later, the daughter-in-law will have to meet her parents-in-law.
Lu Yang said this to give his parents some time to prepare mentally. Otherwise, if he told his mother right now that the wife he was looking for was a quasi-martial artist from a private university, a woman 10 years older than him, and with nearly $1 million in debt, he was afraid that his mother would faint on the spot.
I'm fine now, how about you?
As soon as I hung up the phone, Bai Ji walked over from the side.
Lu Yang nodded, I've also informed them. Who will meet my parents first, tomorrow or yours?
You don't need to see my parents for the time being.
Just now, Bai Ji had a big argument with her parents on the phone.
When her family heard that she was married to an 18-year-old trainer, they flew into a rage. My own daughter has gone completely crazy in order to become a warrior. He said that if she dared to go home in the future, he would break her legs.
Of course, Bai Ji didn't say any of these things. Lu Yang nodded. Since the other party didn't say anything, he didn't want to ask any further questions. After all, although the two were husband and wife in name, they had only just met and there was still some distance between them. Now, let's go to the hotel. Logically speaking, Lu Yang should have received the key documents and other documents for the resettlement housing at the moment the marriage took effect. But it is obviously too late to buy toiletries and daily necessities now. So tonight, I can only stay in the hotel temporarily. As for what to do at the hotel, there is no need to ask. Bai Ji's pretty face was flushed, and she didn't dare to look at Lu Yang. When she heard about this, she was the first to stand up and oppose it. But Lu Yang said, Miss Bai, have you forgotten what our agreement is? Regardless of your perspective, isn't getting pregnant early a good thing?
Just such a light sentence completely tore apart Baiji's last bit of shame and reserve.
But even so,
when the two arrived at the nearby 7 Days Inn and checked in at the front desk, Baiji was still shy and nervous. The first time I checked into a hotel was with a boy who was 10 years younger than me. Especially after entering the terminal ID, the receptionist looked at the two of them in surprise, as if to confirm their identities again. Baiji even avoided looking away, wishing she could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. Her fair face turned redder, as if blood was about to drip out. The hotel rooms are not luxurious, but they are clean and tidy. Located in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows on the 120th floor, you can overlook the bustling punk-style urban night scene of District 13.
Want to take a shower first?
After changing into slippers, Lu Yang sat down on the sofa and looked at Baiji politely. Baiji was stunned for a moment, then her face quickly turned red.
Yes, yes.
After saying that, he seemed to be escaping and hid directly in the bathroom. Seeing this, Lu Yang sighed.
This woman, is she really 28?
While Baiji was taking a shower, he happened to open the system panel.
The initial gift pack has been sent, do you want to claim it immediately?
Looking at the eye-catching prompt message on the interface, Lu Yang's eyes began to flash with excitement. He originally thought that he would receive the corresponding reward only after his first child was born. Unexpectedly, the system started to take effect so early.
Receive.
I said it silently in my heart without hesitation, and began to look forward to it.
What will be the initial reward? Ding.
Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward, Gene Development Progress plus 1%. Congratulations to the host, you have obtained the basic martial arts technique, military boxing. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward, the chance of your partner getting pregnant increases gradually, 10% each time, up to a maximum of 10 times.
Two cold mechanical prompts sounds suddenly rang in my mind. Lu Yang's pupils shrank, and after a moment of hesitation, he immediately opened his personal terminal. Name, Lu Yang. Gene development progress, 4%. Physiological threshold, 0.59.
Spiritual threshold, 0.5.
Kung Fu, military boxing 0-100.
Military boxing, a comprehensive basic technique based on training in actual combat, with impressive combat effectiveness. When proficiency reaches 10%, 50%, and 100%, the corresponding gene development progress will be increased. The moment he saw the changes in his personal information, Lu Yang became extremely excited. His gene development progress actually increased by 1%. You know, it's more than all his previous years of practice combined. According to the Interstellar Federation martial arts standards, the genetic development progress of ordinary people is 1% to 5%. Those with a score above 5% and below 7% are called quasi-warriors, which is also the admission threshold for public universities. This means that Lu Yang is now only 1% away from becoming a quasi-warrior. Compared with the previous 2%, it is half as much and is no longer so out of reach.
More importantly,
the system actually gave him a set of exercises.
Military boxing?
Although the name seems a bit low level. After all, things like the federal government and military boxing these days are usually practiced by kids who are new to martial arts. But none of this matters, what matters is the effect.
When the proficiency reaches a certain level, the progress of genetic development will actually increase.
You know, although the methods of developing genes vary from person to person, these methods have one thing in common, that is, they are extremely difficult, and even stand still without any progress. But now, all I have to do is increase my proficiency. This is basically equivalent to telling him that as long as he spends time, he will definitely become a quasi-warrior.
No matter who this happened to, they would probably be overjoyed.
Fortunately, Lu Yang was a second-generation man after all, and his extraordinary maturity allowed him to calm down quickly. His eyes turned to the last reward, double the probability of conception.
That means...
Lu Yang touched his chin and increased it by 10% each time, with a maximum of 10 times.
After 10 times, wouldn't it be 100% certain that you will get pregnant?
Just at this moment, there was a noise from the bathroom door. The door opened, and with the mist coming out, Baiji walked out tentatively with wet hair, a white bath towel wrapped around her chest, and bare feet.
That. Where are the disposable slippers?
Chapter 4 Mission accomplished. In front of the bathroom door. Baiji clutched her hair with one hand and looked around shyly and nervously. Under the warm light, her fair face, which was still a little moist, was flushed.
She didn't dare to look at Lu Yang at all.
Such a beauty, like a lotus emerging from water. When Lu Yang saw this scene, these words popped up involuntarily in his mind. I have to say, Baiji is really beautiful. Lu Yang stood up from the sofa and walked forward in 3 or 2 steps. Without waiting for the other party to react, he exclaimed and picked up the other party by the waist. Baiji subconsciously wanted to struggle, but she was afraid of exposing herself, so she just held the towel tightly with both hands. She could only let Lu Yang hold her in his arms, and couldn't help but ask fearfully, "What are you going to do? What do you think?" Lu Yang lowered his head, his tone meaningful. After a long time, Lu Yang leaned on the bed, looking quietly at the woman in his arms who was like a kitten. Baiji seemed to have fallen into a deep sleep, with a lingering rose-red tint still on her fair skin and fine beads of sweat hanging on the tip of her small nose. Fell asleep? Of course not. Baiji just closed her eyes, ashamed to see people and not knowing how to face Lu Yang. More importantly, she was too tired. This bastard. The data clearly shows that his gene development progress is only 3%. But this physical strength feels better than hers. Baiji had no idea that just recently, Lu Yang's genetic development had increased by another 1%. Don't underestimate this 1%. For anyone, it is enough to bring about a qualitative transformation. Therefore, after a great battle, Lu Yang not only did not feel tired, but because of the enhanced recovery ability, his physical strength was now abundant again. And just at this moment, he noticed that Baiji's eyelashes were trembling slightly with some beads of sweat. So he was just pretending to sleep. Lu Yang smiled. Since he wasn't asleep yet, he might as well get down to business. The system grants a 100% chance of pregnancy, but in order to achieve this, the conditions must be accumulated one by one. Time is tight and the task is heavy. Don't waste it. So he leaned over gently and kissed the white forehead. Baiji didn't open her eyes, but her charming body trembled slightly. Lu Yang chuckled. Wife, now is not the time to sleep, shouldn't we work harder? Baiji. Ding. Congratulations to the host, mission accomplished. Ding. Military boxing training permission is now open. Ding. Cultivation privileges have been activated 110. After 10 activations, system privileges can be upgraded to level 2. Current skill, military boxing 100. A series of system prompt sounds exploded in my mind. The fatigue in Lu Yang's eyes was swept away. He sat up suddenly, completely ignoring Baiji's look of astonishment and resentment beside him. Military boxing. These 3 words were a nightmare that lasted for 10 years for him. As a basic national practice promoted by the Interstellar Federation to screen martial arts talents, every citizen of the Federation must start practicing it at the age of 6. Its purpose is simple and crude. In the boring repetition, see who can first activate the power deep in the genes. Even if it is just a slight resonance, it represents the potential to become a warrior. But Lu Yang has been practicing since he was a child, for a full 12 years, but his gene development progress bar seems to have been welded shut, not moving at all. However, now, the system told him that this set of skills, which he regarded as useless, could actually increase the progress of gene development. Suppressing the pounding of his heart, Lu Yang turned over and got out of bed. His muscles were still protesting with soreness from last night's frantic demands. But an unprecedented spiritual power supported him. He was shirtless and slowly took up a stance in the not-so-spacious space of the hotel room. Starting move. The movements were as standard as in a textbook, yet rigid and lifeless. What are you doing? Baiji looked at Lu Yang's back, her beautiful eyes filled with inextricable doubts. Military boxing? She couldn't believe her eyes. As a would-be warrior, she knew too well how low the cost-effectiveness of this set of skills was. After adulthood, almost no one would waste precious time on this kind of basic practice. She once worked as a martial arts tutor for a child from a middle-class family. The child of that family has been practicing the 8 brocades which the family bought at a high price since he was 10 years old. With that kind of high-level technique, one can clearly feel the activation of genetic power with every breath. And military boxing? It's like a literacy card for children. Who would expect to write a masterpiece based on it? Looking at Lu Yang's punches and kicks, although his movements were standard, they had no sense of power, and did not trigger any genetic resonance. For no reason, Baiji felt a trace of pity and even a little heartache in her heart. Is he under too much pressure? Or did you consume too much energy last night and want to use this most primitive method to restore your strength? Baiji sighed softly. This husband, who was 10 years younger than her, seemed even more naive and stubborn than she had imagined.
Forget it, let him be. I will go to the market tomorrow to buy some dragon bones of exotic animals and make him a pot of soup to nourish him. Chapter 5. The ugly daughter-in-law must meet her parents-in-law. The next morning. The dazzling sunlight filtered through the huge French windows, waking the two from their deep sleep. Lu Yang opened his eyes and felt relaxed all over. The fatigue from practicing military boxing last night has long disappeared, replaced by a feeling of full energy. Bai Ji beside him also woke up slowly, her long eyelashes trembling when she saw Lu Yang's face. The crazy scenes from last night instantly flooded into her mind, and her pretty face turned red. In this charming atmosphere, a rapid prompt tone suddenly rang out from Lu Yang's personal terminal. Orion 0112 Galaxy, call from the District 13 Civil Affairs Center. The phone was connected and a gentle electronic synthesized voice sounded. Mr. Lu Yang, Ms. Bai Ji, congratulations on your wedding. According to the Federal Newly Married Family Support Act, since this is your first marriage and you both meet the standards for eugenics and good parenting, the municipal government has specially approved a new house for you two, located in the Xinghui community on the 3rd Ring Road in the city. The relevant documents have been sent to your terminal. Our staff is waiting downstairs at the hotel and will guide you through the handover. Bai Ji's beautiful eyes widened instantly, and her breathing stopped for a moment. A new house in the 3rd Ring Road? That's a place where every inch of land is worth a lot of money. Lu Yang was also stunned, then he reacted and couldn't help but smile bitterly in his heart. Yesterday, his mind was so full of the system's task of having children that he forgot about the Federation's biggest marriage benefit. Our staff is waiting downstairs. The two looked at each other and quickly got up to wash. As they walked out of the hotel door hand in hand, a uniformed staff member immediately greeted them with a smile. Mr. Lu Yang, Ms. Bai Ji, happy wedding. A simple blessing made Bai Ji's cheeks hot again. She subconsciously clenched Lu Yang's hand and her body involuntarily leaned towards him. The handover procedures for the new home went exceptionally smoothly, and the Federation's efficiency was astonishingly high. When the two of them stood in the 120 square meter new house with exquisite decoration and complete home appliances, Bai Ji still felt a sense of unreality as if she were in a dream. However, this joy did not last long, as Lu Yang's mother's communication request interrupted. The video was connected, and my mother's face with a slightly sad look appeared on the screen. Xiao Yang, Mom heard that you've already matched and got married. When will your daughter-in-law come back for dinner? Bai Ji's heart skipped a beat and she couldn't help but sigh. An ugly daughter-in-law will eventually have to meet her parents-in-law. Lu Yang's home is located in the old city, in a slightly old apartment building. When he and Bai Ji opened the door, the small living room was already full of people. Father Lu Chuanjiao, Mother Lin Kaichun, and Lu Yang's 3 younger siblings. Lu Yang is the 7th child in the family. His 6 older brothers and sisters have already started their own families and moved out. Even so, the house still seemed overcrowded. Dad, Mom. Lu Yang's voice was calm. Mr. and Mrs. Lu Chuanjiao's eyes fell on Bai Ji. That stiff smile seemed more like an examination of a product that would bring a huge burden to the family than a welcome. This is Bai Ji, right? Lin Sichuan's voice was dry. Sit down. The meal was so difficult to swallow that an oppressive silence filled the air. His parents didn't say it explicitly, but every look and every sigh from them accused Lu Yang of shouldering the huge debt of 425,000 federal points. If Lu Yang had not married, or had chosen another woman, he probably would not have to bear this burden at such a young age. After finishing this suffocating family dinner, Lu Yang and Bai Ji fled back to their new home. Overwhelmed with fatigue, Lu Yang fell into a deep sleep almost as soon as he touched the bed. I don't know how long it took. The rich aroma of bone broth penetrated his nostrils and woke him from his deep sleep. He slowly opened his eyes and saw that the sky outside the window was already bright. It was the next morning. The tempting fragrance instantly dispelled all the bad mood after waking up. Woke up? A voice so gentle that it could squeeze water out of someone came from the direction of the kitchen. Chapter 6. I might be pregnant. Lu Yan looked in the direction of the voice and was completely stunned. Bai Ji was wearing a simple white dress with her long hair simply tied behind her head. With a peaceful smile on her face, she was carefully carrying a hot casserole out of the kitchen. The morning light came through the window, giving her a soft golden edge. That pretty face that usually had a bit of coldness and stubbornness was now full of the gentleness of a wife. At this moment, she looked more like a real wife than a would-be warrior. Lu Yang's heart skipped a beat without warning.
Baiji's cheeks were dyed a beautiful blush in the steaming heat. She avoided Lu Yang's somewhat scorching gaze and placed the casserole steadily on the dining table.
You seem to have consumed a lot of energy last night. Drink some soup to replenish your energy. Lu Yang's old face turned red. The scenes of last night flashed through my mind uncontrollably. The dim lights, the messy bedsheets, and the amazing passion that blossomed from this usually cold and stubborn woman under him. It is an almost instinctive desire and release for the most primitive power of life. He admitted that he had become addicted to it and had lost control. As soon as the thought came to his mind, Lu Yang supported himself on the mattress and tried to get up, but suddenly he felt a sharp pain in his waist, which made him gasp and his movements froze. He understood instantly. Even though his soul came from another world and his intelligence was far superior to his peers, this body was ultimately just that of an ordinary person whose genetic development progress was only 4%. And Bai Ji is a genuine quasi-warrior. Physical fitness and endurance are not on the same level at all. Last night, he unilaterally overdrew himself.
Looking at Lu Yang's embarrassed look with his teeth bared, Bai Ji's eyes flashed with a very faint smile, the corners of her mouth slightly raised, and then quickly smoothed.
Go take a shower and then come over for dinner. Okay.
Lu Yang climbed out of bed using his hands and feet and rushed into the bathroom.
After slamming the door shut, shutting out Bai Ji's half-smile, Lu Yang breathed a sigh of relief.
He looked around the brand new bathroom, feeling a strange sense of satisfaction.
The house is not too big, but it has everything.
All the facilities are brand new, with the cool luster unique to technological products. I no longer have to queue up with my parents and 3 younger siblings every morning for the right to use the bathroom like I did at home in the old city.
This is the independent space belonging to him and Baiji. After a few minutes, the sound of water stopped.
Lu Yang walked out with a bath towel loosely wrapped around his waist and wiping his wet hair. Under the steam of hot water, his skin took on a healthy reddish hue. Although the body, which had undergone the initial transformation by the system, had not yet reached the explosive power of a warrior, the originally slightly thin muscle lines had become clearer. She has broad shoulders and a narrow waist, and her abdomen even has a faint six-pack outline.
Water droplets slide down her tight skin and sink into the edge of the bath towel, bringing a wild sexiness.
Bai Ji, who was serving soup with her head down, caught a glimpse of this scene out of the corner of her eye and her face turned even redder than before.
This guy has such a good figure? Lu Yang was completely unaware of this. He walked straight to the dining table and sat down. He picked up the soup Bai Ji had prepared for him, blew on the hot air, and took a sip carefully. An indescribable warmth instantly rushed from my throat into my stomach, and then exploded. The pain in my waist seemed to be relieved a lot by this warm current. It tastes good. Lu Yang praised sincerely. What kind of soup is this? It's stronger than anything I've ever had.
Bai Ji's cheeks were still burning hot.
She lowered her head and explained in an almost inaudible voice. This is shouyuan soup. It uses the bones and flesh of some low-level exotic beasts, combined with a few herbs that strengthen the body and replenish the essence. It has a very good nourishing effect on the body. Especially after something like that. She was too embarrassed to say the second half of the sentence. But that shy look said it all. Lu Yang knew clearly in his heart that this was Bai Ji's way of responding to what had happened between them. He put down the bowl of soup, his eyes more serious than ever before. Thank you. This thank you is no longer just a polite gesture between trading partners, but carries a hint of real warmth. Bai Ji seemed to have sensed the difference as well. She raised her head, met Lu Yang's gaze, and shook her head gently. We're partners, and this is what I should do. The word partner made Lu Yang's heart beat again. He stared at Bai Ji's face, which seemed unrealistically beautiful in the morning light, and blurted out a sentence as if possessed by a ghost. You're so beautiful. Bai Ji was stunned, then her ears turned red and she glared at him angrily. Smooth talk. Having said that, the slightly raised corners of her mouth revealed her true feelings at the moment. There is a wonderful atmosphere in the air, ambiguous but not frivolous. That's right, Lu Yang finished drinking the soup in the bowl and felt like he was alive again. What are your plans for today? The shyness on Baiji's face froze instantly. She put down the bowl of soup in her hand, and her fingertips unconsciously rubbed the edge of the bowl. After a while, she raised her head and looked at Lu Yang with complicated eyes. I might be pregnant. Lu Yang was already 99% sure in his heart. Hearing her say it herself at this moment, it still felt like a thunderclap exploding in my mind.
But on the surface, he perfectly portrayed the shock that a husband would have when he first heard the good news.
What did you say?
Seeing Lu Yang like this, Bai Ji's uneasiness in her heart faded a little. She took a deep breath and calmed herself down.
These are the results of my personal terminal test.
The system automatically scanned my physiological data last night, and the report this morning showed a 98.7% chance of pregnancy.
So? A huge smile appeared on Lu Yang's face.
He grabbed Bai Ji's hand, his tone full of uncontrollable ecstasy.
My efforts last time were not in vain? You.
Bai Ji was both embarrassed and angry. She tried to pull her hand back, but he held it tightly.
Shut up. Don't mention it again.
Okay, it's my fault. Lu Yang knew when to stop and immediately put on an expression of sincere admission of fault, apologizing and comforting the other party in a one-stop service. His skill was so heartbreaking. However, a huge wave was rising in his heart. Overnight, the system was activated, Bai Ji became pregnant, double happiness. This is a perfect start. Bai Ji couldn't break free, so she stopped struggling and let him hold her hand while she lowered her head and continued to drink the soup. But the soup seemed to have a hint of sweetness. There was also an indescribable joy surging in her heart. If you really have a child, according to the Interstellar Federation's Newborn Family Support Act, they will be able to receive a substantial maternity benefit immediately and continue to receive subsidies every year until their children reach adulthood. This money is a timely help to both of them. Lu Yang can use this money to buy genetic medicine to lay the foundation for his journey to becoming a warrior. And she can also start her warrior training plan in advance. The 850,000 yuan loan that was suffocating her would no longer be an unattainable chasm.
There was a wonderful atmosphere in the air. Chapter 7. Is this your wife? Finished breakfast. Lu Yang changed into a gray work suit. This is the uniform issued by the federal government to farm managers.
The material is tough, wear resistant and scratch resistant, but it also eliminates all possibility of individuality. He stood at the door, and Bai Ji walked up to him naturally, stretched out her white fingers, and straightened his slightly crooked collar. Her fingertips were cold, with a faint fragrance, and they accidentally touched Lu Yang's neck.
Lu Yang's body stiffened instantly.
Bai Ji seemed to have noticed it as well, and she quickly retracted her fingers. The blush on her face that had just faded away crept up again.
Be careful on the road. Yeah. Lu Yang opened the door without looking back. The same to you.
The door clicked shut behind him.
Lu Yang stood in the empty corridor and took a deep breath.
He did not go to the elevator immediately, but instead thought about it and called up the system panel that only he could see.
A curtain of azure light unfolds across the retina. Host, Lu Yang. Gene development progress, 4%.
Bound partner, Bai Ji appearance 9.6, body 9.7, gene development progress 6.8%.
Offspring, 1 pregnant. Kung Fu, military boxing proficiency 100. Fertility threshold, 0.1.
His eyes were fixed on the two columns of offspring and fertility threshold. The little one behind the word offspring and the 4 words pregnancy status in brackets are like a shot in the arm. And that new attribute, the fertility threshold, made his breathing even faster.
When the system was activated last night, this attribute was still 0.
In just one night, Bai Ji became pregnant, and this value went from nothing to 0.1.
Does this mean that his ability to reproduce has been permanently enhanced by the system?
Lu Yang couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth, forming an almost cold arc.
Many children, many blessings. This system is a magical tool tailor-made for him and for this world that has reached the extreme of involution.
Carrying this secret that no one knew, Lu Yang set out on the road to the public transportation stop. The transportation station in Xinghui community is bustling with people, and maglev buses glide by silently. Pickup groups of young men and women wearing various work clothes. Lu Yang stood in the waiting area, and soon, a slightly bloated figure squeezed next to him.
Hey, Lu Yang? A familiar voice sounded.
Lu Yang turned his head and saw a chubby round face. He was also wearing gray work clothes, but the size was several sizes larger than his.
It was his middle school classmate, Wang Hao.
In Lu Yang's memory, Wang Hao was the first one in the class to give up struggling. The first group of people who accepted government placement and went to work in factories.
Wang Hao? Lu Yang was a little surprised. You live nearby too? Don't mention it, I don't live here. Wang Hao waved his hand.
I work at Farm 953, District 17, and I commute across districts every day.
I'm exhausted as a dog. Lu Yang's heart moved. What a coincidence. I'm at Farm 940. Damn it. Wang Hao's eyes widened instantly. So you're the new farm manager?
I didn't expect that, Lu Yang.
I thought you were such an ambitious guy that you'd definitely go to a private martial arts university and give it a try. But how come you ended up like us and laid down early?
There was a hint of self-mockery in his words, as well as a hint of comfort for his fellow men. At this moment, Wang Hao's eyes fell on the community gate behind Lu Yang. The 4 gold-plated characters of Xinghui community sparkled brightly in the morning light.
The expression on his face froze instantly. Wait, you came from the Xinghui community? Xinghui community is the location of welfare housing allocated by the federal government specifically for newly married citizens. Being able to get out of here means only one thing. Lu Yang met his ghostly gaze and nodded calmly. Yes, I'm married.
My wife was matched by the system. Wang Hao grabbed Lu Yang's arm, his face full of disbelief, and his voice changed.
You have thick eyebrows and big eyes, and you're getting married too young? Lu Yang just smiled without explaining.
Some paths, from the moment he decided to accept the system matching, were destined to be completely different from those of his peers who followed the rules.
At this moment, a slight beeping sound came from Lu Yang's personal terminal.
A message popped up, and the sender's profile picture was Baiji's cool and beautiful profile. Baiji, the primary practice permission of 8 brocades has been opened for you, please check it out. Below the information, there was an authorization certificate flashing with the emblem of the Federal Martial Arts Copyright Association.
Lu Yang's pupils suddenly shrank. 8 brocades. This is one of the basic bodybuilding exercises promoted by the federal military.
Although it is only a beginner level, the training efficiency is more than 10% higher than the popular military boxing. In the Interstellar Federation, all martial arts techniques are subject to strict personal copyright protection.
It can only be purchased through official channels using real money credit points.
Anyone who teaches or sells it privately will face a huge fine at best, or even direct imprisonment at worst.
The official price of this elementary set of 8 brocades is exactly 1,000 credit points.
Moreover, even if you buy the skills, you still need professional guidance to get started.
The key points and force generating techniques cannot be learned just by watching videos.
This is why the cost of private martial arts coaching is so high that ordinary families cannot afford it. But now, Baiji directly sent the authorization certificate to him. This means that he not only got this set of skills for free. You can also get a genuine prospective warrior to teach him personally. A warm feeling surged in Lu Yang's heart. It's great to have a wife who is a quasi-warrior.
Save money, save trouble, and save worry.
As he was sighing, Wang Hao, who was standing next to him, had already noticed Baiji's profile picture on his terminal screen.
Fuck. Wang Hao's eyes widened instantly, staring at the portrait intently.
The woman in the photo has a cool temperament and delicate features that are not like those of an ordinary person. Even though it is just a static picture, the arrogance and strength that keep people at a distance are still overwhelming.
Is this a fairy descending to Earth? Is this your wife?
Wang Hao's voice broke, and the knuckles of his fingers that were grabbing Lu Yang's arm turned white.
Yes, the system matched it. Lu Yang's tone was calm. He didn't mean to hide it.
Since they work in the same area, Wang Hao will meet Baiji sooner or later. Wang Hao stared at Lu Yang blankly, then looked at the beautiful face on the screen, and opened his mouth. In an instant, jealousy filled his internal organs.
How could this guy, whose genetic development progress is lower than mine, be matched with such a fairy-like woman? His wife is just an ordinary-looking woman, but Lu Yang, this traitor, actually rose to fame overnight? Chapter 8 Wash together and save water. Fake. It must be photoshopped. Wang Hao's eyes were red. Is this the big star in the Federal Center? How could the system possibly match him with such a woman? You are just a contract worker on a farm, is he qualified? Jealousy is the original sin.
Wang Hao thought of his wife who was equally matched with him.
A woman with ordinary looks and a gentle personality. And what about Lu Yang? Why was he able to get the welfare housing in Xinghui community? How can he have a wife who is so beautiful that she doesn't look real? This is not fair. Lu Yang just calmly pushed his hand away. Magnetic levitation is here. Wang Hao's cheeks felt burning. ZZ. The maglev bus slid silently to the platform and the hatch opened.
Lu Yang walked up first, and Wang Hao followed behind in a daze. Inside the car, the cold air from the air conditioner calmed Wang Hao's confused mind a little. He sat diagonally behind Lu Yang, staring at Lu Yang's profile, trying to find even the slightest flaw in his face. The bus slowly rose into the air, accelerated, and soon left the city limits with tall buildings. The scenery outside the window changed rapidly, and skyscrapers were left behind.
In its place, there are endless farmlands.
Huge square fields are divided by energy shields of various colors, and countless silver robotic arms rise and fall in the fields.
This is the granary of the Federation.
Wang Hao looked at the monotonous scenery outside the window, and then looked at Lu Yang, who was calm and composed.
There must be something wrong. How could such a beautiful woman, who is also a quasi-warrior, be interested in you? She either has some shameful hidden illness or has a major physical defect that makes her unable to have children. However, Lu Yang's entire mind at this moment was immersed in the light screen projected by his personal terminal.
The copy of 8 brocades that Baiji had just sent him.
Complex action diagrams are accompanied by dense text annotations. It explains in detail how each muscle exerts force and the stretching angle of each tendon.
But the most important thing is the breathing method hidden beneath these words. In this world, any decent martial art is not just about external movements, but more importantly, it is about the energy flow routes that go with it.
This is the key to guiding genetic energy and tempering the body.
It is also the true core secret of all the major martial arts forces in the Federation. In basic education in public middle schools, teachers will only teach you the most basic military boxing postures, but will never reveal any tricks about breathing techniques.
Want to learn?
Yes,
bring money to buy it. Lu Yang's fingertips slid gently across the light curtain, his eyes flashing with excitement.
He once again deeply realized how great it was to marry a quasi-warrior as his wife. It's not just about saving 1,000 credit points, more importantly, he has a top-notch personal trainer at his fingertips. He could directly ask Baiji about any difficulties or tricks in the exercises.
Farm Site 940, here we are. I'm here.
Lu Yang stood up and said to Wang Hao, who was still immersed in his own thoughts. Wang Hao suddenly came to his senses and glanced at the bus stop sign.
Oh, I'm going to the next stop, number 953. Lu Yang nodded, said nothing more, and walked straight off the maglev bus.
There was only a middle-aged man in a supervisor's uniform waiting for him. The man had a serious face and was stern.
Lu Yang?
Yes, sir.
From now on, you will be under my control. Supervisor Zhang handed over an ID card.
Area C7, the cultivation and oversight of nutritious rice will be your job from now on. As he spoke, he took Lu Yang to the work area.
Don't think semi-mechanization is easy.
Plants may encounter various unexpected situations during growth, such as nutrient solution rejection caused by subtle genetic mutations or sudden fluctuations in environmental parameters.
These all require human intervention.
Manager Zhang pointed to the rows of culture tanks flashing green lights. Your daily job is to record the growth data of the rice, monitor the operation of the equipment, and immediately correct any malfunctions. The manuals are all on your personal terminal, so please read them yourself. He spoke very quickly and without a word of nonsense. In addition, you need to learn to operate 2 basic agricultural machines.
He pointed to 2 huge machines parked not far away. Tillage Machine 3, responsible for sowing, and Soil Improvement Harvester 5, responsible for harvesting and processing. Your task today is to familiarize yourself with the environment and memorize the operating manuals for these 2 machines. Tomorrow, you will officially start your duties. Lu Yang nodded seriously and took everything to heart. Clear. For the sake of that budding family and the grand goal of those 16 children, he must do this job well. While he was getting familiar with the environment, veteran employees would occasionally pass by him driving various agricultural machinery. Some models are even advanced versions that are not included in the operating manual. The huge mechanical arm swung over his head, bringing up a gust of wind. Lu Yang sighed lightly. It seemed that this modern farmer had a lot to learn. At 6 o'clock in the evening, the reminder tone for leaving get-off work sounded on time. Lu Yang politely declined the invitation of several old employees to have a drink, and boarded the maglev bus home, eager to go home. Different from the quietness when I came. At this moment, he had a hint of expectation in his heart that he himself had not even noticed. Click. The door opened. Inside the house, a faint fragrance wafted towards the air. In the middle of the living room,
Bai Ji was finishing her last set of high-intensity core training. She was wearing a tight black training suit that showed off her breathtaking curves. Her hair was soaked with sweat and stuck to her snow-white skin.
This scene made Lu Yang's heart skip a beat. Wife, I'm back.
Bai Ji's body suddenly stiffened and she turned around quickly. When she saw it was Lu Yang, the blush on her face instantly spread to her ears. She wiped the sweat from her forehead somewhat helplessly.
Yes, husband. Lu Yang's Adam's apple rolled, and his eyes were fixed on the body in front of him that exuded amazing charm. The curves outlined by sweat are more impactful than any gorgeous clothes.
Those eyes, which were usually cold and clear, were now watery with panic. A certain primitive desire in Lu Yang's heart was burning fiercely. Bai Ji's cheeks felt hot when she was looked at by him. She subconsciously took a half step back and averted her sight.
The meal is ready. I was just exercising.
She stammered for a topic, trying to break the suffocating ambiguity. I'm going to take a shower first.
Before she finished speaking, she turned around and fled to the bathroom like a frightened deer.
A hand grabbed her wrist even faster. The palm was warm and strong, and there was no room for escape. Lu Yang took a step forward, almost sticking to her back, his warm breath spraying on her earlobe, causing a slight shiver.
Hasn't the federal government always called for water conservation?
His voice was low, with a hint of playful amusement. As citizens of the Commonwealth, we are expected to respond. Bai Ji's body stiffened instantly and her mind went blank. Before she could form any words to refute, she was lifted up and carried sideways by a powerful force.
Wash together and save water. Chapter 9. The real person is 10 times more beautiful than the photo. An hour later.
The bathroom door opened and mist rushed out.
Lu Yang walked out holding Bai Ji, who was soft and weak and whose skin was an attractive pink. She buried her head in Lu Yang's chest like an ostrich, not daring to see anyone.
After gently placing her on the chair in front of the dining table, Lu Yang turned around to serve the warm food. 3 dishes in one soup, homely yet exquisite, clearly made with great care. The ambiguous ripples slowly dissipated in the air, replaced by an atmosphere of home. Bai Ji's cheeks were still as red as ripe apples. She ate the rice in small bites, not daring to look up at Lu Yang.
How do you feel about your first day on the job? Finally, she was the first to break the silence.
There was a hint of cautious concern in his tone.
It's okay.
Lu Yang picked up a piece of food with chopsticks and put it into her bowl with a relaxed tone.
I'm just a high-level farmer, dealing with a lot of intelligent machinery.
But the farm is huge, and I've seen a lot of cutting-edge agricultural technology from the Federation, which is quite eye-opening.
He briefly described it.
Bai Ji listened very carefully and nodded from time to time. After dinner, Lu Yang took Bai Ji's hand and walked out of the house.
Take a walk with me.
Yeah. Bai Ji followed him obediently and let him lead her. The night in Xinghui community is quiet and beautiful. Artificial moonstone street lamps emit a soft light, and the air is filled with the fragrance of flowers and plants stimulated by nutrient solution. In the distance, the sounds of children playing and the occasional breeze from the passing maglev train together create this tranquility. Bai Ji turned her head to look at Lu Yang's profile. He was 10 years younger than her, but his broad shoulders and steady steps gave her an unprecedented sense of security. For 28 years, her life has been filled with debt and martial arts. She never thought that one day she would be able to be like this, without having to think about anything, just simply enjoying a warm night. Just then, a hesitant voice came from not far away.
Lu Yang?
The two looked in the direction of the sound and saw Wang Hao standing not far away, accompanied by an ordinary-looking woman. The moment Wang Hao's eyes met Bai Ji's, he felt as if struck by lightning. The real person is 10 times more beautiful than the photo.
That is a kind of beauty that should not appear in such a civilian community.
Her skin was as white as jade in the moonlight, and her facial features were delicate. Especially at this moment, she was leaning slightly against Lu Yang, with a hint of the cuteness of a housewife. Wang Hao felt as if his heart was being tightly grasped by an invisible big hand. His wife Zhang Qian was overshadowed by him.
It's really you, Lu Yang.
Wang Hao's throat felt a little dry. He forced a smile that was uglier than crying and pulled his wife beside him.
This is my wife, Zhang Qian. This is your sister-in-law, right?
Zhang Qian smiled at the two of them a little awkwardly.
Hello. Lu Yang looked calm.
He put his arm around Bai Ji's waist and introduced her generously.
My wife, Bai Ji.
It was just a simple greeting, but every polite word Wang Hao said was extremely difficult. Soon, the two couples passed each other and walked in different directions.
Only after walking a long way did Zhang Qian couldn't help but sigh in a low voice. Lu Yang's wife is so beautiful, like a big star on TV.
When they stand together, the man is handsome and the woman is beautiful, they are such a perfect match.
Wang Hao suddenly stopped and looked at his wife affectionately. In my heart, you are the best. What's the use of those women no matter how beautiful they are? In life, you still need someone as gentle and virtuous as you. Zhang Qian was stunned for a moment, and then a sweet blush appeared on her face.
Wang Hao looked at his wife's moved expression, and the emptiness in his heart that was gnawing it by jealousy was strangely filled with a sense of satisfaction.
He figured it out. Be content and happy.
A woman like Bai Ji is beautiful, but she is like a rose with thorns, or a sword hanging over her head. If I marry her, I will probably live in fear of losing her every day.
My own Zhang Qian is still the best.
She is content and down to earth, and can give me a stable home.
Thinking of this, the last trace of resentment in Wang Hao's heart disappeared.
He took Zhang Qian's hand, his tone full of doting.
Let's go, there's a new dessert shop up ahead. Your husband will take you there to eat something delicious.
The other side. Lu Yang keenly noticed that Bai Ji had been absent-minded and her body was slightly stiff since she met Wang Hao and the others.
Nervous?
He stopped and asked softly. Bai Ji raised her head, and a hint of shyness and confusion flashed in her clear eyes.
I'm not used to it.
She murmured softly. My life used to be all about cultivation, working, and paying off debts.
It's never been like this. Like now, holding someone's hand and walking with them on a quiet night. Enjoying an ordinary but warm married life. Lu Yang's heart was gently touched.
He could imagine a girl burdened with nearly $1 million in debt, pursuing her slim dream of martial arts.
How to grit your teeth and struggle forward alone in the cold reality.
His palm tightened, wrapping her slightly cold fingertips to make them even warmer.
I'll be there from now on.
Lu Yang's voice was very soft, but it struck Bai Ji's heart clearly.
You don't have to work so hard.
Bai Ji felt a warm current bursting from the bottom of her heart. Her eyes became hot and her vision blurred instantly. She didn't say anything, but just leaned over silently and gently pressed her face against Lu Yang's strong shoulder.
The night is gentle and the stars are bright.
Two figures were getting closer and closer under the artificial moonlight. The way home was not long, but the two walked very slowly.
The lights in the house emit a warm orange color in the night.
As soon as she entered the door, Bai Ji took off her coat, and the capable temperament of a warrior returned to her. She looked at Lu Yang with clear eyes. Now, it's my turn to fulfill my wifely duties.
You want to teach me the 8 brocades now?
Of course. Bai Ji raised her lips into a confident smile.
Your physical foundation is too weak. Although military boxing can strengthen your muscles and bones, its efficiency is too low. 8 brocades is a basic gene guidance technique promoted by the Federation. It can effectively promote the awakening of genetic potential. If you study it seriously, it will benefit you. She walked to the empty area in the middle of the living room and took a deep breath. I'll go through the entire exercise first. You focus on memorizing the moves. Don't worry about breathing or exerting force, just remember the form. Afterwards, I'll teach you the inner intention and chi, step by step. Lu Yang nodded solemnly. The next second, Bai Ji moved.
Her movements were sometimes as slow as flowing water, and sometimes as swift as a startled wild goose.
Every move is filled with an indescribable sense of rhythm and power. It is no longer just an exercise, but an art.
Every muscle and every bone in her body displayed amazing coordination under her control. Sweat quickly soaked her tight training suit, outlining her agile and explosive curves.
This picture is more impactful than any carefully choreographed dance. Chapter 10, This Soft Rice, Eating with Peace of Mind.
After finishing the practice of 8 brocades, Bai Ji stood up, with beads of sweat hanging on her forehead and her chest rising and falling slightly. She looked at Lu Yang with the consideration of a teacher in her eyes.
How is it? How much did you remember? Lu Yang's expression was a little subtle.
He rubbed his eyebrows and smiled bitterly with a hint of nervousness.
I don't think I remember much. My brain says it does, but my body protests. Seeing his embarrassed look, Bai Ji couldn't help but smile. This is common among beginners. It's normal.
Her voice softened and filled with patience.
Don't be nervous.
The most important thing to avoid when practicing martial arts is being impatient.
I will teach you again and again until you learn it.
Lu Yang felt warm in his heart. He walked forward and naturally wiped the sweat from her forehead with a towel.
Honey, how much does a private trainer of your level cost per session?
Baiji raised her smooth chin, a hint of pride flashing in her eyes.
The current market price is 600 federal credits per hour. 600?
Lu Yang immediately put his arm around her waist and chuckled softly in her ear. Then I really made a killing tonight. My wife taught me personally, and if you calculate it as 2 hours, I got 1,200 credits for free.
I can eat this free meal with a clear conscience.
The warm breath sprayed on Baiji's earlobe, and a blush instantly appeared on her cheeks.
She gently pushed Lu Yang and said angrily, "Smooth talk. If you want to live off me, you'll need to know if you have the ability to learn. Stand still, I'll show you the moves."
In the following time, Lu Yang experienced what it meant to have the will but not the ability.
Baiji's teaching is extremely detailed.
She will personally correct every non-standard arm angle and incorrect waist and abdominal strength of his. But Lu Yang's movements were stiff and uncoordinated. He was shaky when performing several movements that required core strength. Baiji frowned slightly, then relaxed. She made a judgment in her heart.
Lu Yang doesn't seem to be a talented player.
His comprehension was not bad and he could understand the key points of the movements, but his body coordination and flexibility were far below the average level of federal citizens.
But, so what? This is my husband. It's okay, it's fine, she encouraged softly.
You've achieved this level for the first time, which is better than many students I've taught.
Let's take it slow and start with the most basic standing posture.
Listening to the gentle encouragement in his ears, Lu Yang felt helpless and clear in his heart. He certainly knew how badly he had behaved. He quietly called out the system panel and saw a row of new data emerging.
Cultivation Authority, 8 brocade tempering. Current status, not yet started. Really? Lu Yang sighed inwardly.
The difficulty of getting started with 8 brocades was obviously more than one level higher than military boxing.
Relying on conventional practice, I don't know when I can get started.
Baiji saw the thought in his eyes.
Just try to find the feeling yourself first.
I'll go practice over there and not disturb you. After saying that, she walked to the other side of the living room and started practicing the 8 brocades technique again. But this time, her movements were more complex and mysterious. Every move was accompanied by the sound of breaking wind. Looking at his wife's graceful and flowing figure, the resentment in Lu Yang's heart was completely ignited.
Talent?
In this world, talent is the progress of genetic development. And I have the biggest trump card to change all this. He decisively lowered his center of gravity and assumed the starting posture of military boxing.
Instead of struggling hard in areas you are not good at, it is better to master the things where you can see progress.
Lu Yang put aside all distractions and meticulously repeated the most basic and boring boxing techniques, punch and kick.
Military boxing proficiency, 4-100. Military boxing proficiency, 5-100.
Baiji, who was standing by, stopped practicing, her beautiful eyes filled with surprise.
She couldn't understand. Why did he go back to practice that inefficient military boxing when he clearly had the more advanced and efficient 8 brocades to practice? However, looking at Lu Yang's expression that was focused to the point of paranoia. An inexplicable feeling of admiration arises from the bottom of my heart.
Perhaps he has his own considerations. Baiji did not make any noise to disturb them, but just watched quietly. It was not until 2 hours later, when Lu Yang was about to collapse from exhaustion, that she held him firmly.
That's enough, that's all for today.
There was a hint of heartache in her tone. Lu Yang leaned in her soft yet powerful arms, breathing heavily.
Take you to take a bath.
Baiji almost half carried him into the bathroom.
When they both finished washing up and lay down on the bed, she couldn't help but wonder. Lu Yang, why are you so obsessed with military boxing?
Lu Yang was so tired that his eyelids were fighting each other, and he responded vaguely.
Because this is the only way I can go.
After saying this, he fell into a deep sleep. Baiji turned sideways and looked at his sleeping profile, silently chewing on these words, her eyes full of deep thought.
The next morning.
When the first ray of artificial sunlight shone into the bedroom through the gap in the curtains, Lu Yang was already awake. There was a sound of running water coming from the bathroom.
Soon, Baiji came out while wiping her wet hair with a towel.
I took half a day off this morning to go to the community medical center.
Lu Yang paused as he was buttoning his uniform. Go get checked? Should I go with you?
Baiji shook her head.
No need. It's only your second day on the job. Don't keep asking for leave. It'll leave a bad impression on your supervisor. It's just a routine inspection. It'll be quick.
She walked up to Lu Yong and naturally helped him straighten his crooked collar.
Besides, I am a quasi-warrior after all, and I am in good health. What are you worried about?
Looking at her flawless face, Lu Yang couldn't help but reach out and pinch her cheek, teasing her.
I can't help it. My wife is so beautiful and capable. I feel uneasy if I don't keep an eye on her.
Bai Ji's pretty face turned red, and she slapped his hand away. They smiled at each other, and everything was said without words. At the door, both of them put on their shoes.
Then I'm going out, you be careful at home. Well, go to work and be careful on the road. Bai Ji opened the door for him and gave him instructions. I'll send you the test results when they come out. Feel free to call me if you need anything. Good.
Lu Yang turned around, gently kissed her forehead, turned around and stepped into the morning sunshine. Bai Ji stood at the door, watching his back disappear around the corner of the corridor, the corners of her lips unconsciously raised. My heart feels like it's filled with honey, so sweet. See 7 nutritious rice fields. Lu Yang sat in the cockpit of the Cultivator 3, and the huge robotic arm was turning over the nutrient-rich synthetic soil in an orderly manner.
Drop.
A soft beep came from the personal terminal on my wrist. It is Bai Ji's communication request.
Chapter 11. We have a baby.
Lu Yang immediately switched to automatic driving mode and connected the communication.
The test results are out.
Her voice trembled slightly.
Lu Yang's heart skipped a beat.
Bai Ji took a deep breath, and a smile appeared in the corners of her eyes and eyebrows.
We're having a baby.
Although he had expected it, the data on the system panel also gave him enough hints. But when these words came out of Bai Ji's mouth, an indescribable ecstasy instantly gripped his heart.
How do you feel? Lu Yang's voice was a little dry. What did the doctor say? Is there anything I need to pay attention to? Should I buy some nutritional supplements? Seeing his nervous look, Bai Ji couldn't help but burst out laughing.
The doctor said everything is normal, but I need to pay special attention to my diet in the early stages and supplement some specific trace elements.
I have already sent the list.
She shook an electronic report in her hand and then glanced at him with a reproachful look.
Don't be so nervous, I'm just pregnant. I'm a would-be warrior, and my physical foundation is in good condition. That's different. Lu Yang immediately retorted. From today on, you are not allowed to do any tiring work at home. Cleaning and lifting, wait until I get back. Just rest well and practice well every day.
Bai Ji's eyes felt slightly hot. This man, who usually seemed to be too rational and calm, now looked like a big boy at a loss.
This feeling of being held in someone's hands was unfamiliar, yet made her feel extremely at ease.
The two chatted for a while until Lu Yang's work area was about to reach the end, and then they hung up the phone reluctantly. The holographic image disappears. Lu Yang leaned back in his chair and let out a long breath.
Here it comes.
The first and most crucial step in his plan was successfully achieved. After that ecstasy, he no longer found this job boring.
Instead, I feel that every minute and every second is full of meaning.
With this unprecedented enthusiasm, Lu Yang efficiently completed the rest of the morning's work. As soon as lunch break arrived, he immediately parked the Cultivator 3 in a dedicated area, jumped out of the cockpit, and walked quickly towards an uninhabited field ridge. Without a moment's hesitation, he lowered his waist and stood up straight, assuming the starting posture of military boxing. His movements were more vigorous than last night, and the sweat was blown away by the wind in the fields as soon as it seeped out. On the system panel in front of him, the progress bar was climbing at a speed visible to the naked eye.
Practice permission, military boxing 510.
An astonishing light flashed in Lu Yang's eyes. With half the progress, military boxing will have its first upgrade. He couldn't wait to know what this basic boxing technique, which was despised by everyone, would become with the help of the system. In the evening, Lu Yang was the first to rush to the maglev bus back to the community almost at the time of getting off work.
On the way home, I can't wait to go home.
When he unlocked the door with his fingerprint, a rich aroma of food hit him. In the kitchen, a slim figure wearing an apron was busy in front of the stove. The afterglow of the setting sun shone on her through the window, giving her a soft golden glow. Lu Yang paused, his heart felt like it was being gently grasped by a warm hand, making it feel sore and soft. He walked forward, gently put his arms around her waist from behind, and buried his face in the crook of her neck.
This place is finally becoming more and more like a home.
After dinner, Baiji kept her promise and became Lu Yang's personal trainer again. This time, Lu Yang studied very seriously.
After 2 hours of practicing 8 brocades, although Lu Yang was still sweating profusely, he was able to perform the entire set of movements.
You take a rest first.
Baiji handed him a towel.
I'm going to practice for a while and do some prenatal education. When she said the last 4 words, a touching blush appeared on her face. Lu Yang watched her walk to the other side of the living room, sit cross-legged, and slowly enter a state of cultivation. A faint energy fluctuation began to spread around her body. A hint of tenderness flashed in his eyes, and then he turned around and started practicing military boxing again.
Military boxing proficiency, 610. Military boxing proficiency, 710. Military boxing proficiency, 810. Done.
Lu Yang shouted in his heart, but his body could no longer support him.
His legs softened and he fell backwards.
A pair of strong arms caught him in time.
It is still that warm and solid embrace.
Baiji half dragged and half carried him into the bathroom, helped him rinse clean, and then threw him onto the bed. Lying on the bed, Lu Yang was so tired that he couldn't even lift his eyelids and fell asleep almost as soon as his head touched the pillow. Baiji lay on her side beside him, and with the help of the soft night light at the head of the bed, she quietly looked at his sleeping face.
She really couldn't understand.
The upper limit of military boxing is too low, which is the consensus of the federal martial arts community. Its only advantage is that it is simple and easy to learn, but its effect on promoting genetic development is minimal.
It can even be said that once the body adapts, there will be no more benefits. Why is he so persistent? Is it because 8 brocades is too difficult and makes him afraid? So that's why you chose a path that seemed easier and more comfortable?
This thought flashed through Baiji's mind, bringing with it a hint of imperceptible disappointment. She hopes her husband is someone who can face challenges head-on.
But
she remembered that he worked during the day, and when he came home at night, he would first practice the 8 brocade set with her, which he was not good at, and then practice military boxing in a way that was almost self-harming until he was exhausted.
Where is the comfort in this? This is clearly a more difficult road than anyone else's.
Baiji stretched out her hand and gently brushed her fingertips across his furrowed brow, as if soothing the fatigue from his dream.
Maybe he is just trying in his own way.
Perhaps, he is not a gifted martial arts genius, but he possesses the most precious qualities in the world.
Tenacity.
Baiji's heart softened little by little.
Instead, there was a kind of admiration mixed with heartache. Forget it, so what if the upper limit is low? He works so hard and treats himself so well. That's enough. The next morning.
After breakfast, Lu Yang kissed Baiji goodbye at the door and boarded the maglev bus to Area C7.
The work of nourishing the rice fields is as boring as ever.
At 9 o'clock in the morning, a silver-gray anti-gravity patrol car glided silently to the edge of the field. The car window rolled down, revealing Manager Zhang's slightly round face.
Xiaolu, are you used to your work?
Lu Yang immediately stuck his head out of the cockpit and responded respectfully.
Everything went smoothly. I've memorized the entire operating manual and have mastered the nutrient solution ratio and dosing cycle.
Zhang Hai heard this and a hint of approval appeared in his eyes. This kid is much better than those young people who just live a lazy life. He just asked casually, but the other party was able to report the key progress in a clear and organized manner.
That's right, young people should have this kind of energy. Chapter 12, 5% of the warrior threshold is just around the corner.
Zhang Hai nodded with satisfaction, and his tone became much softer.
Work hard. The Federation will not let down any hard-working citizen. If you have any difficulties, feel free to contact me through the terminal. Thank you, Director. The patrol car slowly took off and headed towards the next area.
Lu Yang watched the car disappear into the sky, and the respectful smile on his lips gradually faded. The leader's inspection is over, and now it's his own time. He quickly finished the remaining work tasks of the morning, set the cultivator 3 to the lowest power cruise mode, jumped out of the cockpit again, and came to the familiar ridge of the field. Without any hesitation, he started with the military boxing move. The muscle memory and body instinct gave him a deeper understanding of this set of boxing techniques. He was completely immersed in it, pursuing ultimate efficiency and power with every punch and every kick. I don't know how long it took. Military boxing proficiency, 910. Military boxing proficiency, 1010. detected that the proficiency of military boxing has reached full level, and the level has been increased to LV2.
Boom!
A warm current suddenly exploded from the heart and instantly swept through the whole body. Every cell is cheering, and every inch of muscle and bone is being tempered and strengthened.
Rewards being settled.
Congratulations to the host, gene development progress plus 0.3%. In an instant, all the fatigue was swept away.
An unprecedented sense of power.
Lu Yang suddenly opened his eyes flashing with brilliance. He could clearly feel that his control over his body had reached a whole new level. Every contraction of your muscles, every flow of your blood, even every beat of his heart seemed to be controlled by his thoughts. He subconsciously took up his stance again, and this time, the same military boxing moves were performed with a completely different flavor in his hands. The movements are more concise and powerful, and the force-generating techniques have become more mysterious.
Is this the level 2 military boxing?
Lu Yang slowly closed his fist and spread out his palm.
He couldn't wait to call up his personal dashboard.
From the time he got the system to now, in just 1 week, his gene development progress has increased by 1.3%.
What is the concept?
Ordinary people, even those who enter a martial arts university, have dedicated mentors and resources to assist them. Being able to improve by 1% a year is considered exceptional talent. Lu Yang clenched his fists tightly, his knuckles turning slightly white from the force. The fire in his eyes was enough to ignite the vast rice fields.
The 5% threshold to becoming a warrior is within reach. The future is bright. That night, at home.
After dinner, it is still time to teach 8 brocades. Lu Yang remained calm and followed Bai Ji's instructions, practicing each move one by one.
Sink the chi into the dantian and focus your mind.
Bai Ji's voice suddenly stopped. A hint of surprise flashed in her beautiful eyes, and she stared at Lu Yang's movements closely.
He is different today.
Yesterday, when Lu Yang was practicing this set of movements, he looked like a puppet with uncoordinated limbs. Today, he already has a sense of flowing charm.
The connection between each movement and each breath appear extremely smooth and natural. This kind of progress is terrifying. Lu Yang. Bai Ji couldn't help but speak, with a hint of uncertainty in her voice. Did you have a breakthrough?
Lu Yang finished his training and stood up, with a hint of just the right amount of surprise on his face.
Well, when I was practicing military boxing today, I felt something different, like I had a breakthrough.
My gene development progress has also improved a bit.
Bai Ji was completely stunned by this answer. Military boxing. Can it really break through?
Moreover, judging by the improvement in his body coordination, it is definitely not just an ordinary small breakthrough.
Could it be that the consensus that has been circulating in the federal martial arts world for a century is wrong? Or is it that Lu Yang's physique is naturally incomparably compatible with this most basic and fundamental martial art? For the next 5 days, Lu Yang lived a regular life.
During the day, I completed my work in Area C7 and then practiced LV2 military boxing like crazy. In the evening, I went home to share dinner with Bai Ji, and then studied 8 brocade calcinations seriously to consolidate my basic knowledge. 5 days later, when the number on the proficiency panel jumped to 2020, that familiar warm current swept through my body again.
Military boxing level increased to LV3.
Congratulations to the host, gene development progress plus 0.3%.
Host, Lu Yang. Gene development progress, 4.6%. Ha! Lu Yang let out a long breath. 4.6%. Only the last 0.4% is left to the 5% warrior threshold. Bai Ji saw all of this.
She witnessed with her own eyes that Lu Yang was getting stronger every day at a speed visible to the naked eye. This man may not have top-notch martial arts talent, but he has a heart tougher than steel. He tried his best for this family, for her and their unborn child in the most clumsy and crazy way. Bai Ji's heart completely softened. The relationship between the two of them quickly warmed up through their joint practice and silent companionship.
The calendar of the Orion 0112 galaxy is a 9-day week. After 7 working days, there are 2 consecutive days of rest.
That morning, after finishing his morning exercises, Lu Yang spoke to Bai Ji, who was preparing a nutritious breakfast.
Honey, I want to go to the public testing site in the community. Bai Ji came over with a plate of synthetic egg white omelette. To test your strength? Lu Yang nodded. I've felt a lot stronger lately, and I want to see to what extent.
Bai Ji put down the plate and smiled sweetly.
Okay, I'll go with you. The two quickly changed into light sportswear and walked out of the house side by side. The atmosphere of cultivation in Xinhui community is extremely strong. Even on weekends, people can be seen sweating everywhere in the public cultivation area of the community park. The public force testing point is located on the basement floor of the community activity center. As soon as I walked in, a wave of heat hit me in the face. Just as Lu Yang was about to go to the front desk to register, a slightly frivolous voice came from the side. "Hey, isn't this Lu Yang? It's really you. I thought you were going to lay low after graduation and being assigned to the farm?" Lu Yang frowned and turned his head when he heard the voice. A tall, thin young man with a sarcastic look on his face was walking towards him. But his eyes were unscrupulously scanning Bai Ji's curvy figure. There was an undisguised glint of surprise and jealousy in the depths of his eyes. Zhang Wei. Lu Yang's high school classmate. A guy who, when he was a student, was far ahead of him in terms of genetic development progress and martial arts talent. Zhang Wei's gaze moved away from Bai Ji and fell on Lu Yang. How could a loser like him find such a wonderful woman? I must have been lucky to be randomly matched by the matchmaker club system. Why, you're here to test your strength too. Do you want to see how far you are from becoming a quasi-warrior? As soon as he finished speaking, he raised his chin confidently. It's just right. I want to stretch my legs too. Let's go together. I'll let you go first. He certainly has the capital to be arrogant. During his 3 years of high school, his gene development progress remained stable at over 4.5%. He was considered an excellent student by his teachers and a top candidate for admission to a public martial arts university. Although he failed to get into a public university due to a few points short in his academic performance, his 4.8% progress in gene development still gave him the confidence to look down on most of his peers. As for Lu Yang, a person who was the last one to graduate couldn't even reach the threshold of becoming a quasi-warrior. I should have just been a quiet cog in the wheel of society. Today, he will completely crush Lu Yang's ridiculous self-esteem in front of this extremely beautiful woman. Chapter 13. Is that man her partner? Lu Yang's expression remained calm. He just glanced at Zhang Wei calmly, then turned and smiled gently at Bai Ji. Wife, I'll go first. The word wife was called naturally and intimately, and the sneer on Zhang Wei's face froze instantly. Lu Yang ignored him and walked straight to an idle punch strength testing machine. He stood still, took a deep breath, lowered his body slightly, and put his right fist at his waist. There's no fancy charging or unnecessary moves. The next moment, he exerted force from his waist and abdomen, and the power flowed through his whole body. The LV3 military boxing skills allowed him to reach a whole new level in terms of power mobilization. Every muscle and every tendon are twisted into one rope at this moment. Bang! A dull roar like a war drum exploded in the noisy testing area. The heavy impact target visibly dented inward for a moment. Several people around who were warming up stopped at the same time. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the holographic display screen on top of the test machine. The numbers, after jumping wildly, suddenly froze. 620 kg. 620 kilograms? Zhang Wei's pupils suddenly contracted and his Adam's apple rolled up and down uncontrollably. How is that possible? His own maximum strength is only 660 kilograms. But Lu Yang? How could a useless person possibly exert such power? Lu Yang retracted his fist and shook his wrist lightly, but his brows were slightly furrowed. He was not satisfied with his punch. As his military boxing skills were upgraded to level 3, he could feel that the strength in his body had undergone a qualitative change. He had originally estimated that it should be close to the 700 kilograms mark. It seems that I haven't yet fully mastered the LV3 force generating technique. This subtle look of dissatisfaction became the sharpest mockery in Zhang Wei's eyes. You? Zhang Wei's face turned pale and blue, and he stared at Lu Yang. What's your current progress in genetic development? Lu Yang turned around with a calm expression. 4.6%. These three words lightly exploded in the hearts of Zhang Wei and Bai Ji at the same time. Impossible. Zhang Wei screamed and completely lost his composure. How long has it been? It's been less than a month since graduation. How could you possibly go from 3% to 4.6%? What kind of illegal drugs did you take? Compared to Zhang Wei's madness, Bai Ji was in deeper shock. Her beautiful eyes were wide open, reflecting her husband's calm and resolute profile, and a huge wave of emotion surged in her heart. 4.6%.
She knew that Lu Yang had made a breakthrough, but she never expected that he had reached this level.
This speed of improvement.
The word genius can no longer be used to describe it. With Lu Yang's current talent and progress, if he had not chosen government placement, but instead applied to a private martial arts university like himself, taking on debt, perhaps he is now a real warrior. He could have had a brighter future. But for the sake of this family, for her and the child, he chose the most stable, most ordinary, but also the most hopeless path. It was me who dragged him down. It turns out that he was the one who made the greatest sacrifice. Looking at the tacit understanding between Lu Yang and Bai Ji that no one else could interfere with. Feeling the strange looks from people around him, Zhang Wei's cheeks felt burning. He felt like a clown who had carefully prepared a humiliating script, but in the end he was the protagonist.
Ahem.
I remembered I have something to do in the training area, so I'll leave first.
He threw down a weak excuse and almost ran away.
Lu Yang then turned to Bai Ji, and his smile became warm again.
Wife, do you want to try it too?
Bai Ji came back to her senses from her mixed emotions and shook her head gently. My genetic development progress is already at 9%.
Using this kind of rudimentary testing machine is pointless. 9%?
Lu Yan was really stunned this time. He knew Bai Ji was very strong, but he didn't expect her to be this strong. Try it. Lu Yang became interested and pulled her hand half coquettishly and half seriously.
Just let me see how powerful my wife is.
When he called her wife in public, Bai Ji's cheeks instantly turned red.
She couldn't resist Lu Yang's expectant look, so she nodded helplessly. Okay, just for a moment.
She walked to the test machine that had just endured Lu Yang's heavy blow, rolled up her sleeves, revealing her snow-white wrist. She did not gather strength like Lu Yang, but just stood there casually, and then threw a punch seemingly lightly.
Bang! A muffled sound was heard, which was even more solid and heavy than before.
The entire test machine suddenly moved backward several centimeters and let out a groan of being unable to bear the heavy burden.
The numbers on the display suddenly froze after a blurry flash. 982 kg. Almost a ton. The entire underground floor fell into deathly silence in an instant.
Everyone's gaze was fixed on that slender yet powerful figure, their eyes filled with horror and awe.
Oh my god. 982 kilograms. This is a quasi-warrior.
No, even ordinary quasi-warriors can't unleash this kind of power.
She must be the top quasi-warrior. That guy is her partner?
Hiss.
What kind of rotten luck does this guy have? Countless complicated gazes focused on Lu Yang.
Lu Yang was also completely stunned. He knew his wife was strong, but this number was still beyond his imagination.
Is this the strength of 9% of the genetic development progress?
Bai Ji felt a little uncomfortable being stared at by everyone, especially when she heard others were jealous of Lu Yang. She actually felt a hint of inexplicable joy. She quietly tugged at the corner of Lu Yang's clothes, blushing and muttering softly.
It's all your fault.
When Lu Yang came back to his senses, what surged in his heart was not the frustration of being outdone, but incomparable excitement and pride. Such a strong woman, she is his wife and the mother of his children. Soon, he will also have this power and even surpass her.
Come on, wife, let's go home.
Lu Yang laughed, put his arm around Bai Ji's slender waist, and left the testing area with his head held high under everyone's awestruck gaze. After they left, a young man who had just arrived came up to Zhang Wei, who had not yet left, and nudged him with his elbow.
Hey, buddy, is that beautiful lady who just hit over 900 kilograms really that man's partner? Zhang Wei's face turned pale and he shook his head without thinking. Absolutely impossible. In this Xinghui community, even serious quasi-martial artists are hard to come by. How could such a master appear? He's probably from some big family out to experience life. That guy is probably just a follower. He absolutely did not believe that Lu Yang, that loser, could have such incredible luck. At the same time, at Lu Yang's home. As soon as the two entered the room, Bai Ji closed the door and pressed Lu Yang against the wall. Her eyes were more serious than ever before, and there was a determined light flashing in her clear pupils. Lu Yang. She took the initiative to speak in a serious tone. Let's discuss something. Once I break through and become a true warrior, the financial pressure on my family will be completely alleviated. By then. Bai Ji took a deep breath. Why don't you quit your job and apply to Martial Arts University? Chapter 14 tuition is free. Lu Yang's heart was shocked, but the other side of his mind was working rapidly. Going to Budo University? For any ordinary person in this world, this is the only ladder to the upper class.
But for him, it may not be the best choice.
He possesses a system that promises him many children.
As long as he and Baiji continue to have children, the speed at which his genetic development progresses will far exceed that of any genius in any university. The step-by-step training system at university was too inefficient for him.
My mind races. Lu Yang raised his hand and gently stroked Baiji's tense cheek.
He held her in his arms, avoiding her overly scorching gaze. Fool, his voice was a little hoarse and magnetic.
What are you thinking about? How could I let you suffer so much alone?
He cleverly changed the subject and asked instead.
I haven't heard you talk about what life is like at martial arts university. What's life like there?
Baiji's tense body gradually relaxed in his arms, and a suspicious blush appeared on her cheeks. She seemed to realize that her actions just now were a bit too strong, and her voice softened.
It's actually completely different from high school.
If I had to say, most of the time I have nothing to do with the course. She thought for a moment, sorting out her words. More than 90% of the time, we are practicing our own martial arts. The school will provide the Federation's top training facilities, such as gravity chambers of varying degrees, holographic simulated battlefields, and genetic potential stimulation chambers.
These are things you can't experience outside even if you pay for them. Every week, instructors from different schools will hold open classes. It's more of a QA session than a class. You can ask the instructors for advice on the bottlenecks you encounter in your practice. It was only when I received guidance from a mentor during my sophomore year that I was able to break through the bottleneck of my 8 brocades practice and significantly improve my cultivation efficiency. A trace of longing flashed in Baiji's eyes. That instructor said that as long as I can cultivate my 8 brocade tempering to the 8th level, my genetic development progress will naturally break through the shackles and reach 10%, allowing me to become a true warrior. Lu Yan understood and asked again. Will the effect be much worse if I train at home?
Of course, Baiji responded without hesitation.
First of all, it's the atmosphere.
In college, you're surrounded by talented people who work just as hard as you do. That competitive atmosphere of everyone chasing each other will greatly stimulate one's potential. Secondly, the school will provide specially formulated nutritious meals based on each individual's physical condition, which can maximize the energy required for genetic development.
And most importantly, it is the guidance of the instructor.
Her tone became particularly serious. For ordinary warriors like us who don't have a family background, training is like groping in the dark. A single word from a mentor can often clear the fog for you and save you years of hard work.
It's the most valuable resource.
Baiji paused and added another sentence.
Oh, by the way, there are also school ranking competitions.
There are competitions every month, every quarter, and every school year.
As long as you can get a ranking, the rewards are extremely generous.
Many of them are rare cultivation resources controlled by the Federation and are not circulated to the public at all.
Lu Yang understood completely.
The so-called martial arts university is essentially a platform for the Federation to screen and train talents. It provides a relatively fair upward channel for ordinary people with outstanding talents. Atmosphere, nutritious meals, mentors to answer questions. These things that are vital to others seem a bit useless to him. The system's rewards are more overbearing than any nutritious meal. The upgrade of military boxing has made his control over strength improve by leaps and bounds, comparable to that of a famous master. For him, the only irreplaceable value of the martial arts university is the last bit. Those rare resources that are not open to the public, as well as channels to obtain more advanced skills. Although his military boxing is powerful, it is ultimately a basic boxing technique with limited upper limits.
And 8 brocades is only a basic method of bodybuilding.
If he wants to go further, he must access higher-level martial arts secrets. A cluster of blazing flames ignited in the depths of Lu Yang's eyes.
With the help of the system, his comprehension is truly extraordinary.
Any martial arts technique in his hands can be brought to perfection at the most terrifying speed.
Intra-school ranking competition? If he attends, Lu Yang was almost certain that he would never lose to anyone.
A picture suddenly became clear in his mind. In the highly anticipated competition, he defeated all his opponents with overwhelming force. Climb to the top and take all the precious resources and skills into your pocket. At that moment, what you can gain will not only be strength, but also fame, status, and the qualification to completely change your destiny.
This is 10,000 times more efficient than being an unknown farm manager and quietly becoming stronger in secret.
At this moment, Liu Yang's heart was hotter than ever before. The path Bai Ji planned for him originally seemed to him to be a detour, but now, he discovered the true value hidden behind this path. That's right, if one wants to obtain those advanced techniques and resources that are monopolized by the upper class as quickly and legitimately as possible, entering the martial arts university is indeed the easiest and most direct way at present.
No doubt about it.
Liu Yang's breathing was a little rapid, and there was a hint of suppressed excitement in his voice.
What are the specific rewards for the qualifying round? Bai Ji leaned on his solid chest, feeling his suddenly accelerated heartbeat.
She was a little confused, but still tried to recall the story seriously.
Well, there are many types, depending on the level of the competition. The most common is federation points.
The top few in the monthly competition can earn tens of thousands, and the quarterly competition can earn hundreds of thousands. For students at a private university like us, there's a practical option. As long as you can rank in the top 10 of your class, your tuition for that year will be waived.
Liu Yang's breathing stagnated. Tuition is free. This one thing alone can instantly remove half of the mountain pressing on you.
Occasionally, Bai Ji said with a hint of longing in her voice.
There will also be real cultivation resources.
For example, gene-enhancing potions that can strengthen the body and slightly increase the progress of gene development. Or it could be temporary authorization for some special skills, allowing you to access things that only the family's children can learn.
The top reward might even be the qualification to cultivate in a secret realm. Secret realm?
Liu Yang had only seen this word in some online rumors. Yes, in some special spaces controlled by the Federation, the concentration of energy particles inside is far higher than that in the outside world.
1 day of cultivation is equivalent to 10 days outside. However, that kind of reward is usually only available to the champion of the school's annual finals. Liu Yang's pupils suddenly contracted. Potions, techniques, secret realms. Each of these things can open a door to a higher level of power. Chapter 15. When I become a warrior, I will support you. Liu Yang used to think that Wudao University was a bit useless to him.
Now it seems that this is not a staircase at all, but an arsenal filled with explosives.
And he only needs one opportunity to light the fuse and soar into the sky. Liu Yang subconsciously rubbed his chin.
His fingertips felt cold, but his mind was burning hot. The system can lay the most solid foundation for him, and the martial arts university is the platform that allows him to build a towering building at the fastest speed. Seeing the ambition in Liu Yang's eyes that was almost becoming a reality, Bai Ji's heart softened. Don't worry, wait until I break through to 10% and become a true warrior, then the pressure of the family loan will be reduced. When the time comes, I will definitely help you plan carefully and choose a school that suits you best. Her words were gentle, with a sense of self-importance. In her opinion, it was only natural for her to step into the ranks of warriors first and pave the way for her husband. Unexpectedly, Liu Yang suddenly laughed softly, and the vibration of his chest reached her ears clearly.
Plan?
He raised his head, his black eyes shining surprisingly brightly under the light, with a hint of teasing.
Maybe I'm faster than you? Poochie. Bai Ji couldn't help but laughed out loud.
She felt that Liu Yang was just trying to make her happy, and her heart felt warm. His gene development progress was only 4.6%, while he himself was already very close to becoming a quasi-warrior at 9%.
Just one touch away. How could he be faster than me? This little man is so cute sometimes.
But she did not expose him. Instead, she cleverly followed his words and maintained her husband's face. She stretched out her arms, took the initiative to hook them around Liu Yang's neck, tilted her face up, and her warm breath brushed across his chin.
Okay, then I'll be waiting. I believe you, my husband is the best.
Her eyes were sincere and gentle, with a hint of indulgence and pampering. Liu Yang felt amused and knew that she didn't take it seriously, but he didn't explain.
The facts of the future will be the best proof.
He lowered his head and kissed her smooth forehead lightly. Don't worry, when I become a warrior, I will take care of you and make you plump and white. Bai Ji's heart melted completely. She buried her cheek deeply in Liu Yang's neck, and felt that she was lucky to meet such a man who was willing to share the burden with her in this cold and realistic federal era. A man who can say silly things to make her happy is her greatest luck in life.
2 days later, a working day. The entrance of the Maglev Express station is crowded with people in the early morning.
Liu Yang discovered that there were many more young people wearing the same high school uniform as him on the platform than in the previous few days. Obviously, the destinations of most of the students have been settled.
Hey, Wang Hao, where were you assigned? I went to the Ecological Agriculture Park in Area E12. I heard the environment there is nice, but it's a bit far from home. I went to the Municipal Service Center in District D4. It was a clerical job. It was a leisurely job, but the salary was too low. You figured it out. I've been assigned to the garbage disposal center. Oh my god, am I going to have to deal with that synthetic garbage for the rest of my life?
A group of young people who just turned 18 gathered together, their faces showing confusion and anxiety about the future, a little expectation and most of the helplessness. Some are happy, some are sad, but more are calm and accept the fate. Lu Yang did not participate in their discussion, but just leaned against a pillar, closing his eyes calmly and resting. What these classmates saw as the end point was just a new starting point for him. While waiting for the train, he was going over the moves of military boxing in his mind over and over again. After repeated practice over the past few days, he keenly discovered an astonishing fact. The system's judgment of the progress of military boxing does not seem to depend entirely on whether he has used his full strength. Even if he is just visualizing in his mind, or just making a standard boxing stance, as long as he has both form and spirit, the progress bar will also rise slowly at a slow but extremely stable speed.
This discovery made Lu Yang ecstatic.
This means that his practice will no longer be limited to a specific time or place.
Deep Express train number 073 bound for Area C is about to arrive.
Lu Yang opened his eyes, followed the crowd onto the train, and found a corner to stand in.
He lowered his eyes slightly, his hands hanging naturally, and his body rose and fell with the slight shaking of the train.
Secretly, the muscles and bones of his body had begun to make the most subtle adjustments and rhythms according to the methods of military boxing.
That evening, after dinner,
as usual, Bai Ji changed into tight training clothes and prepared to practice with Lu Yang. But she saw that Lu Yang was just wearing loose home clothes, standing lazily in the middle of the living room, gesturing slowly. His movements looked more like radio gymnastics than boxing practice. His punches were weak and his horse stance was loose. Bai Ji frowned as she watched, and couldn't help but walk forward and poke his defenseless back with her hand.
What are you doing? You can't be lazy.
Her tone was full of doubt and dissatisfaction.
Practicing boxing like this won't mobilize your qi and blood, and it's completely useless for genetic development. Don't worry, I know what's going on.
Lu Yang turned around and met his wife's puzzled gaze, his voice steady and confident.
This is a new method of cultivation.
The mind moves, and the form follows. It emphasizes the spirit, not pure force. Bai Ji was stunned for a moment, then smiled helplessly, her smile full of indulgence. In order to be lazy, this little man can really make up some mysterious-sounding theories.
Of course she didn't believe it.
Gene development was a topic that the federal scientific community had been studying for hundreds of years. What matters is the movement of qi and blood and the roaring of muscles.
There is no such thing as the mind moving and the body following.
She just thought her husband was throwing a tantrum at her, and she felt both angry and amused.
He was so childish and cute.
She walked forward, stood on tiptoe, and reached out to help Lu Yang straighten his messy collar. Her movements were so gentle as if she was comforting a disobedient kitten.
Okay, your new method is the best.
Her tone was soft and filled with obvious doting.
But even with new methods, you need to rest. Don't practice too late. You have to go to work tomorrow. I'm going to bed first.
After saying that, she pecked Lu Yang lightly on the cheek and turned to walk into the bedroom. Lu Yang touched his cheek and watched the bedroom door being gently closed, the smile on the corner of his mouth becoming deeper.
Don't believe it? No problem.
The truth would shock her. The next morning, when the first ray of morning light shone through the gap in the curtains,
Lu Yang appeared in front of the sink with two thick dark circles under his eyes.
The young man in the mirror looked a little pale, but his eyes were surprisingly bright.
Didn't you sleep well last night?
Bai Ji's voice came from behind, with a hint of concern.
Did you practice too late?
I told you to rest early.
Chapter 16. You are really good, working so hard right after getting married?
Lu Yang splashed cold water on his face, which cheered him up. When he turned around, he had a relaxed smile on his face. No, I fell asleep right after practicing for a while.
Maybe it's because we're newly married and still a little used to our bed. He lied.
In fact, he practiced until 3 in the morning last night, until every inch of muscle in his body screamed under the heavy burden and his consciousness began to blur, then he fell into a deep sleep on the bed.
That is a kind of madness that pushes oneself to the limit. But the rewards are also extremely rich. As soon as he thought about it, a virtual panel that only he could see quietly appeared on his retina. Military boxing training progress, 1130. Done. He felt ecstatic. It takes 30 standard training sessions to advance from LV3 to LV4, but after last night's extreme exertion, he managed to complete several of them. The system rules clearly told him that the higher the level, the harder it was to improve. After reaching level 4, the next breakthrough requires 40 times of practice, and the next one requires 50 times, increasing step by step, with no shortcuts. But at this moment, Lu Yang felt no fear in his heart, only passion. 2 more days. His military boxing will be able to make another breakthrough. With this excitement, Lu Yang became more motivated in his work at the exotic animal training farm. He completed all his daily tasks efficiently. Take care of the nutritious rice, operate the tiller number 3 to plow the soil, and drive the harvester number 5 to collect data. Afterwards, he hid in the corner of the tool room and started a new round of practice without any delay. Sweat soaked his uniform, but he didn't care. Before leaving get off work in the evening, when he completed his last visualization practice, the familiar panel changed again. Military boxing training progress, 1530. Halfway through. An indescribable sense of accomplishment surged in my heart. Lu Yang clenched his fists, feeling the power stirring in his body, his eyes burning. Breakthrough tonight. But with it comes a hint of worry. Will such sleepless extreme training really not cause permanent damage to the body? If things go to extremes, the foundation will be damaged. The thought only flashed through his mind before he ruthlessly suppressed it. Damn it, everything has its limits. He is a loser with only 3% progress in genetic development. He finally got a system that can change his fate, so why doesn't he practice hard? Are we still waiting to be eliminated by this federal society that has reached the extreme of involution? The so-called damage is nothing compared to the progress of genetic development rewarded by the system. The me of tomorrow will thank the me of today for working hard. Lu Yang's eyes became extremely firm. That night, he did the same thing. After Baiji fell asleep, he began his almost self-abuse practice alone in the living room. The next morning, it was still dark. Lu Yang, who was in the process of his last practice, suddenly felt a crisp cracking sound coming from deep inside his body, as if some invisible shackles were broken. A warm current, far more powerful and warm than before, instantly swept from the heart to every part of the body. The bones all over his body crackled, and every inch of muscle fiber became tougher. Ding! Military boxing level increased to LV4. Reward, gene development progress plus 0.3%. Current gene development progress, 4.9%. A series of system prompt sounds exploded in my mind. Lu Yang suddenly opened his eyes, and a gleam of light flashed across his eyes. He slowly exhaled, feeling relaxed all over. The fatigue and soreness from staying up late for 2 consecutive nights were swept away, replaced by an unprecedented strength and confidence. 4.9%. The 5% threshold to becoming a quasi-warrior is just a matter of the last 0.1%. The worry about possible damage to the body had already been washed away by the feeling of being reborn. Lu Yang? Perhaps because he made too much noise, Baiji's sleepy murmur could be heard from the bedroom. Lu Yang's heart trembled, and he immediately restrained all the outward breath, walked to the bedroom door, and responded in the softest voice possible. Nothing, I just thought the morning air was nice, so I got up and stretched my legs. You can sleep a little longer. Well, don't catch a cold. Baiji muttered, turned over, and fell into a deep sleep again. Lu Yang breathed a sigh of relief after being safe, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise wildly. Then he casually tidied his clothes and washed up before going out. However, when he actually stepped onto the Maglev Express train to Area C7, his mental excitement could not cover up his physical fatigue. On the platform, Lu Yang was yawning continuously and tears were almost coming out. Hey, Lu Yang! A mean voice sounded. Lu Yang turned around and saw his high school classmates Wang Hao and Zhang Wei walking towards him arm in arm with ambiguous smiles on their faces. Wang Hao winked and bumped his shoulder. You're really good, you're working so hard right after getting married? Look at the dark circles under your eyes, they're almost falling to the ground. Zhang Wei, who was standing by, patted him on the back in a mature manner and spoke earnestly. Lu Yang, I'm not saying anything bad about you. Young man, you should learn to be moderate. Don't take advantage of your good health and do whatever you want. You still have a long life ahead of you.
Faced with the tacit squeeze from Wang Hao and Zhang Wei, Lu Yang felt both amused and helpless.
This is a huge misunderstanding. Explain to them that you were practicing military boxing all night long?
In this era, this is more absurd than saying that you have seen a god descend to earth. The military boxing promoted by the Federation for 300 years is seen by everyone as a set of radio gymnastics for strengthening the body. It is the garbage among garbage, the starting point of the road of martial arts, and also the end point where most people cannot make any progress.
He said that he used this to increase the genetic development level from 3% to 4.9%? I'm afraid that in the next second, these two guys will drag me to the psychiatric department of the Federal Central Hospital to register. There is no point in talking more.
Lu Yang just curled the corners of his mouth, revealing an unfathomable smile. He neither admitted nor denied it, leaving it to their imagination.
Let's go, the car is coming. He took the lead and squeezed onto the maglev train with the crowd.
Wang Hao and Zhang Wei looked at each other, smiled, and followed. Inside the carriage, the two of them quickly started chatting about family matters with other familiar colleagues. It's nothing more than a new holographic drama that came out last night, where someone's wife saw a better man on the Matchmaker Club's recommendation list, which triggered a family war. Lu Yang had no interest in these trivial and mundane topics. He leaned against the cold window, closed his eyes, and his mind was completely immersed in the earth-shaking changes inside his body.
The world seems to have been redefined.
His hearing became unusually sharp, and he could clearly hear the music playing on a girl's terminal from 2 seats away. The gentle melody and the vibration of each note are very detailed. One could even tell that it was a custom-made sonic headset worth a fortune.
Chapter 17, Military Boxing Level Upgraded to LV5. The smell lingering at the tip of the nose has become richer than ever before. The smell of cheap tobacco on the uncle in the front row, and the scent of morning dew rose shampoo lingering on the hair of the girl next to him. And the smell of dust accumulated in the cabin air conditioning filter. Everything poured into Lu Yang's perception in its purest form. All 5 senses are comprehensively strengthened. That's not all.
Lu Yang's mind moved, and he visualized the 4th-level moves of military boxing in his mind. One of the moves is called dragon coiling and tiger crouching, which requires the body to sink instantly, exert force on the waist and hips, and form an extremely twisted and anti-joint defensive posture. When he practiced in the past, every time he did this movement, he would feel a sharp pain as if his muscles and bones were being torn apart, and the maximum he could maintain was less than 3 seconds.
But now,
he simply adjusted his sitting posture slightly, and the muscles and bones of his body naturally simulated the force trajectory of a dragon and a tiger.
A feeling of smoothness, ease, and freedom of movement arises spontaneously. He even had a strong premonition.
If he stood up and tried his best at this moment, he could perform this difficult move even better than the demonstration in the textbook.
With ease. A surge of ecstasy ran through my spine like an electric current.
Last time at the community testing center, my genetic development progress was only 4.6%, and I had to use all my strength to punch with a force of 620 kilograms. Now, he has reached 4.9%, and this 4.9% has been deeply tempered through the LV4 of military boxing.
How terrifying will the power of this punch be?
Lu Yang's knuckles turned white from being pinched, and a voice in his heart was roaring wildly.
Definitely over 660 kilograms. We have arrived at the C7 farm.
Passengers getting off, please get ready.
The cold electronic prompt tone interrupted his thoughts. Lu Yang, why are you in a daze now?
Zhang Wei patted him.
Oh, okay.
Lu Yang came to his senses and got out of the car with the two of them. After waving goodbye at the fork in the road at the farm, he quickly walked towards the area he was responsible for. It is still the familiar process, patrolling, checking the growth of nutritious rice, and starting automated equipment. But after completing these regular tasks, he did not find a corner to slack off as usual, but used all his free time to polish the LV4 moves of military boxing over and over again. The new level brings new insights. With every punch and every turn, he could feel the energy and blood surging in his body in a more efficient and vigorous manner. At noon, just after lunch, the roar of an engine came from far away. Supervisor Zhang Hai drove an open patrol car and stopped at the edge of the field.
Lu Yang, come here.
Zhang Hai picked up a data recording tablet from the passenger seat and handed it over. The farm is going to conduct a comprehensive survey of crop growth data, and your area is now under your responsibility. Prepare this report for me within 3 days.
Lu Yang took the recording board and glanced over it quickly. His brows couldn't help but furrow slightly.
The above requirements are extremely complicated, including not only routine data such as plant height, leaf width, and fruitfulness.
It is even required to classify, photograph, and record the infected area and spread trend of each diseased leaf.
This workload.
Lu Yang sighed inwardly.
It seemed that his afternoon training time would be wasted.
Work hard, this is an important indicator for the year-end assessment.
Zhang Hai left a word and drove away in the patrol car. Lu Yang shook his head helplessly, rolled up his sleeves, and plunged into the heavy work of data recording. As the sun set, he dragged his tired body to finish his day's work and glanced at the task progress on the clipboard.
20%. I worked for a whole afternoon and only completed 1/5 of it.
On the maglev train back home, Lu Yang was so tired that he didn't even have the energy to feel the changes in his body, and fell asleep leaning against the window.
You're back.
As soon as I opened the door, Bai Ji came to greet me, her face filled with an unconcealable joy. She had changed out of her work clothes and was wearing comfortable home clothes and an apron. The air was filled with the aroma of food.
Well, Lu Yang asked casually while changing his shoes. What's going on today? You look so happy.
Of course. Bai Ji's eyes sparkled.
I've been transferred to a new job.
It's a position specially arranged by the government.
Oh? Where was he transferred to? Lu Yang was a little surprised.
3rd Public Elementary School, 2nd grade martial arts teacher. There was excitement in Baiji's voice. The working hours are fixed, from 9 to 5, with weekends off, and the salary is the same as your basic salary.
Upon hearing this, Lu Yang was genuinely happy for her. This is indeed a great thing.
Asking a would-be warrior whose genetic development progress is close to 9% to teach a group of little kids who are just starting to learn martial arts is simply overkill, and the workload is almost negligible. This means that Baiji will have plenty of time and energy to devote to her own practice and future family life.
Very good, congratulations.
Baiji suddenly stopped smiling. She walked up to Lu Yang, tilted her head slightly, and looked at him with burning eyes.
Lu Yang, her voice was soft but very serious, thank you. Thank me for what? Thank you for choosing me.
Baiji's eyes were slightly red. If I hadn't married you and become a federally recognized new family, I wouldn't have had this opportunity. I'm probably still worried about that 800,000 yuan loan. I work 3 jobs every day and I don't see any hope of becoming a true warrior. It was this home and Lu Yang who gave her a harbor where she could take a breath and replan her life. Seeing the moisture in his wife's eyes, Lu Yang's heart softened. He reached out and gently wiped the moisture from the corners of her eyes.
We are a family, so we don't talk about this.
Baiji nodded vigorously, resting her head on his chest, feeling the steady and strong heartbeat. At this moment, the union between the two, which was originally based on interests and calculations, seemed to be quietly undergoing some qualitative changes.
It's late at night and everyone is asleep.
When Baiji fell into a deep sleep with her vision of the future, Lu Yang came to the living room again. The fatigue of the day has long been replaced by a firm will.
He did not slack off at all and began a new round of practice.
The work of data census was very heavy, but he relied on hard practice day and night to find a delicate balance between work and practice.
Time flies.
A week later. When Lu Yang finished uploading the last data report and completed the last practice of military boxing that night, he suddenly stopped.
A warm current, more ferocious and domineering than the last breakthrough, exploded in his body. It was as if a dormant dragon suddenly awakened.
The bones all over his body made crackling sounds like frying beans, and his blood rushed like rivers.
Ding! Military boxing level increased to LV5. Reward, gene development progress plus 0.3%. Current gene development progress, 5.2%. Chapter 18 Caution, must be cautious. Every cell in Lu Yang's body roared with excitement at this moment.
The genetic shackles that had imprisoned him for a long time were forcibly broken.
An unprecedented feeling of fullness surged from every part of my body to my brain.
As his mind moved, the familiar blue light curtain unfolded before his eyes.
Name, Lu Yang. Gene development progress, 5.2% quasi-warrior. Bound partner, Angelica de Hurica. Gene development progress, 9%, offspring in progress, system conception rate bonus, 98.7%.
Mastered skills, military boxing level 5050, 8 brocade tempering level 0810. System threshold, 0.1%.
Quasi-warrior. Lu Yang's pupils suddenly contracted and his heart beat wildly.
Although he had expected it, he still couldn't hide his excitement when these 3 words actually appeared on the panel.
From today on, he is no longer an ordinary citizen who can only passively accept federal resettlement.
In his life, a crack leading to a higher level was finally opened. His eyes fell on the progress bar 050 behind the LV5 of military boxing. Instead of feeling that the task was heavy, Liu Yang's eyes were burning with fire.
After 50 times of tempering, there will be another genetic leap. This road is full of hope.
He slowly restrained his outward breath and brought the surging power back into his body. I tiptoed into the bedroom and found Baiji sleeping soundly with even breathing. Liu Yang lay down beside her and carefully held her in his arms. He closed his eyes and quickly fell asleep. In his dream, he was no longer a small farm manager. He and Baiji were wearing the dark blue combat uniforms of the Federation pioneers, standing tall on the bridge of a huge starship. Outside the porthole is the magnificent and boundless nebula of the Orion spiral arm. Behind them stood rows of heroic sons and daughters, each of them exuding a powerful aura. In a blink of an eye, more than a month passed. Life seems to have fallen into an extremely regular cycle, monotonous but solid. During the day, Liu Yang is still the taciturn farm manager in Area C7. With the help of automated equipment, he can always squeeze out plenty of time to hone his boxing skills over and over again in the deserted ridges of the fields. At night, he returned to his family and enjoyed Baiji's tenderness. Her belly was already noticeably bulging, and her walking posture became more cautious. The sharpness between her eyebrows and eyes was replaced by the soft light of pregnancy, and her whole body exuded an intellectual and holy beauty. She would prepare warm nutrients for him and help him massage his sore muscles after training. I would also whisper in his arms about my expectations for my future child. Late at night, after she fell asleep, Liu Yang continued his ascetic practice. Finally, late one night. Ding! The maximum number of times you can practice military boxing has been reached. Military boxing level increased to LV10 max level. Maximum level reward, gene development progress plus 1%. Current gene development progress, 8.6%. An energy far more powerful and pure than any previous breakthrough suddenly exploded in his body. 8.6%. It's only one step away from the 10% threshold. Liu Yang slowly spread out his palms, then suddenly clenched them. The joints made a crisp crackling sound. He has an absolute confidence. The current me can beat up the me who just broke through to the quasi-warrior level 2 months ago with one punch. The dramatic increase in strength also brought about extreme calmness. Going to a community testing center? No. Gene development progress soared from 4.9% to 8.6% in just 2 months. This speed was enough to alarm the Federal Institute of Genetics, and they started to slice him up and study him like a guinea pig. Without sufficient self-protection capabilities, any display of power will lead to death. Be careful, you must be careful. He whispered to himself. He focused his attention on the system panel again. As military boxing reaches the maximum level, the panel also undergoes new changes. Mastered skills, military boxing LV10 maximum level, 8 brocade tempering LV1 beginner. A flash of enlightenment suddenly crossed Liu Yang's mind. There is a path to advancement in systematic skills. When a basic skill is practiced to perfection, the system will automatically unlock and enhance the authority of the next stage of skills. However, when his eyes fell on the back of 8 brocades, he found that there was no training progress bar displayed like the military boxing. What does that mean? Liu Yang understood instantly. The system only gave him an admission ticket to 8 brocades but did not give him any experience pack. If you want to improve this technique, you can no longer rely on simply accumulating repetitions of practice. You must rely on your own understanding and polishing to chew this hard bone bit by bit. That's fine, that's fair. Just as he was lost in thought, there was a slight noise beside him. Baiji turned over lazily and looked at him with sleepy eyes. Why have you been training so hard lately? She could feel that the man beside her had changed. Become more stable and more unfathomable. Liu Yang turned his head and looked at his wife's charming face in the night and her slightly bulging belly. An idea popped into his mind. What is the core of the system? Many children, many blessings. A child was given a system and a path to the pinnacle of martial arts. But isn't it too slow to give birth to only one child at a time? The federal birth subsidy policy and benefits for new families all seem to encourage having more children. And my own system has taken this to the extreme. He stared at Baiji with deep eyes.
What if you could have many children at the same time?
The next evening, the maglev bus stopped smoothly at the community station. The afterglow of the setting sun dyed the entire city a warm orange-red. Lu Yang walked out of the carriage and saw Baiji standing not far away waiting. She was wearing a loose maternity dress, and her bulging belly outlined a soft curve in the sunset.
Are you back?
Baiji came forward and naturally took his arm.
Yeah. Lu Yang held her hand in his palm. How do you feel today? Same old thing, just a little craving for tamarind.
The two walked side by side on the way home, chatting about trivial daily life. It was not until he entered the house that Lu Yang suddenly spoke.
Gigi, there is something I want to discuss with you.
Baiji was leaning in his arms changing shoes. When she heard that, she raised her head, and her soft hair rubbed against his chin, making him feel itchy.
What's so formal?
I want to go to the fertility management center, Lu Yang said calmly.
Go get a high-quality genetic registry. Baiji paused, then burst out laughing.
She raised her eyes, her gaze moving with a hint of lazy mischief.
Why did you suddenly think of this?
The Federation only rewards ordinary citizens below the quasi-warrior level with 600 credit points per registration, which is not even enough for the round-trip fare. It's not worth it to go through so much trouble for such a small amount of money. In her opinion, even if Lu Yang broke through, he was just a quasi-warrior who had just crossed the 5% threshold. To register at the management center, one must at least reach the standard of a quasi-warrior, close to 10%, in order to receive the high reward of 6,000 points.
Chapter 19 I will sell everything I have to let you go to school.
Lu Yang did not refute directly, but just smiled mysteriously.
What if I just happened to meet the requirements?
Baiji obviously didn't take this seriously and thought her husband was just joking with her. She changed her shoes, turned around, put her arms around Lu Yang's waist, put her cheek on his chest, and listened to his steady and strong heartbeat.
Okay, I get it. Are you just curious about that fully automatic data collection robot in the news? Want to try it out?
She raised her face, her eyes full of smiles.
Go ahead. I'm not petty enough to get jealous of a robot. A moment later.
Orion 0112 Galaxy, 3rd planet, Area C13, Federal Fertility Management Center.
This pure white magnificent building emits a soft glow in the night.
Its interior is bright and uncluttered, with the air filled with a light, soothing floral scent. When Lu Yang walked into the hall, a female staff member wearing a white uniform and with an impeccable smile immediately came up to him.
Good evening, sir. How may I help you? I'm here to do the high-quality gene registration. Lu Yang responded calmly.
The smiles on the staff's faces didn't change at all, as if they were already used to all kinds of people coming.
She made a gesture of invitation and spoke in a soft voice. Yes, sir, please follow me. She led Lu Yang into an independent white studio. The entire process was efficient, private, and personal. 2 hours later, Lu Yang walked out of the management center door refreshed.
He raised his wrist, and a transfer information flashed clearly on the holographic screen of his personal terminal.
Federal Central Bank, your account number ending in 7749 received a transfer of 6,000.00 credits at 2017 on August 12, 237 star calendar. P.S. High-quality gene registration reward. Really? The genes of a would-be warrior are a kind of hard currency in this era. However, this is just the beginning.
Almost at the same time, another encrypted message from the Federal Genetic Matching Center popped up. Dear Mr. Lu Yang, your genetic sample has been matched with a eugenics support program, and a successful pregnancy has been achieved in the recipient.
Thank you for your contribution to the federal population growth. Lu Yang's pupils suddenly contracted. Too fast. From registration to matching to successful conception, the whole process took less than 10 minutes. The efficiency of technology in this era is simply appalling. The next second, a mechanical prompt sound that only he could hear exploded in his mind. Ding! The birth of a new offspring bloodline has been detected. Reward, gene development progress plus 1%. Reward, 8 brocade tempering cultivation privileges are fully unlocked. A torrent of energy that is far more mysterious and pure than the full-level military boxing, poured into his limbs and bones from nothingness. At the same time, countless methods of practicing 8 brocades, the key points of chi and blood transportation, and the secret of the unity of inside and outside, unfolded in his spiritual sea of consciousness. Every detail, every change, becomes clear as day and clear in the mind at this moment. All right? Lu Yang just felt ecstatic. He figured out all the connections in an instant.
In this era, there are a large number of single women who are unable or unwilling to get married for various reasons, but are extremely eager to have outstanding offspring. The federal government's rewards for childbirth are extremely generous, and the two are a perfect match, giving rise to this huge genetic matching market. As a quasi-warrior whose genetic development progress is as high as 8.6%, he is not an ordinary high-quality resource in this market.
That is the top lottery ticket that countless women dream of. It is the ultimate code that can help future generations win at the starting line. So that's it. Lu Yang was ecstatic. Once I unlock new skills in the future, won't I be able to use this method to quickly unlock permissions and speed up my upgrades? He sincerely thanked this system of having many children and being blessed. He looked at the panel again and found that the status of 8 brocades had changed. 8 brocades tempered level 1020. Just need to practice 20 more times to achieve another breakthrough. With the authority to unlock the system, the speed of cultivation is more than 1,000 times faster than those ordinary warriors who rely on their own exploration and comprehension. When Lu Yang returned home, Bai Ji had already prepared dinner.
Seeing Lu Yang's unconcealable joy, she asked curiously,
"What's wrong? Did you find some money?" "Almost." Lu Yang didn't keep her in suspense and directly showed her the payment record of his personal terminal.
When she saw the number 6,000, the smile on Bai Ji's face froze instantly, and her beautiful eyes were filled with shock.
6,000? How is that possible? You.
Lu Yang slowly retrieved another document, which was a genetic development assessment certificate issued by the Fertility Management Center and bearing the official federal seal.
He handed the light curtain to Bai Ji.
Bai Ji's eyes subconsciously fell on the core data of the certificate.
Gene development progress, 9.7%.
The glaring 9.7% struck her mind so hard that she almost thought she was dazzled. She rubbed her eyes subconsciously and looked again.
The number was still crystal clear. This. Her voice was trembling. Lu Yang retracted the light curtain with a relaxed tone.
I don't know what happened, but as I was practicing, it seemed like I suddenly got it.
Bai Ji's mind went blank. Can this be explained by enlightenment?
In just over 2 months, he went from being an ordinary person who couldn't even reach the threshold of a quasi-warrior. He instantly became a top-tier quasi-warrior with a development progress of 9.7%.
This kind of talent can no longer be called a talent, it's a monster.
She suddenly grabbed Lu Yang's hand, and the sharpness in her beautiful eyes, which were as gentle as water, was rekindled.
Lu Yang.
Her voice was excited.
With your potential, staying in Area C7 farming is a complete waste.
She took a deep breath and made up her mind.
Tomorrow we'll go and register for Martial Arts University.
We won't pay back our 400,000 plus loan for now, even if we have to borrow more.
We'll sell everything we have to get you into school.
Lu Yang looked at the woman in front of him, and a warm feeling flowed through his body.
Their initial union was nothing more than a precise match under the federal system.
They are two strangers who live together for their own interests. But at this moment, Lu Yang clearly felt that Bai Ji was using her own future dreams to pave a road to success for him.
This goes beyond profit. Lu Yang's Adam's apple rolled, and thousands of words were stuck in his chest, which finally turned into a tight hug.
He held Bai Ji tightly in his arms, his chin resting on her fragrant head, his voice low and hoarse.
Jiju, I will remember what you just said for the rest of my life. Silly boy.
Bai Ji groaned in his arms, but she also hugged his strong back with her backhand. A talent like yours shouldn't be buried between the ridges of the fields.
The future of the Federation belongs to people like you. Chapter 20. Don't worry about the 100,000 registration fee, I'll find a way.
The two hugged each other quietly for a moment, and the atmosphere fermented silently, becoming hot and ambiguous. It was Bai Ji who broke the silence first. She broke away a little, raised her face, and stared at him with burning eyes.
Time is tight.
This year's joint enrollment for all private martial arts universities will close before 5 p.m. the day after tomorrow.
So fast? Lu Yang was startled.
Bai Ji's thoughts raced, and it was obvious that she had already thought about it countless times in her mind.
The registration process is unified. First, submit your application on the Federal Education website and pay a registration fee of 100,000 credit points. The system will then conduct an initial screening based on your genetic data and arrange a unified potential test.
After the test, major private universities will send you an admission notice based on your scores and potential rating.
100,000 credits. This number made Lu Yang frown instantly.
This amount of money is an astronomical figure for a family that has just managed to make ends meet and is burdened with huge debts.
What if the results are exceptionally good? Lu Yang asked, thinking of the staggering 9.7%.
Of course, there are preferential treatments. A gleam of light flashed in Bai Ji's eyes. If your test scores rank among the top, some wealthy private universities will not only refund your application fee, but will even offer full or half scholarships to snatch you up.
She paused.
With your 9.7% potential, as long as you perform normally on the test, it will be no problem for you to get into an upper middle class private university and get a half scholarship.
That way, we only need to raise half of the tuition. However, Lu Yang's ambition obviously goes beyond this. What if they are the top ones?
Bai Ji's breathing stagnated, as if she had not expected Lu Yang's goal to be so lofty. She was silent for a moment before slowly shaking her head. The top 10 private martial arts universities in the Orion Galaxy are extremely difficult to enter. Most of the enrollment quotas in those schools are reserved for those who come from true martial arts families, or those who have shown astonishing talent since childhood and have been targeted in advance. Their resources and background are not comparable to ordinary people like us.
Martial arts genius? Lu Yang was a little confused.
I thought the Federation's top talents would be directly recruited by the 3 major public martial arts universities upon graduation from high school.
No. Bai Ji's expression became a little complicated.
Public universities are certainly a symbol of honor, but the level of internal competition and the degree of resource allocation within top private universities are even more brutal.
For true geniuses, they never consider things like tuition fees.
The only thing they need to weigh is which school's philosophy, techniques, and instructors are most suitable for their journey to the pinnacle of martial arts. A true genius never considers tuition fees.
These words hit Lu Yang's heart precisely. He instantly understood that in this world, the gap between people was far greater than he had imagined.
Those true chosen ones were born standing in the clouds, looking down at them, the mortals who are still struggling for the 100,000 registration fee. A flame of unwillingness burned fiercely in his chest.
Don't think too far ahead.
Bai Ji seemed to see through his thoughts and her tone became firm. Eat your food one bite at a time, and walk your path one step at a time.
The most important thing right now is to seize this opportunity. As long as you can get into a good private university, it will be like knocking on the door to the real world of warriors. She took a deep breath. Don't worry about the 100,000 registration fee. I'll find a way. You?
Lu Yang felt a pang in his heart and grabbed her hand.
Gigi, you haven't paid off your loan of over 800,000 yuan yet. Don't do that for me.
Bai Ji simply raised her wrist and opened her personal terminal with a clean and neat movement. In the past few years since I graduated, besides paying the interest, I've also saved some money myself.
Not much, just 60,000 Federation points. Lu Yang's pupils suddenly contracted. He instantly understood the significance of these 60,000 credit points. Now, she wants to invest all this money in her future.
Lu Yang clenched his teeth so tightly that his gums felt a little sore. He looked at Bai Ji's face, which was full of trust and expectation. Combining what I saved before and the bonus just given by the Fertility Management Center, we're still less than 30,000 yuan short. His voice was a little hoarse. I'll apply for a short-term credit loan for this 30,000.
Good.
Bai Ji didn't hesitate at all, and her fingertips moved quickly on the light screen.
The next second, Lu Yang's personal terminal received a transfer message. Your account has received a transfer from Bai Ji, 60,000.00 credit points. Go and sign up immediately. Bai Ji raised her head, her eyes surprisingly bright. Don't miss the time.
What Lu Yang felt was the warm friendship.
He didn't say another word, just nodded heavily. Lu Yang directly clicked on the quick entrance to the Federal Credit Center on his personal terminal.
As a federal citizen with a clean record and a stable job, his credit limit was clearly displayed at the top of the light screen.
The maximum is 60,000.
Not much, but at this moment, just right. Without hesitation, he chose a short-term loan of 30,000 yuan.
Confirm, submit, and almost instantly, 30,000 credit points were deposited into his account.
Together with the 60,000 transferred by Bai Ji and his own scattered savings and rewards, the total amount of 100,000 was raised.
I'm starting.
Lu Yang switched the interface and logged into the solemn official website of the Federal Ministry of Education.
Found the entrance to the joint admissions for private martial arts universities. Upload personal gene sequence code, identity information, pay fees. The process was as fast as lightning.
The moment he clicked to confirm the payment, the 6-digit number that had just been added to his account disappeared out of thin air. Baiji held her breath, and her palms were covered with sweat. She was even more nervous than Lu Yang.
Bite. A crisp prompt sound broke the silence. A gold-plated virtual envelope popped up on Lu Yang's personal terminal.
Dear Lu Yang citizens, you have successfully registered for the 2274 Private Martial Arts University Joint Admissions Potential Test.
Please pay attention to the follow-up test notification within 48 hours. Wishing you good luck in martial arts. Done.
The two of them breathed a sigh of relief almost at the same time, and their tense nerves suddenly relaxed.
Baiji felt relieved. Screening test. Lu Yang closed the notification and looked at Baiji. What exactly is being tested? Strength? Speed? Or nerve reaction? I took the exam 8 years ago. Baiji frowned and quickly searched the education website. It was very simple back then. It was just a comprehensive assessment of basic data. As long as the genetic development potential met the standards, students were generally accepted into the program.
Her fingertips slid rapidly across the light curtain, and information flowed like a waterfall. Suddenly, she stopped moving. His expression gradually became solemn.
What's wrong? Lu Yang keenly sensed that something was wrong. Since last year, Baiji's voice was a little dry.
The screening method has changed.
Chapter 21 in just over a month, from 3% to 8.7%.
Baiji turned the light curtain towards Lu Yang. Most of the information above was encrypted, leaving only a few lines of shocking text.
Test mode, underground combat. Test location, abandoned mine area number 3, under the first shelter.
Test goal, kill monsters and gain points.
Warning, the test carries an extremely high risk.
The Federal Department of Education recommends that all test takers purchase high-value personal accident insurance.
Monster. These two words caught Lu Yang's eyes. This is no longer an exam, but a real battle. Are you crazy? Baiji couldn't help but curse in a low voice. Today's kids have to fight monsters underground just to get into college? That's too much.
When she graduated, although the entrance threshold of martial arts university was high, it at least retained the purity of an academy. And now, the first stage of screening directly uses the battlefield standard.
Flames ignited in Lu Yang's pupils.
Instead of fear, he felt a surge of excitement.
Roll? He raised his lips with an arrogant arc. Let's see who's tougher. Who's afraid of who?
The tyranny and dominance that came from his bones shocked Baiji's heart. She looked at the man in front of her who was nearly 10 years younger than her. His domineering aura made her feel as if he was the warrior who had experienced many battles.
That's right.
Baiji was infected by his fighting spirit.
From now on, seize every minute and every second to practice. The more strength you gain, the greater your chances of victory. Lu Yang took action immediately.
He first called Zhang Hai, the director of Area C7. Manager Zhang, I've registered for the Private Martial Arts University exam this year and need some time off to prepare. Zhang Hai on the other end of the line was silent for a moment, his voice was inarticulate.
Understood.
According to the Federal Citizen Employment Security Act, your position will be reserved for you for 2 years.
During these 2 years, you are welcome to come back anytime you want. Thank you, Director.
After hanging up the phone, in the office of Area C7, Zhang Hai took off his glasses, rubbed his eyebrows, and shook his head self-deprecatingly at a colleague next to him.
Another one. Young people these days always think they're the chosen ones, and they're not satisfied until they bang their heads against that wall and bleed.
On the other side, Lu Yang had already started his preparations. He did not practice military boxing anymore, but started practicing the 8 brocade set that had just unlocked all its permissions.
However, the first move he made Baiji's eyes twitch. That action.
It was so light and airy that it seemed like someone was doing radio gymnastics, soft and weak, with only the form but no meaning.
There is absolutely no trace of the charm of the ancient health-preserving exercises in him.
Baiji's temples were throbbing as she watched. This was simply a challenge to the martial arts beliefs she had built up through decades of hard work.
She even had the urge to straighten every one of his joints and tell him what true cultivation was. But when the words came to her lips, she swallowed them back. She remembered Lu Yang's incredible speed of progress. In just over a month, from 3% to 9.7%. This kind of growth, which can be called a miracle, is enough to subvert any common sense of martial arts. Maybe he was born different. His way of cultivation cannot be measured by ordinary people's standards. At this time, Lu Yang also discovered the strangeness of 8 brocades. It is not as direct and fierce as military boxing. Every time he practices it, it scrapes away impurities from the deepest part of his body and drains away his physical strength. After just practicing it 15 times in a row, a feeling of fatigue came over me. But Lu Yang didn't stop. His eyes were red, his teeth were clenched, and he was almost frantically squeezing out the last bit of potential in his body. Sweat soaked his clothes, leaving wet marks on the floor. There was only one thought in his mind: faster. Stronger. Time passes in boring and painful repetition. When the first ray of light shone into the room through the gap in the curtains the next morning, Bai Ji, who was awakened by her biological clock, saw a scene that she would never forget. Lu Yang is still practicing. His entire body was steaming with white heat. The range of his movements was very small, even a little deformed, and it was obvious that he had already exhausted his physical strength. It seemed that the only thing that kept him from falling was his heart-pounding perseverance. His eyes were bloodshot like spider webs and his face was as pale as paper. But when he raised his head, there was no trace of fatigue or retreat in his eyes. There is only burning fighting spirit and a madness that will not give up until a hole is poked in the sky. Bai Ji's heart was tightly gripped. This is no longer cultivation, this is self-mutilation. Use life as fuel. She took a deep breath and suppressed the urge to rush forward to stop him. She knew that any words would be in vain for Lu Yang at this moment. All she could do was guard the rear. Bai Ji turned and walked into the kitchen to prepare breakfast. High-energy synthetic meat, concentrated nutrient solution, bread made from catalytic wheat. She took out all the ingredients in the refrigerator that could quickly replenish energy. Soon the sound of frying could be heard in the kitchen. Half an hour later, she walked out of the kitchen carrying a mountain of food. She is going to work at the Children's Martial Arts Hall. Lu Yang was still repeating the distorted action. I'm going out. Bai Ji's voice was a little tense. She placed the breakfast on the table closest to him. There's food on the table, remember to rest. Lu Yang didn't look back, but squeezed out a hoarse syllable from the depths of his throat. Bai Ji bit her lip, took one last look at him, and the door was gently closed. The only sound in the room was Lu Yang's heavy breathing. It was unknown how long it had been, but when the body's instinct finally overwhelmed his will, a severe dizziness came over him, and Lu Yang staggered and almost fell. He held onto the wall, breathing heavily, with stars in his vision. He saw breakfast on the table. The hunger that was squeezed to the extreme devoured his sanity. He pounced on it, not even using any cutlery, but simply grabbed the still warm pieces of meat with his hands and stuffed them into his mouth. After wolfing down all the food like a whirlwind, he didn't even have time to savor it. He just took a short breath and started eating again. Squeeze every last drop of oil out of me. Time has lost its meaning. 1 hour. 2 hours. 3 hours. When Lu Yang's consciousness began to blur and his body was twitching completely by muscle memory, he finally performed the final posture of the last round of 8 brocades. The moment he completed the action, he fell straight back like a puddle of mud. But, just when the body was about to touch the ground. Bite! A cold mechanical sound exploded in his mind. Complete cultivation of 8 brocades, current progress, reaching the master level. The host's body has been detected to have reached its current limit, and its genetic development potential has been deeply stimulated. Gene development progress plus 0.2%. A warm current rises from the tailbone of the spine out of nowhere. Chapter 22, Gene development progress, even 0.1% difference is not enough. Lu Yang suddenly opened his eyes, and a gleam of light flashed across his eyes like lightning. He jumped up from the ground with a somersault, without any sign of fatigue on his body. He called up his personal panel, and a line of data was engraved into his pupils like a brand. Host, Lu Yang. Gene development progress, 9.9%. 9.9%. The threshold to becoming a true warrior defined by the Federation. 10%, just the finishing touch of 0.1%. Just one step away.
Lu Yang slowly clenched his fists, feeling the power surging in his body.
An indescribable aura emanated from his body. His body is undergoing a radical transformation.
He could clearly hear all the muscles in his body buzzing with excitement. The density of bones is increasing, the blood flow is speeding up, and the five senses are becoming extremely sharp. However, at the peak of this transformation, an even more terrifying feeling swept over him.
Hunger. The high-energy breakfast I just had disappeared in an instant. The intense feeling of weakness almost tore him apart.
Just then, the door opened. Bai Ji came back from get off work at noon, holding a large bag of fresh exotic animal meat in her left hand and vegetables and seasonings in her right hand, and caught Lu Yang's eye.
Lu Yang's eyes lit up and he rushed forward in a flash. Honey, I'm so hungry.
Bai Ji's heart trembled. Before she had time to feel the amazing change in Lu Yang's aura, her body had already reacted.
Just wait.
She immediately put down her things and rushed into the kitchen. 10 minutes later, accompanied by the aroma of stir-frying, a whole plate of 3-pound exotic beast tenderloin fried over high heat was brought out.
First, let's do some cushioning.
Before she could finish her words, Lu Yang, who had just come out of the bathroom after a quick shower, had already sat down at the table. He picked up the chopsticks, and the afterimage danced, and the meat on the plate disappeared at a speed visible to the naked eye.
Bai Ji was stunned.
She turned back to the kitchen to prepare the second dish. When she brought out a plate of vegetables, the huge plate on the table was as clean as new, without even a drop of oil left. The bowl next to her, which was bigger than her face, was also empty.
Lu Yang was picking up the second dish she had just brought up.
Seeing her surprised expression, he gave her a thumbs up and mumbled a word of praise.
Delicious. Honey, your cooking skills are amazing. Bai Ji understood instantly.
This is not ordinary hunger, this is the crazy desire for energy when a warrior breaks through the bottleneck and his body undergoes a qualitative change. Her heart began to beat wildly.
Eat first, don't stop.
She said this, turned around and rushed back to the kitchen, and took out all the ingredients that were originally prepared to be eaten over 2 days, enough for 4 people.
Cutting, stir-frying, cooking and frying, the movements are smooth and flowing. An idea was spinning wildly in her mind. Don't let your man starve.
For this lunch, Lu Yang ate 4 times the amount he usually ate. Only after he had eaten the last piece of meat did the terrible feeling of hunger slowly subside.
He burped contentedly and felt warm all over. Bai Ji looked at the 7 or 8 empty plates on the table.
Instead of feeling sorry for the food, her face was filled with a joy that came from the bottom of her heart.
Eating more means consuming more. High consumption means that the training is effective. I'm sleepy. After the energy was replenished, a wave of overwhelming fatigue finally came over me. This is a sign that the body is deeply repairing itself.
Before Lu Yang could even say a word, he staggered into the bedroom, threw himself on the bed, and fell into a deep sleep instantly.
As night fell, Lu Yang woke up again, awakened by the aroma of dinner.
He walked out of the bedroom and found that Bai Ji had prepared a more sumptuous dinner. Another whirlwind of destruction. Bai Ji didn't eat much, so she just sat beside him and watched him wolf down his food. Her eyes were complicated, showing relief, curiosity, and more of a throbbing feeling. She remembered what the highly respected genetics professor had said in class when she was at the private martial arts university. When a person's genetic development reaches a bottleneck, especially when they are about to break through a major realm, their body will exhibit various atavistic phenomena. For example, their appetite may increase dramatically, their sleep duration may increase, and their mood swings may become extreme.
These are all signs of life frantically accumulating energy for the next evolution.
Looking at Lu Yang, whose appetite was comparable to that of an adult monster, Bai Ji's heartbeat accelerated uncontrollably. Could it be that he really wanted to leap from an ordinary person with only 3% genetic development progress to a true warrior in such a short period of time? Bai Ji looked at Lu Yang's young and resolute profile and felt her heart beating fast.
3 days later. In the training room, sweat slid down Lu Yang's skin and gathered into a wet pool on the floor. He has memorized every movement of 8 brocades. However, the torrent of energy in the body was always blocked by a dam. That dam is called 9.9%. Just the last 0.1% is missing, and the flood will be devastating and the dragon will return to the sea. But this 0.1% is like a chasm between quasi-warriors and real warriors. It is a gap that countless geniuses cannot cross in their entire lives. After another 2 hours, Lu Yang slowly exhaled.
He could feel that every cell in his body had been squeezed to the limit, but still could not shake that last barrier. He knew in his heart that the most difficult moment had arrived. This cannot be achieved simply through hard work, it requires an opportunity for enlightenment. As he pushed open the door of the training room, the rich aroma of food instantly enveloped him. Baiji had already set the table with a sumptuous meal and was walking out of the kitchen carrying the last bowl of soup. Ever since Liu Yang's breakthrough that day, his appetite has remained high. Liu Yang didn't hesitate, he sat down and started eating like a whirlwind. Just as he swallowed the third bowl of rice, the personal terminal on his wrist made a soft beep. He casually swiped open the page, and an official notice from the Interstellar Federation Admissions Examination Center was projected in the air in eye-catching golden font.
Dear candidate Liu Yang, your initial admissions review for Taiyan Private Martial Arts University has been approved. Please bring your personal identification chip to the Taiyan City Examination Center on the main star of the Orion 0112 galaxy before July 15, 2024, to take the final exam.
I wish you good luck in your exam.
Liu Yang's chewing slowed down.
Here it comes. His gaze lingered on the word private for a moment, and he quickly calculated in his mind. The assessment system for private universities is different from that for public universities. Public universities only look at hard indicators.
Even a 0.1% difference in the progress of genetic development is unacceptable.
Private universities, in addition to progress, value practical ability and potential more. To put it bluntly, as long as you can afford the millions of tuition fees and can demonstrate value that makes them think the investment is worthwhile, they will dare to accept you even if you only have 9.9%.
This is the only chance for him. Chapter 23 I won't give you a penny for this.
As night falls, the lights come on. Liu Yang and Baiji were walking on the community's artificial ecological trail as usual.
Hey, Liu Yang, Sister Baiji.
A young couple was walking towards us. It was Wang Hao and his partner Zhang Qian.
Wang Hao waved enthusiastically. No wonder I haven't seen you on the farm these past few days. I thought you'd gotten rich and didn't have to work anymore.
Liu Yang smiled calmly, that's about it, I quit. I'm going to apply to a private martial arts university. The air suddenly became quiet.
Zhang Qian's eyes suddenly widened and she blurted out. Private? How much does that cost?
Her eyes were filled with shock and envy. Wang Hao was also stunned, but then he reacted and patted Liu Yang's shoulder hard with a sincere joy on his face.
You're good, kid.
You've accomplished great things without making any noise.
Congratulations. When you become a warrior master, don't forget me, your brother. After a few brief greetings, the two couples passed each other.
After walking more than 10 meters away, Zhang Qian couldn't help but look back and whispered to Wang Hao in a low voice.
Is your classmate's family so rich? The tuition alone for a private martial arts university must be over $1 million, right?
Him? Wang Hao shook his head. What he didn't say was that he knew Liu Yang's family situation very well. Both parents are low-level federal employees, and they have a bunch of younger brothers and sisters who are crying for support. Let alone 1 million, even if there is only 100,000, they will have to sell everything they have.
That money.
Baiji's beautiful and determined face instantly appeared in Wang Hao's mind.
The answer is self-evident.
It was Baiji, the woman who gave her all to support her man's dream. A feeling of envy surged in Wang Hao's heart.
In this interstellar age, who doesn't have a dream of becoming a warrior? But the price of dreams is too heavy. How many people are willing to take on such a heavy debt for their partner's dream?
He looked at Zhang Qian beside him for some unknown reason and asked tentatively.
Xiao Qian, if I also want to apply to a martial arts university, will you support me?
Zhang Qian rolled her eyes.
You? What are you daydreaming about?
The little childbirth subsidy we have is barely enough to pay off the mortgage. If you have that much time and energy, you'd better think about how to apply for overtime and earn more money for milk powder for your future child. The smile on Wang Hao's face froze. He looked at Zhang Qian's self-righteous expression, and an indescribable bitterness welled up in his heart.
Yes, this is the reality of stability and mediocrity, which is clear to see at a glance. 2 days later. In the apartment, Liu Yang and Baiji were packing their luggage for Taiyan City.
Baiji put several folded high-intensity training suits into the suitcase with meticulous movements.
Liu Yang's personal terminal rang again.
He glanced at the caller ID and frowned slightly.
Mother Lin Kai-chun.
He connected to the holocommunication. Mother Lin Sichuan's slightly haggard and anxious face appeared in the air, her voice angry and straight to the point.
Lu Yang, I heard from your brother that you enrolled in that private university in Taiwan?
Just as Lu Yang was about to speak, a rough male voice exploded from the other side of the holographic image, directly drowning out Lin Sichuan's voice.
Tuition? I'm telling you, Lu Yang, I won't give you a penny.
Forget it. In the picture, a middle-aged man with a face somewhat similar to Lu Yang, but more vicissitudes of life, squeezed in.
It was his father, Lu Chuanzhao.
His face was full of anger, as if Lu Yang had asked him to borrow millions. There was a hint of helplessness in Lu Yang's eyes, and he even found it a little funny.
When did he ever say he wanted to ask his family for money?
Ever since he traveled to this world and decided to embark on the path of martial arts, he had never expected any support from this family that had long been overwhelmed by life. Xiaoyang, listen to your mother, Lin Kaichan anxiously pushed her husband away a little and advised him earnestly.
Your genetic development progress is less than 5%. Taking that kind of assessment is a complete waste of money. Did your partner drug you with some kind of drug? Can't we just live a peaceful life?
9.9%.
Lu Yang uttered 3 words lightly. The expressions of Lu Chuanzhao and his wife froze on their faces in an instant.
For the first time, an expression of disbelief appeared on Lu Chuanzhao's face, which was filled with anger.
9.9%? How long has it been?
It has only been a little over a month since graduation. How could his son, who was judged to have no talent in martial arts, reach this number?
This is infinitely close to being a real warrior.
Lin Sichuan's lips moved a few times, and her first reaction was not surprise, but suspicion.
Son, don't scare me. This kind of joke is not allowed. Have you been deceived? Come home quickly. If there is anything, let's talk about it face to face. Don't let others lead you astray outside.
In her opinion, her son must have deliberately made up such an outrageous lie in order to get their approval.
Don't worry about this matter. Lu Yang's tone was calm.
He didn't explain or argue any further, but simply unilaterally cut off the communication. The holographic image disappeared in silence, returned to the room. He turned around and continued to put his things into the suitcase with an expressionless face. Bai Ji, who was standing by, saw all of this, and her pretty face was full of confusion. Although her parents stopped supporting her after graduation because they saw no hope, they at least gave her all their support in the first few years when she chose to embark on the path of martial arts.
Why was Lu Yang's parents' first reaction to hearing that their son possessed such an amazing talent such resistance and disbelief?
Lu Yang, Bai Ji hesitated for a moment, but still spoke.
How about we visit my parents on our way to Taiwan?
She paused, as if forming her words. My family, as you know, is a typical martial arts family.
Although we are not a wealthy family, we still have some assets in the city.
When she said this, her expression became a little complicated.
I have a younger sister who is more talented than me.
In this era, family affection, resources, and everything else will ultimately favor the person with the greatest potential. Lu Yang stopped what he was doing and looked at her. He saw a slightly cold arc at the corner of Baiji's mouth.
But that was the past, and things are different now. Baiji's eyes fell on him. A quasi-warrior whose genetic development has reached 9.9% at the age of 18. A true warrior of the future. No martial arts family would refuse such a son-in-law. We can go visit him. Maybe my parents will be so happy that they can give us some gold coins. Lu Yang understood her intention instantly.
Bai Ji wants to take him, this investment with unlimited potential, back to the family that had gradually neglected her because of her mediocre talent. Prove her vision to them and take back the attention and resources that rightfully belong to her. Not only does she have to become a warrior, she also has to stand in front of her family as a winner. And he is her most powerful weapon and bargaining chip.
Okay.
Lu Yang nodded and folded the last piece of clothing.
Let's go together. Chapter 24. We are one family, why are you talking so differently? Meanwhile, on the other side. At the Lu family's small apartment, the atmosphere was depressing. It's a rebellion. It's really a rebellion.
Lu Chuanzhao slammed his fist on the table, making the cups and plates rattle, and he growled angrily.
Leave him alone.
I want to see what he'll do if he runs out of money. Even if he comes back on his knees to beg me, he won't get a penny. Lin Sichuan's eyes were red and she was sobbing while cleaning up the mess.
The child is a good child. It's all that woman's fault.
I don't know what kind of magic potion she gave him to make him have such unrealistic daydreams. In her heart, her son will always be the obedient and sensible child, and all the mistakes are caused by that woman of unknown origin who was a generation older than her son. 2 days later, Orion 0112 Galaxy, Tian City. The air in the villa area where the Bai family lives is a bit fresher than the community where Lu Yan lived before. Every building here has been meticulously designed, perfectly blending greenery with a sense of technology, highlighting the residents' extraordinary social status.
This is the typical residence of a middle-class martial arts family in the urban area.
As soon as the two of them arrived at the door of a 3-story villa, the heavy metal door slid open silently to both sides. At the door, a middle-aged man with a tall figure and a resolute face was standing with his hands behind his back, his eyes like lightning, shooting straight at Lu Yang. He was wearing a loose training suit, and his breath was steady and long. It was obvious that he was also an expert in martial arts who had practiced for many years. It was Bai Ji's father, Bai Jinfeng. He didn't look at his daughter. The first thing he saw was Lu Yang. That was the look a superior gives when evaluating his subordinates. Bai Ji seemed to have long been accustomed to this atmosphere.
She stepped forward and introduced calmly. "Dad, this is my partner, Lu Yang."
Bai Jinfeng's gaze stayed on Lu Yang for 3 full seconds before he slowly nodded in a low voice.
"Come in."
He turned sideways to make way, and then added another sentence. "Your uncle and your brother just came back from training camp and are both at home." Passing through the entrance hall, in the spacious living room, the crystal chandelier reflected a cold light, and the light fell on every expressionless face.
On the main sofa, a well-maintained middle-aged woman wearing a decent suit was sitting upright. She was Bai Ji's mother, Lu Yuqin. Her posture was elegant, but her eyes were like ice. When they fell on her daughter, there was no warmth of reunion after a long separation, only scrutiny. "Mom."
Bai Ji's voice was very soft. Lu Yuqin just hummed softly from her nose, and her eyes passed over her and fell on Lu Yang.
The pique and disdain in her eyes were almost undisguised.
On the other side of the living room, there were 2 men sitting. One of them is 70% similar to Bai Jinfeng, but his temperament is more shrewd and outgoing.
He must be Bai Ji's uncle, Bai Xingyun.
The other was a young man in his early 20s, with some similarities between his features and eyebrows to Bai Ji, but his expression was full of the arrogance and sharpness of a young man. The young man was the first to break the silence. He looked Bai Ji up and down, frowning slightly.
"Sister? Why did you come back so suddenly?" It was Bai Ji's younger brother, Bai Mujie.
Without waiting for Bai Ji to answer, Bai Xingyun next to her took over the conversation with a smile, with a hint of boasting in his tone. "Mujie is going to Tian City the day after tomorrow to participate in this year's unified selection for the Martial Arts University.
Your sister's return at this time is a perfect opportunity to see him off." A playful smile appeared on Bai Ji's pretty face. Following Bai Xingyun's words, she directed everyone's attention to Lu Yang beside her. "That's a coincidence.
My partner, Lu Yang, is also in Tian City this time to take the screening exam for the private martial arts university."
In one sentence, everyone in the living room fixed their eyes on Lu Yang.
Bai Mujie's eyes were filled with surprise, Bai Xingyun was stunned, and Bai Jinfeng's gaze was fixed. The first to initiate the attack was Lu Yuqin. A mean sneer appeared on her well-maintained face.
"A private university? Just relying on him?"
"The registration fee alone is 100,000 star coins."
"Where did you get the money?"
"Bai Ji, you didn't spend all your savings to fill this bottomless pit." These words were tantamount to tearing apart Bai Ji's forced dignity in public. Bai Ji's brows furrowed instantly, and her nails almost dug into her palms. She had expected her family's indifference, but she had not expected such blatant humiliation. However, Lu Yang, who was at the center of the storm, ignored Lu Yuqin's questioning and did not look at Bai Ji's embarrassed expression. He just took out a neatly folded official document from his storage bracelet.
The document unfolded under the crystal light. On it, the official seal of the Interstellar Federation Genetic Assessment Center gleams with an authoritative metallic luster in the light.
Bai Jinfeng's pupils suddenly contracted. As the head of the family, he knew better than anyone the weight of this document. He subconsciously stood up, took a few steps forward, and took the thin piece of paper from Lu Yang. In the living room, everyone's breathing seemed to stop. Bai Jinfeng's eyes were fixed on the key information column in the document.
Name, Lu Yang. Age, 18. Gene Development Progress Assessment, 9.9%. 9.9%.
The air was dead silent for a moment.
The sarcasm on Lu Yuqin's face froze instantly, turning into complete disbelief. Bai Mujie's eyes widened suddenly.
No one dared to underestimate this young man who had been silent since he entered the door. The most talented person in this generation of the Bai family is Bai Ji's eighth sister, Bai Murin, who is hailed as the hope of the family.
At the age of 19, her genetic potential was assessed to be only 8.6%.
Even so, she had already been cultivated by her family with all her resources. After 3 years of hard training, Bai Mulan has just broken through the barriers and reached 10% of the minimum standard of the warrior realm.
And the Liu Yang in front of him is only 18 years old. It reached 9.9%. What does that mean?
This means that he only needs an opportunity to step into the ranks of true warriors.
My dear nephew.
The first one to react was Bai Jinyun. The astonishment and contempt on his face were instantly replaced by enthusiasm, so fast that it was astonishing. He took 2 steps forward and looked at Liu Yang with a smile on his face.
Oh my! This guy is truly a dragon among men.
9.9% at just 18 years old, there aren't many people with such talent in the entire city of Taiyan.
Jier has really good taste.
These words made Lu Yuqin's face turn pale and blue, and she felt embarrassed.
Bai Jinyun didn't care at all. He patted Liu Yang's shoulder enthusiastically. My dear nephew, when are you planning on going to the exam center? Mu Jie is going too, so I'll personally drive the hovercraft to take you there. I'll also be able to take care of you along the way. Don't bother uncle, we can do it ourselves. Hey! We're one family, why are you talking so differently?
Bai Jinyun interrupted Liu Yang's polite words without question, and his attitude was so attentive that it was almost explicit. Just then, a clear and pleasant voice came from the spiral staircase on the second floor.
Brother, uncle, are there any guests at home? It's so lively.
A sweet and lovely girl in home clothes walked down and looked at everyone in the living room curiously. When her eyes fell on Liu Yang, a hint of surprise flashed in her bright eyes.
Chapter 25. This must be a future grassroots hero.
12th sister, you've come down just in time. Bai Jinyun immediately waved and introduced Liu Yang.
My dear nephew, this is your 12th sister, Bai Mushue.
He turned to the girl again, his tone full of boasting.
Xiaoxue, come meet your brother-in-law, Liu Yang. He's 18 years old, and his genetics are 9.9% developed. A bright smile immediately broke out on Bai Mushue's face.
She walked up to Liu Yang gracefully and extended her hand.
Hello, brother-in-law. My name is Bai Mushue. Nice to meet you.
Amidst the excitement and flattery, Bai Mujie stood stiffly in place, his face looking extremely ugly. He did not change his expression instantly like Bai Jinyun, because the huge impact had made his mind blank. He thought of the monitor in his class who was praised by teachers and classmates as a rare genius in a century. Even with all his efforts, his gene development progress had only reached 8.9%.
But what about Liu Yang 9.9%, who is about the same age as me?
In his eyes, this is no longer genius.
This is a monster. The 6.8% genetic development that he was so proud of, and the confidence and sense of superiority he had built up over the past 18 years, were shattered at this moment. He saw the 12th sister named Bai Mushue skipping to the table, carefully picking up the report, with stars twinkling in her black eyes. Wow! 9.9%. Brother-in-law, you're amazing. Even better than 8th sister.
Her voice is clear and without any impurities. But this purity pierces the hearts of others. Liu Yuqin's face turned red and white.
She had just sarcastically mocked the other person as a bottomless pit.
She and her husband Bai Jinfeng looked at each other and saw the same storm in each other's eyes. Bai Jinfeng's heart was beating wildly like a drum. His daughter was of average talent. After graduation, she was heavily in debt and found an ordinary partner. He thought that her life would be like this. Who would have thought that she quietly found a hidden dragon for herself? Bai Jinfeng took a deep breath, suppressed the ecstasy and shock in his heart, and put on the calmness and dignity that a head of the family should have on his face.
Ahem.
Jier, Liu Yang, since we're all family, it's only natural for us to support each other.
Mu Jie, you should also learn more from your brother-in-law. There was no longer any sense of alienation in his voice, but instead a sense of closeness. Liu Yang took it all in.
He does not reject this kind of realistic enticement. In this world, it is always better to have one more friend than one more enemy, especially a family with deep roots in Taiyan City.
Not to mention.
Liu Yang glanced at Bai Ji, who had been tense since a while ago and finally relaxed a little.
This can also be considered as saving money for my wife. Night. The Bai family's basement was converted into a fully equipped private training ground. Liu Yang was shirtless, his bronze skin covered with a thin layer of sweat under the light, and he was preparing to start his training tonight. He had originally planned to just do a few random moves to get by. After all, this kind of lame duck practice could slowly increase his progress. However, just as he was getting ready, he caught a glimpse of two small figures at the door out of the corner of his eye. Bai Ji stood aside and introduced helplessly. This is the 12th sister holding the 13th brother, Bai Moa, who is 8 years old this year. The little boy named Bai Moa was looking at him with curiosity and awe with his big, clear eyes, his little hands tightly grasping the corner of his sister's clothes. Liu Yang paused. Under the admiring gazes of the two children, especially the boy, he really couldn't continue to slack off. It is always bad to lead children astray. He sighed helplessly in his heart, and his originally relaxed demeanor suddenly changed. The next second, Liu Yang's entire temperament changed. He gave up the perfunctory approach of simply completing the task, and instead immersed his entire mind in the moves of 8 brocades. A slight explosion sounded in the air. His muscles and bones were vibrating, and his blood was surging. This is the true power of 8 brocades. Bai Mushui and Bai Moa at the door were watching in fascination, their two little heads swaying with Liu Yang's movements. In their eyes, Liu Yang at this moment was like a god of war. The next morning, when Liu Yang and Bai Ji were ready to leave, the atmosphere in the entire Bai family had already been completely transformed. Bai Xinfeng personally sent them to the door, patted Liu Yang's shoulder enthusiastically, and his words were full of expectations. However, Liu Yuqin acted out of character and held Bai Ji's hand to ask about her well-being. But her eyes would glance at Liu Yang from time to time, full of the love a mother-in-law gives her son-in-law. Be careful on the road, settle in there, and keep in touch with your family. Yes, nephew, if you need anything, just tell your uncle directly. Don't hesitate. The two of them got into Bai Jinyun's spacious 7-seater floating commercial vehicle, which slowly rose into the air amid the family's enthusiastic waves and disappeared into the distance. In the car, Bai Ji quietly opened her personal terminal and sent a message to Liu Yang. Father promised me last night that your application fee, as well as all future tuition fees at Taiyan University, will be covered by our family. Liu Yang looked at the line of words with a calm expression, but in his heart he had a deeper understanding of the value represented by his own strength. It turns out that 9.9% of talent is not only strength, but also the absolute power to leverage resources and change the rules. The hover car runs smoothly on the light-guided track above the city. Bai Mujie, who had been silent all this time, finally couldn't help but looked at Liu Yang with a complicated look in his eyes. Brother Liu Yang, what brand of genetic nutrient solution do you usually use for cultivation? This was the only explanation he could think of for Liu Yang's terrifying talent. It must be some kind of sky-high priced, top-grade nutrient solution that he had never heard of that could give birth to such a monster. Liu Yang turned his head, met his inquiring gaze, and answered frankly and calmly. I come from an ordinary family and have never used that thing. In one sentence, the air in the car froze instantly. Bai Jinyun's hand holding the steering wheel shook violently, and the hover car began to shake slightly. He and his son Bai Mujie exchanged a shocked look. Without any external resources, relying solely on one's own hard work, he reached a level of 9.9% at the age of 18? This is not genius anymore. This is a towering tree that grew out of the poorest soil. The same thought came to the minds of both father and son at the same time. This must be a future grassroots hero. A legend about to rise. 2 hours later, the speed of the hovercraft slowly decreased. The view outside the window suddenly became clear. A giant city made of steel and glass appeared on the horizon. Skyscrapers thousands of meters high pierced the clouds, with advertisements flowing on their surfaces like waterfalls. Countless hovercars float endlessly in the crisscrossing airways like schools of glowing fish, converging into brilliant rivers of light. Liu Yan looked at the magnificent scene outside the window, suppressing a hint of excitement in his heart. Taiyan City. It is worthy of being the provincial capital city of the Orion 0112 galaxy. Chapter 26. It's great to have money. The hover car slid into a dedicated aerial parking area and finally hovered silently in front of a skyscraper. On the tower, 4 ancient characters written in a flamboyant style shone with a soft energy halo. Joy Sky International. Bai Jinyun skillfully turned off the engine and unbuckled his seatbelt, with a perfectly balanced look of complacency on his face. Alright, you guys should stay here for the next few days before the exam. It's close to the exam venue, and the environment is good, so it'll be easy for you to adjust.
Liu Yang's gaze extended upward along the spire that pierced the sky, looking at the constantly changing galaxy patterns on the dome-like curtain, and the anti-gravity fountain suspended in the air at the entrance of the lobby. Only 4 words remained in his mind.
It's great to have money.
Entering the hotel lobby, the smart butler came to greet you silently. Bai Xinyun simply scanned his personal terminal and booked 2 top-level luxury executive suites. He handed one of the room cards to Liu Yang with a smile as warm as an elder next door. Liu Yang, you and Jir will stay in one room, and Mu Jia and I will stay next door. Feel free to contact me if you need anything. Liu Yang took the room card, and the slightly cool metallic texture reminded him of the reality of all this. He and Baiji's suite was on the 128th floor. As soon as they entered, the entire wall of floor-to-ceiling windows offered a panoramic view of Taiyan's most prosperous central business district. Countless suspended traffic flows formed a dazzling light net, flowing continuously under our feet, as if the entire galaxy was crawling here. Lunch is served in the holographic revolving restaurant on the top floor of the hotel. Below you is a slowly rotating panoramic view of the city, and on the table are top-quality ingredients airlifted in from various colonized stars. These are naturally also complimentary services of the hotel. During the meal, Bai Mujie, who had been silent all the time, finally mustered up the courage. He picked up a glass of expensive synthetic juice, lowered his posture very low, and his eyes were full of a sincere thirst for knowledge. Brother Liu Yang, can I ask you about my cultivation? My gene development progress has been stuck at 6.8% for almost half a year. I always feel that my qi and blood are not flowing smoothly, and my muscles and bones are unable to achieve deep resonance. Liu Yang put down his knife and fork, wiped the corner of his mouth with a napkin, and looked indifferent. Transporting qi and blood is merely superficial. Martial arts practice emphasizes the unity of inner and outer self, the control of the mind. The reason you've stagnated is because your will isn't strong enough to penetrate the skin and flesh and reach the bone marrow. Next time you practice, don't deliberately try to transport qi and blood. Instead, visualize your body, viewing your bones as jade and your blood as mercury. With each breath, imagine the energy of the stars pouring in, cleansing your entire body. He quoted from classics and randomly mixed the concepts of Taoist health-preserving exercises in his previous life with the genetic cultivation theory of this world, making his explanations extremely mysterious. Bai Mujie's eyes lit up when he heard this, and he was intoxicated. He even took out his personal terminal and took notes quickly while listening, for fear of missing a single word. In his opinion, these unheard-of theories must be the secrets that only a genius like Liu Yang can comprehend. In the afternoon, after a short rest, Bai Xinyun took the 3 of them and took the hotel's dedicated passage directly to the Examination Registration Center of Taiyan University. As soon as I walked out of the passage, I was overwhelmed by the noisy voices of people. The huge registration hall was packed with people, and tens of thousands of young faces were filled with tension, excitement, and anxiety. The holographic screen scrolls the exam instructions and real-time rankings of various data. The 4 of them found the registration point with ease, and through iris and gene sequence scanning, Liu Yang's registration information was instantly entered successfully. His personal terminal vibrated, and a notification from the Interstellar Federation Ministry of Education popped up. Candidate Liu Yang, you have successfully registered for the Taiyan Private Martial Arts University entrance exam. The first round, the Death Jungle Survival Trial, will begin promptly in 5 days at 8 o'clock Federal Standard Time. Please be prepared. At this moment, a hearty voice came from the side. Hey, isn't this Mujia? Are you here to sign up too? Everyone looked in the direction of the voice and saw a tall, handsome young man walking towards them. He was wearing a set of expensive custom-made training clothes, and the personal terminal on his wrist was the latest limited edition. You can tell at a glance that his family is extraordinary. Behind him were several men and women with equally flamboyant temperaments. Bai Mujia immediately smiled and went forward to meet him. Brotherly! Are you taking the exam this year too? He turned around and introduced Liu Yang and Baiji, sister, brother-in-law. This is my classmate from the next class, Li Wengao. Li Wengao's gaze lingered briefly on Baiji, a hint of surprise flashing across his face, but when he saw Liu Yang, that sense of superiority naturally emerged again. He just nodded politely and turned to Bai Mujie. Come on, after registering, let's go to the nearby Wobi Easy and stock up on some equipment. I spent a fortune on this exam and got a few Violent Bear Series strength boosters. When Bai Mujie heard this, his eyes suddenly lit up. Yes. Brother-in-law, let's go buy some medicine too, just in case. Exams nowadays are not like those in my sister's time.
Relying solely on physical strength to endure is outdated.
He seemed to have transformed into a professional shopping guide, introducing the products incessantly.
Wobi Easy is the largest genetic medicine chain store in Taiwan City. They have everything. Like the rapid cooling stamina recovery potion, which can restore 70% of your depleted stamina in 3 seconds. And there's also the 100 herb antidote, which can clear away the poisonous insect miasma in the death jungle with just one sip. These two are essential for everyone, otherwise you won't even make it half an hour into the first round and will be eliminated. He became more and more excited as he spoke, and gave important speeches. Lu Yang listened quietly, without any emotion in his eyes. From what you said, this exam is just a test of financial strength, isn't it? As soon as the words fell, the air around them seemed to freeze for a moment. Li Wangao and the several rich kids behind him looked at Lu Yang as if he were a fool. Bai Mujie's expression was as if it was a matter of course. He was even a little surprised that Lu Yang would ask such a question, as if he had heard a huge joke. He spread his hands and spoke word by word in a tone that stated the truth. What else? If you don't have money, why would you practice martial arts? The smile on Li Wengao's lips became more playful. He crossed his arms, as if he was watching a good show. The men and women behind him all had undisguised contempt and a sense of entitlement in their eyes. It seemed as if the question Lu Yang raised was itself a kind of original sin. Bai Jianyun's gaze deepened a little as he observed Lu Yang calmly, as if he was re-evaluating the value of this investment. Only Bai Ji frowned slightly, with a hint of worry in her eyes. Lu Yang was unusually calm. He even nodded slightly to Bai Mujie. He understood that in this world, martial arts were never pure. It is a pyramid built with money, resources, connections, and talents. Chapter 27. The Bai family is your strongest backing. Let's go. Lu Yang uttered 2 words lightly, turned around first, and left this noisy place. There was no trace of dejection in his back, but instead there was a kind of heart-pounding calmness. The group walked out of the examination center in silence, but Bai Mujie seemed to be full of energy and followed Lu Yang relentlessly. Brother-in-law, am I right? This is how the world works. Let's go to Wobi Easy now, you must see it. He half showed off, half was eager to pull everyone along. Bai Jianyun did not stop him, but followed him thoughtfully. Wobaisai on the commercial street is more like a small palace than a store. The entire structure is made of memory metal, and the facade has a liquid luster under the sunlight. Inside the store, the air was filled with a unique smell that was a mixture of the fragrance of plants and metal. Countless genetic medicines are quietly displayed in rows of glass display cabinets with constant temperature and humidity. They are placed in exquisite crystal bottles, and the liquid presents gorgeous colors of emerald, amber, or azure. Under the soft light, it flows slowly as if it has life. Lu Yang's eyes casually swept across and landed on a row of display cabinets labeled Primary Gains. Quick Stamina Recovery Potion Primary, price, 500 federal points. Iron Wall Defense Amplification Potion Primary, price, 500 federal points. Just 2 bottles of the most basic entry-level potion cost 1,000 federal points. This amount is enough for an average federal family of 3 to survive a month of hardship. Lu Yang sighed in his heart, this is not a medicine, it is clearly burning money. His gaze continued to move upwards and landed on the shelf labeled Level 2 Gain. The price was simply doubled, and the effect marked on the bottle was increased from 3 minutes to 6 minutes. Double the price, double the burn time. Fair and cruel. Just then, there was a commotion at the door of the store. Li Wangao and his group had just finished paying the bill and walked out. He was holding an exquisitely designed gift box in his hand. On the black and gold box, 2 large characters were printed in ancient seal script Shinong. Shinong Pharmacy. Bai Mujie's breathing became rapid, his eyes full of envy. That's the exclusive gift package Shinong Pharmacy customized specifically for this entrance exam. It has everything, including recovery, amplification, detoxification, and healing. Bai Jianyun took a glance and added calmly. That package cost 60,000 federal points. This number silenced Bai Mujie instantly, leaving only the sound of swallowing. Bai Jianyun's gaze shifted from the gift box to Lu Yang, and a gentle smile appeared on his face. Lu Yang and Mujie, each of you should do 1 set. This is 2. Lu Yang subconsciously wanted to refuse. Bai Jianyun raised his hand to interrupt him, patted his shoulder lightly, and spoke earnestly. Child, don't refuse. This isn't called spending, it's called investing. Your talent deserves the best protection.
I hope you can venture forth and strive for success without any worries.
The Bai family is your strongest backing.
These words were flawless, showing goodwill, expectations, and even an invisible bond. Lu Yang was silent for a moment, looked at Bai Xinyan deeply, and finally nodded slowly.
This time, he didn't refuse. Back to the executive suite on the 128th floor of Yuetian International. With a click, Lu Yang opened the gift box worth 60,000 federal points. Rows of potions of various sizes and colors were neatly nestled in the velvet lining. He picked up a bottle of light golden violent bear power amplifier. Lu Yang's lips curled up in a self-deprecating arc. When you are valuable, the whole world will be kind to you. This gift may seem generous, but it is actually a transaction with a fixed price. He used 9.9% of his talent to exchange for an admission ticket to the Bai family. But it doesn't feel bad.
He quickly calculated that with his current cultivation speed, combined with these top-level auxiliary medicines, within 5 days, he would be able to push 8 brocades to a whole new level.
The realm of warriors is no longer out of reach, it is only one step away.
That night, outside the suite's huge floor-to-ceiling windows, the night view of Tian City was dazzling. Lu Yang sat cross-legged in the middle of the living room, putting aside all distracting thoughts. He did not rush to use the medicine, but continued to practice 8 brocades over and over again. His gaze penetrated the glazed windows and looked at the towering skyscrapers, with a blazing fire burning in his eyes. The bedroom door was gently pushed open a crack, and Bai Ji stuck her head out, wanting to persuade him to go to bed early. But when she saw the fire in Lu Yang's eyes, all the words were stuck in her throat. She closed the door silently without making any sound. She turned and walked into the kitchen, skillfully took out the nutritional paste and warming tonic from the storage cabinet, and used a thermostat to heat them to the most suitable temperature for eating. Silent support is the greatest tenderness she can give at this moment. For the next 3 days, Lu Yang completely entered a state of madness. Eat, sleep, and practice. 3 points in one line, nothing else. In order to seek that last chance of breakthrough, he even disrupted the originally steady rhythm of practicing 8 brocade tempering. He no longer pursued perfection in every move, but only focused on speed. The blood rushed through his body like crazy, and his bones groaned under the extreme pressure. The muscles tore and healed, each time bringing a sharp, needle-like pain. After the extreme madness and pain, there is an unprecedented understanding. His cultivation speed did not decrease but increased, and skyrocketed again. Finally, late at night on the 3rd day, when the last wisp of qi and blood completed its circulation along the new trajectory, Lu Yang felt that the invisible barrier that had hindered him for so long was reduced to a layer of window paper as thin as a cicada's wing.
One poke and it breaks.
Bai Ji, who had been silently watching him, clearly felt the change in Lu Yang's aura. A storm surged in her heart, and an idea emerged uncontrollably.
It's so magical. It seems that Lu Yang is really going to break through to the warrior realm before this exam begins. Last time.
Lu Yang's teeth were clenched tightly, scarlet bloodshot filled his eyes, and on his retina, only a line of cold system data was jumping wildly.
8 brocades cultivation progress, 5960. Just one last push, the last circulation of the body. He took a deep breath, and then with the last movement, he pressed down fiercely. A terrifying force like a volcanic eruption exploded in his body. It was no longer a trickle of blood and energy, but a burst of magma, washing over every corner of his body with overwhelming force. An indescribable feeling of lightness instantly seized him. He felt that his body was no longer flesh and blood, but had turned into countless tiny particles. Every cell is transforming and being reborn, greedily devouring the new energy.
At the same time, on the virtual panel in front of him, the data stream was refreshing like a waterfall.
Strength, 98,99,101. Agility, 97,100,103. Constitution, 99,102,105. Spirit, 95,98,100. All basic values exceeded 100 in just 1 second. His senses were infinitely magnified. Outside the living room window, there was the faint hum of the engine of a hover car 100 meters high, the subtle sound of nutrient solution flowing in the pipes, and even in the bedroom next door, each sound was clear and powerful, with a hint of nervous heartbeat. It's Angelica de Hurica. Chapter 28. They are from the rocket class of number 1 middle school.
Lu Yang suddenly opened his eyes, and an extremely bright light burst out from the depths of his pupils.
He looked at the final panel data. Host, Lu Yang. Gene development progress, 10.2%. Done. Warrior. Bang.
The bedroom door was slammed open, and Baiji rushed out with a look of disbelief and horror on her face. Her eyes were fixed on Lu Yang in the middle of the living room. The dream she pursued her whole life. The realm of warrior that made her bear nearly 1 million federal points of debt and even used her marriage as a bargaining chip. Just now, this man who was 10 years younger than her had accomplished it so easily on the eve of the entrance exam. How is this possible? The moment her eyes met Lu Yang's, a shudder from the instinct of life instantly spread throughout her body. That is a crushing from a higher level of life. The Lu Yang in front of him still had the familiar outline, but the aura he exuded had undergone a drastic change. If he was a deep pool before, then at this moment, he was a bottomless ocean. She subconsciously wanted to speak, but found that Lu Yang's figure suddenly disappeared from the spot. It's not so fast that it becomes blurry, but it evaporates into thin air without any warning. The next moment, a warm breath brushed past her ears. I succeeded. Lu Yang's voice sounded behind her. Baiji's body stiffened instantly. She couldn't even catch his movements. She turned around suddenly and met Lu Yang's surprisingly bright eyes. The calmness and calculation in those eyes were replaced by a strong self-confidence. The two looked at each other quietly, the air filled with the joy of the breakthrough. Finally, Lu Yang opened his arms and hugged her tightly. We succeeded, he repeated. Whom? Baiji buried her face in his chest, feeling the strong heartbeat, and was obsessed with it. This is her man. She suddenly raised her head, stood on tiptoes, and kissed him with all her strength. The next morning. The first ray of sunlight shines through the huge floor-to-ceiling windows and onto the soft carpet. Lu Yang slowly opened his eyes, and the first thing that caught his eye was Baiji's sleeping face. She curled up in his arms like a cat, her long eyelashes casting a faint shadow in the morning light. An unprecedented sense of satisfaction filled his heart. Strength, family, love. In this cold and inward-looking world, he finally has his own anchor. After they finished washing up and walked out of the suite, they happened to meet Bai Xinyan and Bai Mujie, who were about to go out. Brother-in-law, good morning. Bai Mujie greeted him warmly. But as soon as he finished speaking, he was stunned and rubbed his eyes subconsciously. He walked around Lu Yang, his face full of confusion. Strange, brother-in-law, what's different about you today? In the past, Lu Yang gave people the feeling of a clear spring in a mountain stream, calm and unhurried, and hidden. But today, Lu Yang is like a peerless divine weapon drawn from its sheath. Even if he is just standing quietly, he exudes the aura of an unparalleled strong man. Really? Lu Yang smiled calmly. Maybe I got a good rest last night. Maybe. Bai Mujie was confused and muttered. Maybe I was too nervous and didn't sleep well, so I'm blurry. Bai Xinyan on the side looked at Lu Yang deeply, and a barely perceptible gleam of light flashed in his eyes under the lenses, but he didn't ask anything. The last day of rest was spent peacefully. Taiyan Private Martial Arts University, the day of the entrance exam. 7:30 in the morning, in the central square of Taiyan City Admissions Examination Center. Tens of thousands of examinees from various colonies in the Orion 0112 galaxy gathered into a sea of black people. The high-pitched electronic broadcast echoed over the square. No illegal items are allowed. Once discovered, you will be banned from taking the exam for life. All candidates, please remain silent and wait to enter. Lu Yang and Bai Mujie stood in the crowd. Have you heard? This time, the Death Jungle trial map is 1.5 times more difficult than last year. What are you afraid of? My uncle got me a cheated gene amplifier. As long as I don't run into those mutants, I can walk around like a madman. Well, I'm just here to try my luck. If it doesn't work out, I'll go back and accept the assignment. There was a constant stream of conversations all around. 8 o'clock sharp. The broadcast stopped abruptly. Right in front of the square, the huge gate, which was 100 meters high and cast from a special alloy, made a dull roar and slowly rose up under the gaze of countless people. Behind the gate is deep and boundless darkness. The exam has begun. Charge! Someone roared. Tens of thousands of feet stepped on the alloy ground at the same time. Lu Yang was held tightly by Bai Mujie, and the two struggled to maintain their posture in the crowd. At the end of the passage, a dazzling white light suddenly exploded. Everyone narrowed their eyes subconsciously. When the line of sight returned, the scene before them brought a moment of silence to the noisy crowd. They stood on the edge of a large underground platform. This is a terrifying space whose boundaries cannot be measured with the naked eye. Thousands of meters overhead, rows of huge industrial lights illuminate everything below in great detail. The ground beneath his feet was a seamless silver-gray alloy, smooth as a mirror, reflecting the pale light above and the dark masses of heads below. The air was filled with a cold smell mixed with metal and ozone. Directly in front of the platform, on the farthest horizon, a long and narrow corridor can be vaguely seen.
At the end of the corridor is a huge, tightly closed alloy door. After a brief moment of distraction, the crowd became agitated again. Quick! Find someone from your own school to form a team. Everyone from Wynn City High School, gather here. Is there anyone with a genetic development progress exceeding 8%?
Our team is still short of a key player. After a brief period of confusion, tens of thousands of candidates quickly began to gather in groups based on their schools, families, or strengths. The weak seek shelter, while the strong select valuable teammates.
Brother-in-law, quick, this way. Imujie's face turned pale.
He held Lu Yang tightly, squeezed through the crowd, and walked towards a relatively remote corner. Lu Yang's gaze did not linger, but was attracted by a scene not far away.
At this moment, Li Wengao was bowing and nodding to another group of people with several men and women who were also dressed in luxurious clothes, their faces full of flattering smiles. There were only 3 people surrounded by them like the moon surrounded by stars. The 3 of them just stood there quietly, as if they were completely isolated from the surrounding noise and flattery. Who's that over there? Imujie followed his gaze and his expression instantly became extremely complicated.
They're from the rocketry class of number 1 middle school.
His Adam's apple rolled, his voice dry. Real monsters. Chapter 29, just one strike, hundreds of people were eliminated.
Imujie took a deep breath, lowered his voice, and gave instructions one by one. The guy in the white training suit, with his eyes closed, acting like everyone owes him millions, is Lei Wanjun. The girl next to him with short hair and eyes as sharp as knives is called Su Qingying. There's another one, the tall one who looks like an iron tower, that's Yan Wulong.
Imujie's tone was trembling.
During the 10 Schools League, these 3 teamed up to crush our school's strongest team in less than 10 minutes.
We didn't even touch their shirts. 10 School League? Lu Yang's heart sank suddenly, and a bitter ripple appeared. He had never heard of the term. It's not that he is ignorant, but the class he used to belong to, the ordinary middle school in that third-rate city, didn't even have the qualifications to know the names of these gifted children. Don't look, brother-in-law.
Imujie seemed to feel the fluctuations in Lu Yang's mood, and pulled his sleeve with a wry smile.
Those perverts aren't from the same world as us.
Let me tell you this, federal law prohibits the disclosure of a candidate's genetic development progress before the martial arts college entrance exam. However, those in the rocket class are an exception.
Because all of them were already true warriors before taking the exam.
Only now did Lu Yang realize how little he knew about this world. He had given his all, expended countless sweat and potions, and had only just managed to break through on the eve of the exam. But for these people, it was just a ticket to take part in this exam? It turns out that this is the real genius. At this moment, the alloy floor in the center of the platform suddenly cracked, and a huge square platform slowly rose.
On the high platform, a figure appeared and instantly caught everyone's attention. He was a giant man who was nearly 3 meters tall. Just standing there, he exuded a suffocating and terrifying aura. What was even more bizarre was that on the giant man's shoulders, which were as broad as door panels, there was a woman sitting. The woman was wearing a fiery red tight combat uniform that outlined her breathtaking curves. Her red hair of the same color was like a burning flame, which made her skin look whiter than snow and her face look enchanting. She swung her legs carelessly, a playful smile on her lips. Quiet.
The giant man spoke, his voice was as dull as thunder, but it was clearly heard throughout the entire platform. The noisy square suddenly became silent. The red-haired woman on his shoulder giggled, the sound clear and pleasant.
Little ones, don't be nervous. Let me introduce myself. This big, silly guy next to me is Li Chang. My name is Deng Hong. She patted the giant's head and said, "We too will be the examiners of your first trial."
Her eyes swept over the tens of thousands of nervous faces below, and her smile grew wider. The rules are very simple.
Do you see that door in front?
Behind it is a huge underground maze with many branching paths. She stretched out a slender white finger and tapped her temple.
Li Chang and I will lead the way for you. All you have to do is try your best to keep up with us. Anyone who can follow us out of the maze will pass.
As soon as he finished speaking, there was an uproar below.
Is it that simple?
The smile on Deng Hong's face grew wider, with a hint of playfulness like a cat playing with a mouse.
Then the exam begins now.
The moment she finished speaking, the tightly closed huge alloy door at the end of the corridor made a loud click and burst open. Roar! The giant Li Chang let out a roar that was not like a human voice, and the muscles in his legs suddenly expanded, and the alloy platform under his feet instantly sank and cracked. His huge body turned into a black afterimage, carrying Deng Hong on his shoulders, and rushed towards the open door. Wherever he ran, the air was instantly torn apart, and a terrifying gale comparable to the passing of a hovercar was blown up, blowing the nearby candidates toppling over. Almost as fast as possible. Tens of thousands of candidates, including a genius like Lei Wanjun, were all stunned. The examiner had already run away before their brains could even process his words? 1 second. 2 seconds. Finally, someone reacted and let out a desperate scream. Chase! The entire platform was in an uproar. Tens of thousands of examinees were like a hornet's nest that had been poked. They no longer cared about forming teams or formations. All of their faces were filled with fear and horror. They turned around like crazy and launched a desperate charge towards the gate. The huge alloy door, which was only half opened, caused the entire underground platform to vibrate violently with every movement. In the chaos, the most primitive evil of human nature is infinitely magnified. Get out of the way. Get out of the way. Let me pass first. Pushing, cursing, elbowing. The originally orderly crowd collapsed in an instant and turned into a mutual infighting. In order to compete for that advantage, the candidates did not hesitate to resort to dirty tricks on their classmates and friends. In this chaos, Liu Yang's pupils suddenly shrank. His eyes were fixed on the front. 3 figures rushed out from the chaos. The first one to move was Su Qingying. She simply tapped the tiptoes of a candidate's raised arm, and her figure became a light afterimage like a swift flying through the forest. Every time she landed, she stepped precisely on the swaying shoulders or heads of others, using the force to soar into the air with a graceful posture, yet she stepped on each candidate toppling over and over, clearing a path for the people behind her. Following closely behind was the human-shaped iron tower, Yan Wulong. He didn't even bother to dodge. A low roar rolled out from his throat, he crossed his arms to protect his chest, and rushed wildly towards the place where the crowd was the most dense. The dull sound of collision was endless, it was the clash between flesh and blood and steel. The candidates who were hit by him, no matter whether their gene development progress was 7% or 8%, would vomit blood, the muffled sound of broken bones could be heard clearly, they would fly backwards with screams, and instantly lose their combat effectiveness. And the most terrifying one is Lei Wanjun. He didn't even move his feet. He just slowly raised his right hand, and in the palm of his hand, a dazzling electric light crackled and instantly condensed into a dancing lightning snake. Noisy. He spat out 2 words indifferently and swung his arm violently. The lightning snake flew out of his hand and turned into a huge electric net, instantly covering the fan-shaped area of nearly 100 meters in front of him. All the candidates who were covered by the electric fence had their bodies twitching violently, their hair standing on end, and they were uttering shrill howls that were not like human voices. Then he was blown into the air by the violent electric current and fell heavily to the ground, leaving a charred mark on the ground. With just 1 strike, hundreds of people were eliminated. Even Li Wengao and his companions who had been showing off their might before were swept by the violent energy aftermath and rolled out in a mess. Chapter 30, Following my brother-in-law, I will definitely pass this exam. Li Wengao spat out a mouthful of bloody saliva, a trace of horror flashed in his eyes, but his movements were astonishingly fast. Without hesitation, he pulled out the expensive fast-acting healing spray from his pocket and sprayed it on himself and his companions. The green light mist quickly repaired their injuries. They immediately got up, desperately pushed away the ordinary candidates who were blocking their way, and followed the bloody path opened up by Lei Wanjun and the other 2. This is the real law of the jungle. The road of the strong is paved with the bones of the weak. Liu Yang's heart was beating wildly in his chest, but his eyes became colder. This is not a test. This is raising insects. It is to screen out the most poisonous, cruelest and strongest one among tens of thousands of poisonous insects. The examiner's silence is the greatest acquiescence. Brother-in-law. Bai Mujie's face was as pale as paper. He saw with his own eyes that a candidate was knocked away by Yan Wulong, and his head hit the alloy ground, with blood and brain matter spurting out. This bloody scene completely broke down his psychological defenses. His whole body was stiff, his teeth were chattering, and he was so frightened that he couldn't move a step. At this moment, a wave of people who were frightened by Lei Wanjun were rushing towards their corner in panic. Follow me. Liu Yang growled, grabbed Bai Mujie's arm, and threw him behind him. Bai Mujie staggered, and when he looked up again, he was shocked to find that Lu Yang did not retreat but advanced instead, brazenly facing the surging crowd.
My brother-in-law must be crazy. Lu Yang's eyes were extremely resolute.
He glanced left and right, and saw that both sides were occupied by stronger people. To the left is a wall, to the back is death, the only way to survive is in front.
Drink!
He took a deep breath, and within his dantian, the energy that had just been condensed after breaking through the warrior realm burst out. An invisible force suddenly pushed forward with him as the center. The crowd in front of him suddenly fell to the ground, and a path was torn open by this brute force.
Who pushed me? Looking for death.
Curses were heard everywhere. A young man with a face full of flesh and a sturdy body steadied himself from the crowd who were pushed away. When he saw that it was Lu Yang, the culprit, a fierce light flashed in his eyes, and his huge fist, with a vicious wind, hit Lu Yang's temple mercilessly.
Kid, get out of here.
A cold arc appeared at the corner of Lu Yang's mouth.
Kill the chicken to scare the monkey. We are just missing a chicken.
The sturdy man practiced the iron-breaking fist, which was widely circulated in the army. It was famous for its fierceness, domineering and fierce power.
Among the quasi-warriors, there are few rivals.
But he was facing a real warrior. Lu Yang did not dodge or evade, and also met the attack with a punch. Fists and fists, the most primitive and purest violent collision.
Bang! A muffled sound.
In the sturdy man's terrified and twisted eyes, his proud fist shattered into pieces like paper the moment it touched Lu Yang's fist.
Snap!
That was the sound of bones crushing. A terrifying impact force of over 1 ton was unleashed without reservation. The sturdy man's huge body was struck by lightning, and he flew backwards, spraying a large amount of blood mist mixed with internal organ fragments in the air. The candidates around him clearly saw that his punching arm was strangely twisted from the fist to the shoulder, and the white bone stumps even pierced through the muscles and skin, and blood was flowing. The sturdy man slammed into the crowd behind him, knocking down a large group of people.
For a moment, a brief vacuum zone appeared in front of Lu Yang.
Everyone looked at him as if he were a monster. Lu Yang retracted his fist expressionlessly, without even looking at the burly man. He pulled up Bai Mujie, who was already stunned, and continued forward. Bai Mujie was dragged by him, moving his legs mechanically, and making the sound of swallowing saliva in his throat. His mind went blank. The one who can turn people into mud with one punch.
Is it my gentle and polite brother-in-law?
That look was as cold as 10,000 years of black ice.
Is it my brother-in-law who always smiles? After a brief panic and astonishment, an unprecedented ecstasy surged through Bai Mujie's body. So awesome! This time, I will definitely pass the exam by following my brother-in-law. The candidates around him looked at Lu Yang not as a competitor of the same age, but as someone looking up to him. Lu Yang had no expression on his face, not even raising his eyebrows, as he took a step forward and continued forward. He didn't walk fast.
The energy surging in his dantian, under his deliberate control, formed an airwave surrounding his body. Silently push away the crowded and chaotic crowds.
Gudong.
Someone swallowed hard, his eyes filled with a mixture of awe and horror.
In chaos, there are always smart people.
A tall and thin candidate with sharp eyes, after a brief shock, a gleam of light flashed in his eyes. He didn't say anything, but just quietly followed Lu Yang 5 meters away. When one person does this, more people will follow suit.
Soon, a strange tale spontaneously formed behind Lu Yang.
These people were wary of each other, but they tacitly regarded Lu Yang as the bow of a ship that split the raging waves, and carefully followed the safe passage he opened up.
Lu Yang knew this very well, but he didn't care.
As he moved forward, those candidates who had been like crazy before all avoided him, and he was forced to carve out a path through the most chaotic middle area.
My vision suddenly became clear. In front, the 3 figures of Lei Wanjun, Su Qingying, and Yan Wulong were already far ahead, following closely behind the examiner Deng Hong, forming the first echelon.
There was a distance of more than 10 meters between the 3 of them. They seemed not to interfere with each other, but in fact, their chi was pulling them together, and they all regarded each other as the biggest threat.
Lu Yang's pace finally began to accelerate. Mujie, if you can't keep up, be careful.
Without even turning his head, his voice calmly floated into Bai Mujie's ears.
Ah, brother-in-law.
Bai Mujie had just recovered from the huge shock when he saw Lu Yang's figure suddenly blur and turned into an arrow, rushing towards the legendary figures in front. He opened his mouth, but in the end could only let out a helpless sigh, silently praying that he would not get lost in this damn maze.
In the first echelon, the atmosphere was as heavy as iron.
At this moment, a burst of hurried but unusually steady footsteps came quickly from far away. Su Qingying, who was moving at high speed in a mysterious asynchronous method, frowned slightly and glanced behind her subconsciously. I saw a strange figure tearing through the air at an astonishing speed and chasing straight up.
How is this possible?
Those who can keep up with them are all the most prestigious prodigies from major martial arts families and top schools. That group of rabble behind should have been left behind long ago.
Chapter 31, Little Guys, the warm-up is over. Not only Su Qingying, but even Yan Wulong, the mobile iron tower in the front, let out a puzzled groan.
Lei Wanjun, who was walking in the middle, had a playful smile on his face.
Interesting, there's actually one fish that slipped through the net.
Lu Yang's figure stopped steadily about 20 meters away from them, his breathing steady and his expression unchanged, as if the all-out sprint just now was just to warm up.
The appearance of this new face caused ripples in the hearts of these chosen ones.
This guy's methods are very wild. Su Qingying lowered her voice and commented to Lei Wanjun beside her. Looking at the way he exerts his power, there's no trace of systematic training.
He's relying entirely on brute force.
A dark horse. Lu Yang's eyes were also quickly scanning the people in front of him.
Lei Wanjun's domineering, Su Qingying's lightness, Yan Wulong's heaviness.
Each of them exuded an aura that was as condensed as substance, and was extremely sharp.
Compared with him, they were actually on par with him. Is this the Federation's top genius?
Lu Yang felt a chill in his heart. He knew very well that in terms of genetic development progress alone, he might not be inferior to them. But there was a huge gap between him and these people.
That gap is called resources. Kung Fu, secret techniques, gene amplifiers, combat experience. These are their real moats.
Lu Yang slowed down half a step and hung at the end of the first echelon without any haste or impatience. Don't fall behind, and don't steal the limelight from those talented people. At the same time, Bai Mujia had already been left behind by the first echelon.
He gritted his teeth, swallowed an expensive physical recovery potion, and struggled to keep up with the front of the second echelon.
At this moment, the examiner Deng Hong, who had been silent all the time, led the first group and turned into the first fork in the road on the left without hesitation.
An hour later. A long run.
Lu Yang still maintained a steady pace and followed at the end of the team. His brain was working rapidly.
How big is this underground city?
At their speed, they can run hundreds of kilometers in an hour. But looking around, there are still endless alloy passages in all directions, without even a sign of a boundary.
He glanced at Li Chang, who was in the front.
He carried Deng Hong and ran for an hour without even having his breathing disordered.
It's ridiculously strong. Lu Yang was secretly shocked.
Other candidates in the first tier have begun to show signs of physical exhaustion.
Some people's faces turned pale and some people's steps became unsteady. Finally, someone couldn't hold on any longer.
A young man from a noble family took advantage of the moment when he turned the corner, took out a light blue potion from his arms, and quickly poured it into his mouth.
This scene was seen by everyone around.
Suddenly, a candidate who was as thin as a monkey in the team turned around abruptly, formed his 5 fingers into claws, and grabbed another companion who was secretly drinking potion next to him.
Give it to me.
The thin candidate in front of Lu Yang also suddenly braked and turned around, and his skinny fist, with a vicious gust of wind, rushed straight to Lu Yang's face.
Want to take advantage of my unpreparedness and strike the enemy with one blow?
Lu Yang's eyes were as cold as ice. The moment the other party turned around, he was already prepared. He slightly tilted his body and avoided the vicious punch by a hair's breadth. His right leg came from behind but arrived first and kicked the candidate hard in the chest. The crisp sound of bones breaking was particularly harsh. The fierceness in the candidate's eyes was instantly replaced by terror, and the whole person flew backwards, blood spurting out in mid-air.
Kill with one strike. This counterattack ignited the fuse of the melee. Kill. Hand over the potion.
The first echelon, the second echelon, the long accumulated contradictions and fatigue, burst out at this moment. Hidden weapons broke through the air, strong energy spread everywhere, and the lights of various skills flashed wildly in the narrow passage.
The battle instantly became intense. In the chaos, several cold gazes locked onto Lu Yang. He is a new face and a wild one.
In the eyes of these children from aristocratic families, he is undoubtedly the easiest target. 3 poison flying needles shot towards Lu Yang's back from a strange angle. Lu Yang seemed to have eyes on his back. His body just made an extremely small side tilt while running at high speed, and the 3 flying needles stuck to the corners of his clothes and nailed into the wall in front of him.
Immediately afterwards, a fierce palm wind came from the side.
Lu Yang made a mistake in his steps, and at the moment when the palm wind hit his body, he swung away half a meter and avoided it perfectly again.
They are all quasi-warriors? Compared to me, it's a little bit lacking. Lu Yang's heart was as calm as water.
After dodging 4 waves of tricky sneak attacks in a row, a hint of impatience flashed in his eyes.
The game is over.
The alloy ground beneath his feet suddenly sank, and the energy in his dantian burst out. His figure instantly turned into a blurred afterimage, and he forced his way directly from the periphery of the melee into the middle of the first echelon, the core of the battle circle.
What?
Su Qingying, who was easily repelling an opponent, saw that figure sneaking in between herself and Lei Wanjun like a ghost, and her pretty face was full of disbelief. She originally thought that the melee caused by the potion just now was an efficient filter, enough to completely screen out those unqualified guys in the first echelon. But Lu Yang, who was a weird and unconventional person from beginning to end, was not eliminated. Instead, he went against the current and the chaos and wedged himself into their core circle composed of top talents.
This kind of endurance and strength is definitely not something a quasi-warrior can possess.
Her eyes inadvertently swept behind her.
The second echelon, which was left far behind, was struggling and in a mess.
She even saw a familiar figure.
Not long ago, she eliminated an old classmate from the Taiyan gifted preparatory class.
A barely perceptible hint of mockery appeared at the corner of Su Qingying's mouth.
Waste is waste after all. There is a huge gap between quasi-warriors and real warriors.
It may not be obvious on ordinary days, but once it comes to this kind of extreme test of comprehensive quality and endurance, this gap will be infinitely magnified.
The only fate of the weak here is to be ruthlessly crushed and then eliminated.
Su Qingying withdrew her gaze and looked at Lu Yang again, her beautiful eyes flashing with strong curiosity and exploration.
Who is this guy?
Just as the atmosphere in the first echelon was becoming increasingly solemn, the fiery red figure in the front suddenly let out a frivolous laugh, and the crisp sound seemed to carry magic.
Hey little ones, warm-up is over.
She smiled sweetly, her eyes sweeping playfully over the group of breathless geniuses behind her. Now, let's begin the final sprint. Friendly reminder, our grading criteria for the first stage are very simple. The first 100 people to reach the finish line will get full marks and a bonus of 100. After the 100th place, subtract 10 points for every 100th place. After the 1000th place, subtract another 10 points for every 1000th place. As for those outside the top 10,000,
I'm sorry, you don't have any points. Chapter 32. Is this the strength of the Federation's top genius?
Before he finished speaking, Deng Hong jumped off the giant Li Chang's shoulders like a nimble cheetah. The alloy floor where she landed actually had a clear dent in it. The next moment, she turned into a fiery red afterimage, and her speed suddenly increased several times, rushing towards the deep darkness ahead. The giant Li Chang slowed down his pace and let out a dull roar at the candidates rushing up from behind him.
If you can't keep up, go back and drink milk.
Deng Hong's speed was beyond the comprehension of these geniuses. It was so fast that only a blurry visual trace remained.
Lu Yang's pupils suddenly shrank.
He clearly saw that the fiery afterimage turned left without hesitation at a fork in the road and instantly disappeared into the darkness at the corner.
Too fast. And this underground city has so many forks in the road like a spider web. Once you lose track, you will be eliminated. Lu Yang's heart was filled with alarm. Must keep up with her. There are more than 10,000 people in the first echelon, but there are probably less than 1,000 who can really keep up with Deng Hong. And only the top 100 spots are available with full marks. Can't keep it any longer. An even more condensed energy exploded from Lu Yang's body.
The warrior power hidden in his limbs and bones was completely awakened at this moment. His speed instantly broke through a critical point. Lei Wanjun, Su Qingying, and Yan Wulong, who were at the front, felt the sudden explosion of terrifying aura behind them almost at the same time, and their faces changed.
Is this guy also a real warrior?
Su Qingying looked back, her beautiful face full of disbelief. This wild guy in her eyes actually unleashed a power that was no less powerful than theirs.
Lei Wanjun and the other two did not dare to hold back any longer.
They pushed the energy in their dantian to the extreme and transformed it into 3 streams of light, following closely behind.
The core of the entire first echelon was completely boiling. Rays of light tore through the air, with sharp whistles, rushing madly towards the fork in the road where Deng Hong disappeared.
Lu Yang burst out with all his strength, forcing a bloody path through the crowded first echelon. At this moment, the underground passage ahead suddenly narrowed.
The original 4 lanes were compressed into a narrow corridor that can only accommodate 3 people side by side. The competition instantly became fierce.
Lu Yang's speed is unparalleled at the moment, and he is about to surpass Lei Wanjun in front of him.
But just as he passed by Lei Wanjun, a black shadow as big as a mountain came across and blocked his way. It's Yan Wulong. Yaluzi, this is not the place for you.
Yan Wulong's honest face now showed a ferocious look that was totally inconsistent with his appearance. His fist as big as a casserole, with a force of 10,000 pounds, hit Lu Yang's chest directly.
So fast. Lu Yang's eyes flashed, and he twisted his waist to the limit.
His whole body was like a fully drawn bow, and he narrowly avoided the earth-shattering punch.
However, Yan Wulong's mouth curled up into a mocking grin. Do you think this is the end?
Before he finished speaking, a burst of energy that was condensed to the extreme suddenly exploded from his swung fist, forming a translucent fan-shaped airwave visible to the naked eye, sweeping out.
Mountain collapsing force. Not good. Lu Yang's pupils shrank into needle points, and it was too late to hide. A loud bang that was extremely dull. The airwave hit Lu Yang's body hard. He flew out uncontrollably and slammed hard into the hard alloy wall. The wall shook violently, and spider-web-like cracks spread out with him as the center. A surge of blood and energy could no longer be suppressed and gushed out of Lu Yang's mouth. There was a tearing pain in both arms, and it seemed as if all the internal organs were dislocated. Just the energy from a punch, how could it be so powerful? Lu Yan leaned against the wall and slowly slid down, with horror showing in his eyes for the first time. Is this the strength of the Federation's top genius? Lu Yang felt a sweetness in his throat and forced himself to swallow back the fishy blood that was surging up. His vision went dark due to the violent impact. This is the Federation's top genius. Just when Lu Yang was in a trance, a black shadow whizzed past his head and hit the place where he had just slipped. The alloy wall groaned again under the heavy burden. Another candidate was eliminated. If I had been slower by even half a second, the outcome would have been that I would have been crushed into a pool of meat paste by this latecomer and completely eliminated. Cold sweat instantly soaked my back. Lu Yang bit his tongue hard, and the severe pain made him wake up instantly. He struggled to support his trembling arms and stood up unsteadily. It turns out that the real gap is not the cold number of genetic development. It's the use and skills of strength. The gust of air called the collapsing mountain force instantly detonated the original 10 points of power through some mysterious method, giving rise to 20 points or even 30 points of destructive power. This is a gap in skills. In the distance, Yan Wulong's figure had already disappeared around the corner of the passage. He didn't even look back. In his eyes, that ignorant and unscrupulous person was already a dead man. It wasn't worth even a second of his attention. Su Qingying, who followed closely behind, caught a glimpse of Lu Yang struggling to get up from the corner of her eye. A hint of disappointment flashed across her charming eyes. Is this the end after all? The unconventional approach does have its limits. But it's not over yet. There was no trace of dejection in Lu Yang's eyes, instead a crazy fire was burning in them. He used his left hand, which was barely movable, to quickly take out an injection from the tactical backpack at his waist. Blood activating number 6. One of the expensive genetic medicines sent by Bai Jinyun. Without any hesitation, he pulled open his sleeve and thrust the sharp needle into his arm. The cold liquid was instantly injected into the blood vessels. The next second, a stream of burning warmth spread rapidly throughout the body like a spider web, centered at the injection point. Wherever the warm current passed, the tearing pain was forcibly suppressed, the almost paralyzed arms regained consciousness, and the chaotic internal organs returned to their normal state. Mobility restored. At this moment, a strong wind blew in my face. A tall female candidate had a gleam in her eyes and kicked Lu Yang's neck with a fierce whip kick, trying to completely eliminate this seriously injured unlucky guy. Roll. Lu Yang's eyes turned cold, and his left hand quickly took out another bottle of nutritional medicine from his backpack. He unscrewed the cap, raised his head and drank it all, then threw the empty bottle at the female candidate. The female candidate's pupils shrank, and she subconsciously thought it was a hidden weapon, so she quickly retracted her legs and dodged to the side. Now is the time. Lu Yang seized this fleeting opportunity, suddenly bent his body, turned around and ran towards the direction where Deng Hong disappeared again. Asshole. You're kidding me. The female candidate's angry curses came from behind him,
but Lu Yang turned a deaf ear to them.
Chapter 33, 100,000 candidates, only 10,000 left.
Yan Wulong's punch completely knocked him out of the core of the first echelon composed of top talents. He could clearly feel that the powerful aura in front of him was getting farther and farther away from him.
Unwilling. Anger. Humiliation.
All the negative emotions were burning wildly in his chest. He noticed that most of the candidates in front of him formed temporary teams in 2s and 3s, covering each other and advancing alternately.
And he, Lu Yang, was all alone. Advantages? I am a real warrior, my endurance and explosive power far exceed those of would-be warriors. Disadvantage? I don't have any systematic fighting skills.
All my battles rely on the little experience I had before crossing over and my body's instincts.
Then fight to the end with instinct. A candidate attacked from the flank and slashed with a knife. Lu Yang didn't even have time to see the other person's face clearly. His body had already reacted before his brain and he twisted to the side as much as possible. The blade scraped across his ribs, leaving a trail of sparks and a streak of blood. There are people forming a human wall to block the way ahead.
Lu Yang did not dodge or evade, the energy in his dantian rushed to his legs frantically, his speed increased again, and he forced his way through the gap in the human wall. Another sneak attack from behind hit Lu Yang's body, and his back shook, and he vomited blood again. Without even looking at it, he took out another bottle of medicine and drank it, then threw the empty bottle backwards, and took advantage of the moment when the opponent dodged to increase the distance again. Not far away, the aftermath of a fierce fight between two candidates swept over, and the air wave made him stagger. He steadied himself, drank another bottle of potion, and sped up.
Go ahead.
Every sprint is accompanied by a severe consumption of physical strength. Every injury means the waste of a bottle of expensive medicine.
At this moment, Lu Yang was completely tireless.
In his world, there was no pain, no strategy, only the increasingly blurred fiery red figure in front of him.
Examiner Deng Hong. Catch up with her. I don't know how many hours passed.
Just when Lu Yang felt his lungs were about to explode, a light suddenly appeared in the deep darkness ahead.
And that light instantly ignited his last will. He saw that at the edge of the bright platform, Su Qingying, Lei Wanjun, and even Yan Wulong, who had severely injured him with a punch, were already standing there with ease. Their expressions were calm and their breathing was even, as if the several hours of death run just now was just to warm up for them. Behind them, candidates crossed the finish line one after another and then collapsed to the ground. There are not many places left. Lu Yang's eyes were bloodshot, and he completely gave up all dodging and defense. Ahead, a 3-person team was forming a formation, trying to stop the latecomers. Get out of my way. He let out an extremely suppressed roar, gathered the last of his strength into one line, and charged towards the weakest point of the formation. The 2 candidates were knocked out by him. The moment Lu Yang stepped onto the platform, an emotionless electronic sound rang in his ears. Candidate, Lu Yang. Ranking, 499. Bonus points, 95 points.
As the last syllable fell, all the strength in Lu Yang's body seemed to be drained away in an instant. His legs softened and he sat down on the ground exhausted. He was panting heavily and looked miserable. But he smiled. This result is not bad. Are you an idiot? The people he knocked away had just crossed the finish line, and their ranking had already dropped out of the top 500. One of them had a dark face and stared at Lu Yang intently, raising his middle finger with resentment.
If it weren't for you, a lunatic, we would have made it into the top 500.
The impotent rage of a loser was not worth even a fraction of his attention. Lu Yang sat cross-legged, trying to regulate the turbulent qi and blood in his body. At this moment, Examiner Deng Hong slowly scanned every face on the platform. Her eyes swept over the groups of talented people. In the end, he stayed on Lu Yang, who was alone, for half a second longer. There was neither approval nor pity in that look.
Congratulations everyone for passing the first stage of screening. Deng Hong's voice echoed clearly in the ears of every candidate.
From now on, you will be forced to rest here for 24 hours.
After 24 hours, the second phase of the assessment will officially begin. What? Rest here? What a joke. How can we recover without even a recovery cabin? Are you asking us to spend the night in a place like this? An uncontrollable commotion suddenly broke out in the crowd. Lu Yang's heart sank suddenly. Rest in place? The cruelty hidden behind these 4 words is far deeper than their literal meaning.
This means there is no professional medical equipment, no comfortable rest environment, and no sufficient supplies.
This in itself is another screening. Sure enough, the next second, those geniuses from famous families were already acting as usual. Lei Wanjun took out a jade bottle from his tactical backpack.
He poured out a few pills the size of longan, which emitted a strange fragrance, and swallowed them. A companion beside Yen Wulong took out a paste that emitted a soft glow and carefully applied it on the tip of his fist.
And Su Qingying was even more exaggerated.
She directly activated a micro-device in the form of a bracelet. A light blue energy shield instantly enveloped her, blocking out all noise and prying eyes from the outside world. Inside the shield, strands of life energy were continuously seeping into her body.
That's the difference.
While Lu Yan was still risking his life using the blood-activating potion number 6, these people had already begun to enjoy customized recovery products with better effects and fewer side effects. The silent arms race started from the first second of the assessment.
Lu Yan took a deep breath and suppressed the waves in his heart.
Without hesitation, he took out the last, blood-activating number 6, from his backpack and stabbed the needle into his arm again. The cold medicine mixed with the burning warmth once again washed over his almost collapsed body.
This is his last supply.
Once it is used up, he can only rely on himself.
Time passes by every second. There are more and more candidates on the terminal platform.
When the 10,000th candidate crossed the finish line in a mess, the metal passage behind him made a heavy roar and closed completely. Out of 100,000 candidates, only 10,000 remain. The elimination rate of 90% is so cruel that it is suffocating.
Lu Yan looked around but didn't find Bai Mujie in the crowd. Have you been eliminated? As expected.
Although Bai Mujie's genetic development level is that of a quasi-warrior, his talent and combat experience are slightly weaker. It is a miracle that he can persist until now. He withdrew his thoughts and refocused his attention.
A ranking in the top 500 should be enough for him to enter a fairly good private martial arts university. But it's just the beginning.
His gaze passed through the crowd and finally fell on Yen Wulong, who was sitting cross-legged.
No anger, no resentment. Lu Yang's heart was as calm as a deep pool.
I lost with all my heart.
Chapter 34. How about forming a temporary team? That mountain-shattering force made Lu Yang clearly aware of his biggest weakness.
He was like a child holding a magical weapon, possessing strength far beyond that of an ordinary person, but only able to swing it with the crudest strokes. The opponent, on the other hand, is a martial arts master who has experienced hundreds of battles. Every move he makes contains the mysterious method of making 1 point of force produce 10 points of effect. He needed a martial art that could truly multiply his brute force. This idea took root and sprouted wildly in Lu Yang's heart. Gradually, the 10,000 passers-by spontaneously formed distinct areas on this vast platform.
The most core area is naturally the three giants Su Qingying, Yen Wulong, and Lei Wanjun.
They are surrounded by elites from the rocket classes of top high schools, forming solid groups. On the periphery are small groups with considerable strength from major key high schools. They occupy relatively advantageous positions and look at everyone around them warily. Lu Yang, on the other hand, is at the most marginal area. He was alone, with a vacuum surrounding him. Those candidates who were frightened by his brutal way of charging subconsciously stayed away from him. At this moment, he is like an isolated island. In a similar situation to his, there were 4 other men and 1 woman. They also sat alone in silence in a corner, out of tune with the surrounding noise, with a similar light flashing in their eyes as Lu Yang's. Lu Yang closed his eyes and ignored the outside world.
Since there is nothing outside to rely on, look within.
He calmed his mind and began to practice 8 brocades silently.
He has always used this technique to strengthen his muscles and bones.
But this time, when the familiar internal energy circulated in his body along a specific trajectory, Lu Yang's body shook violently. He clearly felt that wherever the warm internal energy flowed through, the muscles that were originally sore and aching seemed to be soaked by a clear spring. The burning pain was disappearing at a speed visible to the naked eye. The damaged internal organs are also slowly nourished and repaired by this breath.
I see. 8 brocades can not only calcine, but also nourish.
This is not only a method to strengthen the body, but also a top-level secret technique of self-repair. Lu Yang felt a surge of ecstasy in his heart, and then he immediately immersed himself in it, discarding all distracting thoughts and concentrating on practicing the 8 brocades tempering.
Time flies rapidly in the underground space.
When Lu Yang opened his eyes again, a sharp light flashed in his eyes. He slowly raised his almost paralyzed right arm, spread out his 5 fingers, and clenched it hard. A crisp sound of bones popping was heard. The injury has almost recovered. Physical and mental strength have returned to their peak. At this moment, the scarlet numbers on the huge holographic timer in the center of the platform finally returned to 0. The shrill buzzing sound filled the entire venue.
The middle-aged examiner with a resolute face stepped forward and replaced Deng Hong's position. Rest time is over.
Now, the second stage of the assessment.
Officially begin.
Li Chang crossed his arms.
The second stage of the assessment is very simple. It's also very cruel.
He raised his hand sharply and pointed to the other side of the platform. An extremely heavy alloy gate slowly rose. Behind the door, there was no longer a silhouette of ruins shrouded in darkness. Broken high-rise buildings, twisted steel bars, and crisscrossing overpasses.
Site number 4, a high-tech simulation of an abandoned city, will also be your examination venue for the next 48 hours.
We've deployed 1,000 mechanical guards into this ruin. For everyone you kill, you'll earn a points badge from its body. He paused, as if enjoying the changing expressions on everyone's faces.
1 badge is worth 10 points. The closer to the city center, the stronger the guards, and of course, the more badges they carry. The total score of the second stage will be added to the first stage to determine your final ranking. 1,000 prey. 10,000 candidates. Deathly silence fell on the platform. Everyone's mind was frantically calculating that breathtaking ratio. 10 to 1.
This means that even if all the mechanical guards are hunted down, at least 90% of the candidates will come away empty-handed and get no points.
Many candidates looked pale and their bodies were trembling slightly. Did they fight so hard to get through the first stage, only to serve as foils to those real geniuses in the second stage and not get a single point? Oh, right.
Li Chang seemed to have just remembered something, and the smile on his face became even more sinister.
I forgot to add the most important rule.
It is not prohibited to snatch other people's badges within the examination room. Of course, at your own risk.
Everyone understood.
The so-called mechanical guards are just appetizers and introductions. The real prey are the companions around you who once crossed the finish line together.
This is a bloody game of killing each other that is tacitly allowed by the rules.
There are no laws or morals here, only the naked law of the jungle.
I'll give you 5 minutes to form teams freely.
Li Chang glanced at the terminal on his wrist.
After the countdown ends, the exam officially begins. The entire platform was in an uproar. Are there any brothers from number 13 middle school? Gather together.
From Sirius High School.
Come to me.
There are 30 of us.
Come in and get someone who's good at ranged combat. Guaranteed 2 badges.
We'll split the profits later. The small groups that had just been clearly divided began to merge and reorganize frantically in an instant. Candidates from the same school quickly gathered together, and those groups that had formed alliances in the first stage stuck together even more tightly. The largest group even expanded to nearly 100 people in the blink of an eye. However, Su Qingying, Yan Wulong, Lei Wanjun and other real top talents are still alone. They are a group of their own, and the pride that comes from their bones makes them disdain to associate with ordinary people. In this frenzied wave of team building, Lu Yang and the other lone wolves instantly became the most embarrassing and dangerous existences. A series of malicious glances fell on Lu Yang. Under the law of the jungle, loners are always the hyena pack's top priority prey.
They are walking badges.
Lu Yang's face was as gloomy as water, and his sharp eyes slowly swept around, taking in every greedy or fearful face. Finally, his sights fell on the few lone travelers who were excluded like him. At this moment, a clear voice sounded beside him.
One cannot live long alone.
Lu Yang turned around and saw a girl with neat short hair who had been standing quietly beside him. She also had blood on her body, but her aura was calm and steady, and she was obviously a ruthless character.
How about forming a temporary team?
The short-haired girl he went straight to the point without any nonsense.
Chapter 35, Survival is more important than anything else. Lu Yang looked past her and at the other 4 male candidates who were also isolated.
The 4 men also noticed the movement here, and their eyes were filled with scrutiny and vigilance.
The rankings in the first phase don't lie.
None of those who have been able to stand out from these 100,000 people and choose to go it alone until now are mediocre.
How to cooperate? How to distribute?
Lu Yang's voice was calm and direct, getting to the point.
3 rules.
He stretched out 3 fingers, his tone crisp and clear.
First, you are prohibited from attacking your teammates. If you violate this rule, we will jointly eliminate you. Second, whoever discovers the prey first gets to take action. No one else is allowed to intervene and snatch it.
Third, you can ask for help if you encounter danger, but whether to help or not is entirely voluntary.
We are not under any obligation to rescue each other.
The rules are simple, direct, even cruel.
There is no commitment to anything and no mandatory obligations. Everything is based on voluntariness and self-reliance.
It's a fragile alliance cobbled together purely to increase survival rates.
But this is exactly the best option right now. I agree. Lu Yang nodded immediately without hesitation. His statement seemed like a signal. The other 4 male candidates looked at each other and then came over.
The burly man was called Tai Mang, and he was as tall as an iron tower. He grunted in a muffled voice as a greeting. The young man with twinkling eyes and thin figure had a faint smile on his lips.
It was Zhao Shu.
The remaining pair of twin brothers look almost exactly the same. But one has a calm look, while the other is a little jumpy.
Chi Wind, Chi Cloud.
When it was Lu Yang's turn, his eyes remained calm as he uttered a pseudonym.
Xiao Yang.
In this bloody game where you could be stabbed in the back at any time, revealing your real name is the stupidest thing to do. He looked at him deeply, as if seeing through his thoughts, but said nothing. In this way, a team of 6 lone wolves was quietly formed at the last moment of the countdown. Li Chang's cold voice sounded again, interrupting the communication of everyone on the platform.
Good luck, everyone.
The moment he finished speaking, the huge alloy gate was finally fully raised.
Behind the door is endless darkness. Charge!
Someone roared, and the huge teams that had been organized long ago rushed in madly with deafening shouts and screams. At the edge of the chaotic crowd, a talented team led by Lei Wanjun stood out. Their goal was so clear that it was frightening.
Central area, ruins of the Sky Dome skyscraper.
Lei Wanjun's voice was as cold and hard as iron. There must be the most advanced mechanical guards there.
Moreover, the top is the best sniping point and observation post. We must seize the high ground as soon as possible.
His team members responded in unison, without the slightest hesitation, turning into a sharp arrow and piercing the heart of the ruins. At the same time, Lu Yang's temporary team of 6 stopped in the shadow of the entrance, out of tune with the fanatical torrent.
Where are we going?
Tai Mang asked in a muffled voice, his huge fists clenched so hard that they made a creaking sound, his eyes showing both excitement and confusion.
Everyone's eyes fell on Lu Yang and He Yu at the same time.
One is the monster who crosses the finish line first, and the other is the initiator of this team. Their decision will affect the life and death of 6 people. He Yu's sharp eyes just stared at Lu Yang calmly, as if waiting for him to speak. Although she formed this team, she knew very well that the man codenamed Xiaoyan was the real backbone. Lu Yang withdrew his gaze from the city center, and there was no trace of emotion in the depths of his eyes.
We won't enter the central city. Crazy? He Yu frowned. This was the first time she questioned Lu Yang's judgment.
The best resources are all there. The closer you get to the edge, the weaker the guards become, the fewer points you'll have, and you'll just become someone else's prey.
Resources? Lu Yang's lips curled up slightly.
The central area now is not a treasure trove, but a meat grinder. His eyes swept over the crowd. The first target of the truly top teams like Lei Wanjun, Yan Wulong, and Su Qingying must be there.
They're not hunting down the mechanical guards right now, they're clearing the area and dividing up their territory. If a makeshift team like ours were to charge in now, how long do you think we could survive? This assessment is about the final score, not just your momentary bravery. Only by surviving can you be qualified to discuss points.
He spoke each word clearly, his voice was not loud but powerful.
Survival is the top priority.
The sharpness in He Yu's eyes was gradually replaced by rationality. She took a deep breath and nodded slowly. The enthusiasm on the faces of the others, including the most impulsive Tai Mang, also faded, replaced by solemnity.
That's right, survival is more important than anything else. Walk. Lu Yang didn't say anything more.
After he finished speaking, he turned around and quietly left the mainstream crowd, sneaking into a dilapidated street shrouded in shadows.
The 6 figures completely disappeared into the darkness. The abandoned capital is a veritable steel graveyard.
The rusty suspension train was paralyzed in the middle of the street, and the broken walls cast a hideous outline in the shadows. The shattered holographic billboard still silently flashed garbled characters. The air was filled with the odor of engine oil and dust. Liu Yang and his 6 companions carefully moved through the ruins in a standard combat formation. "I'll go explore the way first." Zhao Shu, who was thin and had twinkling eyes, whispered, tapped his toes lightly on the broken wall, and disappeared into the darkness in front after a few jumps. His speed was astonishingly fast. "Tai Meng, Shi Feng, Shi Yun, watch out to both sides." Liu Yang's voice assigned tasks calmly and clearly. "Don't miss any possible ambush points. He you and I, pay attention to the front and back." Everyone nodded silently and kept alert. Under the pressure of survival, this makeshift team showed amazing tacit understanding. A few minutes later, Zhao Shu's figure flashed out from behind a pile of waste like a ghost, and he made a safe gesture to everyone. There are no signs of life or energy response within 500 meters ahead. It's safe. Everyone's tense nerves relaxed a little and they continued to move forward. They crossed a collapsed overpass and entered a huge abandoned mall. This may have once been the commercial center of the entire city, but now all that remains are the shattered glass dome and the remains of scattered shelves. Moonlight filtered through the holes in the dome, casting mottled shadows on the ground. Just as everyone was about to pass through the mall hall, Liu Yang stopped. His eyes suddenly became sharp, staring intently at the deepest shadow in the center of the hall. Chapter 36. What kind of body movement is that? What's wrong? He noticed his abnormality at the first moment and lowered her voice. Brothers Shi Feng, Shi Yun, and Tai Meng also stopped instantly, their muscles tensed, but when they looked in the direction Liu Yang was looking, they found nothing. There were just a bunch of twisted shelves. Liu Yang did not answer. He just slowly squatted down, picked up a piece of cement block the size of a human head from the ground, his arm muscles bulged instantly, and then he threw it forward suddenly. The cement block hit the seemingly calm shelves with a sharp sound of breaking through the air. With a deafening bang, the metal shelves were smashed into pieces. Then, in a cloud of flying dust, a huge monster slowly stood up. It was a mechanical creature that was 2 meters tall, had 6 metal limbs, and its upper body resembled a human. Its head has no facial features, only a single eye emitting a scarlet light. Mechanical guard. Ha! The first prey. A wave of fanatical excitement suddenly surged across Tai Meng's face. The power brought by the genetic development made him eager to fight. However, just as he was about to pounce, something strange happened. 3 fierce murderous intentions did not come from the mechanical guards, but from his teammates. 2 lightning-fast figures suddenly emerged from Liu Yang's left and right sides at the same time. It was the twin brothers Shi Feng and Shi Yun. Sharp alloy short blades popped out from their fingertips, one of them stabbed Liu Yang's temple, and the other stabbed him in the heart. The angle is tricky, the coordination is seamless, and the first shot is a sure kill. At the same time, Hiyu's long legs swept across Liu Yang's lower body with a sharp roar that tore through the air. The 3 of them worked together and, as soon as they discovered their prey, they chose to launch a long-planned fatal attack on Liu Yang, the strongest in the team. They want to eliminate the biggest threat and then take the prey for themselves. However, facing this sudden betrayal and fatal blow, there was no panic on Liu Yang's face. He was even sneering. It was a kind of irony that saw through everything. Innocent. From the very beginning, he never trusted these so-called lone wolves. In a flash, Liu Yang's reaction exceeded everyone's expectations. He did not block or retreat, but made a move that made the pupils of Hiyu and the other 2 shrink suddenly. He actually faced the attacks of the 3 people and rushed straight towards the mechanical spider that had just been activated. Is he seeking death? This thought flashed through the minds of Hiyu and the other 2, but was immediately shattered by the incredible scene before them. Liu Yang was seen twisting his body at an incredible angle in mid-air. Before the mechanical spider's sickle-like limbs swung down, he slid under its huge body with an extreme slide. The deadly metal limbs swept past his scalp, cutting off several strands of his hair. The mechanical spider lost its original target. Its program allowed its single scarlet eye to instantly lock onto the 3 new lifeforms closest to it, which were emitting strong hostility. Hiyu, Shi Feng, and Shi Yun. Warning. New threat target detected. Clear mode activated. A cold electronic synthesized sound echoed in the empty hall. The next second, the 6 limbs as sharp as blades, with the momentum to tear everything apart, were unsheathed towards the 3 stunned people. The 6 metal limbs rolled up a shrill scream, completely enveloping Hiyu and the Chi brothers. Disperse. A word burst out from Hiyu's throat, and his voice was distorted due to extreme tension.
Her long legs burst out with amazing elasticity at this moment. The tip of his toes touched the gravel and the whole person shot backwards. His figure was so fast that he almost left an afterimage. She was the first to escape the snare of death. But Chi Feng and Chi Yun were a little slow. But now I can only bear it. Open. The two men roared in unison, veins bulging, and crossed their arms in front of their chests, trying to withstand the tearing metal storm. The sound of metal clashing hurts the eardrums, and what follows is the sound of a sharp blade cutting through flesh. Chi Feng and Chi Yun were hit head-on by the battering ram. They groaned and flew backwards, smashing hard into the broken wall in the distance, stirring up a cloud of dust. Each of them had a horrific wound on their arms that was so deep that the bone could be seen. Blood gushed out, flesh and skin rolled to the sides, and the pale white bones were faintly visible. The Gemini stars who were murderous just now are now in a miserable state. With just one strike, the three-person group that surrounded Lu Yang fell apart. In the shadows in the distance, Jia Shu and Tai Meng felt a chill all over their bodies. Especially Tai Meng, his huge fists were clenched tightly, and his knuckles turned white from excessive force. He knew very well that if he had been the first to rush forward, what would be lying on the ground now would be a corpse cut into pieces. A dark shadow slid silently past the blind spot of their sight. Lu Yang took off and landed several times, sticking to the shadow of the building and constantly changing his position. His movements were not as swift as he used, nor as light as Zhao Shu's, but it seemed as if every step had been calculated thousands of times. His goal is not to escape, but to climb. He needed a god's perspective that would allow him to take in the entire small battlefield. Hiu, Chi Feng, Chi Yun. A cold arc appeared at the corner of Lu Yang's lips. With such low character, it would be a disaster if he stayed. Although Zhao Shu and Tai Meng were weak, at least they did not betray at the first moment. Perhaps, there is still value in winning over. A cold light flashed in his eyes. Let me use this mechanical spider as a gift for you on your journey. This second stage assessment is essentially a brutal elimination round. As a self-taught person with no background or inheritance, it is a blessing to be able to reach this point. If we continue like this, our chances of winning against those true geniuses will be slim. If he were to be seriously injured again, the rescue and treatment costs of hundreds of thousands would be enough to completely bankrupt him. Not worth it. Since that is the case, why not just do it here and take revenge if there is any grievance? Then, leave in style. Hiu and the other two crawled out of the mechanical spider's perception range. The scarlet eye flickered a few times, lost its target, and slowly retracted its light. The 6 metal limbs folded and gathered, and the huge body crouched down again and fell into hibernation again. The noisy battlefield suddenly became silent. There is only the wail of the night wind. Behind a thick load-bearing pillar, Hiu leaned against the cold concrete, breathing heavily. Her chest heaved, and cold sweat mixed with dust slid down her forehead, but her eyes were full of horror and confusion. Who is that person? Among the 3 of them, 2 have a genetic development rate of 6% and 1 is close to 7%. Cooperate tacitly and launch a deliberate sneak attack. Didn't even touch the corner of the other person's clothes? What kind of body movement is that? Slide, twist, and pass under the spider. That series of actions doesn't seem like something a human could do. Chapter 37. The rescue in the examination room is not free. Under the broken wall on the other side, Chi Feng and Chi Yun were gritting their teeth as they sprayed highly concentrated repairing agent on the wound. Green foam covered the rolling flesh and blood, bringing a piercing pain that distorted the faces of the 2 brothers. But what is worse than the physical pain is the resentment that penetrates deep into the bone marrow. Lu Yang. Chi Yun gritted his teeth and squeezed out 2 words from between his teeth. I must kill him. Zhao Shu and Tai Meng hid even further away, 10 meters apart. They each found a cover and vigilantly scanned each other and everything around them. Trust? What is that thing? Now, they don't trust anyone and just want to protect themselves. The deadly standoff began. Everyone understands that the current situation is a trap. Whoever is exposed first will become the next target of the mechanical spider. As for others, they will definitely not hesitate to take advantage of the situation, use the exposed person as a target to attract fire, and then take the opportunity to reap the benefits. The double hunt of examinees and mechanical guards. Anyone who is targeted will surely die. They are waiting for the other party to reveal a flaw, waiting for themselves to find an opportunity, or waiting for the next unlucky person to break into this hunting ground. No one knew that above their heads, in an office on the 3rd floor of a dilapidated office building,
a pair of eyes were looking down at everything below with indifference through the broken windows. Liu Yang had a clear view of everyone's position, status, and even micro-expressions.
He has plenty of patience. Zhao Shu and Tai Meng were nervous.
They were 10 meters apart, but they felt that each other was the most dangerous person in the world. The two men's eyes were fixed on He Yu and the Chi brothers in the distance, fearing that the three lunatics would recover and vent their anger on them. They were focused on the front, but were unaware of the darkness behind them. A shadow silently emerged from the shadow of the broken wall behind Zhao Shu.
A slight muffled sound.
Zhao Shu's body suddenly stiffened. He lowered his head in disbelief, looking at a short alloy blade flashing with a cold blue light, piercing through his chest.
That's where the heart is.
The severe pain swept through his body like a tsunami, instantly draining all his strength. He wanted to shout and call for help, but only gurgling sounds came out of his throat. He used up his last bit of strength and slammed the emergency button on the personal terminal on his wrist. A faint red light flashed on his wrist. 10 meters away, Tai Meng heard the strange noise, and the hairs on his body stood on end instantly. He turned his head suddenly and his pupils suddenly contracted.
He only saw Zhao Shu slowly fall down, and behind Zhao Shu, the black shadow was slowly pulling out the short blade.
Those eyes were cold and empty, without a trace of human emotion, staring at him from a distance of 10 meters. The chill of death made Tai Meng's mind go blank.
Escape!
As soon as this thought burst out from the bottom of his heart, the black shadow had already turned into a blurry afterimage in his eyes.
Too fast.
Tai Meng only had time to let out a horrified roar, and he couldn't even raise his proud iron fist before the same cold touch pierced through his chest. Same sharp blade, same position, same clean and neat execution.
In an instant, the two were eliminated.
Almost at the same time as Tai Meng fell, two soft white beams of light fell from the sky, accurately covering Zhao Shu and Tai Meng.
Two rescuers in white uniforms and with indifferent expressions appeared out of nowhere.
One of them squatted down to check Zhao Shu, shook his head, and directly lifted him onto an automatic floating stretcher.
Eliminated due to serious injuries.
The other person looked at Tai Meng, whose chest was still bleeding, and spoke in a calm tone.
Heart wound, vital signs rapidly declining.
A special grade repair potion is required, priced at 100,000 Federation coins.
Do you confirm payment? If you don't confirm within 3 seconds, we will consider it as a forfeit of treatment and immediately eliminate the patient. 100,000.
Tai Meng, lying in a pool of blood, had a flash of humiliation and ferocity in his eyes. He suddenly raised his uninjured hand, took out an identical green potion from his arms, and stabbed it into the wound while roaring.
No need.
The rescuer watched him handle the situation on his own with an expressionless face, nodded, and lifted him onto the stretcher.
2 white lights flashed, and both the man and the stretcher disappeared without a trace. The ruins returned to silence.
On the top of the tall building, Liu Yang took in all of this, but a chill ran down his spine.
The rescue in the examination room is not free. Moreover, he asked for 100,000 right away. This is an astronomical figure for an ordinary family.
When Bai Feng Yun and Bai Ji introduced the assessment rules to him, they didn't mention this at all.
A thought suddenly flashed through Liu Yang's mind. It's not that they deliberately concealed it, but given the status of the Bai family, they probably didn't even know there was such a hidden payment rule. This is simply prepared for those true children of martial arts families. Just like Tai Meng just now, the medicine he carries with him must be the life-saving trump card prepared by his family for him. It is something that ordinary candidates have never even heard of. This examination room is far more intimidating than he imagined.
The distracting thoughts flashed by, and Liu Yang's eyes became sharp again, focusing his attention completely on the battlefield below.
The ghostly figure just now was definitely not a person. The moment he saw it, at least 4 different auras erupted at the same time and disappeared at the same time. This is a team, a hunting team consisting of at least 5 people, who cooperate well and are well trained. Their target is all the living people in this ruin. He Yu and the other 2 were obviously aware of the danger, as their position had already been exposed. As expected, 5 black shadows appeared at the same time from different directions, and moved towards He Yu, Chi Feng, and Chi Yun. Walk! He Yu made a prompt decision, gave a low shout, and without any hesitation, he turned around and rushed deeper into the ruined city, carrying the seriously injured Chi brothers with him. 5 black shadows followed closely behind and instantly disappeared into the shadows of the criss-crossing buildings. Liu Yang looked down at all this quietly, with a playful smile on his lips. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind it. Now is not the time for the oriole to appear. He was a very cunning woman.
Although the Chi brothers were seriously injured, they still fought like a trapped beast. If this hunting team wants to take them down easily, they will probably lose a few teeth.
Let them fight dog to dog. Less than a minute later, 3 figures emerged from the chasing team, turned back at an extremely fast speed, and landed again in the square where the mechanical spider was. They still intend to take control of this area. Liu Yang's pupils shrank slightly. This team is more professional than he imagined.
After the 3 men landed, without any pause, one of them guarded the center, and the other 2 immediately spread out in a fan shape. With swift and standard movements, they began to carefully check every possible hiding place.
They're clearing the area.
One of them was heading straight towards the office building where Liu Yang was.
Chapter 38. What we are competing for is patience. Liu Yang's heart sank.
He stood behind the broken window on the 3rd floor, his body completely hidden in the darkness, even his breathing became barely audible.
Footsteps sounded downstairs. Neither fast nor slow.
Liu Yang's muscles were already tense, and the blood in his body began to slowly warm up, preparing to face an inevitable thunderstrike. However, just as the footsteps were about to step into the building's door, the sound disappeared out of thin air.
Here we come.
Liu Yang's heart skipped a beat, but he forcibly suppressed all physiological reactions. He knew that the other party must be in a blind spot downstairs at this moment, spying on the building in a way he didn't know.
What we are competing for is patience. The deathly silence lasted for a full 10 seconds. Sudden.
The man downstairs moved. Instead of going upstairs, he squatted down suddenly and swung his arms. A gray palm-sized object, with a slight sound of breaking through the air, drew a precise parabola and flew right in from a broken window on the 2nd floor.
The crisp sound of a mechanism popping open echoed in the empty corridor. Countless tiny pieces of glass, accompanied by slight metallic collision sounds, bounced, shattered, and spread out on the empty ground on the 2nd floor. Liu Yang narrowed his eyes slightly in the darkness. I see.
Using sound as bait to create chaos and lure mice hiding in the dark to reveal their bodies is the simplest and most effective way to explore the way.
Everyone in this team is very cautious. Unfortunately, Liu Yang is not a mouse.
He stood there without even blinking, his breathing slowed to near stagnation, and his entire body seemed to merge with the wall behind him. His warrior senses have long surpassed the hearing and vision of ordinary people. On the spiritual level, an invisible network of perception spreads out with him as the center. The position, heartbeat, and even the slight tension of the person downstairs were all clearly reflected in his mind, forming an absolutely accurate dynamic map. The man stood still for 3 seconds and then moved. He did not choose to go upstairs, but instead moved along the outer wall of the office building, step by step to the blind spot right below Liu Yang.
This location. Liu Yang's heart suddenly tightened. Has he been discovered?
Just as his blood and energy began to circulate at an unprecedented speed, preparing for a fatal attack from the wall, a deafening roar suddenly exploded from the ruins of the central square not far away. That was Wang Ming, the heavy machinery being forcibly activated. Immediately afterwards, there were people's roars and the whooshing sounds of energy weapons tearing through the air.
The fight started.
The members of the hunting team activated the mechanical spider disguised as a sculpture.
However, in Liu Yang's perception, the sentry in charge of the search downstairs remained motionless.
No matter how turbulent the battlefield in the distance was, he continued to carry out his mission with composure.
Why didn't he go support his teammates?
A flash of lightning suddenly flashed through Liu Yang's mind, instantly connecting all the seemingly unrelated clues. Liu Yang's pupils suddenly contracted, and a nameless anger rushed straight to the top of his head. This group of people's target was not the mechanical spider from the very beginning. That powerful mechanical guard is not their prey, but their tool. It's a moving wall they use to cordon off the area and create an absolutely clean hunting ground.
First send people to clean up the perimeter and eliminate all potential thieves.
Then the main force activated the mechanical guard. Utilizing the guard's powerful firepower and attack range, the real prey, the Hiyu team, was completely trapped in this area.
Blockade. Clear the area. Hunt. What a perfect chain of tricks.
This team has a clear division of labor and its execution is incredibly efficient. Liu Yang was almost certain that this expensive team combat coordination tactic was definitely a compulsory course in those top martial arts high schools. It was a dimensionality reduction attack that these grassroots candidates had never even heard of.
The unfairness of resources is fully reflected from the first second you step into the examination room.
Lu Yang slowly clenched his back teeth, his nails digging deep into his palms. After the anger, there is an even colder murderous intent. If you want to win and survive the encirclement of this group of elite hunters, you must take back the initiative. And the key to breaking the deadlock is downstairs. As long as they can get rid of this sentry who serves as the keyhole silently, a fatal crack will appear in their impregnable encirclement. The offensive and defensive momentum will be reversed in an instant. Lu Yang took a deep breath, moved quietly to the window, and looked at the chaotic battlefield below. The number of members of the hunting team has returned to 5. Apparently, the other 2 members who were chasing Hiyu have also returned. I saw a young man with the strongest build, holding a huge alloy shield, standing firmly in the front, attracting most of the mechanical spider's laser and physical ammunition. The shield was shining brightly, and it was obviously a valuable defensive equipment. The other 4 people attacked crazily behind him, the flashes of swords and the energy beams intertwined into a web of death, tightly entangling the behemoth. A gleam of light flashed in Lu Yang's eyes. He picked up a broken steel bar from the ground and waited. The next second, he jumped out of the broken window on the 3rd floor. His body stretched out in mid-air, the falling wind blew his hair, and his target was firmly locked on the sentry who was holding his breath and concentrating at the bottom of the office building. Be careful up there. Lu Dali, a burly young man holding a huge shield, was actually paying attention to his surroundings during the fierce battle. The first one who discovered Lu Yang falling from the sky let out a roar. The sentry downstairs, was startled when he heard the sound and looked up suddenly. What greeted him was a steel bar coming towards him. The thick steel bar rapidly enlarged in his pupils. Scalp went numb, and without thinking, he fell backwards in an extremely embarrassing manner. The steel bar flew past his nose almost, and the strong wind it brought made his cheek hurt. That was close. Just as he breathed a sigh of relief, a pair of cold eyes appeared in front of him. Lu Yang has landed and threw a punch. You! Was horrified and hastily raised his arms to block. Crack! A teeth-grinding sound of bones cracking was heard. Only felt an irresistible force hitting his forearm, and that force instantly shattered his arm bones. Before the severe pain spread throughout his body, a fist had already magnified infinitely in his field of vision and hit his jaw heavily. Uppercut. Body flew backwards like a broken sack, drew an arc in the air, and fell heavily on the concrete ground 5 meters away, fainting on the spot. In the last moment when his consciousness fell into darkness, only one humiliating and incredible thought remained in his mind. A top expert with an abnormally advanced genetic development process came to the outer circle to fry fish? Chapter 39 Defense? I don't want it anymore. The entire process, from Lu Yang jumping down to the end of the battle, took only 3 breaths of lightning. In the center of the square, the deafening roar of battle suddenly stopped at this moment. Lu Yang raised his head suddenly, and the huge mechanical spider was reflected in his pupils. Its 8 hideous limbs were curled up stiffly, the red light in its huge compound eyes dimmed, and its huge body half knelt down with a bang, completely shutting down. It's over? So fast? Lu Yang's heart trembled, and a chill crept up his spine. He had expected this elite team to be very strong, but he didn't expect them to be this strong. From activating the guard to paralyzing it, it takes no more than a minute. Is this the gap between real warriors and would-be warriors? A chasm that ordinary candidates cannot overcome in their entire life. A loud shout of shock and anger interrupted Lu Yang's thoughts. Lu Dali, who was holding a huge shield, had bloodshot eyes and was the first to change direction. The remaining 4 people reacted just as quickly. Without any hesitation, they instantly abandoned the remains of the mechanical spider and turned around to surround Lu Yang's position. Their formation was not at all scattered, and the murderous aura condensed into substance, instantly enveloping Lu Yang. The 2 people closest to him didn't even have time to sprint. Their arm muscles suddenly swelled, and they used the broken steel bars and stones under their feet as projectiles, smashing them towards Lu Yang. Lu Yang pointed his toes and floated backward, easily avoiding this rough attack. The rubble hit where he had just been standing, sending out a few sparks. At this moment, the candidate responsible for long-range sniping half knelt on the back of the mechanical spider and roared at the top of his lungs. Found it! Its energy core is at the connection between the abdominal armor and the ground. Prepare Plan 3. This sound was obviously an order to the others who were still fighting with the mechanical guards. Among the 5 people who besieged Lu Yang, 2 of them immediately separated, one on the left and one on the right, and formed a pincer attack, rushing towards Lu Yang fiercely. Their purpose was clear: to to eliminate the guy who dared to attack their keyhole as quickly as possible. Lu Yang's gaze was as calm as a cold pond. Of the two, the young man on the left is tall and has a calm aura, and his genetic development progress is obviously not low. On the right was a relatively petite girl. Although her eyes were fierce, the rhythm of her breathing revealed her nervousness.
It's you! Lu Yang locked onto his target instantly. Instead of retreating, he rushed forward towards the two of them.
When the boy saw this, a sinister smile flashed across his face. He thought Lu Yang had lost his mind and wanted to fight two people alone. But the next second, Lu Yang's figure bent strangely during the sprint, completely ignoring him, and crashed straight into the girl beside him.
What?
The girl was horrified.
All her defensive preparations were against a pincer attack.
She never expected that the other party would be so crazy and actually wanted to use a head-on confrontation to get rid of her first. The girl hastily raised her arms and tried to block.
It's too late.
Lu Yang's fist, packed with a violent force that could crush everything, had already been imprinted on her chest. With a dull thud, the girl's feet left the ground and she flew backwards 7 or 8 meters, tumbling twice after landing.
Then she became completely motionless. Eliminated on the spot.
Almost at the same time, 2 rescuers in white clothes appeared out of nowhere. He skillfully checked the girl's condition, then took each of her and dragged her away from the battlefield like a sack, expressionless. Another boy rushed forward and plowed 2 brake marks on the ground with his forward steps. He watched his companion being knocked away by a punch, and watched the 2 ghostly rescuers appear and disappear. A chill ran from the soles of his feet to the top of his head. With just 1 punch, a would-be warrior whose genetic development progress exceeded 6% was wiped out? It's exactly the same as what is thought before he fell into a coma. This is the time to come to the novice village to enjoy the pleasure of killing. Definitely fried fish. The instinct for survival instantly overwhelmed the anger. The boy let out a strange cry, turned around without hesitation, and ran in the opposite direction to escape. Lu Yang didn't even look at him. His goal, from the beginning to the end, was the points badges on them. Seeing one person escaping, Lu Yang did not hesitate to fight. He turned around and rushed towards the mechanical guard who was half kneeling on the ground. That's where the bulk of the points go.
Damn it!
The last 3 people who were still fighting with the mechanical guards felt a chill in their hearts when they saw the situation take a turn for the worse in just a dozen seconds. In a fully staffed team of 10, in the blink of an eye, 1 person was knocked unconscious by a surprise attack, 1 was killed instantly, and another was simply scared away? What kind of monster is that guy that fell from the sky? You two, keep taking care of the guards. As fast as you can. Lu Dali, holding a giant shield as the absolute core of the team, showed amazing decisiveness at this moment.
He roared at his 2 remaining teammates.
I'll stop him. Before he finished speaking, he had already changed direction, holding the huge alloy shield covered with battle scars across his chest, blocking Lu Yang's path.
Lu Yang's footsteps did not stop at all. While running, he picked up a steel bar that fell on the ground and threw it forward. The steel bar turned into a black lightning and hit Lu Dali's shield hard. A deafening sound of metal clashing rang out. Lu Dali only felt an indescribable terrifying force coming from the shield, which made his arms numb and his knuckles crack. He took 3 uncontrollable steps back before he could barely steady himself. He looked at Lu Yang in horror, his heart in turmoil. What a terrifying power. Is this guy really a candidate? Lu Yang frowned slightly. The noise was too loud. The loud noise was enough to attract all the candidates hiding nearby. We must fight quickly and decisively. He no longer hesitated, and his whole body turned into a shadow and rushed straight towards Lu Dali. A look of determination flashed in Lu Dali's eyes, and he suddenly threw the alloy shield in his hand to the ground. The shield is too heavy. Facing an opponent with both speed and strength, it will only become a burden. He chose to believe in his martial arts. Just in time. Lu Dali shouted loudly, and instead of retreating, he advanced, crossed his fists, and made a strong boxing stance, facing Lu Yang head-on. The 2 men's fists and feet collided instantly. Lu Yang became more and more frightened as the fight went on. The opponent's strength, speed, and genetic development progress are obviously weaker than his own, but he possesses a set of exquisite fighting skills. Every time he threw a powerful punch, his opponent used his opponent's clever strength to deflect it. However, the opponent's counterattack always hits his joints and weaknesses in a tricky way. This is real martial arts.
It is a killing technique that has been refined through thousands of trials and tribulations and is specifically designed for combat.
Time passes by every second. Lu Yang clenched his teeth. So frustrating. He has brute force but is suppressed by skills. We can't delay any longer.
Lu Yang's eyes turned fierce, and he made a decision in his heart instantly.
Defense? I don't want it anymore.
He completely gave up all blocking and dodging movements, and pushed all the energy and blood in his body to the extreme. Like a crazy beast, he launched a suicidal attack on Lu Dali.
Chapter 40. That's definitely a monster. Madman.
Lu Dali's pupils shrank sharply. He didn't expect the other party to be so decisive and ruthless.
He punched Lu Yang's left shoulder accurately, and the dull sound of bones colliding could be heard clearly.
However, Lu Yang seemed to feel no pain and took the punch head-on. With the help of the impact, his body became even faster. His right hand, with 5 fingers together, was raised up at a strange angle, aiming directly at Lu Dali's jaw. Lu Dali just landed a punch. The old strength has been exhausted and the new strength has not yet been born. I watched helplessly as the palm of my hand grew infinitely larger in my field of vision.
A huge force suddenly hit his chin.
Lu Dali's body instantly went limp, his eyes rolled back, and his consciousness fell into darkness in the violent shock.
Beside Lu Yang, the 2 rescuers in white appeared again in tacit understanding.
They skillfully lifted up one of Lu Dali's arms and dragged him into the shadows silently. The 2 white figures dragged Lu Dali, and as soon as they disappeared into the shadows, Lu Yang had already moved. He didn't even glance at the severe pain coming from his left shoulder. Instead, he took out 2 slender metal tubes from the tactical bag on his waist and stabbed them into his thigh without hesitation. The ice-cold liquid was instantly injected, and a stream of scalding heat exploded, violently washing over all parts of his body. Huoshua No. 6 is a military-grade fast-acting recovery agent that can temporarily numb pain and forcibly stimulate cell activity. The price is extreme weakness afterwards, but now, Lu Yang can't care about it. Full of blood and energy, he charged towards the dying mechanical guard. At the other end of the square, the only 4 remaining candidates were surrounding the mechanical guards, making their final attacks.
The harsh sound of metal cutting and parts exploding is endless. Quick! Its energy reaction is about to overload. Kill it, get the badge, and we'll retreat immediately. That monster. Before he could finish his words, a terrifying murderous aura that made one's scalp tingle swept over from behind them. The 4 of them turned around in horror and met Lu Yang's cold and emotionless eyes. "He's coming," a candidate screamed in horror. "Stop him. The badge is ours," another candidate who was closest to him roared, and with his blood boiling, he took the initiative to rush forward. He saw with his own eyes that Lu Yang had to withstand Lu Dali's powerful punch, and judged that the opponent's left shoulder was seriously injured. It was the best opportunity to kill him while he was sick. He wants to avenge Lu Dali and all his eliminated companions. However, what he saw was a sinister arc at the corner of Lu Yang's mouth. Lu Yang completely ignored the opponent's fist attacking his injured area. It's this kind of injury for injury fighting style again. His body suddenly sank during the charge, and his right leg swept out along the ground. The ferocity on the candidate's face froze instantly, replaced by extreme pain. He didn't even feel whether his fist hit the other person. His knees were bent outward at a weird angle. He fell to the ground with a bang, holding his broken leg and letting out a shrill howl. A flash of white light appeared, and the rescue team came in again. They skillfully gave him an injection of sedative and then dragged him away. Another one. From Lu Yang's charge to the elimination of one person, it took less than a breath. This terrifying efficiency completely shattered the psychological defenses of the remaining 3 people. Lu Yang did not stop. After eliminating one person, he exerted force from his waist, raised his right foot upwards, and chopped towards another candidate on the side who was already scared silly. The candidate's pupils shrank sharply, and he only had time to subconsciously raise his arms to block. A dull thud. The candidate's arms dropped limply, and the whole person was kicked away by the terrifying force contained in the kick. Following the footsteps of the girl before, he fell to the ground without a sound. Disuse. In a flash, only the last 2 people were left in the elite hunting team of 10. The 2 of them were back to back, their bodies were cold and even their breathing had stopped. Fight him. One of them suddenly shouted hysterically and took a stance ready to fight to the death. Let's go together. Kill him. However, the moment he shouted this, his leg suddenly exerted force, and he turned around and ran.
But just as he took 2 steps, he caught a glimpse of a figure also running wildly out of the corner of his eye. That was his last companion. However, the direction the other party escaped was completely opposite to his. Their eyes met, and the air was filled with awkwardness and dead silence. The next second, the two turned their heads at the same time, heading in the direction of their respective choices, and continued to run for their lives with all their might. Lu Yang didn't even have the interest to catch up. He had only one goal from the beginning to the end. He rushed to the completely shut down mechanical guard, made his hands into claws, and stabbed them into the torn crack in the alloy armor on the guard's chest.
Open it for me. Lu Yang's veins bulged. With a sound of metal twisting, he actually tore a huge gap in the thick alloy shell with his bare hands. Within the gap, a soft blue light flows quietly. A metal badge engraved with intricate patterns was suspended in a ball of viscous blue energy liquid, pulsating slowly. Lu Yang reached out and fished it out. It was cold to the touch. Kill the first-level mechanical guard and get points, 5. Personal terminal points update, 10 points. A cold mechanical prompt sound rang in my ears. Lu Yang put the badge in his arms, turned around and disappeared into the shadows of the city. 1 minute later. 2 stealthy figures, leading 2 others, carefully sneaked back into the devastated battlefield. They were the last 4 survivors of that hunting team. They looked at the mechanical guard whose chest was violently broken, and then looked at the empty energy core. Everyone's face was filled with resentment and anger. The badge was taken away. Who is that person? Is there anyone like him among the candidates this year? The sniper's voice was trembling. That's definitely a monster. We've got a tough nut to crack. Next time you encounter a mechanical guard, you absolutely must not be the first to attack. We worked so hard to cripple them, only to be made vulnerable to others in the end. The confidence and pride she once had were crushed in front of Lu Yang. This hunting team that ran rampant in the examination hall tasted the feeling of being dominated by the yellow bird for the first time. The 4 of them were silent for a while, and finally left in shame. Not long after they left, a slender figure slowly walked out from behind the shadow of a supporting pillar. It was Yu. She walked to the wreckage of the mechanical guard, carefully examined the gap that was torn open by violence, then squatted down and picked up a handful of blood-stained dust. Her eyes kept changing, and finally, she looked towards the office building where Lu Yang had originally hidden with a complicated gaze. A moment later, the brothers Qi Feng and Qi Yun also turned back from another direction. Seeing this tragic battlefield, the 2 brothers looked at each other and saw solemnity and fear in each other's eyes. They said nothing and quickly left this dangerous place. Chapter 41 Haiyue, eliminated. Meanwhile, on the other side. On the top floor of an abandoned apartment, Lu Yan leaned on the railing of the rooftop and drank the last bottle of high-energy nutrient solution. The warm liquid slid into his stomach and quickly turned into energy, replenishing his almost exhausted physical strength. All the supplies are gone. Lu Yang exhaled a breath of foul air. The effect of blood activating number 6 is rapidly fading, replaced by overwhelming fatigue and soreness. I'm still too naive. He murmured to himself and rubbed his swollen temples. The soul of the time traveler gave him a mind and calculation far beyond his peers. But it failed to give him the fighting instinct to match it. This test made him extremely sober. In his mind, he quickly reviewed every encounter since the exam began. From being knocked away by Yen Wulong's punch at the beginning, to confronting Lu Dali's heavy shield, and finally to eliminating the hunting team. Scenes flashed by, and a clear pyramid of strength was constructed in his mind. He seriously misjudged the ability level of these candidates. He was confronted by an opponent of Yen Wulong's level, which raised his overall expectations of the word candidate. Yen Wulong, who could punch him so hard that his blood boiled and his bones and tendons were about to break, was definitely at the top of the pyramid. With that kind of strength, he would probably be firmly ranked in the top 100 among the 10,000 candidates in the entire examination hall, and would be a true top player. He is a prodigy that is fought over by all the top martial arts schools in the Federation. The members of that well-coordinated and well-equipped hunting team should have a genetic development level of around 6%, making them an elite group. They may be gifted or have a wealthy family background, and are good players who can break into the top 500. As for the vast majority of the rest, they are just quasi-warriors who have just reached the 5% threshold. For example, the guy who was clamoring to avenge his companions, but was directly defeated by his own sweeping kick. Their fighting spirit and physical strength are simply not enough to withstand a punch from my current body.
10,000 people, minus the rare top figures and the elite team of several hundred people, the remaining 9,000 people are all chickens and dogs in front of him. Thinking of this, Liu Yang's eyes suddenly became sharp, and the fog in his heart was completely cleared.
His previous caution and dormancy were not wrong.
But after mastering the absolute information gap and strength advantage, it is time to switch modes. For him, this examination hall is a huge hunting ground. Just then, a very light sound of footsteps came from under the building. "Here we come." A cold light flashed in Liu Yang's eyes, and he instantly gathered all his thoughts. He did not get up immediately, but moved quietly to the edge of the roof and looked down through the gap in the guardrail. A slender and agile figure was approaching this side cautiously, sticking to the shadow of the building.
"It's you."
A cold arc appeared at the corner of Liu Yang's mouth.
"There is a road to heaven but you don't take it, there is no door to hell but you break in."
In order to lure away the mechanical guards, she and the Chi brothers were temporarily spared.
Unexpectedly, she actually dared to catch up with me alone. Do you want to confirm your identity, or do you want to take advantage of others when they are exhausted?
Either way, she picked the worst possible time. It's just right, let us settle the account for that shot in the back with interest. Liu Yang's eyes swept across the rooftop and finally stopped at a broken firefighting steel pipe that was about 1 meter long. He gripped the steel pipe silently, and his arm muscles slowly tensed.
Now is the time.
Just as he slipped out from behind a cover and stepped into an open space, Liu Yang moved. He suddenly leaned out from the edge of the rooftop, exerted force from his waist and abdomen, and swung his arms as hard as throwing a javelin. The steel pipe tore through the air, making a sharp whistling sound, and headed straight for Hiyu's back. Below, Hiyu, who was concentrating on exploring the surroundings, suddenly felt his scalp tingling. A fatal sense of crisis came from behind. She didn't even have time to look back, her body's fighting instinct had already reacted as quickly as possible.
Twist your waist, slide sideways, dodge. This is a textbook evasive maneuver for a would-be warrior, smooth and efficient.
However, Liu Yang had an injury on his left shoulder, which caused his blood circulation to be blocked when he exerted force, and the accuracy of this powerful throw had a fatal deviation. The trajectory of the steel pipe was half a foot lower than expected and about an inch off.
But it is precisely this deviation.
Hiyu's perfect evasive move allowed her to avoid the fatal blow to her back. But for some unknown reason, his right chest fell under the path of the deviated steel pipe. There was a dull sound of a sharp weapon entering flesh. Hiyu's action came to an abrupt halt. She lowered her head in disbelief, looking at the hideous steel pipe that pierced through the right side of her chest. Warm blood foam uncontrollably flowed out from the corners of his mouth.
Everything in front of my eyes was getting dark. The severe pain instantly overwhelmed all her senses. "No. I can't."
Hiyu bit his lips hard, and his other hand trembled as he reached for his tactical waist bag, trying to take out the healing potion.
She can't be eliminated like this.
Just as her fingertips were about to touch the potion, 2 white figures appeared beside her, and one of them gently held her hand.
"Candidate Hiyu, fatal injuries detected, ruled eliminated." "No. I can still fight. Let me go."
Hiyu's eyes were bloodshot, he let out an unwilling roar and struggled hard.
Bang!
A dark shadow fell from the sky and landed heavily in front of her.
It's Liu Yang.
He raised his foot and kicked her wrist precisely as it reached for her waist bag. A blue metal injection was kicked out and rolled several times on the ground. Immediately afterwards, Liu Yang raised his hand and slapped Hiyu in the face without mercy.
Bang!
The crisp sound of the slap was particularly harsh in the dead silence of the ruins. This slap, Liu Yang's voice was as cold as ice.
"You're the one who attacked my interest."
After saying that, without even looking at the 2 rescuers in white, he leaned over and pulled off the bulging tactical backpack from Hiyu. The 2 rescuers turned a blind eye to this and just lifted up Hiyu, who was completely limp and unconscious, and disappeared in a streak of white light. Any form of snatching is not prohibited within the examination room rules.
Hiyu, eliminated.
It was not until Hiyu's figure completely disappeared that Liu Yang slowly stood up, a trace of regret flashing in his eyes.
Wrong decision. I was so focused on revenge that I forgot I should have stolen the backpacks of those people when I eliminated them. Those are all mobile supply packs. He bent down and picked up the blue potion that he had kicked away. It feels slightly heavy in the hand, and there is a line of small words engraved on the metal tube, Heartstrong number 8. High-end goods. Liu Yang's pupils shrank slightly. This thing was 2 levels higher than his own, blood activating number 6. It is a life-saving treasure that can keep you breathing at the critical moment and forcibly stimulate the potential of the heart. On the black market, one costs at least 50,000 federal coins. As expected of a candidate who has made it this far, he must have a wealthy family background. He unceremoniously took the potion and he used backpack for himself and quickly counted the supplies inside. A few bottles of high-energy nutrient solution, 2 flash bombs, and some basic medical supplies. A wave of fat. Chapter 42 The Rocket Class Trio from Number 1 Middle School. Just when Lu Yang stuffed all the spoils into his backpack and felt a little satisfied, an extreme sense of danger instantly wrapped around his spine. This is the keen intuition of murderous intent in crisis after breaking through the realm of warrior. No time to think, no time to look up. Lu Yang's body completely obeyed his instincts. He exerted force with his legs and rolled forward desperately. At the same moment Lu Yang rolled out. 2 extremely dull bangs exploded almost simultaneously at the place where he had just stood. Gravel and dust flew into the sky, and 2 fist marks half a foot deep were imprinted on the hard concrete roof. What a domineering punch! Lu Yang's pupils shrank sharply. Before he could stop rolling, he exerted force from his waist, twisting his body forcefully. He half knelt on the ground and looked up. 2 figures filled with rage and murderous intent rushed out from the corner of the ruins, their scarlet eyes fixed on him. It's Chi Feng and Chi Yun. Bastard! How dare you kill He Yu? Come and die! Chi Yun's roar had become distorted. He and Chi Feng, one on the left and one on the right, surrounded Lu Yang again with an almost life-threatening attitude. It turned out to be the yellow bird that came with He Yu. Lu Yang sneered in his heart, and a surge of hostility surged from the bottom of his heart. It's you 2 lingering bastards again. From sneak attacks from behind, to team backstabbing, and now it's a 2-on-1 siege. Do you really think that I, Lu Yang, am a soft persimmon that can be bullied by anyone? In a flash, a crazy idea formed in his mind. Defense? No, he is covered in wounds, his energy and blood are weak, and he can't defend himself at all. Then don't defend. Injury for injury. Risk your life. Come on. Lu Yang let out a low roar, and instead of retreating, he bravely took a step forward against the blows of the 2 men's fists. He completely gave up defending the right side of his body and poured all his strength into his right fist. Madman! A trace of horror flashed in Shi Feng's eyes. Puff! Bang! Almost at the same time, Chi Yun's fist hit Lu Yang's right arm hard, and there was a dull sound of dislocated bones. Chi Feng's palm knife cut his left shoulder, and the already broken wound was torn open again, and blood splattered. Severe pain spread throughout his body, but Lu Yang's face was ferocious. He took the 2 heavy blows head-on and used the momentum to rush forward. Get out of here! The tip of his fist was filled with all his energy, blood, and murderous intent, and he arrived first after striking later. With a strange arc, it accurately imprinted on the faces of Chi Yun and Chi Feng who passed by each other. Snap! 2 teeth-grinding bone-breaking sounds were heard. The rage on Chi Yun and Chi Feng's faces froze instantly, replaced by extreme fear. They felt their nose bridges and cheekbones were completely shattered by this punch. The violent force penetrated the facial bones and rushed straight into the brain. The 2 men's bodies went limp, and they both flew backwards more than 10 meters, falling heavily into the ruins, and blood foam mixed with broken teeth spewed out of their mouths. The whole place was dead silent. Chi Yun struggled to raise his head and looked at the figure not far away, whose right arm was hanging at an abnormal angle, left shoulder was bleeding, but he was still standing straight. This guy is not a human being at all. He doesn't want to live. Fear instantly overwhelmed them. Run! The 2 men rolled and crawled up from the ground, running away for their lives without looking back. Lu Yan looked at their backs indifferently, unscrewed a bottle of high-energy nutrient solution that he had just seized and drank it. Warm energy flowed through his limbs and bones, slightly relieving the severe pain in his body. He did not chase after them immediately, but instead slowly hung about 200 meters behind the 2 men. A cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. There may be treacherous people behind these 2 idiots. This distance not only ensures that he doesn't lose track of her, but also gives him enough reaction time to deal with any emergency. During the chase, the 3 of them quickly crossed several dilapidated streets. Just when Chi Yun and the other 2 were about to rush across an intersection, a terrifying roar that far exceeded any previous explosion suddenly sounded. A ball of blazing white flame shot up into the sky, completely engulfing the center area of the intersection in an instant. The violent shock wave stirred up a cloud of dust,
spreading wildly in all directions.
Shi Yun and Shi Feng in front were torn into pieces by the violent energy before they could even let out a scream. Lu Yang's pupils shrank into the most dangerous needle points in an instant. My scalp exploded. This is definitely a real warrior taking action. This kind of power has already exceeded the scope of quasi-warriors. Without any hesitation, he turned around and ran desperately in the opposite direction of the explosion point. He hid in a dilapidated abandoned residential building, restrained his aura to the extreme, and merged with the shadows. 6 hours later. Lu Yang slowly exhaled a breath of foul air. Under the dual effects of heart-strengthening number 8 and high-energy nutrient solution, the injuries in his body had been mostly recovered. Although the bones in the right arm have not yet fully healed, they no longer affect basic movements. His physical fitness has returned to its peak. Thinking back to that earth-shattering explosion, he still felt a lingering fear in his heart. In the past 6 hours, he did not participate in any battle, but just kept moving in the ruins, looking for the safest hiding place. As a lone wolf, he had to conserve his strength to the maximum extent possible in this chaotic late stage. Moreover, he suddenly remembered what the examiner Li Chang had said. The badge represents points, but he didn't say whether the points would be reset to 0 after the first round of eliminations and the second round. If it is wiped out, wouldn't all his efforts in hunting be in vain? He decided to stay put for now. Never take action unless it is absolutely necessary. There is a more practical reason. Medical expenses are too expensive. A life is worthless in the examination room, but outside the examination room, the cost of repairing an arm is enough to bankrupt an ordinary family. He doesn't want to take out hundreds of thousands of dollars in medical loans. The first day passed in extreme vigilance. The next day, the sounds of fighting on the battlefield became noticeably less frequent. After a whole day of bloody elimination, the surviving candidates all became cunning foxes. Most of the mechanical guards have been hunted down. The current battle is a bloody game between candidates and between hunters and prey. Lu Yang could often feel strong or obscure auras rapidly passing by the building where he was hiding. There are still 12 hours left until the end of the assessment. For some reason, Lu Yang felt a sense of foreboding. An hour later, the premonition came true. Boom! A violent roar suddenly erupted from downstairs without any warning. The entire 5-story building shook violently, as if it would collapse at any time. Lu Yang rolled over and landed on the ground without making any sound. He moved quietly to the window and cautiously stuck half of his head out. On the street downstairs, 2 groups of people were fighting fiercely. There were only 3 people on one side, but Lu Yang recognized them at a glance. Lei Wanjun, Yan Wulong, Su Qingying. The rocket-class trio from number 1 middle school. Chapter 43. This guy's fist is harder than mine? At this moment, these 3 chosen ones looked in a miserable state. They were dressed in tattered clothes, covered in blood, and were leaning against each other, gasping for breath. It was obvious that they were at the end of their strength. Opposite them was a team of more than 10 people. This team cooperates well, with integrated offense and defense, and has a clear plan for advance and retreat. They are gradually forcing Lei Wanjun and the other 2 into a desperate situation. Who are these people? When did such a large and organized team appear in the examination room? Lu Yang was filled with doubts. At this moment, the aftermath of the battle between the 2 groups suddenly splashed onto the building where he was. A sharp energy blade flew past the wall, cutting half of the wall in front of Lu Yang into pieces. The cold gravel splashed on his face. Lu Yang's heart sank instantly. The innocent are affected. But this place has been completely exposed. The floor beneath my feet groaned and dust fell from the ceiling. This building can't hold up. Lu Yang's body tensed up instantly, but his eyes were still fixed on the chaotic battlefield downstairs. However, the intensity of the battle far exceeded his expectations. Although Lei Wanjun and the other 2 were at the end of their strength, they still burst out with amazing fighting power. Every counterattack set off violent energy ripples, mercilessly impacting the already crumbling building. Another loud bang. A huge prefabricated cement slab fell off the outer wall of the 3rd floor, hit the street with a scream, and shattered into powder. The whole building suddenly tilted to one side, making a mournful cry as it could not bear the weight. Damn it! Lu Yang cursed softly and no longer cared about observing. The last bit of hope he had was completely crushed. He turned around suddenly, gave up the window, and rushed towards the other side of the wall away from the battlefield.
At the moment his body was ejected, the dozen or so figures fighting in blood downstairs all raised their heads. More than a dozen gazes, a mixture of brutal vigilance and greed, instantly enveloped him.
Discovered.
Lu Yang's heart trembled, but his steps did not slow down at all. His muscles exploded as he rushed to the end of the corridor, ready to break out of the window on the other side of the building. In the center of the battlefield, the leader of the 10-man team, a tall woman with a cold face, just glanced at Lu Yang's back and then looked away with disdain. In her eyes, it was just a worthless mouse. She stretched out a bloody index finger and pointed in the direction where Lu Yang disappeared.
Lu Hu, go and bring back the rat's badge. Okay, sister you.
In the team, a burly man with a face full of flesh grinned, left the battle circle without hesitation, and chased after Lu Yang. The cold and beautiful woman then turned her gaze back to the besieged Lei Wanjun and the other two, with a cruel arc on her lips.
Lei Wanjun, my patience is limited.
Hand over the badge, or I'll come and take it myself.
The other side.
While running wildly, Lu Yang clearly heard the hurried footsteps behind him. The footsteps were neither hurried nor slow, with a playful tone like a cat playing with a mouse, as if they were certain that he was already in their grasp. In the eyes of the pursuer Lu Hu, this guy who crawled out of the ruins exuded the aura of weakness.
How strong can a coward who doesn't even dare to stay on the front line of the battlefield be? Getting rid of him is just a piece of cake. However, what he didn't know was that the mouse in his eyes had its brain working like crazy at this moment. A strong sense of threat is like a thorn in my back. Lu Yang's heart was as calm as water, and several thoughts flashed through his mind in an instant. Only one person from the other side chased after them, proving that their main force was held back by Lei Wanjun and his 3 companions. This is the opportunity. But, how strong is this person chasing us? Is he a quasi-warrior or a real warrior? If it is the latter, I must escape at all costs. If it is the former, then they are not prey and hunter. It's a showdown between hunters. Must try. In an instant, Lu Yang made a decision. He deliberately controlled his running speed, maintaining it at the critical point where a quasi-warrior's physical strength would be exhausted, while at the same time increasing his perception to the extreme. Keep your ears alert to any movements around you and be alert to any third-party enemies that may appear. Seeing that the figure in front of him was gradually slowing down, Lu Hu's grim smile became even more intense. He thought the other party was exhausted and couldn't help but shout loudly. Don't run away, you scumbag. Hand over your badge obediently, and I, Tiger Master, can spare you some physical pain. Lu Yang turned a deaf ear to him, his eyes fixed. He suddenly turned around and rushed into an abandoned department store. Oh, you still dare to go into a dead end? You really don't know your own limitations. Lu Hu increased his speed and followed closely behind. In his opinion, this chasing game could be declared over. However, just as Lu Hu stepped into the dark corridor and turned the corner, a fist shadow wrapped in evil wind burst out from the shadows without warning and went straight to his face. What? Lu Hu's pupils suddenly contracted. This sudden attack was so fast and at such a tricky angle that it was completely unlike something an exhausted fugitive could deliver. This guy has been showing weakness all the time. In a flash, Lu Yang also made the final judgment. This guy, although his blood and energy fluctuations are strong, he is not a warrior. Lu Hu was shocked and angry, but he reacted very quickly. His instinct from years of fighting didn't give him time to think too much. With a roar, he twisted his waist and swung his arms, and came forward with a powerful straight punch. Bang! 2 iron fists collided violently in the dim corridor. The expected sound of bones breaking did not occur. Instead, an overwhelming and unstoppable force surged madly along the edge of the fist. Lu Hu only felt that his entire right arm was paralyzed in an instant. For the first time, a look of horror appeared on his face. How is that possible? This guy's fist is harder than mine? Once the strike is successful, don't show mercy to the opponent. Lu Yang's eyes were as cold as a knife, not giving Lu Hu any chance to breathe, and he rushed forward in an instant. His body elbows, knee strikes, and kicks. A series of attacks were launched on Lu Hu in an instant. Lu Hu was so shocked by the punch that his blood was boiling. Caught off guard, his defensive formation was torn to pieces in an instant. He only had time to raise his arm to block before Lu Yang hit him hard in the chest. Snap! The crisp sound of broken ribs can be heard clearly. Lu Hu flew backwards. A mouthful of blood mixed with internal organ fragments spurted out, hit the wall 7 or 8 meters away heavily, and slid down. He raised his head with difficulty, his eyes full of disbelief. You're a warrior? How could a passerby who hides his head and shows his tail reach the realm of a warrior that only the elites can reach? What greeted him were Liu Yang's emotionless eyes and heavy punches left and right. 2 minutes later, Liu Yang stood up and shook his numb fist. There was a bloody mark on his left arm caused by Liu Hu's dying counterattack, but other than that, he was fine. At his feet, Liu Hu had completely fainted. The badge on his wrist flickered and then dimmed, indicating that he had been eliminated. Chapter 44, Injury for Injury? I'm the best at it. Liu Yang squatted down expressionlessly and skillfully took away all the high-energy nutrient solution and healing potions on Liu Hu's body, and took away his badge points by the way. After doing all this, he turned around without stopping for a moment and disappeared deeper into the ruins. He did not return to the main battlefield immediately, but chose to make a big detour, preparing to wait until the battle situation there became more chaotic before sneaking in quietly. However, the further he went, the more frightened he became. Thick smoke rose into the sky across the city. The sound of explosions one after another, the whistling sound of energy beams tearing through the air, and the screams before death are intertwined. The entire examination room was in complete chaos. There was a glimmer of excitement in Liu Yang's eyes. It's easier to fish in muddy waters. This chaotic situation where everyone is fighting is a paradise for a lone wolf hunter like him. He restrained all his breath and headed towards the battlefield where Lei Wanjuan's team was. Gradually, he discovered that there were many people who held the same idea. In front of him, on his left, and even in the shadows of some tall buildings. He could feel that auras, some strong and some weak, were quietly closing in on that area from all directions. Deep in the smoke and dust, a suppressed roar exploded. 3 figures as agile as cheetahs shot out from the smoke and dust at the center of the explosion in 3 completely different directions. It was Lei Wanjun, Yan Wulong, and Su Qingying. They actually took advantage of the perfect cover created by the collapsed building and chose to break out separately. Want to run? Stop them. Don't let any of them get away. Suppressed roars erupted simultaneously from the shadowy corners on all sides. Those hunters who had been lurking for a long time could no longer hold back. They rushed out frantically from their respective shelters and pounced on the 3 fleeing figures. In their view, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The lone rocket-class elites are a mobile treasure trove of points. However, they seriously underestimated the value of the word elite. A candidate blocked Su Qingying's way with a grin, opened his arms, and tried to lock her in a bear hug. What greeted him were Su Qingying's icy phoenix eyes and an extremely fast and sharp whip kick. The air seemed to be sucked out. The grim smile on the candidate's face froze instantly, and he flew backwards with his body bent. While he was in mid-air, the light of the badge dimmed. On the other side, 2 candidates who thought they had good cooperation tried to attack Yan Wulong from both sides. Yan Wulong didn't even look at them, he just kept running without stopping for a moment and charged forward. The crisp sound of bones breaking makes your scalp tingle. The 2 candidates were knocked away by the huge kinetic energy, their sternums collapsed, and they were eliminated instantly. The man who intercepted Lei Wanjun suffered the most miserable fate. As soon as he rushed in front of Lei Wanjun, he saw a flash of lightning in the other's eyes, and a dazzling silver electric snake shot out from his fingertips and hit his forehead accurately. The candidate's whole body was twitching violently, his hair was standing on end, smoke was coming out of his eyes, and he fell to the ground with his eyes rolled back, unconscious. A bunch of idiots. Lei Wanjun didn't even turn around, but just raised a sarcastic arc at the corner of his mouth. Did you really think you could get a bargain? These points are given to Qin Xiaoxiao and Lu Feilong for free. Before he finished speaking, in the center of the battlefield, Qin Xiaoxiao, the woman who was always as cold as an iceberg, appeared. She was the leader of the team that had just fought with Fa Lei Wanjun. A cold light flashed in her eyes and her red lips opened slightly. Clear the area. The moment the order was given, the elite team behind her moved. They instantly burst out with amazing fighting power and rushed towards the stragglers who had just emerged from their hiding places. Swords flash and energy bursts. The screams came one after another, but quickly disappeared. Those candidates who had just been dreaming of getting the upper hand were eliminated one after another in the face of absolute overwhelming strength. Abandoned building, in the shadow of the 5th floor window. Liu Yang took all of this in, and instead of being shocked, he felt a sense of admiration. What a good trick to drive the tiger to devour the wolf. Qin Xiaoxiao and Lei Wanjun, these 2 top teams that seem to be fighting to the death, are actually acting. They used a shocking internal struggle to lure out all the speculators lurking around, and then caught them all in one fell swoop. Lei Wanjuan's team took the opportunity to escape,
while Qin Xiaoxiao's team harvested all the exposed points.
Perfect calculation. Lu Yang's eyes flickered.
It is not advisable to stay here for long.
The drama of the conflict between the snipe and the clam has ended. The next step is the time of reckoning. I must leave immediately. However, just as he was about to turn around and leave, his pupils suddenly shrank. In the field of vision, Yan Wulong, who had knocked 2 people away, made a strange detour in the direction of his running after leaving the main battlefield, and was rushing straight towards the abandoned building where he was. Coincide? Lu Yang's heart instantly rose to his throat. Before I could finish my thought, there was a loud crash. The window on the 4th floor was smashed by a powerful figure. Countless glass fragments flew inward. Yan Wulong flipped over and entered, landing steadily on the dusty ground. He leaned against the wall, breathing heavily. It was obvious that the breakout just now had consumed a lot of his energy. He glanced vigilantly at the empty floor, and after confirming that there was no one there, his tense nerves finally relaxed a little. However, in the tiny fraction of a second when he relaxed, a deadly murderous intent suddenly descended from the ceiling above his head. Someone. Yan Wulong's hair stood on end. He didn't have time to look up, and his body subconsciously rolled to the side to the extreme. Call. A powerful punch almost brushed past his scalp. Sneak attack. Yan Wulong was shocked and angry. While rolling, he exerted force from his waist and threw a powerful whip punch, following the direction of the attack, and instinctively pulled back. A dull sound of muscles colliding. Lu Yang's punch missed, but Yan Wulong's counterattack hit his chest hard. The sharp pain made his throat feel sweet, but an almost hideous smile appeared on his face. Injury for injury? I'm the best at it. Do you remember? Lu Yang's voice was hoarse and cold, exploding in Yan Wulong's ears. Last round, you sneaked up on me like this. Before he finished speaking, Lu Yang rushed forward without caring about the injury on his chest. The second punch, the third punch, carrying his long-accumulated anger, all hit Yan Wulong's face. Every punch was to pay back for the backstab by Yan Wulong in the previous round of assessment. Yan Wulong's pupils shrank to the size of needlepoints. He could never have imagined that the person hiding in this building was actually this trash he had long forgotten. Moreover, how could this guy's power become so terrifying? In a hurry, he could only raise his arms to block. Bang! The heavy sound of impact echoed in the empty floor. Just 5 seconds. Yan Wulong's arms were completely shattered by Lu Yang's heavy punch. His face was red and swollen, his nose was bleeding, his eyes were rolled back, and his tall body could no longer support him, and he fell straight back. With a thud, a cloud of dust was raised. The badge on his wrist flickered twice and then went out completely. Lu Yang stood where he was, shaking his slightly swollen fists, and only then did he feel the sharp pain in his chest surge like a tide. He glanced down and saw a bruise there. But he just let out the anger that had been pent up in his chest for a long time. Chapter 45. Look at the one ranked 289, Lu Yang? Lu Yang squatted down and swiftly tore off the badge on the other person's wrist. The moment the badge touched his wrist, a faint light flashed, and the cold numbers on the personal terminal suddenly jumped upwards. Current points, 220 points. It's really a big fish. Rocket-class elites like Yan Wulong are themselves a mobile treasure trove. He didn't stop, his fingers quickly groping on Yan Wulong's tactical vest. Soon 2 silver-white metal tubes were found high-energy nutrient solution. This is a good thing that can replenish physical strength and repair injuries at critical moments. He put the spoils into his arms without any hesitation. After doing all this, the unique buzzing sound of a suspended vehicle could be faintly heard in the distance. He is the rescue worker in the examination room. Lu Yang's eyes flashed, and without stopping for a moment, he disappeared into the shadows deeper in the building after a few jumps, leaving the mess behind completely. A moment later, several rescue workers in white uniforms descended from the sky, skillfully lifted the unconscious Yan Wulong onto a stretcher, and quickly evacuated. From beginning to end, they did not notice that in the ruins of another building not far away, a pair of calm eyes were watching all this. In the examination room, the passage of time became particularly cruel. Exam remaining time, 1 hour. A cold countdown hovers in the upper right corner of every candidate's vision. Lu Yang was hiding on the 5th floor of a bombed commercial building. Through the gap in the broken wall, he coldly watched the hunting and being hunted below. His eyes were fixed on a team on the distant street. Qin Xiaoxiao walked in front, still looking like an icy beauty. But the number of people behind her has expanded from the original 10 to a full 30.
Everyone was wearing a uniform combat uniform with the Taiyan No. 1 middle school emblem on their chest. The No. 1 martial arts high school in Hanhai province is indeed worthy of its reputation.
Liu Yang's pupils contracted slightly.
This is not a simple alliance, but a class crushing based on background and school honors. The students of Taiyan No. 1 middle school spontaneously moved closer to Qin Xiaoxiao.
Wherever they passed, those stragglers didn't even have the courage to resist and were easily killed and eliminated. Exam remaining time, 30 minutes. Liu Yang quietly moved his position and sneaked into a dark and damp underground parking lot. It's hidden and safe enough here.
He leaned against a cold concrete pillar, unscrewed a tube of high-energy nutrient solution, and drank it in small sips to repair the injury on his chest, while restraining his breath to the extreme.
The last half hour is mad dog time.
All he had to do was lie dormant and wait for the final whistle.
Time passes by every second. Finally. Beep. The second phase of the practical assessment has officially ended.
Almost at the same time, the badges of all the surviving candidates lit up with a soft white light. An irresistible pulling force came, teleporting them from all corners of the ruins back to the huge metal platform where they came from. The light and shadow changed, and Liu Yang was back on solid ground again. There were many figures on the platform, but compared to the huge crowds before the assessment began, the number of people at this moment had dropped sharply to less than 2,000. The candidates who survived the disaster had different expressions. Some people hugged their teammates, with uncontrollable ecstasy on their faces. Some people sat on the ground in despair, obviously with very low points. More people stood there numbly, exhausted and scarred. Qin Xiaoxiao's team of more than 30 people was the most conspicuous.
Almost every one of them was smiling and had gained a lot. Liu Yang's eyes swept through the crowd and soon saw Lei Wanjun and Su Qingying in the distance.
The two of them managed to survive to the end, although their clothes were torn and they were covered in bruises. Obviously, they also experienced a tough battle in the final melee, but they finally survived with their strong strength. In the center of the platform, Examiner Li Chang appeared again.
His eyes swept across the room. The second phase of the assessment is over. Now, the final results will be announced.
As soon as the words fell, an extremely huge holographic light screen unfolded in the air directly above the platform.
Dense names and numbers began to scroll rapidly on it. In an instant, everyone's breathing stopped.
Nearly 2,000 candidates stared at the light screen, and everyone's heart was beating wildly.
Success or failure depends on this one move.
Liu Yang also subconsciously held his breath, clenched his fists, and frantically searched for his own name in the data stream.
Finally, he found it. Name, Liu Yang. Affiliated school, Taiyan Daoga District Middle School. Comprehensive score, 315 points Phase 1, 95 points, Phase 2, 220 points. Overall ranking, 289th. He succeeded. Despite adopting purely defensive counterattack tactics almost throughout the entire game and only taking the initiative twice, he still managed to make it into the top 300. He quickly glanced at the top of the list. Qin Xiaoxiao and another candidate named Lu Feilong firmly occupied the top 10 positions. Lei Wanjun and Su Qingying also both made it into the top 100. Just as he expected, the top 100 list was almost completely dominated by the name of Taiyan No. 1 Middle School. Oh my god, is this a genius? We work so hard, and they just casually make it into the top 100. I can only look up to you, there's no comparison at all.
There were bursts of low discussions and sighs among the candidates.
However, amidst this discussion, a discordant name began to attract the attention of more and more people. Wait, look at number 289, Liu Yang?
A sharp-eyed candidate suddenly spoke up, his tone full of confusion.
What's wrong? Look at his school. What kind of school is this? I've never heard of it. Holy crap. It really is. What shabby little school in some remote corner is this? How could anyone possibly be ranked so high? One stone can cause 1,000 ripples.
I remember, someone in the crowd suddenly exclaimed.
I noticed him when the first phase results were announced. He was ranked over 400th. This time, the entire platform exploded. If the first stage is just a written test, there is a possibility of luck. Then in the second stage, the ranking is determined by fighting among tens of thousands of people. An ordinary student from an unknown high school, with no background or team, actually managed to break into the top 300 in this brutal battle?
Next to Examiner Li Chang, another figure slowly emerged. It was Deng Hong, the person in charge of this assessment.
The final results have been announced.
Deng Hong's eyes swept across the densely packed names on the light screen. When she passed by the word Liu Yang, her sharp gaze paused imperceptibly, and a hint of shock flashed across her face.
Chapter 46. He seems to be the son-in-law of the Bai family in Tianhai City. Liu Yang's heart trembled. He could feel that the gaze fell precisely on him.
Congratulations to all candidates who passed this screening exam. You are now eligible to apply to all private martial arts universities in Hanhai Province.
Deng Hong's voice continued to ring out.
In 3 days, the admissions brochures and admission standards for all major private universities will be sent to your personal terminals.
Remember, you only have one chance to apply.
Finally, Deng Hong's eyes suddenly turned cold as she glanced at the candidates in the crowd who had already begun looking for enemies with unfriendly eyes.
One final point. The entire territory of Tian City is under the highest federal ban on weapons. All grudges within the examination hall must be written off once the exam is over. If anyone dares to seek revenge privately within the city.
She paused, a cold curve forming at the corner of her mouth. It's the Federal Security Agency's prison.
You're welcome to go in and calm down.
After saying this, Deng Hong didn't say another word and made a clear announcement.
Disband.
The moment she finished speaking, her and Li Chang's figures turned into points of light and disappeared.
The invisible stance that bound everyone also disappeared.
The candidates, as if pardoned, began to follow the instructions and leave in batches through the platform's transmission channel.
Liu Yang blended into the crowd and stepped out of the examination center. He let out a long breath.
The warm sunshine outside, the fresh air, the hum of traffic in the distance.
Just one step away, it seems like two different worlds. However, this moment of ease was soon broken.
A malicious force locked onto him from behind. Liu Yang did not stop, but glanced back out of the corner of his eye.
It was indeed them.
Yan Wulong, Lei Wanjun, and Su Qingying were standing not far away. Yan Wulong's face was paler than when he was in the examination room.
It was obvious that the emergency treatment after being eliminated could not heal his injuries immediately.
His eyes were fixed on Liu Yang's back. If it were somewhere else, Liu Yang had no doubt that the other party would immediately pounce on him and tear him to pieces.
But here? Liu Yang sneered in his heart and didn't care. Tian City's weapons ban is his most powerful amulet now. Liu Yang.
A familiar voice came from the side. Liu Yang turned his head and saw Bai Mujie running towards him. Not far behind him, Bai Ji and her father Bai Jinyun were also looking over here.
Old Bai. Liu Yang greeted with a smile. Oh my god. You actually managed to make it through the whole thing?
Bai Mujie ran up to him and looked him up and down, unable to hide the shock on his face. He was eliminated in the first round. After coming out and listening to the descriptions of those candidates who were also eliminated, he realized that the second round of practical assessment was simply a battle royale. In his opinion, it was a miracle that Liu Yang survived.
You guy. Bai Mujie punched Liu Yang on the shoulder. Your strength is so well hidden. It's far beyond my imagination. Just good luck.
Liu Yang didn't want to talk anymore and changed the subject. I'm a little hungry, let's find a place to eat first.
Yes. Eat.
A loud voice interrupted. Bai Jinyun pushed his son away, with a chrysanthemum-like smile on his face, and warmly put his arm around Liu Yang's shoulders.
Nephew-in-law. Uncle has already booked a celebration banquet for you. In the best private room.
When Bai Jinyun heard that Liu Yang's total score was 289th, his eyes lit up instantly. This time, the Bai family really picked up a huge treasure. On the other side, Su Qingying frowned slightly as she watched Liu Yang being surrounded by the Bai family and leave.
Wulong, how on earth did you get eliminated? Yan Wulong's expression instantly became even uglier, and he squeezed out a few words from between his teeth. We were ambushed.
He never mentioned who had kicked him unconscious and tore off his badge. A hint of doubt flashed in Su Qingying's eyes.
Given Yan Wulong's arrogant and conceited personality, there are only two possible reasons for his reluctance to reveal his opponent's name. The first one is that he met a top-level expert like Qin Xiaoxiao and was defeated without being able to fight back. The second possibility is that he capsized in the gutter and was eliminated by a small-time character whom he looked down upon using despicable means. He felt that it was a great shame and humiliation. Thinking of Yan Wulong's miserable body covered in scars, Su Qingying was more inclined to the latter. If you're not good at it, just practice more.
Beside him, Lei Wanjun, who had been silent all the time, said this coldly. Yan Wulong clenched his fist suddenly, his nails digging deep into his palms, and a huge sense of humiliation rushed to his head. He stared at the direction where Lu Yang disappeared, roaring in his heart with all his strength.
Lu Yang! I will remember you. This matter is definitely not over.
That night, in the top-floor luxury suite at Dongtian Hotel, Yan Wulong sat in front of the huge floor-to-ceiling window with a gloomy face, overlooking the bright lights of the city below.
Beep beep.
The personal terminal on his wrist rang and he answered it immediately.
Young Master Yan.
A slightly flattering voice came.
The person you're looking for has been found. Speak.
Yan Wulong's voice was cold. According to my classmates, Lu Yang seems to be the son-in-law of the Bai family in Tianhai City.
Alive and son-in-law?
Yan Wulong was stunned, and then his eyes flashed with disbelief.
He's from Tianhai City too?
This discovery shocked and angered him even more than Lu Yang's ranking.
How can I allow others to sleep soundly beside my bed? When did such a person appear in Yan Wulong's territory? Yes. It's absolutely true. My classmate's classmate happens to know Lu Yang's brother-in-law, the one named Bai Mujie.
The rat on the other end of the phone said as if asking for credit.
Yan Wulong's face turned completely dark.
A little-known, worthless school, a gigolo who was treated as a son-in-law. It was this person who, in an assessment attended by tens of thousands of elites, trampled this favored child of heaven into the mud.
Rat!
Yan Wulong's voice was full of anger.
Check it out for me.
Find out everything about him from childhood to adulthood, even down to the color of his underwear. On the other side, the Yuetian Luxury Hotel. Lu Yang was cutting a valuable piece of iron-backed lizard leg meat on the plate. For him, this was not just a celebration banquet, but also a way to replenish the physical energy that was consumed violently in the examination room.
Brother-in-law. You are simply my idol.
Bai Mujie was holding a glass full of expensive fruit wine and almost stood on the chair.
You haven't seen the faces of those people.
After being eliminated in the first round, everyone is saying that the second round is hell, and it's a miracle that even half of them survived.
And what happened? Not only did you survive, you even took 289th place. Do you have any idea what that means?
With your strength, I think you're more than capable of ranking in the top 10 among the younger generation of Tianhai City.
Chapter 47. God bless our Bai family.
Without even raising his eyelids, Lu Yang put a piece of tender and juicy barbecue into his mouth and nodded slightly in response.
Top 10? How can a sparrow understand the ambition of a swan?
His target has never been the small Tianhai City. Bai Xinyan, who was sitting in the main seat, had a smile as warm as the spring breeze on his face, and he calmly poured wine for Lu Yang.
Mujie, don't be so startled. Let your brother-in-law have a good meal.
He scolded his son, but the approval in his eyes was so strong that it almost overflowed.
But having said that, nephew-in-law, you've really brought honor to our Bai family this time.
You're a man of hidden talents, yet you suddenly become a sensation. In this scene, the father and son sang in unison.
Lu Yang's mind was as clear as a mirror.
This sudden enthusiasm was not for the son-in-law of the Bai family, but for the potential stock ranked 289th in the province.
The meal came to an end with Bai Mujie's endless flattery and Bai Xinyan's just right compliments. Seeing Lu Yang put down the cutlery, Bai Xinyan knew that the main topic was coming.
He cleared his throat, leaned forward slightly, and assumed a frank attitude.
Nephew, have you eaten? Do you have any idea about applying to university? Let's wait until the enrollment brochure comes out. Lu Yang's answer was flawless.
Well, that's safe. Bai Xinyan nodded and changed the subject.
However, I must warn you.
With your score of 289, you have almost any top private martial arts university to choose from.
But none of these schools will waive your tuition. Lu Yang's brows knitted slightly, barely perceptible. Money is his biggest headache right now.
Bai Xinyan took in all his micro-expressions, felt more reassured, and his voice became more sincere.
Nephew, go ahead and choose without worry. You don't have to worry about the tuition.
He slapped his chest heavily, with a resounding sound.
Uncle will pay for it for you. Just consider it as a little support from your elders. These words sounded heroic, but they made Lu Yang wary. There is no such thing as a free lunch.
Just a few minutes ago, Bai Xinyan used the excuse of going to the bathroom and called his younger brother, Bai Xinfeng, the current head of the Bai family, in the corner of the corridor. When he announced the number 289, there was silence on the other end of the communicator for a full 5 seconds. Then, there was the sound of Baijin's breathing, which was slightly distorted.
Brother! Are you sure? 289th in the province? It's absolutely true. I've seen the transcript. God bless our Bai family. God bless our Bai family. Bai Jinfeng's voice was trembling. Our most accomplished ancestor of the Bai family could only barely get into a second-rate martial arts academy. My daughter, Mulan, the genius we dedicated all our resources to cultivating, fell outside the top 10,000 in Tianhai City's internal assessment this time. We found a real dragon. Brother! Listen to me.
Bai Jinfeng's voice suddenly became extremely serious.
At any cost. We must tie Lu Yang firmly to our Bai family's chariot. Forget tuition fees, even if he wants the stars in the sky, you have to agree first. Treat him well.
At this moment, looking at Lu Yang's silent face, Bai Jinyun repeated his brother's words in his heart.
This is not an investment, this is an offering. Lu Yang was about to speak, wanting to reject this generous gift in a tactful way. He doesn't like to owe favors to others, especially favors with a strong purpose. Suddenly, he felt a warm hand gently touching his knee under the table. He turned his head and met Bai Ji's gaze. She didn't say anything, but just signaled him with her eyes not to worry and nodded slightly. Take it. This is the patriarch's approval. It's good for you and for us. Lu Yang understood instantly.
This amount of money represents not only money, but also the formal acceptance of his identity by the core members of the Bai family. With this recognition, his status in the Bai family will be completely different, and it will be much easier for him to act in the future. Thinking of this, he stopped being pretentious, picked up the wineglass, and nodded sincerely to Bai Jinyun.
Thank you, uncle. Hey! We're family, why be polite?
When Bai Jinyun saw that he agreed, he immediately smiled and felt relieved. The atmosphere became lively again, and Bai Mujia came over again, waving his personal terminal excitedly. Brother-in-law, my buddies are all excited when they heard about your achievements.
They want to set up a party and get to know you.
They're all rich and powerful second-generation rich kids.
Can we be friends?
Lu Yang's brows, which had just relaxed, frowned again, and a hint of impatience flashed in his eyes.
Wasting time with a bunch of second-generation rich people? Not interested.
His answer was so clear and concise that the air in the box stagnated for a moment.
How dare you talk like that, kid?
Bai Jinyun reacted very quickly, grabbed his ignorant son and glared at him. Then he turned to Lu Yang with an apologetic look on his face.
Don't mind me, nephew. Mujia is ignorant.
You just finished your exams and are exhausted both physically and mentally.
It's time for you to rest. How can you have the energy to deal with those messy parties? Yes. Blame it on me. Brother-in-law, I was inconsiderate. I'll drink a glass of wine as punishment. Bai Mujia also reacted and quickly found a way out. Lu Yang just nodded slightly and said nothing more. He drew the line in the most direct way. That night, in the hotel room,
Bai Ji wrung out a warm towel and handed it to Lu Yang, then she massaged his shoulders from behind him with a slightly awkward force.
The exam must be very tiring.
I heard from Mujia that the battles inside are very brutal. Lu Yang closed his eyes, feeling the warmth and concern from her fingertips, and the irritability caused by socializing in his heart quietly dissipated. He pulled the beauty behind him into his arms and hugged her tightly. My wife is still the best. In this world, perhaps only this embrace is truly pure.
3 days passed in a flash. Lu Yang locked himself in the room and practiced the 8 brocades he obtained from the system without distraction. As the technique was practiced, streams of heat surged through his limbs and bones, constantly tempering his flesh, blood, and bones, and penetrating into the deepest part of his genetic chain. Proficiency in 8 brocades has increased, current level, LV5.
Gene development progress improved. Lu Yang suddenly opened his eyes, and a gleam of light flashed across his eyes. He called up his personal data panel and a row of clear numbers came into view. Gene development progress, 10.5%. In 3 days, from 10.2% to 10.5%, the seemingly small increase of 0.3% actually brings a real increase in strength. He slowly clenched his fists, feeling the power in his body surge even more powerfully than 3 days ago, and the corners of his mouth curled up in satisfaction. Just then, the personal terminal on my wrist vibrated rapidly. Liu Yang's heart moved and he suddenly raised his hand. A blue light curtain was projected in the air, and dozens of majestic university emblems of different styles were lined up like stars.
Chapter 48. Both of these institutions are excellent. Hanhai Province Private Martial Arts University joint enrollment brochure has been sent. A line of eye-catching large characters appeared at the top of the light curtain in front of Liu Yang. Every flashing school emblem represents a step on the road to becoming a strong person. At this moment, these countless stairs opened their doors to Liu Yang. The notification buzzer of his personal email nearly exploded. Admission letters with gold embossed titles poured in like a tide. Each letter is enough to make any family in Tianhai City ecstatic for 3 days and 3 nights. However, Liu Yang's eyes were accurately locked on the 2 brightest stars.
He tapped his fingertips lightly, and an ancient and heavy notice was enlarged in the center of the light screen. Interstellar Warrior University, or IN 0112 Galaxy Branch. There are no fancy special effects, only lines of quiet and powerful text. Founded in 2077, amidst the fire of the First Zerg War. Our school has since trained 312 generals for the Federation and 7 lifelong members of the Exploration Council. Marshal Li Mu of Broken Sword graduated from here, and Admiral Augustus of Falling Star is also our pride. 300 years ago, it was the 3rd class of graduates of our school, the Scarlet Saber, who piloted the Dawn and crashed into the Zerg Queen. Each and every one of these events is a glorious achievement worthy of being recorded in the history of the Federation and making the blood of hundreds of millions of citizens boil.
Enrollment plan for this year, 500 people.
Admission criteria: top 10 students ranked in the Hanhai Province Joint Examination will be exempted from all tuition and miscellaneous fees, and will be provided with an S-level training resource package and personal guidance from the Dean. The top 50 overall rankings will have their tuition halved and will be provided with an A-level training resource package. Liu Yang's breathing suddenly paused when he saw the S-level training resource package.
He can rely on the Bai family for money.
But S-level resources are an area that the Bai family may not be able to reach even if they spend all their wealth.
Interstellar Warrior University.
This name is well known in all the history, news, and heroic biographies he has read since he came here. It is the strongest backing of the federal military.
It is the sharpest blade that humans use when facing alien races.
In the entire Interstellar Federation, it and another giant, Phylong Warrior University, are known as the 2 greatest martial arts schools and are the undisputed first echelon. His gaze slowly moved and fell on another equally weighty notice next to it.
Furia Warrior University, or IN 0112 Galaxy Branch.
The conditions are equally outrageous, and the school history is equally brilliant and dazzling.
In Liu Yang's eyes, these 2 universities are the only ones left.
Going to any of them means making the leap to the Dragon Gate and having a bright future.
But should they choose the Interstellar Warrior University with its profound heritage and strong military background, or the Phylong Warrior University with its more radical style and the emergence of many talents in recent years? What's wrong?
Bai Zhi had quietly come behind him without him knowing, and seeing him concentrating in thought, there was a hint of curiosity in her eyes. Her gaze followed Liu Yang's line of sight and fell on the light curtain. The next second, her breath suddenly stopped. Those clear eyes widened instantly.
The acceptance letters from these 2 top universities were laid out side by side in front of her husband, ready for him to choose. A huge feeling of pride and joy instantly overwhelmed her. She graduated from a 3rd-rate private university and knew how difficult it was to get into such a top institution, which was no less difficult for an ordinary person to climb to the sky. Her husband not only did it, but also made these 2 mountains bow to him. Bai Zhi subconsciously placed her hand gently on her flat belly, and an unprecedented tenderness and pride surged in her heart. Baby, did you hear that? Your father, that's just who he is.
A man who can make the stars take notice.
Noon.
Bai Xinyan and Bai Mujie came again with joy on their faces, saying that they wanted to have lunch with Liu Yang to discuss the important matter of filling out the application form.
Nephew, how are you thinking about it? Do you have a school in mind?
Bai Xinyan rubbed his hands and smiled from ear to ear. That attitude was even more exciting than when he got admitted to university. Liu Yang looked calm as he pointed at the 2 notices placed side by side on the screen.
I'm still debating. Both of these institutions are great.
Bai Mujie looked over, and when he saw the 2 school badges clearly, the envy on his face turned into dullness. Brother-in-law, your worries are too extravagant. He sat down with a look of regret and dejection on his face. I didn't even make it through the first round. Now I can only choose between 3rd and 4th tier schools. I'll still be saddled with debt when I graduate.
How can the gap between people be so huge?
Bai Xinyun glanced at his good-for-nothing son and felt extremely relieved.
God is truly merciful. Bai Ji is so lucky to be favored by such a man. If you ask me, brother-in-law, you must choose Filong. Bai Mujia quickly recovered from his loss and turned back into the fanatical brother-in-law. Filong Warrior University has undergone tremendous reforms in recent years.
They've introduced the latest gene-directed induction technology, which I hear can significantly shorten the bottleneck period in gene development. Furthermore, they have partnerships with several top technology groups, so the career prospects for their graduates are incredibly broad.
What do you know?
Bai Xinyun immediately retorted with an old-fashioned authoritative attitude.
Young people love chasing new trends.
When it comes to foundation, 100 flying dragons can't compare to one StarCraft.
Do you know how formidable the connections are for those who graduated from the Interstellar Warrior University? In the Federation military, 7 out of 10 generals are from their school. That's called having students and friends all over the world. That's the Real Foundation. Dad, what era is this?
You're still talking about old times.
This is the age of technology, efficiency is king.
Bullshit. The path of martial arts, the foundation is the most important.
Without a deep foundation, you can't go far. The father and son argued right in front of Lu Yang, their faces red and saliva flying. Lu Yang listened quietly.
He knew that what these two people said was both right and wrong. What they were arguing about was nothing more than the information that the two universities had put into the public eye, which was superficial information that anyone could find on the internet. But they are not qualified to touch the real core at all. For example, the Orion campuses of these two universities are located in the same city on the same planet. The capital of the vast sea star, Rhea City. The capitals of most administrative planets of the Galactic Federation are called Rhea City. Because of the origin of the Federation, the mother planet that carries the spark of human civilization is called Rhea. For the vast majority of citizens living in the colonized galaxy, Rhea is a legend so distant that it is almost a myth. Setting foot on the mother planet of Rhea is the ultimate glory that every warrior pursues throughout his life. Lu Yang came back to his senses from their argument and sighed softly in his heart. After all, the Bai family of Tianhai City is too small in scope.
Their horizons are limited by this small colonial planet. Chapter 49, We, the Bai family, fully support your ambition. Lu Yang shook his head.
They had no idea that the layout of the Interstellar Warrior University and the Flying Dragon Warrior University in Rhea City represented a huge and complex factional struggle within the Federation.
Bai Xinyun and Bai Mujie, father and son, looked at Lu Yang in unison.
Lu Yang raised his hand and signaled them to stay calm. His gaze fell calmly back on Bai Ji's face beside him.
I've made up my mind. I choose Interstellar Warrior University. Why, brother-in-law? Bai Mujie almost blurted out. Isn't Phalon's gene induction technology amazing? It's cutting-edge technology.
Lu Yang did not answer directly, but simply swiped his fingertips across the light screen, magnifying the admission brochure of the Interstellar Warrior University and accurately locating one of the additional clauses that was overlooked by countless people. It was a line of text marked in small font. It is hidden among the dense school rules and welfare information, and is inconspicuous. Any student who achieves 100% genetic development success within 10 years of enrollment will automatically qualify as a pioneer and can participate in the Federal Frontier Development Sequence.
Open up the frontier.
Bai Ji murmured these 4 words, shock flashing in her clear eyes. However, huge waves had already been set off in Lu Yang's heart.
10 years? He.
With the many children, more blessings system, it won't take me that long.
What others see are limitations, the unattainable 100% genetic development. But in his eyes, these words were an invitation to the pinnacle of power, wealth, and glory. Open up the frontier. This is the core interest of the Federation. It is also the highest achievement a warrior can achieve.
Becoming a pioneer of a new planet means having the right to name that planet, the right to priority allocation of resources, and even the right to priority reproduction.
In an era where genes and bloodline are considered extremely important, what this means is self-evident. His pursuit of having many children was not simply for the system's rewards.
What he wants to do is to spread his bloodline to a whole new world.
What I want to do is not to become a strong person. But it is the ancestor of a planet.
Let my bloodline become the oldest and most noble source on that planet.
Bai Mujie finally reacted.
He took a breath and his eyes changed completely when he looked at Lu Yang.
Oh my god. Brother-in-law, your goal is actually this. That's awesome. Take me with you. I also want to go to the Star Martial Arts. Nonsense. A loud shout interrupted by Mujie's fantasy.
Bai Jinyun grabbed his son's collar and pulled him back to the sofa.
With your limited strength, why are you joining in the fun? Are you going to be a snack for the strange beasts? The road to pioneering is full of dangers, how can you get involved? After scolding his son, Bai Jinyun turned his gaze to Lu Yang with an extremely complicated look. He let out a long sigh.
The sky outside the window was reflected in his cloudy eyes.
Nephew, did you know?
Our Bai family's ancestor was also one of the pioneers of this planet, the Orion 0112 galaxy. When these words were spoken, even Bai Ji and Bai Mujie were stunned.
What a pity, Bai Jinyun smiled self-deprecatingly.
Our ancestors overcame many difficulties and established this empire, but each generation of descendants has been inferior to the previous one. Some families seized opportunities and soared to become prominent families on this planet, but our Bai family has been mediocre and has become lost in the crowd. He looked at Lu Yang, and the last trace of scrutiny and calculation as an elder in his eyes completely disappeared at this moment.
He finally understood. The value of Lu Yang's talent far exceeded his imagination.
This is no longer something that can be described by the word real dragon.
This is a giant dragon that is about to usher in a new era. And the Bai family was so lucky to be tied to this giant dragon before it even took off. When one person succeeds, the whole family will prosper. What the Bai family needs to do is to give their all and become the strongest wings of this giant dragon.
Nephew-in-law, Bai Jinyun's voice was a little dry.
We, the Bai family, fully support your ambition. Yeah. Lu Yang nodded lightly.
Bai Ji's cheeks were already red. She quietly moved to Lu Yang's side and whispered firmly in a voice that only the two of them could hear.
You, wherever you go, I will go.
Lu Yang held her hand, feeling the warmth and trust, and felt at peace in his heart. At this moment, the personal terminal on his wrist suddenly issued a rapid prompt tone.
Beep beep. A video call request popped up.
Caller ID, Zhou Yusheng class teacher, number 3 middle school, Dioba district.
Lu Yang answered the call casually.
The screen lit up, and a face filled with extreme excitement filled the entire screen.
In the background, you can see another head that is also shaking with excitement. Student Lu Yang. Zhou Yusheng's voice completely changed due to excitement. Congratulations! What great news! You've ranked 289th in the Hanhai Province Joint Entrance Exam.
Just recently, when he saw this transcript, he was completely stunned.
The number 3 middle school in Daoba district where he taught was just a bottom-ranked public school in Tianhai City.
The best result in its history was that a student made it into the top 10,000 in the Tianhai City Joint Entrance Examination.
And Lu Yang is among the top 289 in the province. He almost crawled into the principal's office.
After principal Yu checked the results 3 times and personally logged into the federal education system to check and confirm, this Mediterranean man, who was over 50 years old, was so excited that he crushed his thermos cup on the spot.
The whole school went crazy. Ahem.
Principal Yu Dihai squeezed over from behind Zhou Yusheng, trying to make his expression appear more dignified, but his grinning mouth completely betrayed him.
Student Lu Yang. Zhou Yusheng was so excited that he stuttered and congratulated incoherently. Lu Yang's reaction was surprisingly calm. Teacher Zhou, I'm just lucky.
This nonchalant attitude made the two people on the other end of the phone choke again.
No. This is not luck. This is absolute strength. Principal Yu interrupted. Student Lu Yang, with your grades, you can choose from any university in the Federation. If you have any difficulty choosing, the school can help you with some advice.
A gleam of light flashed in Lu Yang's eyes, and he tapped the table lightly with his fingers. Principal, to be honest, my family is not well off, and I'm afraid it would be difficult for me to afford the tuition fees of those top universities. Upon hearing this, Principal Yu's eyes suddenly lit up.
He immediately came up with a perfect solution. Difficult? Not at all. Classmate Lu Yang, I recommend you a university, Aries University. The director of their admissions office contacted me personally yesterday. They promised that as long as you enroll, not only will all tuition and fees be waived, but they'll also provide double the S-level resource packages. Even StarCraft and Phylon can't offer such conditions. Chapter 50, A Commoner. So what if he has good talent?
Principal, you spoke with saliva flying, as if he was thinking completely about you.
Of course he wouldn't tell Liu Yang.
Just yesterday, the admissions director of Aries University contacted him privately and solemnly promised that as long as he could convince Liu Yang to apply, there would be an additional admissions bonus of 1.1 million federal points in his personal account after the matter was successful.
Liu Yang nodded. Principal, thank you for your kindness. I have submitted my application. What? Udihai's smiling face froze in an instant. Already submitted? Where did you submit it? Interstellar Warrior University. Nonsense. Student Liu Yang. Do you know what you're doing? It's better to be the head of a chicken than the tail of an ox. Don't you understand this? A place like Interstellar University gathers the most elite monsters in the entire Federation. A genius like you, born into a humble background, will only be suffocated once you enter. The most important thing is resources. Aries University will give you double the S-level resource packages, which will allow you to soar to the sky. Udihai was heartbroken, as if Liu Yang was destroying his bright future with his own hands. I once taught a student who was just as talented as you. He also went to the Federation's #1 martial arts university with great enthusiasm. What was the result? He was constantly suppressed by those children of aristocratic families. The best resources were never his to take. His confidence was gradually eroded, and in the end, he became just like everyone else. Liu Yang, you must not follow in his footsteps. These words were spoken with true feelings and were very touching. Bai Mujie was a little shaken after hearing this and subconsciously looked at Liu Yang. However, Liu Yang just listened quietly, letting it go in one ear and out the other. Chicken head? Phoenix tail? The corner of Liu Yang's mouth curled up in an arc of sarcasm that no one noticed. You simply don't understand. I am neither a chicken nor a phoenix. What you see as talent is just the tip of the iceberg. My real trump card is a dimension that you can never imagine. I want to become a true dragon. And the vast ocean of frontier development in Interstellar University is my only gate. Seeing that Liu Yang was not moved, Udihai's eyes rolled rapidly and he immediately started Plan B.
His tone softened instantly, like that of a kind elder.
Oh, forget it. It's a good thing for young people to have their own ideas.
So, Liu Yang, even if you submit your application, you can withdraw it and make changes within 24 hours.
Don't rush into making a final decision. Discuss it with your family first and listen to the elders' opinions, okay? I will. Thank you for your concern, Principal.
The communication was disconnected. In the principal's office, the moment the light went out, the warm smile on Udihai's face disappeared without a trace. Without any hesitation, he immediately called up Liu Yang's parents' contact number, edited a message, and sent it accurately.
I'm Udihai, the principal of Liu Yang.
If Liu Yang applies to Aries University, I'm willing to personally sponsor two of them 210,000 federal points as a token of my appreciation. After doing all this, he pressed the intercom button in the office.
Ms. Zhou, come to my office. Soon, the head teacher Zhou Yushun ran in excitedly. Principal, how is it? Did Liu Yang agree?
Udihai looked at him expressionlessly.
He refused. Ah. The smile on Zhou Yushun's face suddenly collapsed. Humph, you ungrateful thing.
Udihai snorted coldly, his eyes sinister.
I'm giving you a mission. Go visit his home immediately. Make sure you understand his parents' attitude. If necessary, you can hint at it. Choice is more important than hard work. A correct choice can save their family 30 years of hardship. I understand. Zhou Yusheng nodded heavily, turned around and left quickly. Udihai was the only one left in the office.
He leaned back in the wide chair, tapping his fingers lightly on the table, a hint of greed and confusion in his eyes. The director of the admissions office of Aries University is Yen Quanglan, a direct descendant of the Yen family, one of the 4 wealthy families in Tianhai City. Being noticed by such a big shot is a stroke of luck for this kid. How dare he refuse? Why should he refuse? Do you really think that you can reach the top in one step just because you ranked 289th in the provincial exam? A fool who doesn't know how to appreciate what he has. At the same time, Tianhaking, Tian Luxury Hotel, top floor presidential suite. The air was filled with the special smell of advanced nutritional repair fluid. Yen Wulong was shirtless, with a few faint bruises on his bronze skin. He was facing the huge floor-to-ceiling window, overlooking the night view of the city below, his eyes as gloomy as ice. A call request tone rang out. He glanced at the caller ID, and the arrogance in his eyes instantly disappeared. The light curtain lit up, and a middle-aged man appeared, whose face was 70% similar to his, but whose temperament was as majestic as a mountain. One of the vice presidents of Tianhai City Warrior Association, Yan Qinghao. "How is your injury?" Yan Qinghao's voice was low and powerful. "Father, it's okay now." "That's good." Yan Qinghao nodded and changed the subject. "How's the matter I asked you to do going?" Yan Wulong quietly clenched his fists at his sides, his knuckles turning slightly white from the force. "The guy named Lu Yan rejected the offer from Aries University." "Whom?" Yan Qinghao frowned slightly, seeming a little surprised, but then relaxed. "Interesting. A bit of arrogance is a good thing, otherwise he wouldn't be worthy of my Yan family paving the way for him." "Father." Yan Wulong finally couldn't help it, his voice filled with resentment. "I don't understand. Why do you have to win him over? He's just a commoner. Even if he's talented, so what? Why do you want me to go to Ares University to compliment him? I want to go to Interstellar Warrior University, too." "You?" Yan Qinghao glanced at him contemptuously. "You know exactly how much of your genetic development progress was fueled by your family's resources. If you go to Interstellar University, what will you have to compete with those true monsters? You don't even have the qualifications to be the last one in line." Yan Wulong's face flushed, but he couldn't refute. "Remember, those who achieve great things must know how to endure and, more importantly, how to take advantage." Yan Qinghao's voice was low. "Lu Yang is a rough diamond without any foundation, easily manipulated by anyone. As long as he enters Ares University and enters our territory, there are plenty of ways to make him work for my Yin family and become a stepping stone for your future." He looked at his son and spoke earnestly. "You must have the bearing of a great family heir. Temporary concessions are for the sake of the family's long-term development. This is your destiny as a descendant of the Yin family." Yan Wulong took a deep breath and exhaled slowly, suppressing all his resentment and unwillingness in his heart. "Yes, father, I understand." Communications closed. Deathly silence returned to the suite. Yan Wulong slowly turned around and looked at his slightly distorted face reflected in the floor-to-ceiling window. "Stepping stone?" He slammed his fist on the reinforced glass, making a dull thud. The glass didn't move at all, but blood seeped out of the edge of his fist. "Lu Yang. Just wait for me. One day, I will make you kneel in front of me like a dog." Chapter 51 My Own Path, I Walk Alone. In the hotel room. Lu Yan leaned back on the sofa, his mind rapidly reviewing the conversation he had just had with Principal Udihai. So weird. In his memory, Principal Udihai has always been high-minded and only cares about top students who can bring honor and resources to the school. As for ordinary people like Lu Yan who had never appeared before the joint examination, he might not even remember his name. Now he is so earnest in his advice, even lowering his status and pretending to be a kind elder. No one would believe it if there is no huge interest behind it. Would you rather be the head of a chicken than the tail of an ox? This rhetoric may be enough to fool those hot-blooded young people who have never seen the world. Ridiculous. To me, there is no difference between what you call a chicken coop and a cowshed. A cold arc appeared at the corner of Lu Yang's mouth. At this moment, the prompt tone of the personal terminal sounded again. Caller ID. Mother, Lin Kai-chun. Lu Yang's eyes moved slightly and he answered the call. The screen lit up, and a middle-aged woman who was in good condition appeared on the screen. My dear son. Mom saw your joint entrance exam results. You ranked 289th in the province. The scene flashed, and a slightly majestic square face squeezed in. It was his father, Lu Xiaochuan. He cleared his throat to silence his wife's chatter. Okay, stop being so shocked. What a mess. Lu Yang, you did well on the test. However, grades are in the past, future choices are more important. I just talked to your mother and your teacher, Mr. Zhou. We all agree that you should apply to Ares University. Lin Kai-chun immediately joined in. Yes. Son, this is no small matter. The conditions offered by Ares University are amazing. Full tuition waiver. And double the S-level resource packages. How much money will this save? Your father and I have never seen so much money in our lives.
This is all for your own good, so you have to think it through.
Singing in unison and cooperating with each other in perfect harmony. Lu Yang listened quietly, with no expression on his face, but his heart was cold.
He didn't even bother to pretend. Why did you call suddenly? Lu Xiaochuan's brows immediately furrowed. What's with that tone of voice, kid?
As your parents, we're worried about your most important life event.
Is that wrong? That's right. Lin Sichuan's voice also became louder. We worked so hard to raise you, and now that you've become successful and independent, you don't even want to listen to your parents, right? Familiar accusations, familiar moral kidnapping.
He had heard it countless times in the world before he traveled through time.
This is the first time in this world. The last bit of warmth in Lu Yang's heart quietly cooled down. I have already filled out the application. What?
Lin Kaichun screamed again, where did you fill in?
Why are you so stubborn, kid? Lu Yang spoke slowly. How much did he give you? There was a sudden silence on the other end of the line. The expressions on Lu Xiaochuan and Lin Sichuan's faces were wonderful. What nonsense are you talking about? Lu Xiaochuan's face turned purple and he was shaking with anger. You bastard! You unfilial son! We're thinking about you, and you're trying to judge us with such a dirty mind? Have you read so much that it's turned into a dog's stomach? Lu Yang! How could you talk to your father like that?
Lin Kaichun also reacted, her face full of grief.
Are we that kind of people? We are your biological parents. Lu Yang just thought it was ridiculous. The registration fee for the joint entrance exam is 103,800 Federation points. Bai Ji and I chipped in together. You didn't pay a cent. Mom, what did you say when I called you for help?
You said I was dreaming and unrealistic, and told me to just wait for the government to assign me a job, get married, and have kids as soon as possible to get the subsidies. Lin Sichuan's face instantly became extremely embarrassed, her eyes avoided and she stammered.
That was just a spur-of-the-moment statement. Who knew you could really pass the exam? So, now that I've passed the exam and have value, you guys are showing concern for me? Lu Yang chuckled.
He stopped talking nonsense and called up the volunteer application system in front of them, tapping the screen with his fingertips.
Interstellar Warrior University. Submit for review. Confirm submission? You cannot change it after submission. Confirm. The application has been submitted and is awaiting review. Lu Yang took a screenshot and sent it directly through the communication.
After doing all this, he raised his eyes.
I walk my own path. Without waiting for the other party to roar again, he hung up the phone. The whole world is quiet. Lu Xiaochuan was so angry that he almost overturned the table.
Lin Kaichun was comforting her husband while muttering to herself at the light curtain that had gone out.
This kid is getting more and more ambitious.
Forget it, his father, since he has made up his mind, let's try our best to support him in the future.
Lu Yang casually forwarded the screenshot of the approved application to another person.
Class teacher, Zhou Yusheng.
Almost an instant reply. Congratulations, Lu Yang. You are the pride of Tianhai No. 7 Middle School. The teachers are proud of you. It was followed by a series of flowers and like emojis.
Looking at this extremely hypocritical message, Lu Yang deleted it expressionlessly. From today on, Tianhai No. 7 Middle School, along with those so-called relatives, will become a page turned over in his life. A pair of soft arms gently wrapped around his waist from behind. Bai Ji pressed her cheek against his back, and her warm breath penetrated his thin clothes, bringing a comforting warmth. She didn't ask anything, but expressed her position with the most direct actions.
Hubby, no matter what decision you make, I support you.
The corners of Lu Yang's mouth, which were tense, finally softened. He held his wife's hand in his backhand.
That's enough. About half an hour later.
The personal terminal lit up again, and a special message with the official emblem of the Federal Ministry of Education was pushed in.
Lu Yang's heart moved and he clicked it immediately. A line of bold, gold-plated characters comes into view. Hello, Lu Yang.
Congratulations on passing the final screening and officially becoming the 2777th freshman of Interstellar Warrior University Orion 0112 Galaxy Branch. Please report to the new Student Reception Office of Interstellar Warrior University in Ria City within 1 month of Federal Standard Time, bringing relevant documents. I wish you a prosperous martial arts and a bright future. The dust has settled. Lu Yang breathed a long sigh of relief.
Wife, I don't want to go back to Tianhai City. Let's go directly to Ria City, okay?
Bai Ji's eyes sparkled, as if filled with stars.
Without the slightest hesitation, she nodded vigorously, smiling brightly. Okay. Wherever my husband goes, I'll go. The next morning, Lu Yang had already woken up.
He gazed at Bai Ji's peaceful sleeping face in his arms. The chill in his heart caused by his original family was completely dispelled by the warm touch.
This is my only family. Chapter 52. I have the Yin family. What does Lu Yang, a peasant, have?
Lu Yang got up quietly and called his uncle-in-law Bai Jinyun. The light curtain lit up, and Bai Jinyun's rosy face appeared, obviously in a very good mood.
Lu Yang, so early. How was your sleep last night? Mu Jie and I are discussing throwing you a celebration banquet today.
My brother has already said he'll personally rush over from the main house to welcome you, the most promising son-in-law in the history of the Bai family.
Lu Yang's expression was calm. There's no need for a celebration banquet. Bai Ji and I have agreed to leave for Ria City today. The smile on Bai Jinyun's face froze. Leaving today? So urgent? The patriarch. My husband was too tired during the joint entrance examination and didn't have a good rest.
Bai Ji, wearing a thin blanket, walked to Lu Yang and explained softly to the light curtain. Also, Interstellar University requires us to report within a month, so we want to go there early to familiarize ourselves with the environment, rent a house, and settle down. Her words were reasonable and gave Lu Yang enough dignity, and also soothed his second uncle's emotions. The disappointment on Bai Jinyun's face faded, turning into understanding and concern.
That's right, then when are you planning to leave?
Bai Mujie's head squeezed in from a corner of the light curtain.
Brother-in-law, sister. Going to Ria City? Take me with you. I haven't even been to that A-level main city.
I heard that the anti-gravity vehicles there are all the latest models, and there's also an interstellar university.
Oh my god, it's a legendary place. Dad, why don't our whole family go over there to take a look, and help brother-in-law and sister settle in? This proposal made Bai Jinyun's heart beat fast. Good idea. I'll contact your father-in-law right away.
He acted decisively and hung up the phone immediately. At the same time, thousands of kilometers away, at the Yin family manor. In a bedroom decorated to the utmost in luxury, Yan Wulong suddenly sat up from the bed. The light screen projected by the personal terminal is showing a public information push from the Federal Ministry of Education. Warm congratulations to Lu Yang from Tianhai No. 7 Middle School, who was officially admitted to Interstellar Warrior University with an outstanding score of 289th in the province. His face was stunned at first, then turned ashen.
Why should he? This was like pressing Yan Wulong's face to the ground and rubbing it back and forth. Father Yan Quanghao's communication request rang. Yan Wulong took a deep breath, suppressed his boiling anger, and connected the communication.
Yan Quanghao's face, which was intimidating even without anger, appeared on the light screen.
Have you seen the message? I see. Yan Wulong squeezed out 2 words from between his teeth. Very good.
Yan Quanghao said indifferently.
I don't care what you're thinking. Put away those lowly little actions of yours.
A loach that crawled out of the bottom can't make any big waves.
So what if he graduated from Interstellar Warrior University?
Without family resources to support him, his best future after graduation is to become cannon fodder in the frontier. And you, on the other hand, have the entire Yin family to support you.
Your destinations have been on different lines from the beginning.
Don't do anything stupid that would harm the family's interests just because of an insignificant stray dog.
Do you understand? Yan Wulong clenched his fists, his nails digging deep into his palms. I understand, father.
The communication was disconnected. There was deathly silence in the room.
Next second,
Yan Wulong suddenly overturned the jade table in front of him, and the exquisite utensils on it shattered to the ground.
He smashed everything that could be smashed in the room. Why? That bastard, how dare he? How dare he?
He should kneel down in front of me like a dog and wag his tail and beg for mercy, instead of standing on a mountain higher than me. He vented for more than 10 minutes, until the whole room was in a mess, and Yan Wulong stopped panting. His father's words echoed in his mind.
Yes. I have the Yin family. What does a peasant like Lu Yang have?
Even if a peasant is lucky enough to fly onto a tree branch, he can never become a phoenix.
Lu Yang.
Yan Wulong licked his bloody lips and let out a low sneer.
Just wait. College is just the beginning.
I'll let you see with your own eyes how the gap between us becomes as a chasm.
I'll make you understand that some people are born to be stepped on. Afternoon. A luxurious hover car stopped smoothly at the entrance of the hotel.
Bai Jinfeng, the head of the Bai family, personally rushed to Tian City with his wife and a group of clansmen.
Lu Yang. Well done. You have brought honor to our Bai family.
Bai Jinfeng is a burly man with an imposing presence.
He patted Lu Yang's shoulder heavily.
After some greetings, Bai Jinfeng waved his hand, showing the style of the head of the family.
Don't just stand there. I've already booked a special maglev train to Ria City. Let's go now. Once we get to Ria City, all the food, clothing, and expenses will be covered by the Bai family. Lu Yang, just focus on preparing for school. Leave the rest to us. Lu Yang smiled and nodded, accepting the kindness frankly.
He knew that this was an investment and also a gesture of goodwill.
A moment later, the group boarded the maglev train to Ria City. The interior of the train is spacious.
The two brothers Bai Jinfeng and Bai Jinyan sat by the window and talked excitedly.
Second brother, do you know why this Ria City is called the Crystal City?
Legend has it that 300 years ago, the Federation's first god-level expert to surpass 300% genetic development was a graduate of Interstellar University. With a single thought, he transformed the entire city's building materials into indestructible energy crystals.
I've heard this legend too.
It's said that the Interstellar University campus is suspended 10,000 meters above the city of Ria.
It's a true city in the sky.
Lu Yang held Bai Ji in his arms, occasionally responding with a word or two, and most of the time he listened quietly. His gaze penetrated the car window, looking at the rapidly receding scenery, but his heart was already filled with turmoil.
A powerful god? A city in the sky? This world is more wonderful than I imagined. After 10 hours of journey, we arrived at the destination without realizing it.
Dear passengers, the train is about to arrive at the final stop of this journey, Ria City Central Station. Accompanied by a soft warning sound, the train slowly entered the platform. The moment the car door opened, even though Lu Yang had a soul that had lived 2 lives as a human, he was still shocked when he saw the scene in front of him. Everywhere you look, all the buildings have a translucent crystal texture. The sunlight penetrates these crystal buildings, reflecting billions of gorgeous rainbows, making the sky look like a dream. Above your head, there is no longer just the sky, but dense traffic light tracks. Countless sci-fi anti-gravity vehicles shuttle silently in the light track, as fast as flowing light.
Oh my god, it's so beautiful here.
Bai Ji leaned in Lu Yang's arms, tilted her head back, the brilliance of the entire city reflected in her beautiful eyes, and she sighed like a dream. Lu Yang hugged his wife tightly in his arms, his heart beating violently in his chest. The scene before him exceeded all his imaginations of the future in his previous life.
This is the real interstellar era. Chapter 53, that's the legendary Holy Land of martial arts. The next morning,
Bai Jinfeng was in high spirits and waved his hand with the demeanor of a patriarch.
Come on. I'll take you to try the most authentic breakfast in Ria City. That shop has been open for hundreds of years, it's a real-time honored brand. Bai Jinyun echoed repeatedly from the side. That's right, this kind of thing can only be authentic if eaten locally. The family came to a breakfast shop with simple and elegant decoration with great interest. The store is not big, but it is always packed. Lu Yang took the holographic menu handed to him by the waiter, glanced at it, and couldn't help but raise his eyebrows slightly. The most common traditional energy soup costs 600 federal points. Lu Yang was secretly shocked.
In Tian City, 600 federal points are enough to cover the food expenses of an ordinary family of 3 for half a month.
The consumption level in the capital is indeed on another level. However, when the bowl of crystal clear and delicious energy soup was served on the table, and everyone took a bite with great anticipation, the atmosphere suddenly became a little subtle. Bai Mujia was the first one who couldn't help it. He put down the spoon, and the expression on his face was as if he had swallowed a fly. Brother-in-law, is this what the capital tastes like? It doesn't taste as good as the nutritional cream I usually eat.
The two brothers Bai Jinyun and Bai Jinfeng looked at each other and looked embarrassed.
Well, eating is a feeling and a foundation. Bai Jinyun coughed dryly and tried to save face.
The family ate this expensive but inedible breakfast in silence, with the frowns on their faces never relaxing.
Let's report to school after we finish eating. Bai Ji softly broke the awkwardness and looked at Lu Yang.
The sooner we complete the formalities, the sooner we can feel at ease.
Yes, yes, yes. Let's go to Interstellar University.
Bai Mujia instantly became energetic and pushed the bowl of unpalatable energy soup aside. That's the legendary Holy Land of martial arts.
I've wanted to go there and see it for a long time. This proposal immediately received enthusiastic responses from everyone.
You should know that Interstellar University is usually heavily guarded and any unauthorized personnel are strictly prohibited from entering. Today is their only chance as family members to get a glimpse of the true appearance of this highest institution of learning in the Federation.
Interstellar University is located in the western part of Ria City.
The hover car passed through layers of aerial light tracks and finally landed on the outskirts of a lush forest. As soon as I got off the car, a breath of air fresh enough to cleanse the soul hit me in the face. The energy concentration contained in it was more than 10 times richer than that in the outside world. Walking along an avenue paved with white jade, passing through an ancient forest that seemed to have existed for thousands of years, a magnificent school gate suddenly appeared before everyone's eyes. It was a giant archway that was 100 meters high. It was made entirely of an unknown metal and shone with a dark golden luster. It is engraved with countless reliefs of stars moving around and gods and demons fighting.
Above the door lintel, the 6 characters Interstellar Warrior University were written in a flamboyant style.
At this moment, the square at the school gate was already crowded with top talents and their families from various galaxies in the Federation. Lu Yang just took a casual glance and felt a chill in his heart.
Everyone here has an extremely powerful aura.
Those seemingly ordinary middle-aged men and women exude a calm and composed demeanor of someone who has been in a high position for a long time, and their genetic fluctuations are unfathomable. His eyes fell on a family waiting in line not far away. A girl, about 18 or 19 years old, clutched the admission letter with a slightly nervous look on her face. Her father, who was standing beside her, was as tall and straight as a pine tree, with a restrained gleam in his eyes. Her mother, with a gentle and intellectual temperament, was quietly instructing 2 younger boys and girls beside her.
Look carefully, this is the highest institution of learning in the Federation. Feel the atmosphere here and make this your future goal. Remember, if your sister can do it, you can do it too. Lu Yang withdrew his gaze and looked behind him again.
Almost 90% of the new students are accompanied by their entire family.
They are well dressed and have an extraordinary demeanor.
The confidence and heritage that comes from their bones is something that ordinary families can never imitate. It seems that none of those who can get in here are simple characters.
Brother, your family is here to send the child off as well? A friendly voice sounded beside Bai Jinfeng. The speaker was a middle-aged man with an equally extraordinary demeanor.
Next to him stood a young man with a defiant look.
Yes, yes. Bai Jinfeng responded enthusiastically, is your son also a freshman this year? It's my son.
The man nodded with a smile, his eyes swept between Lu Yang and Bai Ji, and finally landed on Lu Yang.
Is this your Qilin child? He is indeed a handsome man with an imposing bearing. Bai Jinfeng's face flushed with pride, and he patted Lu Yang's shoulder in a loud voice. Ah, you're so kind. This is my son-in-law, Lu Yang. The one next to him is my daughter Bai Ji, and they're a couple. Couple? The smile on the middle-aged man's face froze instantly.
He looked Lu Yang and Bai Ji up and down as if he were looking at some rare species.
Married? Starting a family so early? Young people nowadays are really courageous. Bai Jinfeng just smiled and didn't explain much. Finally it was Lu Yang's turn.
He reached the school gate and was stopped by 2 guards in silver uniforms.
Lu Yang's pupils shrank slightly. So strong.
These 2 guards, just standing there, emitted genetic fluctuations that far exceeded those of anyone he had ever seen, probably at least 20%. With a strong man of this level guarding the gate, the background of Interstellar University is simply unfathomable. Please show us your admission letter and personal ID, one of the guards said expressionlessly.
Lu Yang did as he was told.
The guard quickly checked on the terminal, and after confirming that everything was correct, the cold expression on his face relaxed and he revealed a hint of a smile.
Welcome, Lu Yang. Family visits are open until 6 p.m. today, so please be mindful of the time. Thank you very much. A group of people stepped into the school gate.
The moment they passed through the gate, they were hit by a torrent of energy 100 times more powerful than the outside world, which invigorated everyone.
Oh my god. The energy concentration here. 1 day of practice here is equivalent to 10 days outside. Bai Mujie exclaimed in shock.
The scene before them made them completely lose their minds. As far as the eye can see, there are islands floating in the air, connected by bridges made of rainbow light. Countless magnificent buildings rise from the ground, some like a sword piercing the sky, some like a lotus bud about to bloom, full of the shocking feeling of the perfect fusion of future technology and classical aesthetics. In the center of the huge square ahead stands a giant statue 100 meters high. It was a warrior wearing star armor. He held a huge sword and looked into the distance at the stars.
This is the pioneer statue.
Bai Xinfeng looked up at the statue, his tone full of awe. Legend has it that this was personally designed by the Supreme Emperor many years ago to commemorate the countless martyrs who sacrificed their lives during the Federation's frontier development era.
It's so spectacular.
Bai Mujie was dazzled and almost speechless.
Chapter 54, 1 Class Hour, 10,000 Federation Points. The new student registration area is located at the other end of the square.
Lu Yang came to the teacher in charge of reception and handed over his information. She was a female teacher who looked to be around 30 years old, with a capable temperament.
She took Lu Yang's terminal and quickly browsed through it.
Lu Yang, Tianhai City No. 7 Middle School, ranked 289th in the Provincial Joint Entrance Exam, and his gene development level is 10.5%.
Not bad.
The female teacher's tone was very calm, and it was obvious that she had seen many geniuses of this level. But when her eyes slid to the column of cultivation techniques, her fingers paused noticeably.
8 brocade tempering, military boxing?
Using the most basic federal popular skills, you have pushed your genetic development to 10.5%.
Your talent and perseverance are both top-notch. The female teacher's voice remained calm, but the content of her words made the Bai family members next to her happy.
However, her next words came pouring down on him.
But here, that's not enough.
Based on your overall situation, you've been assigned to Class 11. Based on your comprehensive assessment, you're ranked 9,999th in the freshman class.
The joy on the Bai family's faces froze in an instant. Lu Yang's expression remained calm, as if he had anticipated this result. Teacher, is there any chance to improve my ranking?
Yes. The female teacher raised her hand and pointed to the holographic bulletin board beside her.
There is a 1-month adaptation period before school starts. During this period, if you can switch to a high-level technique above D rank and demonstrate sufficient progress, you can apply for a class transfer assessment at any time. If you pass the assessment, you will be admitted to Class 10. How come it's the last one? In Tianhai City, and even in the entire eastern 7 provinces, Lu Yang is the top genius. 8 brocades and military boxing are the most solid and effective basic exercises promoted by the Federation. Why are they not enough here?
There was a hint of cautious pleading in Bai Xinfeng's tone.
Teacher, is there some misunderstanding here? 8 brocade tempering is already a pretty good technique we can find. Upon hearing this, the female teacher Lu Mingyue glanced at him. At Interstellar University, any technique below D level is considered merely basic training, not a martial arts technique.
With just one sentence, all the Bai family's hope of luck was shattered. The knowledge they are proud of is not even a threshold here. Just when everyone was shocked and at a loss, Lu Yang took a step forward and bowed slightly.
Teacher, could you please recommend 1 or 2?
He did not question it, nor was he unwilling, nor was he shaken by the ranking of 9,999. In those deep eyes, there is only calmness and concentration to solve problems. This calmness beyond his age made the approval in Lu Mingyue's eyes even stronger, but she still shook her head slightly. The choice of martial arts affects a warrior's life path, and even his life. I can't make the decision for you, nor can I bear this responsibility. The rejection was decisive.
The Bai family's hearts sank again.
At this moment, Bai Xinfeng took a deep breath.
Teacher, to be honest, we're from Tianhai City in the eastern 7th province, a small 4th-tier city. This kid has gotten to where he is today thanks to his talent and unwavering determination. We, as elders, are limited in our knowledge and can't offer him any guidance. These words were plain and simple, but they made Lu Mingyue's eyes suddenly focus.
A 4th-tier small city.
Grassroots genius?
Her thoughts seemed to be pulled back 100 years ago in an instant.
Her grandfather was the same back then. He walked out of the desolate mining planet alone. With his passion and indomitable will, he fought hard to carve out a foothold for the Lu family in Ria City, a land where powerful people gathered.
The young man in front of me is so similar to my grandfather when he was young. There are countless geniuses in Interstellar University, but 99% of them rely on the massive resources of their families. There are very few grassroots people who have truly risen from the bottom through their own talent and perseverance, and each one of them can be called a rough diamond. Such people will either be smoothed out by reality along the way, or soar into the sky and transform into a dragon. A strong sense of cherishing talent surged from the bottom of Lu Mingyue's heart. The frost on her face melted quietly, and her tone softened a lot. I can't recommend any techniques casually, but I can give you a one-on-one offline tutorial to help you analyze your situation and sort out your future cultivation direction. As she spoke, she raised her hand and operated on her terminal. A light screen was projected in front of Lu Yang, on which was a communication link and a payment QR code.
1 class hour, 10,000 federal points.
Bai Xinfeng and Bai Xinyan gasped and looked at each other, their eyes full of struggle and horror.
It's too expensive.
But the guidance of the famous teacher is like a timely help to Lu Yang now.
This is an opportunity that money can't buy. Must give. Even if it means selling everything I have. The two of them made up their minds instantly.
However, before they could speak, Lu Yang had already raised the personal terminal on his wrist.
Drop.
There was a slight sound, and the prompt tone of successful payment was crisp and pleasant.
Without the slightest hesitation.
What courage! A gleam of light flashed in Lu Mingyue's eyes, and her evaluation of Lu Yang became even higher. Talent, character, and decisiveness are all top choices.
Very good.
She nodded in satisfaction and formally introduced herself. My name is Lu Mingyue, a level 10 Starship Warrior. Come to the core area of the school, teaching Building 11, room 2203 tonight after 9 o'clock tonight to find me. She handed Lu Yang a card that shone with a light golden luster. This is your student card, and it also serves as your identity card for all activities on campus. Lu Yang took it with both hands and bowed solemnly.
Thank you, Mr. Lu.
After leaving the registration office, the group walked silently on the wide school road, and everyone's mood was extremely complicated. Brother-in-law, 10,000 for one class, this is simply robbing money.
Bai Mujia finally couldn't help it and came close to Lu Yang to complain in a low voice.
Before he could finish his words, Bai Xinyan slapped him on the back of the head.
You know shit.
Bai Xinyan scolded in a low voice. This isn't called stealing money, this is called investing.
Personal guidance from a Starship Warrior. How many people dream of this opportunity? Not to mention 10,000, even 100,000 is worth it.
Bai Mujia covered his head and dared not say another word. Lu Yang and his group followed the map on their student cards and walked towards the freshman living area.
Passing through a dense forest that looked like a primeval forest, Bai Xinyan couldn't help but sigh again. This isn't a school at all, it's clearly a city standing alone in the sky. Soon, we arrived at the freshman dormitory area. What comes into view is a complex of dozens of towering towers. These towers soar into the clouds, with a cool metallic color throughout. Their style is simple yet powerful, and each one seems to be able to accommodate tens of thousands of people. Bai Mujia raised his head. Oh my god, this place is so cool. Chapter 55, let us find a way to deal with the money issue.
Bai Ji's mother Lu Yuqi looked at the introduction on the terminal and read it softly. It said online that the tallest dormitory building in the freshman section of Interstellar University is over 400 stories high. Everyone came to the check-in counter, and a middle-aged man who looked a little lazy took Lu Yang's student card and swiped it on the machine.
Lu Yang, dormitory, 399th floor, room 167.
The man handed over a room card and explained without looking up.
The rules for assigning freshman dormitories are simple.
The higher the floor, the thinner the energy concentration.
Your initial floor is based on your admission ranking.
Every time your comprehensive assessment score improves, you can apply to move to a lower floor.
Ranking again. Lu Yang was not surprised by this. He had long anticipated the level of involution at Interstellar University.
He took the room card, only concerned about one thing.
Teacher, please, can my partner live with me?
Bai Ji's heart suddenly tightened, and she subconsciously grabbed Lu Yang's sleeve. In this society where martial arts are respected and everything is oriented towards strength and future, having family members accompanying children to study, especially non-martial arts partners, is almost a luxury.
It might even be seen as a burden. As a quasi-warrior whose genetic development has stagnated and who is burdened with huge debts, is she qualified to stay in this place where so many geniuses gather? Is he doing this for me?
As soon as this thought arose, Baiji forcibly suppressed it. I was touched, but also afraid that I might become a burden to him. The middle-aged staff member glanced at Lu Yang lazily.
Do you have a marriage certificate?
Lu Yang did not hesitate at all.
The personal terminal on his wrist flashed, and a clear holographic image emerged out of thin air.
That was his and Baiji's federal marriage certificate, with both their names and genetic imprints clearly visible on it.
Have.
The staff member's gaze lingered on the certificate for 2 seconds, confirming that the federal database stamp on it was correct, and then nodded.
Yes. But there are regulations.
Family members are limited to the living area and are strictly prohibited from entering the teaching area, training area, and other core areas.
I understand. Thank you, teacher. Lu Yang calmly put away the holographic image.
The staff member said no more and lowered his head to work quickly on the operating table.
Soon the data on Lu Yang's student card was updated. He handed the card back and added, family members are not allowed to go up to the dormitory building.
Only students themselves can swipe their cards to enter the elevator and rooms.
This rule completely cuts off the possibility for relatives and friends to visit upstairs. Bai Jinfeng immediately understood.
He stepped forward, patted Lu Yang on the shoulder, and had an understanding smile on his face. Yang, Xiaoji, you two go upstairs and settle down first, and put your luggage away. We can take this opportunity to walk around here and get familiar with the environment. The high-speed anti-gravity elevator leading to the 399th floor is so stable that one can't feel any shaking. The metal wall reflected the silent figures of the two people. Baiji finally couldn't help it, turned her head, and spoke softly in a voice that only the two of them could hear.
Lu Yang, don't put too much pressure on yourself.
Don't worry too much about that 9,999th place ranking.
Just take your time.
Lu Yang turned his head and his deep eyes met her worried gaze.
Pressure?
He shook his head slightly.
No, for me, this isn't pressure. This is the clearest ladder.
From 9999 to number 1, every step is visible and tangible.
This isn't pressure, this is motivation.
Baiji was slightly startled, looking at Lu Yang's calm eyes that did not belong to an 18-year-old, and the surging emotions in her heart miraculously calmed down.
Bite. The elevator door slid open silently.
Room 167 is not big, only about 30 square meters, but it has everything you need. There is an independent meditation room, a bathroom with separate wet and dry areas, and a comfortable big bed. The most refreshing thing is the floor-to-ceiling windows that cover an entire wall. Looking down from the 399th floor, you can have a panoramic view of the entire university town suspended in the air. Clouds swirl beneath your feet, and in the distance, a light bridge connects floating islands like a rainbow. The tiny streams of people and the shuttling aircraft form a magnificent picture of the future.
So beautiful. Baiji couldn't help but let out a sigh.
Lu Yang walked to the window, but his eyes passed over the beautiful scenery, as if he saw a more distant future.
I'm on the 399th floor now. What will the scenery be like when I move down one floor at a time?
Baiji walked up to him and stood shoulder to shoulder with him. The two men looked at each other and said nothing more, but they both understood that from this moment on, their new life in the true sense had begun in this center of power and glory of the Federation. As night falls, the lights come on. The commercial street in the Xinqing living area is brightly lit and bustling with people. In a private room of an elegantly decorated restaurant, Lu Yang and his wife were having dinner with the Bai family. The atmosphere at the dinner table was far less relaxed than that outside. Yang, you are so proud today. But the expenses in this school are really scary. Bai Xinyan took a sip of wine, his face showing both pride and unconcealable worry. Compared with those top geniuses whose families support them in the millions or tens of millions, their family background is really too ordinary. Bai Jinfeng had been silent all the time, but at this moment he suddenly raised his wrist and operated a few times on his personal terminal.
Drop. A crisp prompt tone came from Lu Yang's terminal, and a transfer information popped up. Amount transferred, 100,000 federal points. Lu Yang was stunned.
Bai Jinfeng put down his hand and looked at him with extremely firm eyes.
Yang, don't refuse. This is a small gift from your second uncle and me, and it's the most we can offer right now. Here, buying techniques costs money, buying cultivation potions costs money, and entering the high-level energy training room costs even more money. This is how our lives are. We can't help you with anything in the martial arts.
The only thing we can do is to make sure you don't get distracted by these mundane things when you're starting out.
Just keep moving forward. We'll figure out the money. A warm feeling welled up in my heart. Lu Yang nodded solemnly and did not refuse. Dad, Uncle, don't worry. He picked up the wine glass and glanced at every family member present. I will use every penny of this money wisely. 9 o'clock in the evening. Core teaching area, Building 11, Room 2203. Lu Yangzhan took a deep breath, raised his hand and knocked on the door. Come in.
Lu Mingyue's cold voice came from inside the door, and the door slid open silently.
The scene before him made Lu Yang's pupils shrink slightly.
The interior space of this classroom is extremely spacious, as big as a standard basketball court.
The floor was paved with some unknown alloy.
In the center of the classroom, Lu Mingyue had been waiting for a long time. She changed out of her civilian uniform and replaced it with a black tight combat uniform that outlined her perfect figure. Her long hair was tied up high, revealing her smooth forehead and sharp eyebrows. At this moment, she exuded a sharp and dangerous aura from head to toe. Practice all the skills you have learned. Give it your all, don't hold back. I need the most authentic data to judge your foundation and potential. Chapter 56. What if I can solve the resource problem? Yes, teacher. Lu Yang nodded in agreement and walked to the center of the venue. He did not start practicing the 8 brocade exercises immediately, but stood with his feet apart, lowered his waist, and made an extremely standard starting posture. The next second, he moved. The set he played was the one with the highest popularity in the Federation, which was regarded by countless people as the entry-level foundation, and was not even considered a high-grade set. Military boxing. There are no fancy moves, no dazzling energy light effects. Only the purest and most direct punches, palms, elbows and knees. A punch was thrown, and the air made a dull explosion. A kick was thrown out, as fast as lightning, with a fierce wind that tore through the air. His action seemed ordinary at first glance, but Lu Mingyue only took a glance, and her calm eyes suddenly revealed a turbulent wave. So accurate. Every punch and kick of Lu Yang, whether it was the angle, strength or timing, was perfect to the millimeter. Every exertion of muscles, every resonance of bones, and every contraction and expansion of fascia form a flawless rhythm. This isn't boxing at all. This is using one's own body to interpret the true meaning of the most fundamental martial arts. The cold expression on Lu Mingyue's face shattered bit by bit. Her breathing was even a little disordered. Is this the military boxing of the Great Perfection realm? This set of basic boxing techniques has been promoted by the Federation for hundreds of years, but those who can practice it to the great success level are rare. As for the Great Perfection, it is almost a realm that only exists in theory and legend. This means that the practitioner has thoroughly understood every change of this technique and integrated it into his own instincts. Even those geniuses and monsters cultivated by the top aristocratic families with countless rare treasures could not necessarily be polished to such an incredible level with a most basic martial art. Because this requires a huge amount of time and painstaking effort, as well as an enlightenment that is close to the Tao. At this moment, Lu Mingyue's evaluation of Lu Yang as a grassroots genius was completely overturned. Lu Yang seemed unaware of Lu Mingyue's shock. After he finished a set of military boxing, the blood and energy in his body surged, but it calmed down instantly the moment he retracted his fist. The surging power was gathered into the body, without any leakage. Before Lu Mingyue could recover from the shock of the Great Perfection, Lu Yang's aura changed again. If we say that he just now was a sharp blade drawn from its sheath, his edge was fully exposed. At this moment, he is an ancient pool with no bottom to the sky. He raised his hands slowly, his movements gentle and soothing. Each move was smooth and flowing, forming a sharp contrast with the previous fierce military boxing. 8 brocades. It is also a basic exercise popularized by the Federation, focusing on health preservation and regulating qi and blood. It is regarded by most warriors as an auxiliary means for laying the foundation, and few people will invest the energy to study it in depth. However, in Lu Yang's hands, this set of health-preserving exercises showed a completely different charm. Every breath he took was in perfect sync with his movements. Every time the muscles and bones are stretched, the qi and blood in the body are stimulated. The thin energy floating in the air was actually drawn into his limbs and bones by his slow movements. The storm in Lu Mingyue's eyes. If we say that military boxing has reached great perfection, it can still be explained by the paranoid ascetic monk. Then what is this 8 brocade tempering set showing? The subtle level of control over energy and qi and blood. This is no longer something that can be described as a solid foundation. This is the kind of understanding that only exists in legends and can directly point to the origin of martial arts. Military boxing has reached perfection. In the hundreds of years of history of the Federation, only one person has ever done this in public records. How could an 18-year-old boy be on par with that legend? Lu Mingyue's heart was beating wildly. She forced herself to calm down, and her brain was working at a speed faster than that of a light brain. All of Liu Yang's information, background, and even every video recording of his battles during the joint entrance examination were retrieved and analyzed. Nothing special. But the calmness and charm of the young man in front of him who was practicing 8 brocades were mercilessly mocking all the conclusions on the data terminal. When the last action was completed, Liu Yang let out a long breath. He opened his eyes, his gaze clear as he looked at Lu Mingyue quietly. After a long time, Lu Mingyue took a deep breath. You have also reached the great perfection in the 8 brocade tempering. Do you know the origin of 8 brocades? It's not original to the Federation, but rather an ancient tradition from the era of the Mother Planet. In the Federation's martial arts library, it's rated as a 4th-level martial art, but at the same time, it's also the prerequisite and foundation for another 1st-level martial art. Level 1 technique? Liu Yang's eyes finally lit up. This was exactly the purpose of his trip. Lu Mingyue stared at him and uttered a name word by word. Akala. The oldest, most difficult, and also the most insane path, body refinement. The ultimate goal of this path is the sanctification of the physical body. These 4 words made his heart surge even though he was a calm person. Teacher, I want to learn this. Upon hearing this, Lu Mingyue slowly shook her head. Do you know what it means to learn this? It means burning money. Burning the Federation point to ashes in the most horrific way you can imagine. The initial stages of Akala Myo-O require the induction of high concentration energy to refine the body. This process must be supplemented with a large amount of gene-repairing potions and natural treasures to stabilize the body. Otherwise, what awaits you is not growth, but genetic collapse and death. Conservatively speaking, a day of cultivation at the entry level would consume at least nearly 1 million worth of resources. To complete a physical transformation and break through the first minor realm, it usually takes more than 49 days. 1 million a day. 49 days is 49 million. Liu Yang was completely stunned. Not to mention him, even if the entire Bai family was sold, they wouldn't be able to come up with even a fraction of this astronomical figure. The cost of a breakthrough can drain everything behind him. No wonder Lu Mingyue reacted like this. This road is not for ordinary people at all. I saw the surprise that flashed across Liu Yang's face. Lu Mingyue sighed inwardly. Sure enough, no matter how extraordinary a genius is, he has to bow to reality. She had seen too many looks like this, from the initial ambition to the confusion and unwillingness after being shattered by reality. However, after just a few seconds, she realized something was wrong. The shock in Liu Yang's eyes was fading rapidly, replaced by an even more ardent desire. He hasn't given up yet? Lu Mingyue frowned, she couldn't understand at all. Of course Liu Yang didn't give up. The moment he heard that astronomical figure, he was indeed stunned. But the next second. Multiple children and blessings system. Others rely on resources, talent, family background. And I only need to rely on my liver. Rely on hard work. And having children. The system's advancement only depends on the number of times you practice. There is no need for any so-called natural resources or treasures to assist. The resource threshold of Akala that is as huge as a chasm does not exist for him at all. At this moment, Liu Yang clearly realized his greatest advantage. Teacher. Liu Yang raised his head. What if I could solve the resource problem? Chapter 57. I have 3 paths, you can choose one. Lu Mingyue was almost laughing out of anger. Solve? How can a common boy who just graduated from basic education solve the whole of 1 million a day? But years of coaching experience allowed her to suppress her sarcastic remarks. Simple preaching is of no use to such a stubborn genius. Then let him hit the wall once. After he is bruised and battered, he will naturally turn back. Okay. Lu Mingyue nodded unexpectedly, but then changed the subject. However, before challenging Akala, I suggest you do one other thing first. Go to the Kung Fu Pavilion and exchange for the follow-up technique of 8 brocade tempering, the 3rd level technique Dragon Tiger Fighting. Once you have perfected this technique, you can attempt to fuse the techniques. Fusion? That's right. Merge the true meanings of the three techniques, military boxing, 8 brocade tempering, and dragon and tiger fighting, into one. Once successful, you will gain your own unique fusion skill, far more powerful than any technique of the same level.
But the probability of fusion failure is extremely high.
If it fails, at best you'll suffer mental trauma, and at worst your martial arts foundation will be shaken.
If you fail once, I suggest you never try again.
She was confident that as long as Lu Yang made a big mistake in the first step of integrating the skills, he would naturally understand the cruelty of reality. Thus, give up the unrealistic fantasy of body refining. Before you get your head broken and bloody, Lu Mingyue crossed her arms.
As your mentor, I have an obligation to provide you with a more reliable solution. I have 3 paths here, you can choose one.
She raised her right hand and pointed her white index finger at Lu Yang.
The first path, follow me. Mainly practice the first level technique, Scorching Sun technique. It's a prerequisite for the second level technique, Fire Sun technique.
The core of this path is to cultivate the extremely young and powerful fire-attributed spiritual energy. Before he finished speaking, Lu Mingyue put her fingers together like a sword and lightly slashed forward. A ball of blazing orange-red flame suddenly ignited at her fingertips, and quickly stretched and took shape. In a flash, a gorgeous sword that was 1 meter long and made entirely of high-concentration flame energy appeared in her hand. Flames rose from the sword, and the terrifying high temperature it emitted caused the temperature of the entire training room to suddenly rise by more than 10 degrees.
The indestructible alloy ground actually glowed with a faint red light under the reflection of the flaming sword. Lu Yang's pupils suddenly shrank into needles.
This is called the release of spiritual energy. Lu Mingyue shook her wrist slightly, and the flaming sword made a clear sword sound. Martial artists who have reached a certain level can release their internal energy and transform it into weapons. On the battlefield, this is the most direct and powerful means of killing. After she finished her demonstration, she waved her hand casually, and the flaming sword turned into light spots in the sky and dissipated. My online tutoring course for Scorching Sun Power has 5 lessons in total, and I can give you a discount.
Lu Mingyue looked at Lu Yang. If you're not interested in this route, I have 2 other options.
The flaming sword shattered in the air and turned into a rain of light. The second path is the spiritual path. She raised her second finger, and there was no longer any fire on her fingertip. The first level technique, the Heart Sutra of Selflessness. It's one of the most mysterious techniques in the Federal Technique Library. Only a few people have mastered it, and the threshold is ridiculously high. But people with talent, once they get started, can make rapid progress. Lu Mingyue's sharp eyes seemed to see through Lu Yang. The fact that your military boxing has reached perfection is definitely not just the result of hard training.
This shows that your spiritual perception is far superior to that of ordinary people.
You can capture the flow of qi and blood and changes in strength that ordinary people cannot perceive. This kind of talent is the perfect foundation for practicing the Selfless Heart Sutra.
She paused and proposed a future that would make any passionate young man fascinated. Warriors with strong mental powers are natural commanders on the battlefield.
The captains of the Federation's most elite pioneer squads are all people with outstanding mental powers. They can gain insight into the battlefield, anticipate crises, and even influence the enemy with their mental powers. You have the potential. Captain of the pioneer team. He is a truly powerful person who expands territory among the stars and stands above everyone else. However, Lu Mingyue had already raised her third finger. The third path is star rotation.
It's also a first-level technique, but it doesn't cost money. This technique doesn't rely on any natural treasures.
Its core is to draw upon the power of the stars above the 9 heavens to refine one's body.
The only thing it requires is understanding.
Lu Mingyue looked at Lu Yang, and the corners of her mouth finally curled up. For you, who have mastered both basic techniques to perfection, this path may be the easiest. Lu Yang smiled bitterly in his heart. Lu Mingyue thought he was a one-in-a-million genius with great understanding, but she had no idea that she was actually a fake genius. What enlightenment that goes straight to the origin, what monstrous talent, it's all bullshit. What he relies on are the cold and ruthless numbers on the system panel.
It is a boring and maddening repetitive practice day after day. In order to perfect the 8 brocade set, he spent 2 full months in the virtual training space. His comprehension might not be as good as that of any random would-be warrior on the street. In an instant, Lu Yang made a decision. He can't choose any of these 3 paths. Liang Gong requires resources.
The Heart Sutra of No Self and Turning of Stars require an understanding that he simply does not possess. Once chosen, he will soon reveal his biggest secret. He must find a path that is truly suitable for the Liver Emperor.
Teacher.
Lu Yang raised his head and met Lu Mingyue's eyes that were filled with expectation. I want to learn a technique that is easy to learn but difficult to master.
What? Lu Mingyue's beautiful brows instantly frowned. Easy to learn, hard to master? Do you know what you're talking about?
Her voice suddenly became stern. In martial arts practice, the most taboo is impatience and fickleness. You possess a rare talent, so you should choose the most difficult and brightest path, and then walk it with unwavering confidence. A genius is someone who still believes in themselves despite facing countless obstacles.
If you think like that, you'll definitely fail once you encounter real difficulties. A powerful aura comes over me.
Any 18-year-old boy would have been blushing after being scolded like this.
Lu Yang just looked embarrassed. Teacher, I understand what you mean. But the threshold to entry is too high.
I'm afraid that I won't be able to enter the realm for a long time and my mind will be disturbed. When these words came out, Lu Mingyue was completely stunned.
So weird. A monster who can deduce 2 basic skills to the legendary realm is actually worried that he can't get started? Talent and character, could they be so separated?
After years of teaching, Lu Mingyue has seen geniuses who are arrogant because of their talents. I have seen crazy and paranoid martial arts fanatics, but I have never seen anyone like Lu Yang. He is incredibly talented, but his self-confidence is freakishly fragile.
Chapter 58. What a complete martial arts freak.
Lu Mingyue's brain was working rapidly, trying to find a reasonable explanation for the contradictory scene before her. The geniuses from ancient families have been guided by masters since childhood, and their minds have been honed to be as hard as rocks. Lu Yang's information shows that he came from a grassroots background and relied entirely on his talent to fight his way up from the bottom.
Maybe that's why.
Without systematic teaching and strong people to protect him, everything he learned came from his own exploration. This kind of wildly grown genius, with his paranoid personality and weird ideas, does not seem to be difficult to understand. As soon as she thought of this, the anger in Lu Mingyue's heart, which was full of disappointment in her, quietly dissipated. She sighed softly, her tone softening. To have broken through the siege of hundreds of millions of grassroots is a miracle in itself.
You have your reasons for your concerns.
She looked at Lu Yang with complicated eyes.
Okay, besides being easy to learn but difficult to master, what other specific requirements do you have for the technique? Hearing Lu Mingyue's agreement, Lu Yang was delighted and quickly added.
It would be best if it were like 8 brocades, with no threshold for cultivation.
The easier it is to learn and the more basic it is, the more suitable it is for me.
Lu Mingyue was completely speechless. She felt like she was not guiding a genius, but selecting enlightenment reading materials for a child in a martial arts kindergarten.
Waste your most precious time on the easiest and most basic exercises to learn?
What a waste of natural resources this is. But looking at Lu Yang's sincere eyes, she finally suppressed her complaints and waved her hand helplessly to open the light screen of her personal terminal.
The Federation's collection of techniques is vast.
I can only help you select techniques that meet your unique requirements.
As for the final choice, it's up to you.
Above the light curtain.
Filter conditions. Level 1 or above, no cultivation threshold, basic class.
However, only a few results were found. Or it is an abridged version of the technique that is too weak and has no follow-up potential. Or they are fragments of some ancient martial arts, which are extremely risky to practice.
Lu Mingyue shook her head repeatedly. Lu Yang's request was too tricky and weird. This is like looking for gold in gravel. Time passed by minute, and the training room was silent.
Just when Lu Mingyue was about to give up, an entry for a technique marked by the system as ancient and of unknown origin unexpectedly jumped into her sight. Her finger paused slightly, and she clicked on the name that was almost buried in the data dust.
Han Yuan Gongfa.
And below the introduction to the technique, a line of almost invisible small notes instantly captured her attention. There is no threshold for cultivation, no attribute requirements, it is the foundation of all things. Lu Mingyue's fingertips paused slightly in the air, and she whispered the name. This thing actually still exists in the bottom files of the Federal Martial Arts Library. Lu Mingyue tapped her fingertips to magnify the information about the martial arts technique. The almost forgotten file slowly unfolded before her. It was once a first-level technique, but 300 years ago, it was downgraded to second level by the Federal Martial Arts Committee.
The reason is simple.
She looked at Lu Yang, her eyes becoming extremely complicated. It's too easy to get started.
Is it easy to get started? Lu Yang's heart was beating wildly.
Yes, it's ridiculously easy. Lu Mingyue's voice contained a hint of absurdity. According to the archives, any would-be warrior whose genetic development reaches 5%, as long as they're not a complete idiot, can feel the first wisp of primal chaos chi within 3 days and complete their initiation.
Get started in 3 days. This is simply a magical skill tailor-made for him. Lu Yang's heart was in turmoil.
He suppressed the upward curve of his lips and tried his best to maintain a cautious and slightly inferior expression.
Teacher, if getting started is so easy, why was it downgraded? What's the difficulty?
Lu Mingyue collected her slightly wandering thoughts and regained the professionalism and composure of a gold medal instructor. The difficulty with it is that it's nothing. The psychic energy of the scorching sun technique is raging and fiery, incinerating metal. The spiritual techniques are mysterious and unpredictable, killing without a trace. The star rotation draws star power into the body, forging an unparalleled physical strength. They all have distinct attributes and specialized areas.
And the Hun Yuan technique?
Lu Mingyue shook her head, with a hint of regret in her tone.
The spiritual energy it cultivates has no attributes. It's neutral, peaceful, pure, but also mediocre.
In a duel of equal strength, you can't burn through your opponent's defense with fire, nor can you slow his movements with ice, let alone mentally shock him. The only thing you can rely on is to use more powerful and majestic strength to crush it.
Pure power wins? Lu Yang's heart trembled. Isn't this the true meaning of military boxing and 8-brocade tempering?
Abandon all the frills and go straight to the core with the most basic and original power.
In history, what happened to those who practiced this technique? Lu Yang asked.
They all changed their major.
Lu Mingyue's answer was not surprising.
According to incomplete historical records, almost everyone made significant progress after getting started. But when they encounter their first real bottleneck, they will not hesitate to transform their primordial energy into other spiritual energies and change their affiliation. After all, no one wants to reach the end of the martial arts path holding an unpolished jade. What others see as a rough jade that needs to be carved, to him, is a cornerstone that can be piled with infinite materials.
Lu Yang's heart was pounding. This is the god-level skill tailor-made for me, a hard-working person. Others need to switch to another course because they cannot see the progress and cannot feel the slight growth. But he is different. He has a system panel. As long as he can get started, even if he can only improve by 0.01% every day, he can see it clearly. Day after day, like water dripping through a stone, he can turn this uncut jade into a sacred mountain. He wants to bring this so-called foundation of all things to an unprecedented state of great perfection. Teacher. Lu Yang raised his head, and the timidity in his eyes disappeared. I'll choose this one. Lu Mingyue was stunned again. She clearly saw the fire in Lu Yang's eyes. She sighed deeply in her heart. What a complete martial arts freak. There is a direct road to Rome, but you choose to take a small path overgrown with weeds. Perhaps this is the unique paranoia of a genius who grew up in the wild. Are you sure? This may be the most important choice in your martial arts career. She gave one last solemn warning. I'm sure. Lu Yang said firmly. Okay. Lu Mingyue finally gave up persuading her. The path of a genius must ultimately be walked by the genius himself, even if it is a dead end. She slid her slender fingers across the light screen and pulled up another document. To protect and research these ancient techniques that are on the verge of extinction, Interstellar Warrior University has established an ancient technique support program. Through this program, you can borrow the complete inheritance of the Hun Yuan technique. The exchange price popped up on the screen. Exchange requires 110 credits. If you don't have enough credits, you can also choose to mortgage 110,000 federal points. Once you have cultivated the technique to the minor success stage and submitted a summary of your experience of no less than 10,000 words, which has been reviewed and approved by the Technique Pavilion, the federal points will be fully refunded. Chapter 59 Husband and Wife are one. Lu Yang did not hesitate. I choose the mortgage federal point. The thing he lacks the least now is money. Complete the transfer and confirm the authorization. A memory chip gleaming with a warm luster slowly rose from the operating table. Lu Yang stretched out his hand and held the chip tightly in his palm. Okay, that's all for today's teaching.
Lu Mingyue's voice was a little tired.
Guiding such a freak is more tiring than guiding 10 ordinary students. Thank you, teacher. Lu Yang bowed deeply to Lu Mingyue. This thank you comes from the bottom of my heart.
In any case, it was this mentor who found the path that was most suitable for him.
The alloy door of the dormitory slid open silently, and the warm light instantly enveloped Lu Yang.
On the sofa in the living room, Bai Ji was curled up with a thin blanket covering her body. It seemed that she had been waiting for a long time and fell asleep. When she heard the door open, her long eyelashes trembled slightly and she immediately opened her eyes, still a little sleepy.
Are you back? Did the training go well?
Her voice was a little hoarse from just waking up.
Well, I gained a lot.
Lu Yang walked over and sat down beside her. The excitement in my heart turned into a peaceful and warm current the moment I saw her. He opened his palm and handed over the jade-like chip. I have chosen my main cultivation method. Bai Ji took the chip curiously and connected it to her personal terminal.
Soon, a brief introduction to the Hunyuan Gongfa appeared on the light screen. No threshold for cultivation, no attribute requirements, the foundation of all laws. She recited softly, her pretty brows slightly furrowed. As a graduate of a private martial arts university, she could certainly see the hidden meaning behind this introduction. Mediocre, no features, very low potential. This is a common problem in almost all basic exercises. But she did not question it. She just raised her head and looked at Lu Yang.
There was only complete trust and tenderness in her beautiful eyes.
I trust your judgment.
She gently placed the chip back into Lu Yang's palm, covered it with both hands, and smiled softly.
No matter which path you choose to take, I will always support you. A warm current flowed through Lu Yang's body. This is the family he chooses to protect, and this is what he fights for.
He held Bai Ji's slightly cold little hand with his backhand and nodded solemnly.
It's getting late, go and get some rest.
He urged his wife.
What about you? I want to try.
There was fire burning in Lu Yang's eyes. After coaxing Bai Ji back to the bedroom, Lu Yang couldn't wait to walk into the independent meditation room. Sitting cross-legged, he placed the chip between his eyebrows, and a huge stream of information instantly flooded into his mind. The practice routes of the Hunyuan Gongfa, the methods of transporting qi and blood, and the mental visualization diagrams, all were clearly imprinted in the depths of his consciousness. It's worthy of being a technique with no threshold.
After just a preliminary reading, Lu Yang felt that this technique was simple, direct, and unpretentious. There is nothing obscure about it.
He followed the guidance of the method, calmed his mind, and began to try to move the qi and blood in his body. A faint stream of air slowly flowed through his meridians. Wherever it passes, you will feel numb and tingling, and extremely comfortable.
So amazing.
Lu Yang was overjoyed and immediately immersed himself in his thoughts, calling out the familiar system panel.
Host, Lu Yang.
Gene Development Degree, 10.5%. Kung Fu, Military Boxing Great Perfection, 8 Brocade Tempering Great Perfection, Hunyuan Kung Fu unlocked. The expected progress bar did not appear, and instead, there were 3 cold and glaring scarlet characters.
Not unlocked. The joy on Lu Yang's face froze instantly. Why is it not unlocked?
Originally, 8 Brocades was unlocked after Bai Ji became pregnant with her first child. The system prompts that the number of offspring is +1, unlocking the second skill slot.
Does unlocking new skills require new offspring? In an instant, Lu Yang's thoughts became clear. How about making another donation? The next morning.
A ray of morning light penetrates the photosynthetic glass and sprinkles on Bai Ji's long eyelashes. She slowly opened her eyes, and what came into view was an intelligent dome with flowing data light patterns. Turning my sight, I saw outside the window a group of teaching buildings floating above the sea of clouds, and countless small shuttles coming and going like a swarm of metal bees.
This is Interstellar Warrior University.
Bai Ji's breathing stagnated slightly. She really accompanied her husband and lived in this holy land that countless young people in the Federation dreamed of. The bed beside me was cold and empty. Her heart tightened and she quickly sat up, her eyes immediately attracted by the faint light coming from the meditation room. Through the translucent soundproof door, a figure sitting cross-legged was seen, as still as a mountain, surrounded by a visible milky white halo.
He practiced all night long.
Bai Ji felt a surge of heartache. This is her husband, the son-in-law who is considered to be extremely lucky in the eyes of others.
But he uses crazier efforts than anyone else to defend everything that belongs to him.
Sensing her gaze, the milky white halo completely sank into Lu Yang's body, Lu Yang opened his eyes, and there was no trace of fatigue from staying up late in his eyes. Instead, his eyes were bright and full of energy. I feel more energetic than after sleeping for more than 10 hours.
Awake? He stood up and walked out of the quiet room with a gentle smile on his face. You? Bai Ji hesitated, practicing all night? Well, I've gotten started. Lu Yang stretched his muscles. This Hunyuan Gongfa is truly marvelous.
Once you master it, your spiritual energy will circulate on its own, endlessly. From now on, I probably won't need such an inefficient way of rest as sleep anymore.
Bai Ji's eyes widened.
This was beyond her common sense in martial arts. Even warriors with extremely high genetic development need to restore their mental strength through meditation or light sleep. She thought about it for a moment and could only attribute it to the peculiarities of the ancient martial arts.
Perhaps this is the benefit of a second-level technique. There are always some unexpected additional effects. Maybe.
Lu Yang smiled noncommittally. He couldn't say that this was a basic benefit brought by the system after unlocking the skills. He walked forward and gently held Bai Ji's hand. Once I have fully grasped the true meaning of 8 brocade tempering, I will help you practice it and push it to great perfection as well. Upon hearing this, Bai Ji subconsciously shook her head.
No.
This will delay your own progress.
The competition in Interstellar University is so fierce. Silly girl.
Lu Yang gently scratched the tip of her nose with his finger.
Husband and wife are one.
Your progress is my progress.
Don't forget, you are also the pillar of this family.
I am counting on you to become a Valkyrie in the future and protect me. The domineering yet slightly teasing words dispelled the last bit of doubt in Bai Ji's heart. Her eyes were slightly red and she nodded vigorously.
Meeting him is the greatest luck in my life. Chapter 60. Have you met your enemy?
A moment later, the two walked out of the academy hand in hand. At the agreed restaurant, Bai Ji's father Bai Jinfeng, second uncle Bai Jinyan and cousin Bai Mujie had been waiting for a long time. Breakfast is Ria City's specialty high-energy nutritious paste and synthetic steak, served steaming hot.
Bai Jinfeng took a sip of the hot drink and his eyes fell on Lu Yang. Lu Yang, have you chosen your cultivation method? What academic plan has Teacher Lu made for you?
This is the concern of a father-in-law, and also the advice of a veteran warrior to the younger generation. Lu Yang put down his cutlery, looking calm, having already prepared his speech.
Teacher Lu is very professional.
She analyzed my situation and believed that since I had cultivated the 8 brocades to great perfection, my foundation was too pure. If I continued with the body refining path, the subsequent resource consumption would be astronomical, and the cost would not be worth the gain.
Upon hearing this, Bai Jinfeng fell silent. Body training.
The most expensive and self-destructive path in martial arts.
How could he not know?
Lu Yang was able to cultivate the basic body refining skills to perfection. His talent was indeed terrifying, but the black hole of resources behind it was enough to deter any family that was not a top-tier wealthy family.
Lu Mingyue's judgment is accurate and realistic.
So, Teacher Lu helped me find another way and found a very special technique. Lu Yang put forward his choice at the right time.
What's your name? Doesn't the name sound awesome?
Bai Mujie on the side could no longer contain his curiosity and leaned over with an excited look on his face. Lu Yang smiled slightly and uttered 4 words.
The Hunyuan Kung Fu. Hunyuan?
Bai Mujie scratched his head. The name sounded so ordinary.
What's the story behind this technique?
Bai Jinfeng was a veteran in this field, so he went straight to the point.
Its characteristic is that it's almost impossible to get started.
Lu Yang said frankly. But the spiritual energy it cultivates has no attributes, and its upper limit is unknown. Teacher Lu said that those who have practiced it in history eventually changed their cultivation. Therefore, this technique is generally not recommended for others to learn.
Not difficult?
Bai Mujie's eyes lit up, as if he had found a savior.
Brother-in-law. I can learn this. Teach me.
Bai Jinyan slapped his son on the back of the head and scolded him angrily.
How can your talent compare to your brother-in-law's? He's a rough diamond, he can achieve anything he practices. You're a piece of stone, even if I give you the secret manual of magic, you can't achieve anything. Why are you just joining in the fun?
Bai Mujie covered his head with his hands, his face full of grievance, but he still looked at Lu Yang unwillingly. Lu Yang smiled and threw out his trump card.
Mujie, this technique may not be suitable for you. For me, the biggest benefit so far is that after learning it, I no longer need to sleep. Ah? No need to sleep?
The excitement on Bai Mujia's face instantly collapsed and turned into horror.
What fun would there be in life then? I won't learn it. I won't learn it even if you kill me.
Seeing his evasive look, there was a burst of light-hearted laughter in the restaurant.
An hour later, the group walked out of the restaurant after having a satisfying meal and a drink.
The morning street scene of Ria City is full of futuristic feeling.
The maglev train draws elegant arcs in the air. On the holographic billboard, the Federation's latest recruitment propaganda film was playing in a loop.
Lu Yang was walking side by side with Bai Ji, enjoying this rare leisure time, but his eyebrows suddenly jumped.
A cold and oppressive feeling came from across the street. He turned around suddenly.
A few dozen meters away, across the street, a group of well-dressed young people were surrounding a person like stars surrounding the moon.
The leader was Lei Wanjun from the Lei family.
Standing next to him was Su Qingying with a cold and arrogant expression. Their eyes all fell vaguely on the young man in the middle of the crowd whose face was as black as the bottom of a pot.
Yan Wulong. Lu Yang's pupils suddenly shrank.
At this moment, Yan Wulong no longer has the high spirits he had in the examination room that day.
Su Qingying entered the Interstellar University. Lei Wanjun also went to another top university, Temlong Wuhan University, but he, the number one in Yanjing, failed to get in.
The huge gap has crushed his pride. When his eyes met Lu Yang's in the air, he stared at Lu Yang intently. In his opinion, if it weren't for Lu Yang, a country boy who suddenly appeared out of nowhere, the top spot in the joint entrance examination should have been his. That ticket to Interstellar University should have been his.
Lu Yang took away everything from him. Across the street, a young man in luxurious attire standing next to Yan Wulong apparently didn't notice this undercurrent. He nudged Yan Wulong with his elbow, a playful smile on his face. Hey, Wulong, why are you acting like you've just seen the murderer of your father? So early in the morning, who has upset our number one young master in Yanjing? Shut up.
Yan Wulong practically squeezed out these two words from between his teeth, his fists clenched at his sides until the knuckles turned white.
That was more humiliating to him than the enemy who killed his father.
The scene of being defeated by this country boy from the rice-growing area with one punch in the joint entrance examination elimination match, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, replayed in his mind over and over again. That defeat caused him to fall from the clouds into the mire, and from a favored son of heaven to a laughingstock in the entire upper-class circle of Yanjing. Lu Yang keenly caught the madness that was about to overflow from Yan Wulong's eyes. But he simply withdrew his gaze indifferently, not even bothering to give any extra emotion. This kind of disregard is more hurtful than any contemptuous words. Seeing Lu Yang turning around and chatting and laughing with his family, about to join the crowd, Yan Wulong's chest heaved violently, and his steel teeth were almost broken.
Wait. Lu Yang. Just 3 months. When the joint college entrance examination begins, I will let you know how big the gap between us is. People like you have no right to stand on that stage. Is that the dark horse candidate from the rice field district? Su Qingying's cold voice sounded, and she finally recognized Lu Yang. A hint of complexity flashed across her beautiful eyes. The man who created a miracle in the examination room actually came to this point. A peasant with no roots, just got lucky.
Lei Wanjun snorted disdainfully, his eyes scornful. Once he enters university, without resources to support him, he will soon be reduced to his original form.
The true way of martial arts cannot be achieved by relying on brute force alone.
On the other side, Bai Ji sensed malice and pulled Lu Yang's sleeve worriedly.
Lu Yang, have you met an enemy? Enemy? Lu Yang laughed and gently squeezed her palm with a relaxed tone. Not really. Just a defeated opponent, probably unwilling to accept defeat. Okay.
Bai Jinyan, who was standing by, was not angry but happy when he heard this, and slapped his thigh heavily.
Have courage. The path of martial arts is all about struggle. Without struggle, how can you make progress? Only by defeating all those who refuse to accept you can your path become wider and wider. Brother-in-law, I've heard of Yan Wulong.
Bai Mujia suddenly remembered something and came over excitedly.
The teacher in our school's rocketry class kept talking about him, saying he was a guaranteed top seed and a future martial arts star. And yet you eliminated him? Chapter 61, High-Quality Genes at First Glance.
The more Bai Mujia thought about it, the more incredible it seemed to him.
Finally, he gave Lu Yang a thumbs up with a face full of admiration. Brother-in-law, awesome. What kind of seeded player is this? In front of his brother-in-law, who is a real dragon crossing the river, he is just a fancy koi. This little episode passed quickly. The Bai family rarely came to Ria City, so they decided to stroll around the commercial district in the city center. Bai Ji naturally wanted to accompany her parents, but Lu Yang spoke with a smile. Dad, Mom, you and Gigi go shopping first. I suddenly remembered that I still have some admission procedures to complete at the college, so I have to go back. He found a reasonable excuse to say goodbye to his family. Looking at their receding backs, the gentle smile on Lu Yang's face slowly faded. The formalities were fake, his goal was very clear: to unlock the follow-up of Hun Yuan Gongfa. The system prompts that +1 offspring is needed, but the natural conception cycle is too long. He couldn't wait, nor did he want to put his hopes entirely on probability. So, the fastest and most direct way is to go through official federal channels. Gene Management Center. Go there and donate your essence. Once his gene sample is selected by a family and successfully produces offspring, the system will also determine it as offspring +1. This was the most efficient path he calculated after careful consideration. Half an hour later, Lu Yang arrived at the Ria City Gene Management Center. Unlike the solemn and dignified scientific research institution he had imagined, the entrance here was even busier than a vegetable market. As soon as he approached, before he could get a clear look at the federal emblem on the gate, a group of people suddenly surrounded him, their enthusiasm catching him off guard. Young man! Look here! Look here! An old lady with curly hair moved very quickly and stuffed a business card that smelled of perfume into his hand. What a great appearance! Great physique, handsome looks, you can tell at a glance that he has high-quality genes. Would you consider our Red Line agency? We have the most comprehensive database of fertility materials and can help you find the most suitable family. It's quick and easy, and you can earn more money. Lu Yang hadn't reacted yet and was a little dazed. Ma'am, please move aside. A man in a well-fitting suit and gold-rimmed glasses squeezed in and politely handed over a high-quality gold-stamped business card. This gentleman is obviously not an ordinary person. How can he go through the general public? Our Dragon Club specializes in serving high-net-worth clients. We can arrange private channels for you, specifically matching you with top families who have extremely high expectations for the talent of their offspring. Believe me, the rewards will definitely exceed your imagination. Lu Yang politely took the business card and was about to refuse this excessive enthusiasm. Suddenly, a burst of orderly footsteps was heard outside the crowd. He turned around and saw a team carrying various precision instruments walking towards him. The salesperson in charge wore a white coat and held a holographic display board. Sir! Don't let mediocrity bury your talent. Our God gene utilizes the Federation's most advanced fourth-generation gene activity preservation technology, which can 100% guarantee the peak activity of your genes. Lu Yang looked down at the pile of business cards that had unknowingly filled his hands. There were all kinds of names, such as Kirin delivering a child, Cradle of the Starry Sea, and Light of the Future. He just wanted to complete a system task. Lu Yang stood in the center of the crowd, holding the stack of flashy business cards. For a moment, he felt a bit awkward and embarrassed. The next second, he turned around without hesitation and tossed the stack of cards, loaded with countless exaggerated promises, into a recycling bin on the side of the road. He walked straight through the noisy crowd and pushed open the cold metal door of the Genetic Management Center. Inside and outside the door, it seems like two different worlds. The noise and heat of the outside world were completely cut off, replaced by a constant, comfortable temperature and a reassuring silence. The air was filled with the faint scent of disinfectant, and everywhere I looked were the metallic luster of automated equipment and the hurried movements of uniformed staff. There's no enthusiastic sales pitch here, just an efficient and impersonal process. Lu Yang walked to a self-service terminal and skillfully inserted his citizen ID card. Identity verification passed. Mr. Lu Yang, Federal Citizen Level C, Genetic Development Potential Assessment, S Level. Welcome to the Ria City Genetic Management Center. A cold electronic synthesizer sounded. Without hesitation, he selected the Sperm Donation Anonymous Matching option on the screen. Following the instructions, he entered his iris, palm print, and other biometric information and signed an electronic agreement. The whole process was smooth and took less than 3 minutes. Then, he followed the instructions on the terminal and walked into an independent sampling compartment. 10 minutes later, he walked out of the door with a normal expression and rejoined the crowd on the street. Interstellar Warrior University, Building 399, Room 167.
Lu Yang sat cross-legged on the floor of the dormitory with his eyes closed, his mind completely immersed in the contemplation of the incomplete Hunyuan Gongfa. Just as he was deducing the route of the technique and trying to find the missing key link, a crisp prompt sound suddenly rang out in his mind. Byte. Host genetic data has been detected to be a match, and the conception process has been completed in the Federal Gene Bank.
Here we come.
Lu Yang's heart was shocked, and then a huge stream of information instantly rushed into his spiritual sea of consciousness. Reward distribution, subsequent cultivation rights for Hunyuan Gongfa have been unlocked. Countless obscure runes, meridian diagrams, and energy circulation methods arranged, combined, and evolved in his mind. All the previous difficulties and confusions suddenly became clear at this moment. At the same time, the data on his system panel was refreshing frantically.
Kung Fu, Hunyuan Gongfa Level 1. Practice progress, 100. Sure enough, after unlocking it, the difficulty of the technique increased exponentially.
From the 10 points of proficiency in military boxing, to the 30 points in 8 brocade tempering, and now to the 100 points in Hunyuan Gongfa.
But that's not a problem.
A glimmer of excitement flashed in Lu Yang's eyes. For him, as long as there is a road, no distance is too far. However, almost at the moment when he had just digested the information about the technique, the pleasant system prompt sound rang again.
Ding. Matching successful, conception process completed. Reward, +1 skill unlock privilege. Ding. Matching successful, conception process completed. Reward, +1 skill unlock privilege. In an instant, 3 successes. Lu Yang's breathing stagnated. Great harvest. System, what's the use of unlocking the permissions for this technique? He asked quickly in his mind.
Unlocking skills can be used to unlock skills that the host has mastered but is not included in the system or has insufficient permissions.
The system's answer is concise and clear.
Chapter 62, Hunyuan, the beginning of heaven and earth, encompasses everything.
A thought suddenly flashed through Lu Yang's mind. Combine 8 brocades with Hunyuan Gongfa. Both of these exercises emphasize internal and external cultivation. If they can be combined into one, perhaps an unexpected transformation will occur. But he quickly suppressed this impulsive thought.
No, now is not the time to take risks.
On the road of martial arts, the key is stability. The more solid the foundation, the taller the future buildings can be.
As a top-level ancient method that can be included in the system, the potential of Hunyuan Gongfa is unfathomable. The most urgent task is to practice it as soon as possible and transform it into real combat power. Thinking of this, he no longer hesitated and immediately began to guide the energy in his body according to the complete method in his mind.
This time, there will be no obstacles. The efficiency of cultivation is astonishingly fast. Just 10 minutes later.
Practice progress of Hunyuan Gongfa +1.
Looking at the data jumping on the panel, Lu Yang's eyes became more fanatical. He forgot about time and everything.
From early morning to dusk, when the last ray of sunset light shone into the room through the porthole, Lu Yang slowly exhaled. The door lock clicked softly, and Bai Ji walked in carrying the ingredients. She saw Lu Yang sitting cross-legged, who had just finished his training, with a gentle smile on his face. When I came back, I saw you were practicing and your aura was very steady, so I didn't disturb you.
The food has been prepared in the automatic cooking pot and can be eaten anytime. A warm feeling surged into Lu Yang's heart. This woman might have initially married him out of practical considerations, but at this moment, she truly loved and cared about him. Thank you for your hard work. He walked forward and gently hugged her from behind. The two of them spent a few moments together and enjoyed a warm dinner together. After dinner, an official notice from the Academic Affairs Office of Interstellar Warrior University suddenly popped up on Lu Yang's personal terminal. Attention all new students, to assess the overall quality of this class, the school has decided to hold a comprehensive exam for all new students in 3 days, the first day of school. Assessment rewards are as follows.
1. Applicants who rank in the top 1,000 in the overall ranking will be awarded 100 credits. 2. In addition to the credits awarded, the top 100 overall ranking students will also receive access to the first-level martial arts library within the school, allowing them to select a first-level martial arts technique at their own expense.
3. The top 10 overall ranking winners will receive all the above rewards, plus an additional bottle of first-level Gene Body Tempering Potion.
Lu Yang's eyes were fixed on the last line of words. This kind of thing is extremely valuable on the market and can greatly promote genetic development.
It is the treasure that all warriors dream of.
Credits, skills, potions, every reward is full of fatal temptation. There are more than 20 days left before school starts, and including today, there are still 23 days left.
That's enough. In the blink of an eye, it was 6 days later.
The dormitory was as quiet as ever. The air circulation system works silently, maintaining the temperature and humidity in the most suitable range for cultivation. Lu Yang sat cross-legged, breathing long and weakly, almost blending into the surrounding environment.
However, beneath his calm appearance, a tremendous energy is roaring in his body. Han Yuan Gongfa.
This ancient heritage, which was once regarded as useless by countless people, is now unleashing its long-forgotten terrifying power in Lu Yang's hands. Suddenly, Lu Yang's tightly closed eyes trembled violently, and he slowly raised his right hand, spread out his 5 fingers, and placed them flat on his chest.
A wonderful feeling came over me. Gather,
he muttered to himself. In an instant, a weak stream of air gathered in his palm. A cluster of orange-yellow flames, only the size of a fingernail, ignited out of thin air in his palm. It was quietly suspended, dancing weirdly, but emitting a terrifyingly high temperature, burning the surrounding air and causing it to slightly distort.
Done. Lu Yang's pupils suddenly contracted.
Han Yuan, the beginning of heaven and earth, encompasses everything.
Lu Mingyue once said that the biggest feature of this technique is its uncertainty, and theoretically it can evolve into spiritual power of any attribute. Lu Yan looked at the lively orange flame in his palm, and his breathing suddenly became rapid. This is clearly an infinite possibility.
If teacher Lu Mingyue knew that not only had she mastered the basics of practicing the Hunyuan Kung Fu in just a few days, but had even touched the threshold of elemental power, how wonderful would her expression be? This thought flashed through his mind, and he immediately calmed down. The light curtain unfolded before my eyes, and lines of data were extremely clear.
Kung Fu, Hunyuan Kung Fu Level 4. Practice progress, 0400. Gene development degree, 13%.
In just 5 days, the percentage of sperm donations soared from 8% to 13%. A full 5 percentage points. If this terrifying increase were to be spread, it would be enough to cause an earthquake throughout the entire Interstellar Warrior University.
Offspring, 5. The efficiency of the Federal Gene Bank is truly terrifying.
In just 5 days, 5 women who had never met each other were successfully matched and completed the conception process. They may do it for federal subsidies, for a good offspring, or simply for wanting a child. But no matter what the reason, they brought tangible benefits to Lu Yang. In 5 days, I went from a novice who hadn't even started practicing martial arts to a warrior who could initially control psychic flames.
Lu Yang muttered to himself. How can this Hunyuan Gongfa be considered a useless technique in the eyes of others?
He clenched his fist suddenly, and the flame in his palm went out instantly. Go to the training hall and try your hand. He made a decision immediately, got out of bed, turned on his personal terminal, and prepared to reserve a separate training room. However, when he clicked on the reservation interface of the on-campus training hall, he was stunned. On the virtual light screen, from now until midnight, behind each individual training room are densely packed red reserved signs.
Lu Yang frowned. Are they all full?
Interstellar Warrior University is truly a place where monsters gather.
With 17 days left until the final exam, everyone is already in a frenzy of preparation. In desperation, he could only give up. Since actual combat tests don't work, we can only seek breakthroughs in theory.
Lu Yang calmed down and began to calmly review his current situation. The Hunyuan Gong Fa focuses on the foundation and covers everything, but this also means that it lacks a decisive attack method in the early stages. Although 8 brocades and military boxing have reached perfection, they are ultimately just the basics and are more than enough to deal with ordinary people. But in the upcoming freshman exam, facing equally talented opponents, I'm afraid I'll be stretched to the limit.
Offensive skills are still his weakness. It seems that we still need to consult professionals.
A gleam of light flashed in his eyes, and he found Lu Mingyue's contact information on the terminal without hesitation, selected the paid consultation option, tapped his fingertips on the virtual light screen, and a message was sent out quickly.
Hello, Instructor Lu.
I, Lu Yang, have some questions regarding the selection of exercises.
Is it convenient for you now? Fees will be paid according to your standards.
After sending it, he waited quietly.
Chapter 63. I want this 100-pound Newton bull. An hour later, the terminal received a reply. Sorry, I was in class. You did very well last time and I was impressed. Do you need online guidance or offline practice this time? Lu Yang tapped the keyboard quickly. Thank you for your compliment, master. I'd like to ask you to recommend another exercise. When would you be available?
This time, the reply came quickly, almost instantly. But the content made Lu Yang frown slightly.
I'm sorry to disappoint you. My private lessons for the next month are all booked up. Following the text, there is a dynamic expression of a helpless person spreading his hands. 1 month? Lu Yang's heart sank.
The freshman exam is approaching, and after a month, the opportunity has passed. The level of internal competition in this university is 100 times more terrifying than he had imagined. Just as he was considering whether to raise the price or find another way, Lu Mingyue's second message popped up.
But if you don't mind, we can meet in the early morning. Lu Yang's eyes lit up instantly. For him, this is simply what he wanted. No problem.
He replied with 2 words almost without hesitation. 1 a.m., Area B7, private training room number 11.
Lu Mingyue sent a coordinate, and then there was no news.
It was obvious that she was busy with other things. Lu Yang turned off the terminal, and a strong feeling of hunger surged from his stomach. The degree of genetic development has exceeded 13%, and the body's thirst for energy has reached an alarming level. He pushed open the dormitory door, and an extremely rich meaty aroma overbearingly penetrated his nostrils.
On the dining table in the living room, there was a whole lamb roasted to golden brown with crispy skin.
The aroma of cumin and spices mixed with the deliciousness of the lamb itself creates an irresistible temptation.
Are you awake? Come and try some. The nebula antelope in the market is super fresh today. I tried a new way to roast it.
Baiji walked out of the kitchen wearing an apron, with beads of sweat on her forehead. Lu Yang felt warm in his heart, walked forward, and hugged his wife in his arms without saying a word.
Thanks for your hard work. At the dinner table, Lu Yang completely transformed into a glutton.
He didn't even use cutlery, but tore off a sizzling leg of lamb and started to eat it in big mouthfuls. The crispy skin makes a crunchy sound between the teeth, while the meat inside is tender and juicy.
Honey, your cooking skills are getting better and better. This is simply the best roast lamb I've ever had.
Lu Yang praised vaguely, but his hands did not stop moving at all. Seeing half of the lamb chop disappear in Lu Yang's stomach at a speed visible to the naked eye, Bai Ji's eyes gradually changed from initial joy to a hint of surprise.
Lu Yang's appetite seems to have increased again? Only half full. Lu Yang touched his stomach, feeling a little unsatisfied.
Bai Ji smiled, turned around and walked back to the kitchen. A moment later, she came out with another huge plate.
On top is the remaining half of the roasted lamb. Eat slowly and don't choke.
In the end, almost the entire nebula antelope weighing more than 70 kilograms, except for a few bones, went into Lu Yang's stomach. He leaned back in his chair and burped contentedly, a strong current of heat flowing through his limbs. He stood up, walked to Baiji, and kissed her hard on the cheek. I'm full, go digest it. After saying that, he turned and walked towards the simple training room that came with the dormitory. Baiji smiled helplessly and shook her head, looking at the mess on the table, thinking about the shopping list for tomorrow's vegetable market. This sweet trouble seems to be getting heavier. In the afternoon, campus Commercial Street. Lu Yang and Baiji held hands and strolled leisurely among the bustling crowd. A towering holographic billboard broadcasts the latest martial arts information. At this moment, a group of people came towards them. The woman in the lead was tall and had a cold face. She was Qin Xiaoxiao, the prodigy from Antai No. 1 Middle School who led the team to besiege Lu Yang during the entrance examination. Next to her was Lu Filong, who came from a prominent family. They were the center of attention and had apparently been admitted to the Interstellar University, and had formed their own small circle. Lu Yang's eyes met theirs briefly, and he had no interest in chatting with them. From the first day he stepped into this university, everyone was a competitor.
Ha! Isn't that the dark horse from the entrance exam? A follower beside Lu Filong was sharp-eyed and immediately recognized Lu Yang. In an instant, everyone's eyes were focused on Lu Yang.
Qin Xiaoxiao folded her arms across her chest, a cold smile on her lips.
Dark horse? The path to becoming a genius isn't easy.
Every year, more so-called geniuses fall than there are stars in the sky. In order to please Lu Filong, another young man with a pointed chin and monkey cheeks immediately came forward and lowered his voice.
Brother Filong, I made a discovery yesterday.
This kid went to the Gene Cultivation Center. I saw it with my own eyes.
He went to donate his essence.
As soon as these words were spoken, a burst of suppressed sneers suddenly sounded around. Another female genius with a cold temperament, Kong Yulun, glanced at Liu Yang's back lightly, with a tone of regret in her voice. Has he started sacrificing his essence for resources so early? It seems that his path to martial arts is doomed to fail. Liu Yang heard their self-righteous discussions clearly, but he was too lazy to turn around. He was holding Baiji, standing in front of a stall selling high-end ingredients, carefully selecting a piece of original mutant steak with a texture like snowflakes. That focused and homely look caught Qin Xiaoxiao's eye, only increasing her contempt. How petty! Qin Xiaoxiao sneered in her heart. In this era, true warriors have long used highly concentrated nutrient solution as their staple food in order to maximize their training efficiency.
Who would waste time on these primitive foods?
What's more, any disciple of a martial arts family with a solid background knows that when the degree of genetic development exceeds 11%, the warrior's body will become a bottomless pit of energy, and daily consumption will increase exponentially.
Replenish it through eating? It's simply a fantasy.
Looking at Liu Yang's careful calculations for a piece of beef, Qin Xiaoxiao had unilaterally sentenced him to death in martial arts. This so-called dark horse will probably be completely eliminated soon because he cannot keep up with the consumption, and will never have a chance to become a martial artist again. Liu Yang took Baiji's hand, and gently stroked the back of his wife's warm hand with his fingertips. His eyes were completely attracted by the huge piece of meat on the stall in front of him.
Wife, what do you think of this piece?
The texture is snowflake-like, and the energy fluctuations are very stable.
It is the top-grade tenderloin of a primitive mutant cow.
Baiji looked at the piece of meat carefully.
It looks great, but it's too big. Liu Yang smiled. Not too big, just right.
He turned to look at the middle-aged boss behind the stall who was processing orders on a computer, and spoke in a steady voice.
Boss, I want this 100-pound mutant bull. Chapter 64. My kung fu is a little special. Okay.
Butcher shop owner Xue Mingui raised his head upon hearing the voice, and immediately a warm businessman smile appeared on his face. But when he saw Liu Yang's young face and the gentle Baiji beside him, the smile on his face froze slightly.
Little brother, you just made a breakthrough, right? Xue Mingui spoke casually while deftly operating the robotic arm to cut beef. Liu Yang nodded and did not hide it. Xue Mingui sighed, with a hint of admonition in his voice.
With such a large appetite, your body's energy consumption has increased dramatically.
This is a sign that your martial arts training has entered a critical period.
But little brother, relying solely on these raw ingredients is not a long-term solution. He wiped his hands, pulled up an electronic business card on the virtual light screen, and pushed it in front of Liu Yang.
My name is Xue Mingui. Your sister-in-law works at the Federal Institute of Nutritional Sciences. I have access to a batch of high-concentration nutrient solutions from internal channels. They're more effective than those on the market, and the price is fair. Buy from me, and I'll give you a discount if you buy in large quantities. I'm honest and fair.
Liu Yang's gaze lingered on the business card for a second, then he shook his head gently.
Thank you for your kindness, boss, but I'm still used to using raw ingredients for the time being. Hey, you young man.
When Xue Mingui saw that he refused, he was not angry, but became even more enthusiastic. He took out a thumb-sized metal bottle from under the counter and stuffed it into Liu Yang's hand without saying a word.
Here, a trial pack. Just think of it as making friends. Whenever you feel like you can't hold on any longer, drink a tube. I guarantee you'll be full of energy. Come back to me if you find it works for you. Xue Mingui is also a man with a story.
When he was young, he also dreamed of becoming a warrior, but unfortunately his talent was limited and he eventually stopped at the beginning. Now, looking at these energetic young people, especially those like Liu Yang, who obviously have no background and rely entirely on their own hard work, I can't help but want to help them.
It's always a good idea to make good connections.
Of course, it would be even better if they could become long-term customers.
Liu Yang could feel the genuine kindness in the other person's words.
He didn't refuse anymore, put the metal bottle into his pocket, and thanked him solemnly.
Thank you, boss. We'll be leaving first.
Carrying nearly 100 kilograms of packaged beef, Liu Yang and Baiji left the commercial street side by side, completely forgetting the gazes behind them.
2 days later, Liu Yang sat cross-legged in the simple training room of the dormitory.
After an unknown amount of time, a stream of scorching hot air exploded in his dantian. A layer of black impurities mixed with a fishy smell oozed out of the surface of his body. When Liu Yang opened his eyes again, a bright light flashed across his eyes. He slowly spread out his palms, and a thought came to his mind.
Gather.
A fist-sized ball of orange spiritual flame ignited out of thin air and danced happily in the palm of his hand. The volume, color and energy fluctuations of the flame are far beyond what they were 2 days ago.
Hunyuan Gongfa, level 50500.
Gene development degree, 14%.
Offspring, 5.
Looking at the data refreshed on the virtual panel, even though Lu Yang was calm, his breathing became a little faster.
Another 1% increase. This speed is even faster than riding a rocket.
The domineering nature of the Hunyuan Kung Fu and the terrifying bonus of the fertility and blessing system have completely exceeded the common sense of the martial arts system in this world. A violent roar came from his abdomen, bringing Lu Yang back to reality from the joy of the breakthrough.
An unprecedented hunger was frantically devouring every bit of energy in his body.
Just at this moment, the bedroom door was pushed open and Baiji walked out carrying a huge baking tray.
Another whole nebula antelope? Lu Yang's eyes widened. Well, seeing that you've been consuming a lot recently, I specially prepared some extra. Baiji puts the baking tray down.
The two set out again to the vegetable market in the campus commercial street. On the way, Baiji finally couldn't help but spoke softly.
Lu Yang, should we buy some nutrient solution? Will your body be unable to handle this?
Lu Yang held his wife's hand tightly, the warmth of his palm was firm and strong.
Don't worry, my technique is somewhat special.
It has a high energy conversion rate, so it's not really a big burden. He explained softly. Besides, I prefer the food you cook to those cold nutrient solutions.
He was not lying.
The efficiency of the Hunyuan Gongfa in refining flesh and blood energy was indeed amazing, and he did not feel any discomfort.
He just didn't want to transfer the pressure to his wife.
When the two appeared in front of Xue Mingui's butcher shop again, Boss Xue was greeting customers. When he looked up and saw Lu Yang, he greeted him out of habit, but when the words came to his lips, his face turned into surprise.
He looked Lu Yang up and down, with suspicion in his eyes almost overflowing. Something is so wrong.
According to common sense, a warrior like Lu Yang who madly consumes his body's essence to practice should have some lingering fatigue and frailty between his brows, even if it cannot be seen on the surface. But the Lu Yang in front of him had a restrained look in his eyes and a calm aura like a mountain.
How does this look like a hollowed-out body?
It is clearly a sign of great progress in cultivation and a solid foundation.
Could it be that the nutrient solution worked?
Even the top-grade nutrient solution specially provided by the federal military can only replenish energy. It is impossible for a person to undergo such a complete transformation in just 2 days. Xue Mingue has been struggling at the bottom of society for half his life and has witnessed the rise and fall of too many so-called geniuses. A thought flashed through his mind like lightning. What this kid is practicing is definitely some kind of top-notch ancient method that has an extremely high conversion efficiency for blood, flesh, and essence. Only this legendary technique can explain his horrific appetite and terrifying progress. For a moment, Xue Mingui's eyes when he looked at Lu Yang changed completely.
The night is as deep as ink.
Lu Yang finished his regular training that night and glanced at the time.
It was only a few minutes before 1 in the morning.
He changed into dry clothes, left the dormitory quietly, and headed straight for Area B7.
The training area is deserted late at night. Lu Yang's figure quickly moved through the shadows of the buildings and soon arrived at his destination.
Before he got close, he keenly heard a cold and familiar voice coming from inside the well-soundproof door, as if explaining something.
Is instructor Lu Mingue teaching others?
Lu Yang frowned slightly, but still sent a door-opening request on the terminal as agreed.
Drop. The heavy alloy door slid open silently.
The scene inside the door made Lu Yang pause for the first time. In the center of the bright training room, Lu Mingue, dressed in a smart black suit, stood tall and straight, pointing out something. Opposite her, sitting cross-legged with a focused look on her face, listening attentively, was Qin Xiaoxiao.
Chapter 65 Genius, shouldn't be this bad.
Qin Xiaoxiao looked straight at the calm figure at the door.
Is it him? How could this guy who relies on donating genes to cultivate appear here? Private lessons from instructor Lu Mingue. Why does he do that?
The subtle changes in the atmosphere naturally could not escape Lu Mingue's perception.
She stopped explaining and looked between the two of them. Do you know each other? I don't know him.
Almost at the moment Lu Mingue finished speaking, Qin Xiaoxiao uttered 3 words in a decisive tone. She stood up suddenly.
Teacher, thank you for your guidance tonight. I will take my leave now.
After she finished speaking, she turned around and left, passing Lu Yang. There was no fluctuation in Lu Yang's eyes, not even the tip of his eyebrows twitched.
He didn't care about Qin Xiaoxiao's attitude.
In his world, this meaningless emotion was not even worthy of occupying a single second of his thinking time. The heavy alloy door slowly closed.
Only Lu Yang and Lu Mingyue were left in the training room. Lu Mingyue's gaze fell on Lu Yang again.
She walked slowly around Lu Yang, her nose twitching slightly.
The aura on you is more than twice as strong as it was a few days ago. It's progressing very quickly.
Lu Yang nodded calmly, as a sign of agreement. The results of these days of practice are indeed beyond imagination.
Lu Mingyue's lips curled up in a satisfied arc.
It seems you finally figured it out and switched to practicing the red flame art I recommended to you. I told you that it's the path that suits you best, much better than that Hunyuan Gongfa.
When Lu Yang heard this, a trace of embarrassment appeared on his face. This was a huge misunderstanding. He coughed lightly and shook his head slowly. Teacher, you misunderstood me.
I'm still practicing the Hunyuan Gongfa.
What?
Lu Mingyue's smile froze on her face in an instant.
You're still practicing that thing? The fluctuations of fire attributed energy in your body, does that mean you've already attained enlightenment?
Without waiting for Lu Yang to answer, her breathing became a little rapid and she stared at him with burning eyes.
Rehearse it once, let me see it. Lu Yang knew that verbal explanations were far less convincing than facts. He took a deep breath, put aside all distracting thoughts, and sank his mind into his dantian. The torrent of energy in his body moved as he wished. He did not use his full strength, but only used 80% of his strength. He slowly took up his stance, still using the ordinary starting moves of the Hunyuan Gongfa. However, just at the moment he pushed out his fists. A ball of orange flame instantly wrapped around his arms. As his skills were practiced, the flames sometimes transformed into a roaring tiger, and sometimes condensed into protective armor. Every time he swung his fists and feet, there was a burst of scorching explosion. The temperature of the entire training room suddenly rose. Lu Mingyue was completely stunned. She stood there, and in her eyes that knew everything about the world, there was only Lu Yang's figure. This is absolutely impossible. The Hunyuan Kung Fu is famous for its moderation and peace. Trying to comprehend the attribute changes from it is like trying to catch fish in a tree. In the history of Federation martial arts, there are so many talented people who have spent their entire lives studying this method, but they were unable to mobilize even a trace of elemental power. But it has been less than a week since Lu Yang got the chip for the skills. Not only did he realize it, but he also integrated the power of the fire spirit with the operation of the martial arts so perfectly that he could control it with ease. This is not genius. This is a martial arts monster. After a long time, Lu Mingyue finally let out a long breath. She watched Lu Yang standing up after finishing his training, the lively flames on his arms gradually disappearing. You are the most talented person I have ever met. She sighed softly. But you have to remember that what is most abundant in this era is genius. If you lack talent, you can use resources to build it up. One tube of top-tier genetic medicine is enough to allow a mediocre person to catch up with a genius after 10 years of hard work. At this moment, Lu Mingyue thought of herself. She thought of the huge family and the path planned for her. This road leads to supreme glory, but no one has ever asked her if she is willing to take it. The fleeting feeling of unwillingness was quickly suppressed by her. She regained her composure. How are you doing with your martial arts foundation? Lu Yang answered honestly. Federal High School doesn't seem to teach these things. Lu Mingyue was speechless for a moment. What the hell are they teaching in high schools these days? Don't even the most basic knowledge of martial arts are popular? She calmed herself down, her expression more serious than ever. Then from now on, you must remember every word I say and engrave it in your heart. Remember, martial arts are ways to utilize your own strength. Weapons, on the other hand, are merely an extension of your own attacking abilities. If you want to unleash your domineering fire spirit power to its fullest potential, you must learn to control it and harness it. And the source of all this, the beginning of all changes, is boxing. Before he finished speaking, Lu Mingyue moved. Without any warning, her figure left only a faint afterimage. Lu Yang couldn't even capture the other party's movements. In the center of the training room, Lu Mingyue slowly stretched her body. Her movements were not fast, and could even be said to be a little slow. Every move and every punch is not intended to strike, but to pull. Moving is not to dodge, but to merge.
Her fists are sometimes like a rushing river, mighty and majestic.
Sometimes it stands tall like a mountain, sometimes it is still like a bell.
Her movements were sometimes as light and ethereal as catkins floating in the wind, and sometimes extremely swift and fierce.
Lu Yang was completely stunned. This has surpassed his understanding of boxing.
Every movement is just right, and every breath contains a secret.
After a long time, Lu Mingyue stopped and stood up.
Her breathing was not disordered at all, and there was not even a drop of sweat on her forehead. She looked at Lu Yang, with a hint of pride in her cold voice.
These are the universal fist and universal body techniques.
The ancient martial arts families of the Federation, with their long traditions, immerse their children in them from the moment they can walk. They are the foundation of all advanced martial arts.
Her eyes swept over Lu Yang with admiration.
You were able to cultivate the power of the fire spirit from the Hunyuan Kung Fu in just a few days.
Your comprehension is truly exceptional. This set of boxing and body techniques should be easy for you to master. Try it out for yourself.
Lu Yang opened his mouth, and finally let out a bitter smile. Teacher Lu Mingyue, you really think highly of me.
He took a deep breath, tried hard to recall every move Lu Mingyue had just made, and clumsily got into position. However, there is a huge gap between ideals and reality. An hour later, Lu Yang was sweating profusely.
He felt his limbs were stiff and his movements were sluggish. Lu Mingyue's smooth and beautiful boxing style became an ugly imitation in his hands.
Stop! Lu Mingyue finally couldn't bear it anymore and shouted like thunder.
What are you doing? She said in an icy tone. Your hands are your hands, your feet are your feet, your body doesn't even form a whole. Where does your strength come from? Rising from the ground, launching from the legs, turning through the waist, penetrating to all four extremities.
What about you?
Your strength is scattered, your mind is confused, and your movements are simply unbearable to watch. Lu Yang stood there awkwardly and touched his nose.
Is it that serious?
Lu Mingyue seemed to see through his thoughts and snorted coldly.
You think I'm exaggerating?
Just before you came, Qin Xiaoxiao was practicing the Liang blade here. I only gave her a few pointers, and in just a few minutes, she had already grasped a hint of the sword technique. And you, a genius who can draw on the power of the fire spirit, practiced basic boxing for an hour and couldn't even touch the door.
Genius, it shouldn't be this bad. Chapter 66. Maybe I have too high expectations of you. Lu Yang's achievements today are all thanks to the system. How about going back and seeing if the system can directly unlock the permissions for this technique?
As soon as this thought arose, he suppressed it. No, you can't rely on the system for everything. You have to lay a solid foundation on your own. Seeing Lu Yang keeping his head down and silent, Lu Mingyue thought that he was hit hard, and felt a little bit reluctant. She took a deep breath, suppressed the irritation in her heart, and changed her approach. Forget it seems that just watching is useless. She started her personal terminal and called up the virtual reality VR recording function. I'll record a very detailed instructional video for you.
Every detail of force application and every muscle connection will be annotated with data.
When you go back, connect the VR device and follow along.
Okay. Lu Yang nodded immediately.
This method is good, and it is simply good news for a theorist like him. Lu Mingyue spoke softly while recording.
Do you know the origin of this universal boxing technique? Its creator is the god of war, Shenche. Lu Yang's heart moved.
He was one of the first pioneers of our Orion 0112 galaxy.
Lu Yang knew very well the weight of these 5 words.
In the history of the Federation, every numbered galaxy represents a history of expansion with blood and fire.
Those strong people who lead mankind into unknown star regions and establish colonies are honored as pioneers.
The value of the first generation of pioneers is even more different. They are the first group of war god level figures who stepped forward to lead humanity out of the cradle and toward the sea of stars when human civilization was facing destruction after the Rhea galaxy exploded. They are myths, legends, and living historical monuments. In the official historical records of the Federation, every first generation pioneer was given a supreme title:
Genesis spokesperson.
The spokesperson of the founding generation is in existence whose status in the federal system is second only to His Majesty the Emperor. Seeing the longing finally revealed in Lu Yang's eyes, Lu Mingyue's expression eased slightly. If you have the chance in the future, you can go to the Federation Martial Arts database and watch the official recording of the original video of War God Shenche practicing boxing. It contains the true meaning of his martial arts.
If you can comprehend it, it will be enough to benefit you for a lifetime. She added. The current top student in the 4th grade of Interstellar Warrior University, the monster who was said to be invincible among his peers, is said to have gained enlightenment overnight during his freshman year while watching the God of War video. Changing the subject, her gaze fell on Lu Yang again. However, judging by your performance just now, the path to enlightenment may not be for you. Lu Mingyue looked at Lu Yang, who calmly accepted the criticism and even reflected on it, and the nameless anger in her heart inexplicably dissipated. She finally sighed. Never mind, maybe I expected too much from you. Her cold voice sounded again. Comprehension is inherently illusory. Don't be discouraged. A towering building starts from the ground. Starting from the most basic moves, it may not be impossible. Lu Mingyue paused, and there was a hint of seriousness in her eyes. Remember, those so-called crash courses online that promise 3-day entry and 7-day mastery are all scams. There are no shortcuts in martial arts, so don't waste your money on them. Lu Yang's heart moved slightly, he nodded solemnly and bowed. Thank you for the guidance, master. Without stopping for long, he turned and left the training room. Walking in the corridor back to the dormitory, the quantum lamp cast a cold light, stretching his shadow very long. Lu Yang's expression was calm, but his mind was rapidly reviewing the situation. 1 hour of private lessons, 10,000 federal points. I got scolded and was described as being unable to even reach the door. Did you lose money? No. The corners of Lu Yang's mouth curled up slightly. Not only did he get the most detailed VR teaching video, but more importantly, he bought intelligence. The God of War Shinche, the first-generation pioneer, the spokesperson of the founding generation, the origin of the Universal Fist, the original image of the Federal Martial Arts Database, the legend of the first person in the senior year of Xingwu University to attain enlightenment overnight. This information is far more valuable than simple boxing instructions. This is the invisible gap between top universities and ordinary universities. The dormitory door opens. Bai Ji was sitting at the dining table, her chin resting on her hands, as if she had been waiting for a long time. Seeing Lu Yang coming back, she immediately stood up with a hint of concern in her eyes. How was the training? Did Instructor Lu give you any trouble? It's not that I'm in trouble, but I was hit hard. Lu Yang hung up his coat with a smile, sat down opposite her, and repeated everything that happened in the training room. Bai Ji opened her mouth slightly when she heard this, her face full of shock. Universal fist technique and universal body technique? We teach them in university as well, they're required courses. Coco, no teacher has ever mentioned the war god Shinche, let alone watched the original footage. There was a hint of loss and confusion in her voice. The teacher just said that this is a basic bodybuilding technique promoted by the Federation. We should follow the light and shadow video and imitate the movements. Just meet the standard. Lu Yang was silent. That's the gap. The private martial arts university that Bai Ji attends has high tuition fees but a diverse student body. Most students have average talent, and it is a blessing for them to become quasi-warriors after graduation. Naturally, the teachers were too lazy to bother and just read out the lessons rotely and did things perfunctorily. The Interstellar Warrior University is home to the most talented people in the Federation. What the teachers teach is the true essence that leads to the pinnacle of martial arts. 2 days later. In the training room of the dormitory, Lu Yang had his eyes closed, a silver-white VR sensing helmet on his head, and his muscles were tense. Sweat had already soaked through his training uniform and slid down his smooth muscle lines. In the VR device, Lu Mingyue's perfect figure is practicing the universal boxing over and over again. Every force point and the connection of every muscle fiber are clearly marked by the data stream. Lu Yang was imitating, learning and memorizing frantically. For a full 48 hours, apart from the necessary physiological needs, he almost welded himself to death here. The fatigue of the brain, the soreness of the muscles, and the mental tension almost overwhelmed him. Just when he felt that he was about to reach his limit, a cold mechanical prompt sound suddenly rang in his mind. It is detected that the host has mastered the universal fist technique through his own efforts. Universal boxing beginner. It has been detected that the host has mastered the universal body technique through his own efforts. Universal body technique introduction. Done. Lu Yang suddenly took off his helmet, and the world was spinning before his eyes. He forced himself to hold on and staggered out of the training room, almost falling onto the soft big bed, and fell into a deep sleep instantly. In a daze, he felt a pair of gentle hands gently covering him with a blanket.
Baiji sat on the edge of the bed, looking at Lu Yang's handsome sleeping face in the starlight outside the window, her eyes full of heartache. She gently stroked her slightly bulging belly and murmured in an almost inaudible voice. "Baby, do you see that? Your father is a truly great man. You should be like him in the future." Chapter 67. Is this a genius? The next morning, Lu Yang opened his eyes and felt refreshed. The fatigue of 48 hours was swept away. Without any hesitation, he immediately communicated with the system. System, unlock the training permissions for the Universal Fist Technique and the Universal Body Technique. Authorization Point 2. Universal Boxing Basic Skills has been unlocked. Universal Body Skills Basic Skills has been unlocked. Lu Yang immediately called up his personal panel. Host, Lu Yang. Gene Development Degree, 14%. Kung Fu, Hunyuan Kung Fu Level 50500, Universal Fist Level 1010, Universal Body Movement Level 1010. Offspring, 5. Permission Points, 3. It only takes 10 proficiency points to upgrade from Level 1 to Level 2? Lu Yang was ecstatic. Sure enough, the difficulty of practicing the basic exercises and the Hunyuan Gongfa is completely on a different level. He immediately got out of bed and started preparing for battle in the living room. He just relied on his body's instinct to practice punches and kicks. As the system's permissions were unlocked, this set of boxing techniques seemed to have become his instinct. When Baiji walked out of the kitchen with breakfast, she saw a scene that stunned her. Lu Yang's movements were still a little awkward, but there was a sense of charm in each move. With every punch he threw, the power clearly rose from his feet. Through the twisting of the waist and abdomen, it finally bursts out from the tip of the fist. This is definitely a sign of getting started. An hour later, the level of universal boxing has been upgraded to level 2. Lu Yang only felt a warm current surging from his dantian and flowing through his limbs and bones. The body's coordination and control of strength have been slightly improved. He continued to practice without stopping. Baiji was completely frozen in place, and the plate in her hand almost slipped. She remembered that 2 months ago, Lu Yang was just an ordinary graduate with a genetic development level of less than 5%. In just 1 month, he transformed himself into a warrior with a genetic development rate of up to 13%. Now, after practicing randomly for an hour, he managed to master the basic boxing technique that was described by Master Xingwu as not even close to the basics? Is this genius? Comparing yourself with others will only make you angry. 6 hours later, when Lu Yang performed the last move, it seemed as if something in his body was broken. The level of universal boxing has been upgraded to level 4. Gene Development Degree, 14.2%. Lu Yang was extremely surprised, but what followed was a terrible feeling of hunger. "Baiji, I'm so hungry." Before he finished speaking, Baiji had already pushed a huge plate over with a smile. On it was a whole roasted nebula oryx that was sizzling with oil and filled with fragrance. Lu Yang pounced on him and swept away everything in his path. However, even after eating the entire nebula antelope weighing 100 kilograms, I was still hungry. He suddenly remembered something and took out a metal test tube from his storage bracelet. It was the high-concentration nutrient solution given by the butcher shop owner Xue Mingue. He unscrewed the lid, tilted his head back and drank it all in one gulp. A pure and huge energy exploded in his stomach, quickly replenishing the deficiency in his body. Baiji looked at him like this, feeling both distressed and proud. "I'll buy some more high-concentration nutrient solution from now on. Your training is too hard." Lu Yang shook his head, held her hand, and looked gentle. "No, that kind of thing is okay to use occasionally, but it's not as good as the food you cook." His eyes fell on her lower abdomen and the corners of his mouth turned up. "Just eat more. You and the children are my biggest sources of energy." The two smiled at each other and decided to go out to the butcher shop on the commercial street to do some big shopping. As soon as I walked out of the dormitory, the door next door creaked open. A fat man with a bloated figure and a face full of flesh walked out. His eyes swept over Baiji's curvy figure unscrupulously, and finally fell on Lu Yang. "Hey, you're good, kid. How many days has school started? Where did you find this beautiful maid? How did you bring her into the dormitory? Can you teach me?" "She is my wife, Baiji." The flesh on Zhang Feng's face trembled violently. "This is the 399th floor, the freshman dormitory area. Those who can live here are all federal citizens who have just turned 18, and are rookies who have just walked out of the ivory tower of basic education. At this age, the life trajectory of most people is either to fight hard to get into a martial arts university, or to accept federal assignments, get married, have children, and follow the routine.
But this guy in front of me actually brought his wife to school? This is no longer something that can be simply described as a winner in life.
Being able to complete the marriage matching before enrollment and bring the wife into the dormitory of Interstellar Warrior University openly, the power behind this is absolutely beyond the imagination of an ordinary family.
There is only one possibility.
The seemingly ordinary guy in front of me is the heir of a hidden wealthy family, or the son of a powerful and influential person with connections and influence. His life is not bound by the established rules of the Federation at all.
In an instant, fine beads of cold sweat broke out on Zhang Feng's forehead.
He forced a chrysanthemum-like smile on his face and bowed repeatedly to Lu Yang.
Oh. It's my sister-in-law. The way you look at me, you deserve a beating. My name is Zhang Feng. What's your name, brother? It's fate that we meet here.
The change in attitude was so fast, even faster than turning the pages of a book, that Bai Ji, who was standing by, was stunned. Lu Yang understood it in his heart, but remained calm.
He guessed the other person's mental journey.
In this extremely inward-looking society, any special thing is enough to make people have endless associations.
Lu Yang.
He nodded lightly in response.
Lu Yang, what a nice name.
Zhang Feng said as he quickly raised his wrist, called up the Add Friend interface of his personal terminal, and handed it to Lu Yang with anticipation.
Brother Lu, can you add me as a friend?
In the future, if you need anything at school, just tell me. I, Zhang Feng, may not have any other skills, but I can still run errands and get some information.
Lu Yang took a look and nodded in agreement. We're heading to the commercial street.
That's perfect.
I want to go down too, come with me.
Zhang Feng enthusiastically stepped aside, made a gesture of invitation, and accompanied the two of them to the elevator.
While waiting for the elevator, Zhang Feng started talking completely. Brother Lu, sister-in-law, are you guys going to buy food?
Looking at Brother Lu's physique, his training must have consumed a lot of energy.
To be honest, my family is in the nutrient solution business.
We sell Harvest brand, a second-tier federal brand. You may not have heard of it, but the effects are absolutely solid. If you need anything in the future, just tell me and I'll give it to you at cost price.
I guarantee it'll be 30% cheaper than the market price.
At this moment, there was a ding sound, and the door of another room next door opened.
A girl wearing a black tight training uniform, with an upright posture and a cold face walked out. Her dark eyes swept over the three people, and when she saw Zhang Feng with a smile on his face, a trace of undisguised disgust flashed between her brows, and then her gaze fell on Lu Yang and Bai Ji. Without saying a word, she walked straight to the elevator and pressed the button. The elevator door opened and she walked in without looking back. From beginning to end, she never even glanced at the three people. The elevator door slowly closed. Chapter 68. The most dazzling genius in our class. The smile on Zhang Feng's face froze for a moment. The second elevator arrived soon and the three of them walked in. The elevator went down smoothly.
Zhang Feng lowered his voice and complained to Lu Yang.
Brother Lu, did you see that? That woman's name is Mochiyu, a native of Ria City.
These locals are so arrogant, they think we, the people from other galaxies, are just country bumpkins.
They're so arrogant. Lu Yang listened quietly without responding.
It seems that even the top universities in the Federation cannot escape this chain of contempt of regional discrimination. When the elevator arrived at the first floor lobby, Zhang Feng was still as enthusiastic as ever and said goodbye to the two with a smile on his face.
Brother Lu, sister-in-law, I won't disturb your world of two. Contact me anytime. Bai Ji didn't breathe a sigh of relief until Zhang Feng's fat figure disappeared around the corner. She pulled Lu Yang's sleeve in confusion. Why is he so enthusiastic all of a sudden?
Lu Yang smiled, took her hand, and walked towards the commercial street. I don't know either, he responded casually, but his heart was clear as a mirror.
Maybe he's the type of person who naturally enjoys making friends and expanding his network. Bai Ji nodded, not quite understanding. On the other side, Zhang Feng was leaning against the wall at the corner, racking his brains desperately. What are the big families with the surname Lu in the Federation?
He had heard of the heirs of those families, but had never heard of anyone named Lu Yang.
Could it be some more secretive and ancient family with military merits?
The more he thought about it, the more likely it seemed.
Just as Liu Yang expected, Xingfeng's family creed is to make friends with all kinds of people.
In his opinion, Liu Yang, a hidden talent, is definitely a potential stock, and he must hold on to him tightly before he can show his potential.
3 hours later,
Liu Yang and Bai Ji returned with a full load.
The storage bracelet was filled with processed mutant beef and nebula antelope meat.
The two of them returned to the dormitory building again, carrying some delicious ingredients that needed to be cooked immediately.
The elevator doors opened in front of them.
Just as they were about to step in, they found that there was already someone standing in the elevator. She was a tall girl wearing a light blue martial arts uniform, with neat short hair and delicate features like a painting, especially her eyes, which were as clear as water.
Su Qingying, a genius girl from the rocket class of Tianhaixing First Martial Arts Middle School.
The moment Liu Yang's eyes met hers, he felt an invisible sense of oppression coming towards him.
Bai Ji subconsciously leaned closer to Liu Yang.
She could clearly sense the genetic energy fluctuations in the other person's body that far exceeded her own.
Liu Yang's expression remained unchanged.
He gently put his arm around Bai Ji's waist, gave her a reassuring look, and then nodded politely to Su Qingying.
Su Qingying's gaze swept across the two of them without stopping for a moment.
Her eyes fell on the floor button pressed by Liu Yang.
399 floors.
A hint of contempt flashed in the depths of her eyes. The 399th floor, the lowest floor of the freshman dormitory, is allocated to those with the lowest genetic development progress and the worst potential. In her opinion, anyone who could live here was nothing more than trash.
Bite.
The elevator stopped at the 376th floor. Su Qingying stepped out, her tall figure showing no sign of hesitation.
From beginning to end, she never looked at the two people in the elevator again. As the elevator door slowly closed, the cold and oppressive feeling completely dissipated.
Bai Ji breathed a long sigh of relief.
Do you know her? Liu Yang's voice sounded in his ears.
It's more than just knowing each other. Bai Ji's tone was complicated.
She's Su Qingying, the most dazzling talent in our class in the entire Tianhai galaxy. The freak of Tianhai No. 1 middle school's rocket class.
It's said that during her graduation exam, her genetic development had already reached an astonishing 8.5%. She's a surefire candidate for becoming a full-fledged warrior.
No wonder.
Liu Yang understood clearly that the 8.5% progress in gene development was indeed a gap among his peers. She has the capital to be proud. But he was keenly aware of the bitterness in Bai Ji's tone.
He turned around and faced Bai Ji. The smooth metal wall of the elevator car reflected the figures of the two.
No matter how powerful she is, it has nothing to do with you.
That's what I said, but...
Before Bai Ji finished speaking, Liu Yang's face came closer.
Warm lips pressed against hers.
Bai Ji's eyes widened instantly, and all her resentment and envy disappeared at this moment. The elevator reached the 399th floor and the door opened. Liu Yang let her go, looked at her pretty face which instantly turned red, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth.
Bai Ji finally came to her senses, feeling both embarrassed and annoyed. What are you doing? We're outside. Aren't we going home now? Liu Yang took her hand and walked out of the elevator.
Back in the dormitory, the warm atmosphere of home diluted all the previous unpleasantness. Bai Ji tied an apron and got busy in the open kitchen, processing the expensive exotic animal meat. She was skilled with the knife and was obviously used to cooking these high-energy ingredients.
Liu Yang entered the training room again.
He sat cross-legged, closed his eyes, and immersed his mind into his body, visualizing the trajectory of the universal fist technique and universal body technique over and over again. However, no matter how he deduced, he always felt that there was a layer of unbreakable window paper between them.
I can't realize the truth.
Liu Yang opened his eyes and frowned slightly.
He guessed that the problem might lie in the proficiency of basic skills.
The universal boxing technique has been perfected, but the universal body technique is still a little short of perfection.
Then keep practicing. Without any hesitation, Liu Yang once again immersed himself in the practice of universal body technique. An hour later, I felt a sharp pang of hunger in my stomach.
At the same time, a sense of enlightenment came to my mind.
He stood up, took a step, and in an instant appeared at the other end of the training room. My body movements have improved again. As I walked out of the training room, the rich aroma of meat hit my nose.
On the dining table, Bai Ji had already prepared a sumptuous dinner, and the high-energy suspended mutant beef was sizzling.
After finishing his dinner in no time, Liu Yang plunged into the training room again.
This time, he felt his body become lighter and more coordinated than ever before. Every movement, every dodge, carries with it a natural charm. In the living room, Baiji, who was browsing the martial arts forum on her personal terminal, inadvertently glanced at the training room.
Just one glance, and she couldn't look away. She saw Lu Yang's figure moving around in the small training room.
That is no longer a simple exercise, but a martial arts performance that is close to art. Baiji's heart was greatly shocked. Lu Yang's progress was beyond her understanding. A strong sense of urgency surged in her heart. Baiji turned off the terminal, took a deep breath, and walked into another empty training room. She must seize every minute and every second to improve her gene development progress as quickly as possible.
Chapter 69. My goal is to spread my bloodline throughout the galaxy. 6 days later.
In the training room, Lu Yang suddenly opened his eyes, and a gleam of light flashed across his eyes.
Ding!
The universal fist has been cultivated to the state of great perfection.
Ding!
The universal body technique has been cultivated to the state of great perfection.
2 crisp system prompt sounds rang in my mind one after another.
Lu Yang immediately called up his personal panel.
Host, Lu Yang. Gene development progress, 16.6%. Bond wife, Baiji gene development progress 9%. Offspring, 1.
Kung Fu, universal fist, great perfection, universal body method, great perfection.
Martial arts enlightenment? Not yet initiated. The progress of genetic development has skyrocketed to 16.6%.
But this is not the biggest gain. When the 2 basic skills reached perfection at the same time, Lu Yang felt as if a new door had been opened in his spiritual world. He clicked on the teaching video of God of War Shen-Che again. This time, the content of the video was completely different in his eyes. It was no longer just simple movements and techniques, he could see the trajectory of the genetic energy surging in the body of the God of War Shen-Che every time he exerted force. You can feel the ultimate truth of heaven and earth contained in every punch and kick.
Lu Yang's consciousness was instantly pulled into a mysterious realm.
His spirit floated in the endless void, and the majestic figure of the God of War Shen-Che was practicing martial arts in this void.
1 punch is like a landslide or a tsunami. 1 kick is like the falling of stars.
Lu Yang felt that his spiritual will was being madly tempered, cleansed, and sublimated by an invisible force. 10 minutes later, when he came to his senses, he felt that the whole world had become extremely clear and his mind was clearer than ever before. He looked at his panel again and found a new item at the bottom.
Martial arts enlightenment? Not yet initiated. Is this what teacher Lu Mingyue said, the beginning of comprehending the power of the God of War's martial arts? Lu Yang frowned. In that case, he quickly pulled up teacher Lu Mingyue's teaching video, wanting to test the extent of his current understanding. Video playback.
In the picture, Lu Mingyue moved and threw a simple straight punch.
It's this punch.
In Lu Yang's eyes in the past, this punch was fast, accurate, and fierce, nothing more. But now, in his vision, the linkage of every muscle group in Lu Mingyue's body was presented in his mind in an extremely clear and intuitive way. Lu Yang felt like something exploded in his mind.
A full hour passed.
When Lu Yang opened his eyes again, his face was as pale as paper, but his dark eyes were surprisingly bright. He called up his personal panel without hesitation, and a row of new data came into view clearly.
Martial arts enlightenment, nirvana not yet entered. Nya Yang.
Lu Yang chewed on these 2 words in a low voice.
He guessed correctly, this should be the name of teacher Lu Mingyue's own martial arts will.
And he, just by watching a teaching video, successfully stole the original seed of this will. Although he has not yet entered the door, a road to heaven has already paved before him. Teacher Lu Mingyue is only the king of martial arts, but what about the martial emperor, and even the legendary God of War Shen-Che who are above her?
How terrifying is their martial arts will? If I could understand them one by one. Lu Yang's heart began to beat violently, uncontrollably. This is the real amazing thing about the system of having many children and many blessings. What it gives you is not only a leap in genetic progress, but also an unparalleled shortcut to spy on, comprehend, and even plunder the peak martial arts insights of others. However, after the ecstasy, a realistic problem emerged. The authority points have been exhausted. Whether it is watching the teaching videos of these top masters or the more advanced skills that may be needed in the future, permission points are required to redeem them. I have to go to the Fertility Management Center again.
Lu Yang stood up from the training mat. Walking out of the practice room, Bai Ji was curled up on the sofa in the living room, with a slightly bulging belly. She was concentrating on reading the parenting information on her personal terminal, her face filled with a gentle glow that Lu Yang had never seen before.
I need to go out for a while. Lu Yang's voice was a little hoarse.
Bai Ji looked up when she heard the voice and saw his pale face.
She quickly stood up and supported him. What's wrong? Overtraining? It's okay, it's just a bit exhausting.
Lu Yang shook his head and held her hand to steady herself.
I have to go to the fertility management center again. Bai Ji's cheeks are red.
She glared at Lu Yang in reproach, her voice as thin as a mosquito. Honey, I'm already over 3 months pregnant and the fetus is very stable.
We don't need to make that trip again.
Lu Yang was stunned for a moment, then he understood and a warm feeling surged in his heart. He reached out and gently stroked Bai Ji's lower abdomen, his tone helpless but gentle.
I'm afraid of hurting the child.
This simple sentence silenced Bai Ji instantly, with her eyes slightly red. Seeing her moved expression, Lu Yang sighed in his heart. He knew that some things could not be hidden after all. Rather than letting her have wild thoughts in the future, it's better to be honest now.
Bai Ji, I won't hide it from you. My goal is to spread my bloodline throughout the entire galaxy.
Bai Ji stared at him blankly, her beautiful eyes filled with astonishment and confusion.
But then, a complicated look emerged.
She remembered that when they first met at the Matchmaker Club, the man in front of her proposed his life plan in an almost paranoid and calm tone.
16 children. Turns out, it wasn't a joke.
After a long time, Bai Ji sighed softly, and all her emotions turned into a helpless compromise. She broke free from Lu Yang's hand, walked silently to the entrance, and got his coat for him.
Go ahead and come back soon.
Lu Yang looked at her deeply, took the coat, put it on, turned around and walked out. As the door was gently closed, Bai Ji stood alone in the empty living room, and suddenly an indescribable confusion surged in her heart.
Let his bloodline spread throughout the entire galaxy. How many children would that require?
Even if he gave birth to children continuously, it would probably not be enough to satisfy his crazy ambition.
A thought popped up in her mind without any warning. Should I let him find another one?
In order to encourage strong men to reproduce, the current laws of the Interstellar Federation allow formal warriors whose genetic development progress reaches 7% to legally marry multiple partners.
Although Lu Yang is not yet a genius, he is an absolute genius.
A man like him is destined not to belong to just one woman in the future.
Instead of passively waiting for that day, why not?
Bai Ji was confused.
Forget it, let us cook first.
No matter what he does outside, as long as he can have a hot meal when he comes home, it's fine. At the same time, in the Orion 0112 galaxy, the first fertility management center of Tianhexing, Lu Yang was about to leave when a female staff member in a white uniform and with a capable temperament blocked his way.
Mr. Lu Yang, please stay.
Lu Yang stopped and looked at her calmly. The staff member had a professional smile on his face, holding an exquisite electronic invitation in his hand and bowing slightly. Your gene sequence rating is extremely high, making you one of our center's most distinguished S-level contributors. On behalf of the center's board of directors, I formally invite you to attend the Light of Life Fertility Charity Gala to be held on the top floor of Sky City in 3 days.
Chapter 70. Let my genes spread across the galaxy. There was no fluctuation in Lu Yang's eyes. Charity gala? Not interested. The donation process is complete, and I should go home.
For him, every second spent in such social occasions filled with hypocrisy and courtesy is a waste of life. Mr. Lu Yang, please understand that this is not an ordinary party. The female staff member was not discouraged by his coldness and still had an impeccable smile on her face. As a prospective warrior with 2 donation records and an S-level genetic rating, you have automatically obtained the qualification to participate in the internal stage. She leaned forward slightly.
The so-called internal session is actually a small-scale matching meeting in auction.
At that time, some families or individuals in the Federation who are eager to optimize their bloodlines will seek targeted matches with S-level gene contributors like you. Of course, all of this is done on the premise of mutual consent and absolute confidentiality.
Lu Yang raised his eyebrows slightly, but still did not speak.
The staff keenly noticed his slight change and continued to increase the bet. In addition, the finale of the evening party will feature the auction of several rare and insignificant martial arts techniques that are hard to find on the market, including incomplete notes on the enlightenment of a war god. These things have no appeal to Lu Yang, who owns the system. His gaze had already been firmly captured by the first half of the sentence.
Optimized bloodline, targeted matching. Isn't this the perfect springboard for his grand plan? Let my genes spread across the galaxy. Relying on the wide-ranging model of fertility management centers is ultimately too inefficient and full of uncertainty. But if we can directly cooperate with those families that are spread across the galaxy and have powerful resources, the efficiency will be a world of difference. His breathing suddenly quickened. A crazy and clear blueprint quickly formed in my mind. Can I bring anyone else to the dinner party? In order to ensure the absolute privacy of all VIPs, in principle only the legal family members of the invitees are allowed to accompany them. The staff's answer was flawless. Bai Ji's face appeared in Liu Yang's mind. He nodded, said no more, turned and walked towards the door. Walking out of the grand gate of the Fertility Management Center, the gentle artificial sunlight sprinkled on his body, and Liu Yang's personal terminal vibrated slightly. He raised his wrist, and a virtual light screen unfolded before his eyes. New gene contribution record detected, rating, yes. Reward, authority points +2. Liu Yang's heart skipped a beat. He took a deep breath and forced himself to suppress the ecstasy in his heart. A little authority can unlock Nyan's cultivation. That little bit left. He got into the unmanned hovercraft he had come in. The starry sky and sea outside the car window were as prosperous as a dream, and countless aircraft formed a river of glittering light. His entire mind was completely immersed in the sea of spiritual consciousness, replaying Lu Mingyue's teaching video over and over again. When I got home, the aroma of food hit me. Are you back? Bai Ji, wearing an apron, poked her head out of the kitchen. Liu Yang hummed, quickly finished 2 large bowls of rice, replenishing the huge amount of energy consumed during his enlightenment, and then plunged into the training room. He must sit cross-legged. Liu Yang closed his eyes. In his spiritual world, the image of Lu Mingyue's punch was infinitely slowed down. He tried to imitate that will and condensed his mental power into a cluster of flames. Puff! On the first attempt, the mental power had just been condensed and formed when it was instantly extinguished like a candle in the wind. Fail. Come again. Puff. Another collapse. Failure, failure again. Every failure is accompanied by a sharp mental pain. An hour later, Liu Yang's face had turned pale and cold sweat soaked his back. But the light in his eyes became brighter and brighter. He finally understood. Flame is not created out of thin air. The essence of fire is burning. It's destruction. It is the ultimate sublimation of transforming a form of matter into light and heat. Nirvana means silence and rebirth. And fire is for burning and for destruction. When destruction reaches its extreme, it is rebirth. Liu Yang's spiritual world suddenly exploded the moment he realized this truth. He threw a punch, perfectly synchronized with his movements in the spiritual world. This punch was ordinary, but it carried a hint of burning heat. At the same time, the data on his personal panel was jumping wildly. Martial arts enlightenment, Nirvana fire cultivation privileges not unlocked. Now is the time. Use a little authority to unlock the Nirvana will. Liu Yang roared in his heart. Authorization point 1. Unlocking successfully. Martial arts enlightenment, Nirvana fire level 1, cultivation progress 0-1000. A training progress bar of 1000 points is clearly displayed below the skill bar. But this is not the end. A burst of energy suddenly gushed out from the deepest gene chain in his body. This force washed over his limbs and bones, tempering every inch of his muscles, bones, and flesh. Gene development progress, 17.6%. A full 1%. The unlocking of enlightenment caused his gene development progress to soar by a full percentage point. Liu Yang instantly figured out the key. Ordinary practice is just the accumulation of quantity. The enlightenment of martial arts is from nothing to something, and it is a leap in the level of life. It is a touch of the laws of the universe. The improvement brought about by this qualitative change is far beyond the reach of hard work. Liu Yang! What's wrong with you? The door of the training room was pushed open, and Bai Ji couldn't help but exclaimed when she saw his flushed face. Liu Yang pulled her into his arms and hugged her tightly. I succeeded. Bai Ji, I seem to have touched the true threshold of martial arts. He didn't explain much, but the joy that came from the depths of his soul was clearly conveyed to Bai Ji. Bai Ji was stunned at first, but then she was infected by his emotions. She patted his back gently, and a smile appeared in the corners of her eyes and eyebrows.
The two of them cuddled together for a while before Baiji broke free from his arms, clenched her fists, and her eyes sparkled.
No, I have to go practice too. I can't let you leave me too far behind. Lu Yang burst out laughing.
After Baiji also entered the state of cultivation, Lu Yang sat down again, and a new question came to his mind.
How should I practice this 0-1000 progress bar? You can't always rely on epiphany, right?
He tried to practice the universal boxing and universal body movement mental methods as usual. The genetic energy in the body flows slowly and runs through the meridians along a specific trajectory.
1 week, another week.
Just as he was practicing with full concentration, he suddenly caught a glimpse from the corner of his eye that the progress bar on his personal panel, which had been still, moved very slightly. Nirvana Fire Training Progress +1.
Martial Arts Enlightenment, Nirvana Fire Level 1, Cultivation Progress 1-1000. Lu Yang's movements came to an abrupt halt. He was just practicing the most basic skills.
The progress of this enlightenment practice is actually improved passively.
Lu Yang's heart was beating wildly.
This means that from today on, his cultivation efficiency is suddenly one dimension higher than others.
Chapter 71 600,000. Relieve his urgent need.
Lu Yang suppressed his turbulent emotions and his eyes were firm. Before school starts, you must practice 8 brocades to the state of great perfection. By then, the 3 basic skills will be integrated and the foundation will be so solid that there will probably be no other one like him in the entire federation. As for after school starts, the priceless advanced martial arts Dragon and Tiger Fight must be obtained.
Lu Yang made up his mind and immediately began a new round of cultivation. Genetic energy flows slowly in the body according to the obscure route of 8 brocades.
Why are you still practicing this? Baiji looked at his struggling appearance and frowned slightly. One can feel that Lu Yang's aura is much stronger than before, but the skills he practices are still the basic stuff that is common in the streets. The level of your technique is too low, which will slow down your progress.
Don't worry about the money. I'll find a solution.
Lu Yang slowly finished his training, opened his eyes, and his vision was clear.
He took Baiji's hand and asked her to sit next to him.
A towering building rises from the ground, but without a solid foundation, it is nothing but a castle in the air.
I have my own plans. Don't worry, I won't be left behind.
When you reach a bottleneck in your cultivation, I'll help you. Baiji's heart trembled suddenly. A warm current flowed through my body from my clasped hands. He is always like this. He is the one who needs help, but he always keeps her affairs in mind. This man, who is 10 years younger than her, always gives her a sense of security that she can rely on. She held Lu Yang's hand tightly with her backhand, nodded heavily, and her eyes felt a little hot. By the way, I have to go out the day after tomorrow. Lu Yang looked casual as if he remembered something.
An official fertility charity gala.
The emotion on Baiji's face froze instantly, and then turned into a look of helpless laughter and anger.
She stretched out her finger and gently poked Lu Yang's chest. Got it, Mr. Lu. Where are you going to spread your excellent S-level genes again?
2 days later, Tianhaixing, the central urban area of Ria City. Skyscrapers thousands of meters high pierce the clouds, and countless hovercrafts shuttle between the buildings. The unmanned hovercraft that Lu Yan was riding in slowly stopped in front of a relatively low building. The building is only 300 meters high and is made entirely of an unknown pure white jade, appearing low-key yet luxurious.
The Light of Life Foundation headquarters.
Lu Yang straightened his collar and walked in. The security check at the door was extremely strict.
After confirming Lu Yang's electronic invitation letter, 2 warriors whose genetic development progress was at least 20% stepped aside. At the party, there were elegantly dressed people in clinking glasses. Everyone present, regardless of gender, had an extraordinary temperament. Their aura may be as restrained as the deep sea. Obviously, those who received the invitation were either rich or noble, and their family backgrounds were not simple. Lu Yang did not join in the fun. He took a glass of juice and sat down on the sofa in the corner. After a while, the melodious music faded away and a well-dressed host walked onto the stage. Welcome all distinguished guests to tonight's Light of Life Charity Gala. We do not engage in hypocritical devotion, we only engage in the oldest and most efficient transaction, exchanging wealth for the continuation and sublimation of our bloodline. The simple and direct opening remarks immediately quieted the room. Next, please welcome the first person in need, Mr. Gu Changfeng, the head of the Gu family from Tianfeng Star. A middle-aged man with an elegant face walked onto the stage, with a hint of worry in his eyes.
Everyone, my Gu family's ancestors once produced powerful generals, but unfortunately, the martial arts tradition has been broken for 3 generations in my generation. My Gu family is willing to pay 600,000 federal coins to seek a quasi-warrior gene with a genetic potential rating higher than 13%. We don't need a marriage alliance, and we don't need any additional conditions. We just want the talented descendants of the Gu family to once again carry on the glory of our ancestors. 600,000. There was a slight commotion in the audience, but it quickly died down. For most people present, this price was not outrageous, but 13% of genetic potential was not cheap either. But Liu Yang's eyes suddenly lit up. 600,000. To help him out of his immediate crisis. This amount of money is enough to reduce most of Baiji's debt pressure. Soon after, many representatives from smaller families came to the stage. Most of them were in similar situations to the Gu family. Their ancestors had once been glorious, but now they were facing the crisis of bloodline extinction. The prices they offer vary, but without exception, they all have clear requirements for genetic potential.
Without any hesitation, Liu Yang entered his information into the list of all families that met his psychological expectations through his personal terminal. Cast a wide net and catch more fish. It just so happens that a large part of the system's task indicators can be completed at the same time. At this moment, a familiar yet unfamiliar figure attracted Liu Yang's attention. It was a tall woman, wearing a well-cut silver-white professional suit that perfectly outlined her exquisite curves. She had delicate light makeup on her face, but there was an innate arrogance in the corners of her eyes and eyebrows. Liu Yang recognized her. Mo Chiyu. A local rich girl whom I met once downstairs of the Interstellar University dormitory. She walked up to the stage gracefully, took the microphone, and her clear and cold voice echoed throughout the entire venue. Hello everyone, I'm Mo Chiyu, the representative of Crescent Technology Biological Group. Our group. Mo Chiyu, who was speaking eloquently on the stage, glanced at the entire audience inadvertently. Suddenly, her gaze paused on Liu Yang in the corner, and her brows frowned slightly. Is it him? An undisguised contempt arose from the bottom of Mo Chiyu's heart. Is it possible for a country bumpkin like him to enter a place like this? Do you want to climb up the social ladder and break into the upper class just by relying on a little genetic talent? That's ridiculous. As a top insider born and raised in Ria City, what Mo Chiyu despises most is potential stocks like Liu Yang who have nothing. Mo Chiyu's eyes swept over Liu Yang, and he adjusted the microphone, and the sound was transmitted throughout the hall through the loudspeaker equipment. Our Crescent Technology Biogroup's appeal is simple and pure. We need to exchange excellent genetic samples with a genetic development potential of over 14%. As soon as these words were spoken, there was an uproar in the venue. 14% potential, this is almost the level of a talented student in a top private martial arts university, and is even higher than the 13% requirement of the Gu family just now. However, Mo Chiyu's next words instantly froze the boiling atmosphere. At the same time, we solemnly promise that all genetic samples will only be used for life science research within the group and will never be used to create any living organisms. Every contract will be certified by the Federal Supreme Notary Office to ensure that there will be no potential legal and ethical disputes for the donor. More than half of the warriors in the hall had undisguised desire in their eyes. For these arrogant martial arts masters, the purity and inheritance of bloodline are of vital importance. Many people cannot accept the idea of giving their genes to a strange family and giving birth to a child who is stranded outside. That might not only taint the bloodline, but also cause endless disputes over inheritance rights in the future. But the conditions of the Crescent Group perfectly circumvent all of this. Chapter 72. Are you interested in marrying into my Gu family? Only research, no childbearing? That's too good of a condition. Yeah. You get a huge sum of money, and you don't have to worry about a bunch of bastards out there trying to steal your property. It's like pie in the sky. Listening to the suppressed discussions around him, the light in Liu Yang's eyes went out. To him, the deal meant nothing. No offspring, no reward. Unable to expand his family, no matter how much federal currency he has, it is just ordinary money and cannot be converted into the strength to make a living. His goal is to spread his bloodline throughout the galaxy. Mo Chiyu's proposal was fundamentally contrary to his ideal. Liu Yang picked up the juice, took a sip, shifted his gaze away from the arrogant woman, and began searching the venue again. To him, Mo Chiyu and her Crescent Group had lost their qualifications as targets. At this moment, as Mo Chiyu walked off the stage, the atmosphere of the dinner party was completely ignited. A host in a dark gold dress walked onto the stage. Everyone, let's welcome the first auction item of the evening.
As soon as he finished speaking, a three-dimensional holographic image unfolded in mid-air on the large screen behind him. He was an old man with a stern face, holding a simple-shaped sword in his hand, and exuding a domineering aura that looked down on the world. A video of the blue blade technique practiced by the Gu family founder, the former general-level warrior, Gu Tianzhou, himself recording his unique skills. It contains Master Gu Tianzhou's lifelong understanding of swordsmanship, and may even contain a hint of the opportunity that led to his enlightenment.
Starting price, 20,000 Federation coins. Lu Yang almost spit out the juice in his mouth. Are you kidding me? Can something as profound as the true meaning of martial arts be understood by just watching a video?
If that were true, the Federation would have been riddled with generals long ago. This thing may have a chance of being applied to other similar situations for true geniuses, but for most people, its value is probably not as good as a book on basic skills. However, the reaction on the scene exceeded his expectations.
25,000. 30,000.
Almost at the moment the host finished his quotation, the sound of bidding one after another echoed throughout the venue. In just 2 minutes, the price was driven up to 40,000 by enthusiastic bidders.
Beside Lu Yang, 2 warriors with calm auras were also talking in low voices. Are you crazy?
Although this copy of Blue Blade technique is precious, it can only be sold for 200,000 federal coins on the black market at best.
I didn't expect Patriarch Gu to be so willing to part with it and actually put it up for auction.
The other person snorted in disdain.
Oh, what's there to be reluctant about? The Gu family's bloodline has been cut off, and there's no one to carry on the legacy.
This video will just get covered in dust if it's left in their hands, and no one will understand its essence.
Why not give it away as a favor and earn some reputation?
At this moment, a steady voice drowned out the entire audience.
500,000.
Lu Yan looked in the direction of the sound and saw a middle-aged man wearing the Gu family's uniform, holding the terminal in his hand with an expressionless face.
I see. Lu Yang understood instantly. This is simply a self-directed drama. The Gu family never thought about selling the ancestral inheritance.
They were just using this method to announce it to the upper class of Tian High Star.
The ancestors of the Gu family were once rich. Sure enough, the price of 500,000 became a swan song, and no one matched the price anymore.
The training video of the Tsang Lan sword technique naturally flowed back into the hands of the Gu family.
The next few lots were mostly similar, more gimmicky than practical. Until the end, the host introduced the finale. Level 2 technique, Xuanzang technique. Temper your genetic energy and stabilize your spiritual will. Auction period, 96 hours. Everyone is free to bid online. Level 2 Kung Fu. Lu Yang's pupils shrank slightly.
That's what's really valuable about tonight. Once his 8 brocade tempering is complete, he will need a higher level technique to connect with it.
Dragon and tiger fight is an option, but this Xuanzang Kung Fu may be a backup.
He silently memorized the name of the technique and prepared to go back and study it carefully. As the auction was drawing to a close, people began to prepare to leave in 2s and 3s amidst the clinking of glasses. Lu Yang also stood up, intending to end the hunt tonight. At this moment, a staff member in a Foundation uniform quickly walked up to him and bowed respectfully.
Hello, Mr. Lu Yang.
Lu Yang paused and looked at him calmly. The staff had professional smiles on their faces. The back-end system has just completed the statistics. The 13 families you previously registered through the terminal have all approved your genetic matching application.
All?
Even though Lu Yang was calm and composed, he couldn't help but raise his eyebrows slightly at this moment.
This is such a pleasant surprise. He thought it would be good if he could hit 3 or 5, but he didn't expect it to be a home run. This means that a huge sum of money is about to arrive. The staff looked at Lu Yang and confirmed again.
Yes, sir, all approved.
Would you like us to arrange a specific time, or?
Lu Yang interrupted the other party directly.
No need to arrange it. His eyes swept over Mo Chiyu, who was chatting and laughing with someone not far away. We can match it now.
Just when the staff was at a loss and was about to call their superiors.
My dear friend, please stay.
Lu Yan looked in the direction of the voice and saw a middle-aged man in dark formal attire and with an elegant face walking towards him.
Behind the man were 2 young women with very different temperaments. One had a cold and arrogant look and was tall. The other one's eyes moved with a bit of curiosity and scrutiny. The middle-aged man had a gentle smile on his face. My humble name is Gu Wenwu, the current head of the Gu family. Lu Yang's mind raced. Gu Wenwu went straight to the point. I just heard your decision. You're quite courageous, young man. However, a simple genetic transaction is too narrow-minded for families like yours and mine.
He turned sideways and presented his two daughters behind him to Lu Yang. These are my two daughters, Gu Yu and Gu Xing. My Gu family is in need of an heir who can support the future.
Young friend, are you interested in marrying into our Gu family? Gu Yu and Gu Xing's gazes now fell on Lu Yan without reservation.
There was no girlish shyness in their eyes, only the purest evaluation. He came from an ordinary family, but at the age of 18, he was able to push his genetic development potential to such a terrifying level. Once such a person is given resources, his future achievements will be limitless. This is simply the perfect match tailor-made for them. The two sisters exchanged glances, revealing a subtle hint of satisfaction.
Lu Yan was indeed stunned.
He had imagined countless ways of trading, but he had never thought of this shortcut that could make him successful overnight. Marrying into the Gu family means that he will instantly cross classes and gain resources and status that ordinary people cannot achieve in several lifetimes. But his way is to have many children and be blessed, and to spread his bloodline across the sea of stars.
Tied to a family? Thinking of this, he didn't want it.
Chapter 73. Each project, reward 600,000.
Ha ha ha.
Old Gu, your greed is truly too shameless. You're poaching people in front of so many people, without even asking if they're willing. Another bright and loud voice interrupted. I saw a slightly fat man with a ruddy face walking towards me with big strides, followed by several followers.
Master Wang Huilang, someone whispered. Wang Huilang pushed Gu Wenwu aside and patted Lu Yang's shoulder enthusiastically. Little brother, don't listen to that old fox. The Gu family is like a maze, with complicated relationships. If a genius like you goes in, you'll be eaten alive by them.
He changed the subject and smiled.
Come to our Wang family. I have only one daughter, Wang Ji, who is as beautiful as a flower and has a gentle personality. As long as you nod, you will be my, Wang Huilang's, sole heir, and the entire Wang family will be yours. Gu Wenwu's face darkened instantly, and his voice was so cold that ice chips could fall off. Wang Huilang.
Everything should be based on first come first served.
Wang Huilang refused to give in and sneered. First come, first served?
Marriage is a matter of mutual consent, and a wise bird chooses its tree to roost in.
How can your Gu family, with all its murky waters, be worthy of such a genius?
Looking at the two big shots in front of him who could cause a stir on Tianhai Star with just a stomp of their feet, but were now fighting for him like street vendors with red faces, Lu Yang felt at a loss whether to laugh or cry.
He cleared his throat, interrupting their quarrel. Two family heads. Thank you both for your kindness. But I'm already married. As soon as these words were spoken, the whole audience fell into silence. The anger on Gu Wenwu's face solidified, and the smile on Wang Huilang's face also froze.
The originally interested looks of the sisters Gu Yu and Gu Xing instantly turned cold and contemptuous.
A married man comes to this kind of occasion to seek genetic matching?
The nature of this has completely changed.
It was Wang Huilang who reacted quickly. He laughed and broke the deadlock.
Oh, I'm sorry for being so rude.
I didn't expect you to get married so young. You're truly a young talent. It doesn't matter if we get married. Even if the deal doesn't work out, we can still be friends, right? Come on, add me your contact information. If you need anything in Tianhai Star in the future, just look for Uncle Wang.
Lu Yang understood that the other party was just trying to settle for the second best and wanted to maintain the relationship first. Naturally, he had no reason to refuse, so he readily opened his personal terminal and exchanged contact information with Wang Huilang. Seeing this, Gu Wenwu, who was standing by, also put away his ugly expression and spoke lightly.
I, Gu Jia, also like to make friends with young talents. This is my personal number. If you need anything, you can contact me.
Lu Yang also agreed to all of them. The farce of recruiting a son-in-law ended here. The hustle and bustle of the party seemed to have nothing to do with him. He politely declined the subsequent people who tried to come up to him and talk to him. He walked through the crowd alone, left this world of fame and fortune, and got on an unmanned hovercraft to return to school.
The night is deep.
At the same time, in the VIP lounge of the Foundation headquarters, the atmosphere in the Gu family was terribly depressing.
Oh. Gu Wenwu sighed heavily and put the wine glass in his hand on the table. What a promising young talent. How could she be so careless and get married at such a young age?
She's really ruining her future by marrying too young.
Oh, Dad, do you really like him?
Gu Xing stood aside with his arms folded, a hint of undisguised disgust on his lips. A married man who still comes out to sell his essence is no different from a commodity.
No matter how talented he is, I wouldn't want a man like him even if he was given to me for free. That's right.
Guyu, the little daughter next to her, also screamed, her face full of disgust.
I thought he was some remarkable person, but it turns out he's just a gigolo who'll do anything for money. With someone like that, is he worthy of being admitted into our Gu family? It's a joke. You two idiots. Gu Wenwu was so angry that he was shaking all over. He pointed at his two daughters and almost couldn't breathe. Short-sighted. Womanly views. What do you know?
On the other side, in the corner of the Wang family, the atmosphere was equally subtle. Wang Huilang looked at his beloved daughter Wang Ji, who was poking at the pastry in front of her gloomily, and he also felt a headache.
What's wrong, my dear daughter? Who made you unhappy?
Wang Ji raised her head, her pretty face full of grievance and confusion.
Dad, has our Wang family really fallen to the point where we have to sacrifice my marriage to cling to a potential warrior?
Hearing this, the smile on Wang Huilong's face faded and turned into a long sigh.
Jier, you don't understand.
In this era, a family without a powerful leader is like a small boat in a storm, which may capsize at any time.
Dad is also exhausted.
In the night, a black luxury hover car was gliding silently over the city. Inside the car, the assistant was reporting the follow-up of the party to Mochiyu in the back seat.
Miss, that young man named Lu Yang is indeed very interesting. The Gu and Wang families almost came to blows in an attempt to recruit him as their son-in-law.
Mochiyu was resting with his eyes closed in the back seat. When he heard the name Lu Yang, he just let out a very light cold snort from his nose. He's just a speculator who puts a price on his bloodline and sells it everywhere. The assistant shut up tactfully. Mochiyu slowly opened his eyes and looked at the colorful lights flying past outside the window, his eyes full of cold contempt. A man who relies on such means to gain resources, no matter how talented he is limited to this level.
He is not worthy of entering Interstellar University.
Lu Yan pushed open the door and the aroma of food hit him. Bai Ji was sitting at the dining table, still wearing an apron, with her chin supported by her hands, seemingly in a daze.
There were 2 dishes and a soup on the table, and it was obvious that they had been waiting for a long time.
When she heard the door open, she woke up suddenly and looked up with a hint of concern in her eyes.
You're back? Did everything go well today?
Lu Yang took off his coat and hung it on the hanger by the door, his movements neither hurried nor slow. He walked to the dining table, sat down, picked up his chopsticks, and his face was as calm as always.
It's been a great reward.
I took on 13 projects. Bai Ji served him a bowl of soup, but was secretly thinking in her heart. A normal gene matching project only costs tens to hundreds of thousands of credit points.
13. Did he really find a way at that party? Each project is worth 600,000 yuan.
The spoon in Bai Ji's hand slipped without warning.
7,800,000. 850,000 was once a huge mountain weighing on her. But now. What on earth were you doing? Rob the Federal Bank?
Lu Yang put down his chopsticks, his expression still calm.
It was just an unexpected opportunity.
Don't worry, the source is absolutely legal. He didn't explain much and changed the subject. Also, I want to buy a set of skills called Xuanzang skills, which requires 1.1 million credits.
Chapter 74, 1 Cooperation, 3 Successes?
Bai Ji stared at him blankly, her mind still blank. Once upon a time, let alone 1 million, even 100,000 was a huge sum of money that required careful planning for her. But now, coming from the mouth of her husband who was 10 years younger than her, it sounded so nonchalant. She suddenly felt a little dazed. The Lu Yang in front of her seemed to be a completely different person from the young man who had just graduated a few days ago, was assigned to a farm, and still needed her to plan his future. She was silent for a moment before she found her voice. It's your money, make your own decision.
No need to ask me.
After saying that, she lowered her head, silently ate the rice in the bowl, and never spoke again.
Returning to his room, Lu Yan opened his personal terminal, retrieved Lu Mingyue's contact information, and sent a message. Instructor Lu, I'd like to schedule an appointment for the next tutoring session. After a moment, the terminal made a slight sound. Lu Mingyue's message popped up. So positive?
It seems our little genius has found his groove.
Lu Yang tapped his fingertips on the virtual keyboard, and his reply was concise and confident. I have some understanding, and I would like to ask for your guidance.
After the message was sent, there was silence on the other end for a long time. On the other side of the terminal, in the private lounge, Lu Mingyue looked at the message with a frown on her face.
Some understanding?
In her opinion, his talent was only above average, solid, but lacking in spirituality. According to her experience, it would take Lu Yang at least a month to barely feel the first ray of qi from the federal basic bodybuilding technique.
It's only been more than 10 days, and you've already gained some understanding? Is it because of the haste to achieve success that the illusion arises? Or is there really something she hasn't seen through?
Are you sure? She asked. I never do anything I'm not sure of.
Lu Yang's reply was still firm.
Lu Mingyue stared at the line of words, and the confusion in her eyes deepened. In the end, she replied with 2 words.
Can.
See you in training room A01 at 5 a.m. tomorrow morning. At the same time, in the A01 private training room, a high-intensity training session had just ended. Qin Xiaoxiao was covered in sweat and her chest was heaving violently.
Xiaoxiao, your comprehension is the best I've ever seen.
Lu Mingyue handed over a bottle of high-energy drink.
You've mastered 30 of the 72 power-generating nodes of the wind-chasing step in just 10 days.
This progress is enough to put all the self-proclaimed geniuses in the Federation to shame. Qin Xiaoxiao took the drink with a shy smile on her face, but the pride in her eyes could not be hidden.
It's all thanks to instructor Lu's good teaching. Lu Mingyue smiled with relief. This is true genius.
It is a pleasure in itself to guide students who can understand things at a glance and apply them to other situations. She suddenly remembered the message Lu Yang had just sent her, and the feeling of relief was instantly replaced by a hint of displeasure. One is a beautiful jade that can shine brightly if carved with care. The other one was like a stubborn stone, making her spend far more energy than usual but with little effect.
Now, this stone actually took the initiative to claim that it had gained some understanding? It's a joke.
Lu Mingyue's eyes gradually turned cold. Her time was too valuable to waste on hopeless people. If the young man named Lu Yang fails to make any decent progress to prove his understanding tomorrow, then this valuable private training agreement will come to an end.
The other side. An official notification popped up on the screen of Lu Yang's personal terminal.
Dear Lu Yang citizens, after preliminary screening and coordination, 12 projects have entered the pending coordination phase for the genetic matching application you submitted at the Tianhai City Charity Gala.
Please confirm your availability so that the center can make further arrangements.
There was no trace of emotion in the depths of Lu Yang's eyes.
Last night's investment will yield results today.
The efficiency of this world is chillingly high, but it is exactly what he wants.
His fingertips tapped across the virtual keyboard. Any time. The sooner the better. We have arranged it for you. Time, 10 a.m. Federal Standard Time the next day.
Location, Fertility Management Center, First College Campus. A specialist will be there to receive you.
Everything is finalized.
Lu Yang stood up and walked towards the open space in the center of the room. In his mind, the complicated meridian circulation diagram and energy guidance method of Chuanzang Gongfa slowly unfolded.
Tonight, I am destined to be sleepless. The next day.
At 9:50 in the morning, he appeared on time in front of the magnificent building of the Fertility Management Center of the First College District.
The people coming and going had solemn expressions and walked in a hurry. Mr. Lu Yang, is that so?
A staff member in a white uniform came over to greet us.
It's me. Please follow me. Your cooperation area is in the VIP exclusive floor. An hour later. Lu Yang walked out of the pure white coordination room with a normal expression.
Apart from a slightly pale face, there was nothing unusual. A series of mechanical prompt sounds exploded in his mind.
Ding.
Genetic data has been successfully matched, and the bound object has been conceived.
3 times in a row. Lu Yang paused slightly. 1 cooperation, 3 successes? The personal terminal vibrated and an encrypted message popped up. Sender, Gu Wenwu. My dear Lu Yang, I cannot thank you enough for your kindness. The hospital just sent me the news that the operation has been confirmed successful. My Gu family owes you a huge favor. Gu family. Lu Yang's mind immediately emerged the pair of sisters with similar temperaments and excellent looks at the party last night. I see.
Perhaps the Gu family's sisters and another person were matched at the same time.
The big family's style of doing things is indeed vigorous and resolute. He hadn't replied yet when another message arrived. It is a transfer notification from the Commonwealth Bank. Your account number received a transfer of 1,800,000.00 credit points. 1,800,000.
The growth of wealth is accompanied by the most primitive desires of the body.
An intense feeling of hunger instantly swept through my body. This is a signal of extreme energy deficiency.
He immediately realized that with the initial operation of the Xuanzang Gongfa and the development of his own genetic potential, which had exceeded 20.6% due to the successful genetic matching, relying solely on the energy provided by high-energy exotic beast meat was no longer enough.
It's time to use the nutrient solution.
The first person he thought of was Zhang Feng, who was extremely active in the class group. But on second thought, Lu Yang suppressed the urge to contact him directly. After all, his soul does not belong to this era of highly transparent information.
It is always a good idea to be more careful and explore more ways.
He turned a corner and headed down a back street near the college area. It is filled with various small shops, which are out of tune with the bright and glitzy main city area. He stopped in front of a shop with a sign that said Fresh Butcher Shop. The boss was wielding a boning knife with great effort.
Boss, do you have any nutrient solution? Lu Yang went straight to the point. Chapter 75. I'm determined to be your friend.
The boss raised his greasy face and looked Lu Yang up and down with his cloudy eyes.
Hey, little brother, the goods here are all from special channels. They have the same effect, but the price is at least 30% cheaper.
He mysteriously pulled out several unlabeled metal tubes from under the counter, the tubes showing different colors.
I won't tell ordinary people about this secret. Lu Yang's eyes swept over those three no products without any expression. Is there anything safer? More secure? The boss rolled his eyes. That's the local brand, Coolie. It's a good thing, a one-to-one replica of the Harvest brand, with almost the same effect. The source is more authentic than these, but of course, it's a bit more expensive. Cootie? Lu Yang caught this unfamiliar name. Yes.
The boss lowered his voice and came closer.
Young man, you've asked the right person. Things have been pretty turbulent at the Cootie group lately.
The legacy left by their father is being torn between the legitimate son and the illegitimate son, and it's almost a fight to the death.
Someone's almost killed. With all this chaos, who can control the OEM factories? A large amount of goods just flowed out. Otherwise, do you think I could get them?
The boss was very excited when he heard this.
Lu Yang's heart slowly sank. He looked at the bottle of Cool D nutrient solution in the boss's hand. There were only simple letters on the tube, not even a production date. Drinking these things, are you replenishing your energy, or are you taking a gamble with your future in martial arts? Little brother, what are you still hesitating about? The boss saw that Lu was unmoved. My stuff is selling really well. Students from both Interstellar Martial Arts University and Dragon Soar Martial Arts University regularly come to me to buy it. What kind of place is that? It's packed with elite people. If they're interested in you, what's your quality? He stretched out 3 thick fingers and waved them in front of Lu Yang. It's a whopping 30% cheaper. The official nutrient solution costs 6,000 yuan a tube, but my Coolito replica is 95% as effective, and only costs 5,000 yuan. Just think about it, if you eat one a day, how much can you save in a month?
With the money you save, you can buy several more kilograms of exotic beast meat.
The boss's calculations were clattering. Every word accurately hits the most painful spot for ordinary martial arts students. Poverty. However, Lu Yang's calculations were completely different from his boss's.
The energy consumption brought about by Xuanzang Gongfa is indeed terrifying, but his genetic development has now exceeded 20%, and his body's absorption and conversion rate of food energy is far beyond that of ordinary people. As long as he ensures sufficient daily intake of high-energy exotic beast meat, all he needs is to fill the last bit of energy gap caused by cultivation. You only need 1 bottle of this level of nutrient solution per day. Even at the official price, it would only be 180,000 credit points a month. Are you willing to risk genetic contamination and ruin your future just for a difference of a few thousand credit points? It's absolutely stupid. The risks and benefits are completely disproportionate. The stuff is good, but I don't have enough credit points. I need to go back and get some. Boss, you go ahead and do your thing. The smile on the boss's face froze and he shouted at his back.
Okay, little brother. Come anytime you want. I guarantee you'll be satisfied with the stuff I have. Walking out of the dark and damp back street, Lu Yang's fingertips quickly moved across his personal terminal. Information is on the verge of happening. Are you in the dormitory? No, Brother Lu. I'm at Ares Martial Arts University.
I hired a teacher at home to give me private lessons. The message was followed by a bitter emoticon.
Lu Yang paused slightly.
Ares Martial Arts University, although not as top-notch as Interstellar Martial Arts University.
But it is also a first-class university in the Federation. Zhang Feng's family was able to directly invite teachers there to give him private tutoring. This is the real internal circulation of this world. Background, resources, and connections have left countless people far behind since the moment I stepped into university. Are you free this afternoon? I'll come back to the dorm to meet you. I have something to do. I'm free. I have to be free. Brother Lu, just pick a time, I'll be there anytime. 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Leisure area. Lu Yanggang found a seat by the window and sat down. Brother Lu. Sorry to have kept you waiting.
Zhang Feng had a warm smile on his face and pulled out the chair opposite and sat down in a familiar manner.
I just arrived too. Lu Yang raised his eyelids and got straight to the point. I'm looking for you to buy nutrient solution. Hey. It's no big deal.
Zhang Feng slapped his thigh and immediately became alert.
A holographic light screen was projected onto the table between the two of them. Brother Lu, which one do you want?
I have the entire Harvest brand line here.
Guaranteed authentic. 10 times the price if it's fake.
Lu Yang's eyes swept across the dazzling list and finally stopped on a model called Harvest 4.
How much is this? Harvest 4, great stuff. The king of value for money. Zhang Feng tapped the light screen with his finger, and an electronic manifest instantly enlarged. Here, look, this is my general agent's purchase order. It clearly states 7,500 credit points per piece. Brother Lu, how many do you want? I'll give you the purchase price. But Lu Yang's brows relaxed. 1 box first. A box?
Zhang Feng was stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter.
Brother Lu, you're taking my business too seriously. Please don't. Today is our first official meeting, so this box of nutrient solution is mine. Let's just consider it a friendship.
As he spoke, he was about to operate the terminal, preparing to transfer the goods directly from his dormitory inventory.
Stop. Lu Yang's voice left no room for doubt. Brothers are brothers, business is business. One thing is one thing.
He looked straight at Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng stopped moving. He looked into Lu Yang's eyes, which contained no courtesy, only seriousness.
Okay. Zhang Feng nodded readily and put away his politeness. Brother Lu. Just for what you said, I've made you my friend.
I won't make a single cent off your purchase price.
Transfer money and ship goods in one go. After completing the transaction, Lu Yang spoke slowly. By the way, I have something to ask you. There's some unlabeled bulk goods on the back street of the college. Do you know where they came from? The smile on Zhang Feng's face froze instantly. Bulk cargo?
Zhang Feng subconsciously glanced around, making sure no one was paying attention to them before he suddenly moved closer.
Brother Lu. You didn't buy that thing, did you? No, just curious. That's good. Zhang Feng let out a long sigh. Don't touch that stuff. It's not genuine stuff from any special channels, it's all recycled waste liquid. Waste fluid? Yes. Zhang Feng's expression was disgusted.
It's the leftover nutrient solution residue from laboratories in large training centers, and even medical waste. Some unscrupulous dealers buy it back at a low price, filter it briefly, add some flavoring and thickener, and then put it into tubes and sell it as new goods. If you drink that stuff, at best your genetic chain will be damaged, at worst you'll die instantly. Every year, a few greedy idiots fall prey to it.
Chapter 76, You Can't Reason with Monsters. Lu Yang found that he was still too naive. Seeing Lu Yang's shocked and speechless expression, Zhang Feng also began to wonder in his heart. This brother Lu doesn't look like someone who is short of money, so why would he pay attention to that kind of garbage? Could it be that some blind opponent wanted to harm him with such despicable means? Or is this just a unique curiosity among the children of top aristocratic families? Forget it, I don't want to think about it anymore. It never hurts to make one more friend. Night. A figure appeared in front of the school building again. Lu Yang raised his head and stepped into the deep darkness. Just as Lu Yang was about to enter the training room, a figure walked out from the door first. It's Qin Xiaoxiao. She was still wearing a tight black training suit, which outlined her agile figure without a trace of fat. The two people's eyes met in mid-air. No surprise, no words. Qin Xiaoxiao's eyes just paused on his face, and she just nodded to him coldly before passing by. There was not a single word exchanged throughout the entire process. Lu Yang withdrew his gaze and didn't care about it. He knew that this girl, praised by mentor Lu Mingyue as having the best understanding, probably regarded him as some rich kid who got in through the back door. It doesn't matter. He stepped into the training room. The room was brightly lit, and Lu Mingyue had her back to him with her arms folded. Teacher Lu, I'm here. Lu Mingyue turned around slowly. Let's get started. Try it out for me. Let me see whether you've been ignoring my words these past 10 days or whether you've actually put in some effort. These words almost expressed distrust. If it were a real 18-year-old boy, he would probably have blushed long ago. Lu Yang just nodded calmly. He walked to the center of the court, feet shoulder-width apart. Take a deep breath and let it out slowly. He closed his eyes. Lu Mingyue frowned slightly, the last bit of patience in her heart was about to run out. Mystifying? This was the trick she despised the most. However, the next second, Lu Yang's eyes suddenly opened. A burst of energy burst out from his body. The indifference on Lu Mingyue's face was shattered in an instant. Before she could figure it out, Lu Yang moved. The first move is punch. The fist tore through the air before it even arrived. Lu Mingyue even felt that her hair was blown back. Martial arts will? Lu Mingyue whispered incoherently. This is absolutely impossible. A freshman who had been enrolled for less than half a month, a quasi-warrior who hadn't even touched the threshold of a warrior. How could one possibly comprehend the martial arts will that only experienced martial artists could reach? And why does this will feel so familiar? Before she could finish her thought, Lu Yang's body started moving. One step forward, with unparalleled swiftness. A punch was thrown, extremely domineering. Fists are fire, steps are wind. The wind helps the fire, and the fire uses the power of the wind. The temperature in the training room actually rose a little with his movements. Finally, after the last punch was thrown, Lu Yang retracted his fist and stood up. In the training room, Lu Mingyue stood there blankly with her lips slightly open. It took her a long time to find her voice again. Hit me again. Lu Yang didn't ask why, but just nodded again. Yes. This time, Lu Mingyue opened her eyes wide and raised her perception to the extreme. That's right. It's the martial spirit. Moreover, it was from the same source as her own, and she had comprehended the meaning of nirvana fire from the remains of a stellar star after 3 years of hard practice in seclusion and escaping death. She will never forget how much suffering she went through and how many injuries she suffered in order to comprehend this will. She even nearly had her genetic chain collapse and died. That is her greatest pride and trump card as a warrior. But now, an 18-year-old boy, in just over 10 days, demonstrated this will in front of her. It was even purer and more condensed than when she first comprehended it. Genius? This word flashed through Lu Mingyue's mind, and then she frantically overturned it. Someone like Qin Xiaoxiao, who mastered 30 power nodes in 10 days, is a genius. The one in front of me is a monster. She remembered that more than 10 days ago, she had seriously warned him not to be too ambitious and to keep his feet on the ground. Now it seems so ridiculous. It turns out that he was never the one with the narrow vision. Lu Mingyue took a deep breath, and when she opened her eyes again, she had calmed down. You played very well just now. I was too narrow-minded before. Tell me, how did you do it? This level of martial arts willpower can't be comprehended out of thin air in just a dozen days. Facing the instructor's scrutinizing gaze, Lu Yang scratched his head. I don't know how to say this. He organized his words. I just take time out every day to watch the VR teaching video you sent me. When you practiced in it, your momentum was amazing. As I watched and imitated, it seemed like I suddenly got the feeling. Lu Mingyue felt that her IQ was insulted.
She secluded herself for 3 years, survived a near-death experience, and learned things from the radiation of stellar ruins, and he learned it by watching videos for more than 10 days?
Is this fair?
Lu Mingyue was too lazy to even investigate the truth of these words.
Because whether it's true or not, it's equally outrageous. Never mind. You can't reason with a monster. Lu Yang. From now on, forget all your previous thoughts about martial arts.
Listen carefully to every word I say next. This is related to your future martial arts path.
You can't make a single wrong move. Lu Yang's expression straightened and he responded immediately. Yes, teacher. Martial will is the soul of a warrior.
Martial skills are the body that carries the soul. The soul and the body must be in perfect harmony to unleash the strongest power. If your martial spirit is blazing fire, but you practice a palm technique that's as cold as ice, not only will the two fail to complement each other, but they will hinder each other. At the very least, the power will be greatly reduced, and at worst, there will be a conflict of wills, and the gene chain may be damaged. Before she finished speaking, she turned around and pulled out a short metal rod from the weapon rack next to her.
Stand back.
Lu Yang retreated more than 10 meters as he was told. Lu Mingyue was seen holding the stick with one hand, and lightly pressing his thumb on a certain part of the stick. A crisp sound of a mechanism was heard, and the short stick, which was only half a meter long, was deformed in her hand.
Countless precise metal components blossomed like petals, and in an instant, a silver alloy spear took shape.
Lu Mingyue's figure left a shadow on the spot, and she appeared in the center of the training ground.
Flamboyant. The spear shot out like a dragon, unleashing itself. That thrust was so fast it surpassed Lu Yang's visual limit. He could only see a silver thread tearing through the air as the spear tip rubbed against the air at high speed, unexpectedly sending out tiny, scorching sparks out of thin air. What followed was a violent offensive. Lu Mingyue's figure was completely blurred. In the entire training ground, only the shadows of guns dancing wildly could be seen. Each shadow of the gun was like a breath of destruction. The shrieking sounds of the air being torn apart merged into one. On the floor of the training room, charred marks were left by the scorching wind from the guns. Chapter 77, just 100,000, just a little bit.
Suddenly, the gun shadows in the sky disappeared. Lu Mingyue put away his spear and stood, his posture as straight as before.
The silver alloy spear was pointed at the ground.
A wisp of green smoke rose from the tip of the spear, as if it had just devoured an invisible enemy. She calmed her breath and turned to look at Lu Yang, who was already stunned. The core of my martial spirit is raging fire and swiftness, so my main martial arts is this a-level spear technique, dragon flying and phoenix dancing. At the same time, the genetic technique I practice is the fire-attributed red sun prison suppressing technique. Only when these three elements are perfectly combined can I unleash a combat power beyond my limits. She paused and her eyes fell on Lu Yang again. Your martial spirit originates from the same source as mine, and is even more pure and domineering.
This spear technique is also suitable for you. However, I still want to ask about your choice. What weapon do you prefer? Lu Yang's gaze shifted from the spear that was still emitting residual heat, and he gave the answer without hesitation. Marksmanship. He added his own reason. An inch longer, an inch stronger. I like to eliminate the enemy at the safest distance.
Hearing this answer, a hint of subtle doubt flashed across Lu Mingyue's eyes, but she was immediately interrupted by Lu Yang's next question.
Teacher Lu, I have a question. Lu Yang frowned slightly. This set of spear techniques of yours seems all offensive?
I just watched it carefully, from beginning to end, and it seems that there is not a single move used for blocking or defense.
Good vision.
Far from being displeased, Lu Mingyue showed an expression of approval, as if Lu Yang had touched upon the essence of this spear technique. The true meaning of dragon flying and phoenix dancing is attack. Use a faster speed and more powerful attack than the enemy to completely destroy him before he can strike. Her lips curled up in a curve filled with confidence and arrogance.
The best defense is offense. Nip all threats in the bud, and then there's no need for defense.
She looked at Lu Yang and naturally substituted his thoughts into her own logic.
I understand.
Your fiery sun intention is equally domineering and unparalleled, pursuing the ultimate destruction and suppression. It seems that you are born to practice this purely offensive martial art. Lu Yang opened his mouth, with a strange expression on his face.
Ha!
A huge question mark arose in his heart.
I'm not. I didn't.
I chose the spear simply because I thought it was long enough, safer when stabbing people, and less likely to be counterattacked.
How come in the eyes of this teacher, I have become a reckless man who only knows how to attack?
Lu Mingyue looked at the strange expression on Liu Yang's face, which was hard to describe, and just thought that he was just confused about his future path after initially realizing the meaning of martial arts.
I know what you're thinking. You don't think you're such a domineering person, right? Lu Yang didn't say anything, but just agreed. Listen, Lu Yang. Lu Mingyue stepped forward. The body can lie, words can deceive, but the will of martial arts will never lie. Your nirvana fire is purer and more domineering than my blazing fire. It pursues the ultimate sublimation and burning, the will to burn all obstacles to ashes. This is your true nature. Those who first realize the power of martial arts will go through a period of self-doubt. This is normal.
What you need to do is not to resist it, but to accept it, control it, and turn it completely into your strength.
Lu Yang sighed in his heart. Okay, you are both right.
Explaining to a martial arts fanatic who was immersed in his own logical loop is like playing the lute to a cow. He decided to follow the other party's line of thought, which would be the most efficient way.
Teacher, I understand.
He put on an appearance of being willing to learn.
Very good. Lu Mingyue was very satisfied with his understanding.
The martial spirit you comprehended originates from the same source as my dragon flying and phoenix dancing. This first level spear technique will be your main focus in the future. Level 1 martial arts require extremely high genetic development and physical fitness, which you cannot bear now.
If you want to practice it, you must first lay a solid foundation.
She pointed at the virtual screen of the training ground and brought up the cover of a secret manual of martial arts.
Level 3 martial art, wild wind spearmanship.
This is the prerequisite for dragon flying and phoenix dancing and is also a required foundational course in the spearmanship department at Interstellar Martial Arts University. The core of it is one word: fast. Only by practicing speed and firing frequency to the extreme can one comprehend the meaning of the fierce wind and touch the threshold of setting the prairie on fire.
Lu Mingyue's fingers slid across the screen.
Of course, there's more than one path to martial arts. Wait until you've mastered the wild wind spear technique to the highest level. If you find that you really don't like this extreme offensive style, you can choose to switch to the other two first-level marksmanship. One is to focus on control and range strangulation. The other one is a well-balanced attack and defense, known as a panacea.
Lu Yang's heart was calm.
For him, these were all too far away. The most practical thing now is to deal with the things in front of us. Teacher, I've decided to start with the wild wind spear technique.
A wise choice. Lu Mingyue's eyes showed even more approval. It's never wrong to lay a solid foundation. Wild wind spear technique is in the Academy's martial arts library. It requires 20 credits, or 110,000 credit points. I suggest you use credit points. Remember, at Interstellar Martial Arts University, credits are far more valuable than credit points. Don't waste them on third-level martial arts.
Okay.
Lu Yang nodded. Just 100,000, just a drop in the bucket.
Lu Mingyue looked at him and suddenly smiled. Also, your performance tonight was a huge surprise to me.
This private lesson is free.
Consider it my advance ticket to witness the rise of a demon. She opened her personal terminal and generated a QR code.
Use my referral code to buy and you can get a 10% discount. It's a welcome gift from the teacher. Lu Yang didn't act pretentiously.
He simply took out the terminal, scanned the code and paid, accepting the kindness.
Ding! Payment successful, 99,000 credit points.
The wild wind spear technique has been downloaded to your personal martial arts database. Okay, now, Lu Mingyue took a few steps back to make room for him. Forget about my previous performance of Dragon and Phoenix Dance, and forget about all those complicated moves in your head. I won't personally demonstrate wild wind spear technique to you right now. Because my marksmanship has been branded with the stigma of prairie fire, it will affect your purest understanding of the hurricane. She held up 2 fingers.
There are only 2 things you need to do.
First, remember its general principle: the only martial art in the world that cannot be defeated is speed.
What you need to pursue is ultimate speed.
Second, her expression became extremely serious. Practice the most basic and important action in this gun technique, raising the gun 100,000 times. Until it becomes your instinct, until every time you raise your gun, you can create a breeze. Chapter 78. All things return to their origin, and all paths lead to the same destination.
Lu Yang's heart instantly burned with excitement. You must work hard to death.
As long as you master this level 3 martial art to the maximum level, the gene development degree rewarded by the system will definitely be much richer than that of the level 4 universal boxing. However, when he opened the catalog of Kwangfeng gun technique, the expression on his face froze instantly.
The corner of Lu Yang's eye twitched.
This third level of wild wind spear technique is 20 times more complicated. Even if his comprehension has improved due to the awakening of his martial arts will, it will take at least a year or two to bring it to the maximum level.
The daylilies are cold.
His system rewards and his great cause of having many children and good fortune cannot wait that long.
Lu Yang's mind was working rapidly. Teacher Lu, I have another question. Excuse me, in the Academy's martial arts library, is there any 4th level spear technique that's extremely easy to get started with, has very few moves, and preferably only one move? A level 4 spear technique with only one move? This is clearly opportunism and laziness. Her brows instantly twisted into a knot.
But the next second, she forced herself to suppress her anger.
How can we use common sense to understand the thoughts of evildoers?
Lu Yan looked at the expression on her face and had only one thought in his mind.
Did this teacher come up with something extraordinary? Yes. Lu Mingyue took a deep breath. There really is such a gun technique.
She operated quickly on the virtual screen, and soon, a secret book with a plain cover was called out.
Swift Wind.
This 4th level, low-grade martial art is the ultimate simplified version of the wild wind spear technique and can be considered a preparatory move before entering the martial arts realm. It eliminates all footwork, defense, and variations, retaining only one move, the swift wind thrust. The sole purpose of this spear technique is to enable apprentices to perfectly link the two fundamental movements of raising the spear and thrusting at the fastest speed, forming a muscular instinct.
Lu Yang's eyes lit up instantly. Isn't this tailor-made for me? It feels so good to play it. Teacher, I want this. 2 credits, or 1,200 credit points. Ding. Payment successful, 1,200 credit points. Lu Yang's operation was so fast that Lu Mingyue was stunned for a moment. A smile from the heart appeared on Lu Yang's face.
Lu Mingyue looked at him like this and suddenly felt at a loss whether to laugh or cry.
He is the star instructor of the Interstellar Martial Arts University.
Tonight we will demonstrate our martial arts skills and teach you the 1st level marksmanship skills. In the end, instead of teaching anything serious, I was like a shopping guide at a martial arts library, helping students find the cheapest entry-level product. Okay, teacher, thank you for your guidance.
It's getting late, I'll go back to the dormitory to practice first.
Lu Yang was extremely anxious and wanted to immediately devote himself to the great cause of gaining experience.
Stop! Lu Mingyue shouted angrily. Go back to the dorms? Do you want to be arrested by the discipline committee and expelled? Martial arts training of any kind is strictly prohibited in the dormitories of Interstellar Martial Arts University. This is an iron rule.
Lu Yan was stunned, then he remembered this school rule. Lu Mingyue helplessly held her forehead and rolled her eyes at him, her cool goddess image instantly ruined.
Forget it, be a good person to the end.
Starting tonight, from 10 p.m. every night to 6 a.m. the next morning, you will have the right to use this training room.
Free of charge.
Lu Yang felt warm in his heart. Thank you, teacher.
This favor is no small thing.
Now that the current cultivation problem has been solved, Lu Yang's gaze falls on Lu Mingyue.
Teacher Lu, I have another question for you. Ask. Lu Mingyue was already a little numb. Have you heard of the Xuanzang Heart Sutra? Lu Mingyue looked Lu Yang up and down.
The little guy is young, but he has a very wild mind. The Xuanzang Heart Sutra is no secret in the martial arts world.
It is a well-known dual cultivation method.
Although the grade is not high, it is very effective in harmonizing yin and yang and consolidating the genetic foundation. Therefore, it is quite popular among some ancient families and warriors who pursue unconventional methods.
Why is he asking this?
An 18-year-old boy who has just awakened his martial arts spirit, instead of thinking about how to improve his combat effectiveness, comes to inquire about this kind of martial arts?
Lu Mingyue suddenly chuckled.
She suddenly felt that the boy's previous strange behavior might have been a foreshadowing.
The ultimate goal is to attract your own attention in this unique way. Well, although the routine is a bit old, considering his monstrous talent, it is not that annoying. What's wrong?
Lu Mingyue crossed her arms, revealing her tall and straight figure.
You've just become my disciple, and you're already having inappropriate thoughts about me? Lu Yang. This is a huge misunderstanding.
I simply want to find a set of exercises to help me achieve my goal of having many children and a happy life.
Teacher, you're joking.
I just saw it by chance in the used book market and was curious about its value.
Lu Yang explained calmly. Oh? Really? Lu Mingyue obviously didn't believe it, but she didn't point it out. Instead, she thought it was fun to tease this little devil. Want to know?
She stretched out a long, white finger.
Sure.
When you rank among the top 100 in the department on the entrance exam, I'll tell you for free what this Xuanzang Heart Sutra is all about.
Top 100?
Lu Yang immediately opened his personal terminal and clicked on the ranking of new students.
Name, Lu Yang.
Gene Development Degree, 20.6%.
Overall ranking, 99.99. The corners of Lu Yang's mouth twitched slightly. It seems that we should eat one bite at a time and walk one step at a time. Okay, it's a deal.
He put away the terminal, and his fighting spirit was aroused. Without saying anything more, he walked to the center of the training ground and put on VR glasses to assist in his training.
Now that the goal is clear, let us get started.
The view before his eyes changed, and a virtual instructor made of light and shadow appeared in front of him.
Start practicing the only move of Swift Wind Stab. Lu Yang watched very seriously.
However, after only 2 looks, his expression changed.
Isn't this an enlarged version of the punching technique?
All things return to their origin, and all paths lead to the same destination. He has mastered universal boxing to perfection. Use fists to hit, use guns to stab. When the virtual instructor raised his spear for the 3rd time, Lu Yang moved. He closed his eyes and completely transferred the perfect muscle memory of universal boxing into his body holding the gun. Use your waist and hips to exert force, and your spine will be like a dragon. He didn't stab out, but just the moment he raised the gun, the alloy spear in his hand made a slight buzzing sound. The next moment, he suddenly opened his eyes, and his arm was like a whip, stabbing out with a gun. A sharp sound rang out in the training room. Although it is far less terrifying than Lu Mingyue's spear power, the piercing intention has already taken shape. Bite. Congratulations, you have successfully mastered the 4th level martial art Swift Wind. Current proficiency, Beginner 100. All the secrets of the Swift Wind martial art, from its inception to its peak, were crushed and purified, then forcefully poured into his spirit. No need to think, no need to imitate. He closed his eyes and could see the power. He is the gun, and the gun is him. Chapter 79, The most taboo in martial arts is to be too ambitious. Lu Yang shook his wrist, and the alloy spear let out a dragon roar. Martial skill, Swift Wind level 1. Required for upgrading, 10 experience points. Current experience, 0-10. Lu Yang took a deep breath and suppressed all distracting thoughts. He took the most basic starting stance, his body sinking slightly. Then, raise your gun and thrust. Swift Wind experience +1. Come again. Raise the gun and thrust. Swift Wind experience +1. Again. Raise your gun. Thrust. Swift Wind experience +1. Time loses its meaning at this moment. In the A01 training room, there was only one tireless figure left. Raise the gun and thrust. Raise the gun again and thrust again. Every movement was accompanied by a slight sound of breaking through the air. Swift Wind level 1, experience, 10-10. Level up. Swift Wind level 2, level up required, 20 experience points. Done. I don't know how long it took. Swift Gun Technique level 10, experience, 100-100. Level has reached the upper limit and cannot be upgraded further. A torrent of insights, 10 times greater than when he first mastered it, exploded in his spiritual world. All the changes and force-generating techniques of Swift Wind turned into his flesh and blood instincts at this moment and merged into the depths of his soul. There was a slight explosion from inside his body. Lu Yang slowly put away his gun and stood up, closing his eyes and carefully savoring the changes in his body. He immediately called up his personal panel. Genetic potential, 20.7%, 0.1%. Genetic potential actually increased by 0.1%. What surprised him even more was that the progress bar of his martial arts willpower had skyrocketed by 10%. It turns out that practicing martial arts that are consistent with one's own martial arts intentions can actually nourish one's martial arts will. Lu Yang opened his eyes and looked intently at the third-level martial arts book in his personal terminal that he had just spent 90,000 credit points on. Wild Wind Gun Technique. Now that the fourth-level Swift Wind has been completed, then. His consciousness sank into it, and this time, countless previously obscure diagrams and power nodes became clear in an instant. Especially all the stabbing techniques, in his eyes there were no secrets at all.
He could even see at a glance several areas that could be optimized.
However, when he saw those strange moves involving swinging, shaking, and entanglement of the gun, that familiar feeling came back. It's like a primary school student who has just learned 1 + 1 is equal to 2 and is forced to do calculus. It seems that even if you have cheats, you still have to eat one bite at a time. Just as he was lost in thought, his personal terminal suddenly vibrated. It is Baiji's communication request.
Hello? Lu Yang answered. Are you still in the training room?
Baiji's gentle and concerned voice came from the other end of the communicator.
It's almost 3 in the morning. Don't try too hard.
Your health is the foundation of martial arts.
A warm current flowed through Lu Yang's heart without any warning. Okay, got it. I'll be back soon. Go to bed early. Good.
After hanging up the phone, Lu Yang took a look at the complicated Quangfeng gun technique on the screen and decisively minimized it. Since my marksmanship has temporarily reached a bottleneck, I can't waste time. His eyes turned to another martial arts book.
8 Brocades.
This basic internal skill used to strengthen qi and blood and improve genetic development is his foundation at this stage.
Teacher Lu said I could ask her for advice tomorrow. Perhaps she has simplified versions of other basic moves in the Quangfeng gun technique?
Break down all the complex moves into their simplest points, and then use my system to perfect each point.
Finally, connect them into lines and converge into surfaces.
Suppressing the excitement in his heart, Lu Yang sat cross-legged and began to practice 8 Brocade Satin. Once the technique was activated, the Nirvana fire martial spirit in his spiritual world began to shine. The originally obscure route of practice suddenly became extremely smooth, and the efficiency of practice skyrocketed several times.
No words were spoken that night. At 5 o'clock in the morning, the sky was still dark. The alloy door of the training room was opened on time. Lu Mingyue walked in with an upright posture, wearing a neat white martial arts uniform. She was prepared to see a student drained of all his energy. After all, for a freshman who has just started, awakening his martial arts and learning the gun method for the first time, this kind of high-intensity consumption of both the mind and the body is enough to make him lie down for 3 days. However, when her eyes fell on the center of the training ground, she froze instantly. Lu Yang was slowly finishing his training and stood up. A night of hard training not only didn't make him weak, but made him stronger? Warning, Teacher Lu. Lu Yang bowed.
Lu Mingyue took a deep breath and forced herself to suppress the shock in her heart.
You practiced all night? Yes, I have gained something. Lu Yang said concisely. The corner of Lu Mingyue's eye twitched slightly. Is this what you call gaining something? She was silent for a moment.
Since you're still in good spirits, show me what you accomplished last night. Remember, I want to see your understanding of the swift wind thrust, not your brute strength.
Clear. Lu Yang said nothing more, walked to the center of the training ground, and picked up an alloy spear.
He did not attack immediately, but closed his eyes.
In an instant, the whole person's aura changed completely. The next moment, he suddenly opened his eyes. Wherever the gun tip passed, a visible white air trail was formed, which lasted for a long time. Lu Mingyue's pupils shrank into needle points at this moment. What did she see? It is perfection in the true sense. The fourth-level martial art Swift Wind was practiced to perfection by this freshman in just one night. How is this possible? Even the top-level demon she taught personally would need at least half a month of hard work. Lu Yang put away his gun and stood, breathing steadily. He met Lu Mingyue's shocked gaze and bowed again. Teacher Lu, I have something to ask you. You say. Lu Mingyue's voice was a little dry.
When students studied the Quangfeng spear technique, they discovered that it involved numerous techniques for swinging and shaking the spear, as well as the accompanying circular footwork, which was quite obscure.
Lu Yang's eyes were sincere and burning. I'd like to ask, teacher, is there a fourth-level simplified martial art similar to Swift Wind that specifically targets these basic moves? Upon hearing this, Lu Mingyue's brows instantly furrowed.
Liu Yang, in the martial arts world, the most taboo is to be too ambitious and take shortcuts. Your ability to display talent in thrusting is a natural opportunity. But that doesn't mean you can break down all complex martial arts into their individual components. Martial arts are a holistic whole. Qi, strength, spirit, and intention are all essential. However, looking at Liu Yang's clear and determined eyes, she changed the subject again.
But the thing you're asking about does exist. Lu Mingyue sighed.
In order to quickly train new recruits, the federal military has indeed developed a series of modular basic training techniques. The one specifically for practicing shaking spears is called Heaven Shaking Spear Technique. The one for practicing footwork is called Tornado Spear. There's also a universal spear that integrates all basic movements. But these three martial arts are just tools, supplementary, and can never replace true third-level martial arts.
Chapter 80. This bragging is too outrageous.
A gleam of light flashed in Liu Yang's eyes.
Sure enough, there is. Thank you for the guidance, teacher.
Just as he was about to ask how to buy it, the alloy door of the training room slid open silently. A stranger walked in. It was Qin Xiaoxiao. Seeing this, Liu Yang immediately said goodbye to Lu Mingyue.
Teacher Lu, I won't bother you with your guidance then.
After saying that, he turned and left the training room.
Back to the dormitory.
Bai Ji was tying an apron. When she saw Liu Yang coming back, her pretty face was full of worry.
Are you crazy? You really stayed in the training room all night? Are you trying to kill yourself? It's okay, I know what I'm doing. Liu Yang smiled.
He told Bai Ji about the martial arts that Lu Mingyue had mentioned. After hearing this, Bai Ji frowned even more tightly.
Aren't you too impatient?
You haven't even mastered the wild wind spear technique yet, and now you've got 3 more 4th-level martial arts.
Human energy is limited.
Don't worry, Liu Yang raised the corner of his mouth. I have mastered swift wind.
Have you mastered it? Bai Ji was stunned. It's good to get started. Take your time. Although this gun technique is simple, it's not easy to master it.
No, I have mastered it completely.
Liu Yang looked at her and emphasized every word.
I dare say that my current swift wind skills are even better than the teacher in the Federation's teaching video. Bai Ji was completely stunned.
She looked at Liu Yang's serious expression and finally couldn't help but shook her head.
Boast.
A freshman who had just started learning martial arts could master a martial art to a higher standard than the official instructor overnight? This is too much bragging. How about I teach you on the spot? Liu Yang looked at her playfully. Come on, I still have classes to prepare.
Bai Ji rolled her eyes at him and turned to walk towards the kitchen. Go wash up quickly, the food will be ready soon. You've been training all night and your body is exhausted.
Liu Yang burst out laughing.
Well, when I have the chance in the future, I will definitely let you see it with your own eyes. He thought to himself, took a quick shower, ate up the breakfast prepared by Bai Ji, and drank a whole bottle of expensive nutrient solution.
He didn't take a break. Sit cross-legged on the bed. Liu Yang's mind moved, and he began to practice another more advanced internal skill. Han Yuan Gongfa.
If 8 brocade satin is a trickle, then Han Yuan Gongfa is a rushing river.
This sitting lasted for 10 hours. When he opened his eyes again, the sky outside the window was full of stars. He almost rushed out of the room, gobbled up the food left by Bai Ji, and drank a bottle of nutrient solution before he felt alive again. When I opened my personal terminal, the bright red countdown on the screen caught my eye. 6 days remaining until the Interstellar Martial Arts University Freshman Placement Exam. There is not much time left. In the early hours of the morning, Liu Yang stepped into the training room again. At the door, he happened to see Lu Mingyue and Qin Xiaoxiao walking out one after another. You're here again?
Lu Mingyue saw him with a complicated look in her eyes. The door is not locked, you can go in by yourself. She added softly to Qin Xiaoxiao beside her. Xiaoxiao, from now on, if you want to use the training room during this time, you can come over for free. Qin Xiaoxiao's cold eyes stayed on Liu Yang for a moment, then she nodded slightly, turned around and left without saying a word. Liu Yang walked into the empty training room and immediately downloaded Universal Spear, Heaven Shaking Spear and Tornado Spear from the martial arts mall. However, 4 hours later, he frowned and stopped.
Something is wrong.
No matter how he repeated the gun-shaking action, no matter how he practiced the footwork of Tornado Gun, the progress bar he expected did not appear on the system panel.
Why?
Lu Yang calmed down and began to review the situation quickly. The core of Swift Wind is the thrust, a single, extreme attack action.
Although these three martial arts are also basic, they involve the combination and linkage of multiple actions.
Perhaps the system's enlightenment function is only effective for this purest and single origin of martial arts.
After figuring this out, Lu Yang no longer hesitated.
It seems that it is impossible to grind out a new maximum level martial art before the exam. The remaining 6 days will be used to upgrade the levels of the Hanyuan Gongfa and the 8 brocades. Strength is the foundation of everything. After making the decision, he turned around and left the training room without any reluctance and returned to the dormitory.
The next morning, Lu Yang appeared on the VIP floor of the Fertility Management Center on time. Ding! You have successfully completed the fertility matching program and conceived 3 times. The moment the permission points arrived, Lu Yang's personal terminal suddenly vibrated. An unfamiliar encrypted number.
He connected the communication.
Is this Mr. Lu Yang? I am Wang Huilang, the head of the Wang family. Lu Yang's heart moved. Hello, Master Wang. Ah, you're welcome. Wang Huilang's laughter sounded particularly hearty. Mr. Lu, I'm sorry to call you to personally express my gratitude. Your genes are excellent.
Thanks to you, the problem of the continuation of my Wang family's bloodline has been solved.
You're welcome. It's just a deal. Lu Yang's tone was calm. No, this is a deal for you, but it's a huge favor to our Wang family.
Wang Huilang paused, then cleverly changed the subject, lowering his voice a bit.
Mr. Lu, I wonder if we can continue to cooperate.
My Wang family still has 3 daughters of marriageable age who are in urgent need of your help. Of course, we will not go through the cumbersome procedures of the Fertility Management Center.
This time, we wanted to take a more direct approach. After the mission is completed, I will give you 1.1 million credit points as your personal reward. What do you think? 1,100,000.
It was enough for Lu Yang to buy 10 Quangfeng gun techniques or drink the expensive nutrient solution like water for half a year.
Something is wrong. There is no such thing as a free lunch.
Although the process at the Fertility Management Center is mechanical, it is a transaction protected by federal law, with clear rights and responsibilities in payment in full. There must be hidden tricks behind this kind of private transaction that bypasses official authorities. More importantly, the freshman placement test is imminent, which is the top priority that determines his resource allocation for the next 4 years and cannot be interfered with by any unexpected events.
My thoughts are racing. Master Wang, I appreciate your kindness.
However, I'm about to take the freshman placement exam at Interstellar Martial Arts University, so I'm really too busy to attend.
Why don't we discuss this matter after I finish my exams?
He did not refuse directly, but used a delaying tactic.
Wang Huilang was silent for 2 seconds. What a busy guy. Mr. Lu, you are indeed the young man I admire.
He remains calm in the face of great challenges and is not tempted by petty gains.
His future achievements are limitless. Then it's settled. I won't disturb Mr. Lu from preparing for the exam. I'll wait patiently for good news.
I wish Mr. Lu great success in the pre-test. The call was terminated cleanly. Lu Yang put down his personal terminal and breathed a long sigh of relief. Dealing with these cunning people who have lived for who knows how many years is indeed a thrilling experience. He stopped thinking about it, completely put aside all distracting thoughts, sat cross-legged again, and immersed himself in the practice of the Hanyuan Gongfa.
Chapter 81. Your future achievements will definitely not be lower than his. 10 hours later. Lu Yang's face turned pale.
He stumbled out of the room, ate up all the food left by Baiji, and drank 2 bottles of nutrient solution in succession.
Practice is indeed the most expensive profession in the world.
Lu Yang leaned back on the sofa, feeling the energy and blood slowly recovering in his body, feeling a lot of emotions in his heart. Just 10 hours of high-intensity training almost exhausted all the energy he had replenished yesterday. If it weren't for the fertility program as a lifeline, let alone purchasing martial arts techniques, the high expenses of maintaining daily training would be enough to overwhelm a poor boy from an ordinary family.
Are you awake?
The bedroom door opened and Baiji, wearing a silk nightgown, walked out.
Fortunately, I don't have a fever. Don't try so hard next time, it could kill someone.
She pulled up a piece of news from the terminal and projected the screen in front of Lu Yang.
Look at this. Don't go to the Fertility Management Center anymore.
Especially for those private transactions, it's too dangerous.
On the screen, a bold scarlet title caught the eye. The god of war has fallen, bloodlines are clashing. The Kuti group is caught in a civil war over succession. In the news footage, a portrait of a dignified old man was hung high, and below, two groups of people were confronting each other fiercely across the legal team. One of them is the old man's legitimate son, while the other is an unknown young man. But in his hand he was holding a genetic identification report that had the force of federal law. Illegitimate child. During the Kuti group's inheritance division hearing, a man named Zhang Shi suddenly appeared, claiming to be the descendant of the war god Zhang Shang and demanding a share of the 100 billion yuan inheritance he left behind. It's reported that the imperial authorities have intervened in the investigation. There was a hint of fear in Baiji's voice. I heard from insider information in the mentor circle that this Zhang Shi is the product of a private transaction between Zhang Shang, the god of war, and a small family for resources when he was still an ordinary warrior. Now they've come knocking on our door with irrefutable evidence. Look how much trouble this is. Lu Yang's pupils shrank slightly. I see. Inheritance dispute? No, the pattern is too small. For family leaders like Wang Huilang, what they are seeking is not the illusory right to divide the inheritance hundreds of years later. This is a big gamble. What they are betting on is his future. Through this private transaction, offspring with the blood of both parties were born. This child is both the blood of the Wang family and his Lu Yang's blood. If he becomes just like everyone else in the future, this idle move will be abandoned. But if one day he could stand at the top of the federation like the god of war Zhang Shang, then this blood connection will become the Wang family's ladder to heaven. A relative at the level of a god of war is enough to make a second-rate family leap into a behemoth that can influence the structure of the galaxy. The ruthlessness of cutting off the fuel supply from under the cauldron is based on a century-long layout. What a great Wang Huilang! After figuring it all out, the last bit of doubt in Lu Yang's heart disappeared. What he fears is that the other party has ulterior motives and wants to control him. Since it is just an investment in the future, it will be beneficial to him with no harm. Posthumous inheritance disputes? As a time traveler, he doesn't care at all. What's more, his system is about having many children and good fortune. Children are his ladder to becoming the strongest. The Wang family wanted to give him a head, so he had no reason not to accept it. Just then, his personal terminal made a slight sound. Reminder, the limited time 30% discount on the level 2 dual cultivation skill Xuanzang Heart Sutra you're interested in will end in 10 minutes. Lu Yang's eyes focused and he immediately clicked on the mall page. Without any hesitation, he chose the payment method of 12 installments. Ding! Xuanzang Heart Sutra purchased successfully. It has been automatically saved to your practice library. After doing all this, Lu Yang felt relaxed all over. He turned to look at Bai Ji, who looked worried. Don't worry, I won't leave such a big trouble for others like the war god Zhang Shang did. Besides, I'm just a quasi-warrior who has just started. I'm still a long way from becoming a god of war. Who would plot against me? Bai Ji shook her head. No. Your future achievements will definitely not be lower than his. Lu Yang laughed out loud. The next second, he stood up and picked up Bai Ji by the waist with a short scream. Warm fragrance and soft jade, fully loaded into my arms. What are you doing? Aren't you supposed to be practicing? Bai Ji's cheeks instantly flushed, and she subconsciously put her arms around his neck. Lu Yang lowered his head and blew a breath of hot air into her ear. This is also a necessary path for cultivation. After saying that, he held the delicate body in his arms and strode towards the bedroom. The door closed silently, locking all the beauty in the room inside. I just bought the Xuanzang Heart Sutra and it's a good opportunity to find someone to discuss it with. An hour later, Lu Yang opened his eyes with a frown. Failed. The energy of the Xuanzang Heart Sutra circulated in his and Baiji's bodies respectively, but no matter how hard they tried, they could not merge. No, this technique requires one person to be the absolute leader and guide the flow of the other person's qi and blood. Lu Yang instantly understood the crux of the problem. Moreover, both parties' mental will, even the rhythm of their breathing and heartbeat, must achieve near-perfect synchronization. He turned his head and looked at Bai Ji beside him. Her eyes were tightly closed, beads of sweat hung on her long eyelashes, and her face was pale as if she had been exhausted. Unlike his still abundant energy and blood, Bai Ji's breathing was weak and rapid. It was obvious that the forced attempt just now had consumed a lot of her energy. I'm a burden to you. Bai Ji's voice was as thin as a mosquito's hum.
My genes are not developed enough, and my physical strength can't keep up with your pace.
Lu Yang sighed inwardly. He knew it wasn't Bai Ji's fault.
The threshold for the second-level martial arts was much higher than he had imagined. He didn't say much, but just reached out his hand and gently wiped the sweat from her forehead.
Have a good rest.
Lu Yang got up quietly and walked out of the bedroom. The door closed again, isolating the two worlds. In the bedroom, Bai Ji was curled up in the quilt. Outside the bedroom, Lu Yang was sitting cross-legged in the middle of the living room, slowly practicing the Hunyuan Gongfa. His eyes were as dark as the night.
It's just a failure, no big deal. The road to becoming the strongest is full of thorns.
Just as his mind sank into his dantian and his qi and blood gradually returned to normal, his personal terminal emitted a crisp beep.
Notice on the comprehensive assessment test for new students at Interstellar Martial Arts University. Lu Yang's heart trembled.
The exam is divided into 2 stages.
Phase 1, points competition. Second stage, elimination round. Exam rewards. Top 2000, 10 credits awarded. Top 200, extra reward, 1 free selection from the level 1 skill library. Top 20, receive an additional gene optimizer. Chapter 82. If you want to buy the best. Lu Yang's breathing suddenly stagnated. Any one of them is a treasure that is enough to drive countless warriors crazy.
His gaze continued to move down and landed on the points calculation rules. Basic points for the points competition. All participating freshmen will receive corresponding basic points based on the genetic potential data submitted during enrollment.
1 point will be awarded for every 1% of genetic potential. When he enrolled, the school's initial data was 10.3%. This rule is tailor-made for the chosen ones.
They have been surrounded by top-notch resources since childhood, and their genetic potential is already terrifyingly high when they enter school. This is no longer about winning at the starting line, this is about running directly 100 meters before the finish line.
Lu Yang clenched his fist unconsciously.
Note 1, during the competition, any injuries are the sole responsibility of the students themselves and the school will not be responsible.
It is recommended that all students purchase high-value martial arts accident insurance in advance. Note 2, to ensure fairness, all standard weapons will be provided by the school level 4 alloy. However, students are required to provide their own personal protective equipment, armor, and restorative potions. This isn't a competition of strength, this is clearly a competition of wealth. The weapons are unified, but how can a battle be fought between a rich kid wearing military-grade defensive inner armor and 3 instant energy recovery potions in his pocket, and a poor student who has no weapons and relies entirely on brute force? Lu Yang forced himself to suppress the nameless anger in his heart. Depressed but not hopeless.
The rules are unfair to him, but there is hope within the rules.
You have family background, resources, and connections. But I have a system. He closed the notification email and called Lu Mingyue instead.
The call was connected after 3 rings.
What's up? Teacher Lu, I'd like to ask you about the rules of the freshman placement test. 1 o'clock in the morning, in the training room, I only have an hour.
Clear. Lu Yang glanced at the time, it was 11:30. Without any delay, he changed into a smart training suit and rushed directly to the training center. Lu Yang arrived at the door of the A01 training room 20 minutes early. The door to the training room was sliding open silently from the inside. A tall and cold figure walked out, it was Qin Xiaoxiao.
Lu Yang withdrew his gaze and pushed the door open. I've read your information. Lu Mingyue went straight to the point.
According to the rules, your basic score is calculated based on your 10.3% potential upon admission, rounded up to 10 points.
But Lu Mingyue changed the subject. Your current genetic development level is 23.7%. I'd like to know what happened to you this month.
In 1 month, the degree of genetic development more than doubled. This speed can no longer be described as genius, it is simply a monster. Lu Mingyue's heart was already in turmoil. She had seen many geniuses, but she had never heard of someone like Lu Yang.
Teacher Lu, I just want to know, based on my 11 points, how many games do I need to win to advance? Lu Yang cut directly into the core. Lu Mingyue looked at him deeply. The average genetic potential of this freshman class is 14%, so their basic score is 14 points.
She held up 2 fingers. An average student needs to win 10 games.
And you?
You need to win 15 games, all of them. Or more, to make up for the quality gap with quantity.
Lu Mingyue looked at Lu Yang with complicated eyes. It's difficult, but it may not be impossible for you.
Lu Yang raised his eyes. The rules state that you need to bring your own protective equipment and restorative potions.
How big is the gap between them? This is the core issue. Skills can be honed, but the gap in equipment is often the most insurmountable chasm for ordinary people.
Lu Mingyue seemed to have expected him to ask this. It's just a lie that rich kids use to lull themselves into believing victory is within their grasp. A set of military-grade, first-level combat uniforms has a market value of 10 million credits.
Theoretically, it can offset 45% of the kinetic energy of an opponent of the same level.
But the stuff you have is worth around 100,000 credits at best. As for the potion, it takes half an hour for it to slowly transform into energy after drinking it.
However, Lu Yang's brows relaxed.
The gap exists, but it is not as desperate as he imagined.
Lu Mingyue saw through his thoughts. What's truly fatal is skill, willpower, and the grasp of timing. Equipment and potions increase your margin for error, not help you win the battle. But there is one thing you absolutely cannot skimp on. What? Martial arts accident insurance.
Lu Mingyue spoke word by word.
The annual premium is 30,000, which isn't cheap. But you have to buy it.
I've seen too many self-righteous geniuses whose dantians were destroyed during competitions. Because they couldn't afford the tens of millions in gene repair costs, they had to spend the rest of their lives lying in a nutrient tank like a living dead.
I understand. Lu Yang nodded solemnly.
In half an hour, Lu Mingyue opened a whole new door for Lu Yang, from tactical selection and physical strength distribution to how to use the rules to avoid strong enemies.
Time's up. Lu Mingyue glanced at the terminal and ended the guidance neatly.
Lu Yang digested the huge amount of information in his mind and suddenly felt enlightened. He turned around to leave, but suddenly stopped at the door.
Teacher Lu, I just want to ask a question.
Lu Mingyue raised her eyebrows and motioned him to continue.
If I accidentally make it into the top 100, do you have any extra rewards for me?
Lu Mingyue stared at Lu Yang with her sharp eyes.
Wait until you can stand in the top 100 list. Ask me that question again. Walk out of the training room. Lu Yang let out a long breath.
It was not until this moment that he truly realized how huge the gap between him and Lu Mingyue was. Just as he was lost in thought, a figure walked out from the corner of the corridor and passed by him. She was a tall girl with long hair casually draped over her shoulders and a cold and arrogant look on her face.
But what attracted Lu Yang's attention was not her appearance, but the combat uniform she was wearing.
The combat uniform was a deep dark purple in color, with countless tiny stars slowly flowing on its surface.
Meteor Series. Lu Yang's pupils shrank slightly.
He had seen it in the promotional video of the virtual mall. Crescent Biogroup's cutting-edge product costs nearly 10 million credit points per set. An ordinary student put on a set of equipment that was enough to buy a luxury villa in a second-tier city, just to take a freshman placement test.
This is what Lu Mingyue said, the chasm that ordinary people are unable to cross. Lu Yang withdrew his gaze, turned around expressionlessly, and walked towards his dormitory.
In the dormitory, Bai Ji heard Lu Yang's retelling and paced back and forth in the room.
No. If you're going to buy something, buy the best. Life is at stake at this critical moment. Don't worry about the money, I'll figure it out. At worst, I'll go back to my dad and get some gold coins. I'll give them to you first. Chapter 83. From now on, I will retreat.
Lu Yang was stunned for a moment, then reacted.
I appreciate their kindness. But we can't touch a single cent of their money. So what should we do? Are we really going to let you go on stage in rags and be shot at like a target?
Bai Ji's eyes were a little red. Don't worry, I have several projects here, and the funds will be in place soon, enough for us to cope with this exam.
You?
Bai Ji hesitated to speak. She knew what project Lu Yang was talking about. Although it made money quickly, in her opinion, it would ultimately be overdrawing her body. Promise me that after this baseline test is over, I'll stop all my projects and focus on my training at school, okay?
Lu Yang hugged her.
The goal of having 16 children is far from being achieved, and the system's rewards are the greatest asset for me to survive in this world. After comforting Bai Ji, Lu Yang sat back on the sofa and opened his personal terminal.
The light curtain was projected in the air. Without any hesitation, he entered the 4 words Meteor Series in the search bar.
A selling price of tens of millions popped up, and that long string of zeros was enough to suffocate any ordinary family. Liu Yang's gaze stayed on it for 3 seconds, and then he decisively closed the page. Too ostentatious, too expensive, and totally unnecessary. He browsed through several popular Star and Moon series products, which were priced in the range of 3 to 4 million yuan, with flashy performance and extremely low cost effectiveness. Finally, his finger pointed at an inconspicuous brand.
Panchur Technology. This is an old company that is well known in the military for its solid materials, strong protection, and high cost effectiveness. This combat uniform is simple in design, matte black throughout, without any unnecessary decorations. Price, 980,000 credits. That's it.
Liu Yang added it to the shopping cart without hesitation, and then skillfully selected several bottles of high-efficiency recovery fluids and concentration agents. Finally, in the insurance section, he found a new life worry-free insurance policy with an annual premium of 150,000 yuan.
Total, 160 credits.
Liu Yang looked at the bill and chose, pay in 24 installments.
The next second, a prompt sound indicating successful payment sounded. 2 hours later, a suspended robot delivered a huge alloy box. Liu Yang opened the box and found a brand new combat uniform lying quietly inside. He couldn't wait to put it on.
The combat suit automatically shrinks the moment it touches his skin, perfectly fitting every inch of his muscle lines. He moved his hands and feet and felt no sluggishness.
So handsome.
Bai Ji leaned against the door, staring at him blankly.
Liu Yang, dressed in black, looks even taller.
Soon after, electronic contracts for medicines and insurance were also delivered through encrypted channels.
Everything is ready. Liu Yang glanced at the countdown on the terminal. There are 71 hours and 58 minutes left until the start of the preschool placement test. From now on, I will be in seclusion. I'm going to make a sprint in these 3 days.
His goal was clear, to break through both the Hanyuan Gongfa and the 8 brocade satin, and at the same time, to raise the Nirvana fire to a higher level.
3 days later, early morning.
The tightly closed bedroom door slowly opened. Liu Yang walked out, his aura more than twice as strong as it was 3 days ago.
Ding! Retreat ends, host's strength increases. He called up his personal dashboard. Host, Liu Yang. Genetic potential, 25.9%. Come and have breakfast. We've prepared some high-energy beef and 3 bottles of nutrient solution for you.
Bai Ji had already been waiting at the table, her eyes full of anticipation and encouragement. Come on.
Liu Yang didn't say much.
He finished all the food like a whirlwind, then stood up, changed into his black combat uniform, and walked out of the dormitory confidently.
The entire campus of Interstellar Martial Arts University was filled with a tense and exciting atmosphere. Thousands of freshmen flocked from various dormitory areas to the magnificent central training ground. Liu Yang's overall ranking was at the bottom among tens of thousands of freshmen.
According to the system rules, his competition started very early.
Soon, the personal terminal vibrated. Notice of the first game. Time, 9 a.m. Location, Martial Arts Field number 999. Contestants, Liu Yang vs. Mochiyu.
When Liu Yang arrived at the 999th training ground, there were already quite a few people standing there. He walked to the weapons rack and selected a standard metal short stick. He gripped the stick and shook it lightly, and the short stick extended with a sound. With the gun in hand, he stood quietly in the center of the field, gun in hand, waiting for his opponent. A moment later, a tall and arrogant figure walked into the training ground. She was wearing a dazzling dark purple combat uniform, the same meteor suit that Liu Yang saw in the corridor 3 days ago. Liu Yang's eyes met hers. Mochiyu also saw Liu Yang. In her eyes, Liu Yang's existence itself was a stain on the Interstellar Martial Arts University.
An inferior race that can only get in by selling genes. What bad luck!
There was only one thought left in Mochiyu's mind.
Act quickly and kill this fly.
Above the number 999 training ground, a huge holographic light curtain silently unfolded.
Liu Yang, overall ranking 9,999th genetic potential enrollment, 10.3% basic score, 10 points. Mochiyu, overall ranking 9,998th genetic potential enrollment, 11.3% basic points, 11 points. A specially recruited student who was almost at the bottom of the class, versus a gifted girl. At the same time, the showdowns in thousands of small martial arts arenas across the Interstellar Martial Arts University instantly began. The galaxy's top 10 live streaming platforms simultaneously opened their broadcast channels.
However, 99% of the traffic went to the main venues where the already famous talents were. There were only a handful of spectators in the martial arts arena where Lu Yang was. In the dormitory, Baiji nervously gripped her communicator, her fingertips turning slightly white from the strain. She dialed her father, Bai Jinfeng's number.
The light curtain lights up. Dad. Lu Yang is going to compete. In field 999.
Bai Jinfeng's hearty laughter came from the other end of the communicator.
Got it. How could I, your father, miss my son-in-law's first battle?
The whole family has turned on the surround light screen and is waiting. Your mother even prepared a melon seed and fruit plate.
Don't worry, we are all optimistic about Lu Yang. After hanging up the phone, Bai Ji breathed a sigh of relief.
She clasped her hands together, placed them against her lips, and murmured silently.
Lu Yang, come on.
In the distant city of Ria, in a vast and luxurious manner. Mo Kaitian, the head of the Mo family, and 2 core members of the family sat upright at a conference table. In front of them, a giant light screen that occupied the entire wall clearly played the real-time image of the number 999 martial arts field.
An old butler in a tuxedo bowed and served a few cups of fragrant tea. Master, the young lady will undoubtedly win.
The other party is just a piece of ass who barely got into school by selling his jeans. He is not worthy of dirtying the young lady's hands.
Mo Kaitian picked up the teacup and blew gently. Victory is inevitable. But Sayatama is still too lazy. His genetic potential was only 11.3% when he entered school. With that kind of data, he can't even get into an ordinary martial arts high school on the main planet of Ria.
A middle-aged man next to him, Mo Weicheng, sighed and took over the conversation.
Brother, there's nothing we can do about it.
Our 0112 galaxy is, after all, a frontier. The S-level gene optimization fluid we treasure is nothing more than scraps discarded from the main star.
The gap in resources is a chasm that cannot be bridged by hard work alone. During the conversation, no one ever mentioned Lu Yang's name even once.
In front of that chasm, an ant is not worth being remembered.
Chapter 84 Instantaneous Peak Force, 12,000 kilograms. On the martial arts field.
Mo Chiyu's eyes looked like he was looking at a pile of disgusting garbage. You are a stink bug who crawled in by selling your reproduction rights.
You don't deserve to be here. I will make you understand that there is an entire species between you and me.
The moment she finished speaking, she moved. With a delicate shout, Mo Chiyu's figure turned into a dark purple lightning, and a gorgeous curved sword appeared in her hand. Without any hesitation, she started with her most powerful killer move. Level 2 sword technique, Thunder Full Moon Sword.
Light blue electric light swirled on the blade. With the rapid rotation of her wrist, it tore through the air and went straight for Lu Yang's throat. In Mo Chiyu's expectation, the next second, the head of this trash was cut off by the knife and rolled in the air. However, that determined smile froze on Mo Chiyu's face. Why can't she move? She lowered her gaze with difficulty, and saw a silver gun tip protruding from the meteor combat uniform on her chest. The tip of the gun was as smooth as a mirror, perfectly avoiding all vital organs, but accurately severing the nerve centers throughout her body. There wasn't even a trace of blood on the gun. When did he make the move? She didn't see it at all. Lu Yang pulled back expressionlessly. The alloy spear was pulled out, and the bright red blood splashed on the smooth ground, forming a strange flower. The scene above the martial arts arena suddenly flashed. Mo Chiyu's information dimmed instantly. Lu Yang wins. We won. In the dormitory, Bai Ji suddenly jumped up from the sofa. I knew he could do it. Tears of joy welled up uncontrollably. However, before she had time to wipe it, the huge light screen above the martial arts arena began to play the wonderful replay at the request of the sponsor Harvest Nutrient Solution. The picture was slowed down thousands of times. Everyone clearly saw that Lu Yang's right hand stretched out like a phantom, and the alloy spear arrived first after being fired. The whole movement is smooth and flowing. Immediately afterwards, a line of scarlet data exploded at the top of the playback screen. Attack Judgment, Swift Wind Stab Instantaneous Peak Force, 12,000 kilograms. What? Baiji's cheers came to an abrupt end. 12,000 kilograms? As a quasi-warrior, she knew better than anyone what this number meant. For an ordinary martial arts university graduate, the genetic development level reaches 8%, and the peak force of a full-strength attack is only about 1,000 kilograms. Even if she tried her best, she could only weigh a little over 980 kilograms. What does 12,000 kilograms mean? This is no longer a gap, this is a chasm. Tianhai City, by Family Villa. Good boy.
Bai Xinfeng slapped the mahogany table, causing the teacup to buzz. His younger brother Bai Jinyun, who was standing beside him, also had a flushed face.
What a kill shot! So beautiful.
However, when the bloody data of 12,000 kilograms popped up on the screen, the smiles on the faces of the two brothers froze instantly. In the living room, the atmosphere was noisy just now, and you could hear a pin drop.
Bai Jinyun opened his mouth slightly. Brother, am I seeing things? 10,000 kilograms? Bai Jinfeng did not answer.
He recalled his youth, at the peak of his powers, when one punch could pack a punch of 300 kilograms of force.
300 kilograms compared to 12,000 kilograms. The two looked at each other. What kind of monster is he? Ria City, Mo Family Manor.
The Mo family members who were chatting and laughing and discussing state affairs just now were now collectively petrified. Everyone's eyes were focused on the man with a sullen face sitting in the main seat.
Is it the wind gun technique? Mo Kaikian's voice was hoarse and dry. Yes.
Mo Weicheng, who was sitting below him, also had an extremely ugly expression on his face.
And the skill of this shot is at least at the highest level. Brother, we were all wrong. This guy is a wolf pretending to be a pig to eat the tiger. His genetic potential registration is absolutely fake. I'm pretty sure it's at least 15% or more.
Mo Shanji, who had been sitting on the other side and had been silent, suddenly spoke.
Second brother, you are wrong. Mo Shanji spoke each word with emphasis. His understanding and application of the wild wind spear technique with this single shot has reached near perfection. Mo Kaikian's hand holding the teacup trembled violently.
He knew very well that his second and third brothers were secretly laughing in their hearts at this moment. In order to help Mo Chiyu make a splash in the freshman assessment, his Mo family invested a full 70 million in resources. As a result, in the first game, he was killed instantly by one shot.
Money is a small matter. This loss of face is a big deal. In the lounge,
Lu Yang slowly opened his eyes and exhaled.
It's not that I was surprised that I could win, but I was surprised that I would give it my all.
The reason is simple, it's just because of the meteor combat suit worth tens of millions on Mo Chiyu. In his opinion, anyone who can afford to wear such equipment can never be a weakling. Therefore, the moment the opponent made a move, he did not hesitate to activate the martial arts will that he had comprehended.
Nirvana.
Pour all your strength into the tip of the gun without reservation. It turned out that the other party was a paper tiger. It collapses at the first touch.
The strength is too average. Lu Yang shook his head and began to practice the Hunyuan Gongfa silently.
The 30-minute break passed in a flash. His personal terminal vibrated, reminding him that the second game was about to begin.
Contestant Lu Yang, please go to the 950th Martial Arts Arena.
Lu Yang stood up, picked up his spear, and walked out of the lounge. In the number 950 training ground, his opponent was already waiting. The boy's name was Wang Gong. When he saw Lu Yang walking into the venue, his pupils suddenly shrank.
Obviously, he had watched Lu Yang's first game.
Above the venue, a holographic light screen refreshed. Lu Yang, overall ranking 9,997th genetic potential enrollment, 10.3% basic score, 10 points. Wang Gong, overall ranking 109th genetic potential enrollment, 11.5% basic score, 12 points. The bell for the start of the game rang slowly. Wang Gong did not attack as foolishly as Mo Chiyu did. Instead, the moment the bell rang, he let out a loud roar, his body sank, leaving only a pair of eyes exposed, staring intently at Lu Yang's every move. Lu Yang's eyes swept across Wang Gong's shield, which was thicker than the door panel. Spear versus sword and shield.
The next second, Lu Yang moved.
The long spear was like a dragon. It did not pierce the shield or attack the lower body. Instead, it went straight to Wang Gong's face, which was blocked by the shield at an extremely tricky angle.
Wang Gong was startled. What a vicious shooting skill! He did not dare to delay and immediately raised his shield to block.
Wang Gong only felt a terrifying force rushing into his arm along the shield. The alloy kite shield in his hand was pierced by the spear tip, leaving a deep dent in the shield.
Wang Gong let out a muffled groan, and his entire arm instantly lost consciousness. Now is the time.
Lu Yang shook his wrist and made a slight upward stroke silently. A silver light flashed across Wang Gong's throat.
The winner has been decided.
Liu Yang put away his gun and stood, watching his opponent slowly fall down with his hands covering his neck in disbelief.
Well, it's not that difficult. Chapter 85, Battle Record, 5 Victories. Inside the dormitory, the huge holographic screen showed the image of Wang Gong collapsing while holding his throat. Win again. Baiji's tense nerves finally relaxed. Clean and neat, no suspense. This is her husband.
She almost subconsciously stretched out her finger, wanting to download the videos of the 2 games and watch and study them over and over again. However, a cold system prompt box popped up on the screen.
Insufficient permissions.
This competition video is only available for download to the contestant, their immediate family members, and authorized personnel of the school.
Baiji was stunned, then burst into laughter.
How could she forget that her relationship with Liu Yang was the most direct one in the federal system? His fingertips moved quickly on the light screen, calling up the marriage certificate on his personal terminal and clicking upload.
Almost the next second after clicking confirm, the system prompt sounded again. Proof of family relationship has been verified.
Dear Ms. Baiji, you have been granted full access to view and download all of Liu Yang's match recordings.
Audit passed.
Baiji raised the corners of her mouth in satisfaction and clicked to download all. She had a premonition that today might be the most important lesson in her martial arts career.
The next time.
In the third match, the opponent was an agile assassin, holding 2 blades and with strange movements.
However, when Liu Yang met the opponent, he accurately touched the opponent's throat.
In the fourth game, the opponent was a rare psychic who tried to use mental shock to disrupt Liu Yang's perception. Liu Yang just frowned slightly, and the Hanyuan Gongfa in his sea of consciousness started to operate on its own.
The next second, the spear flew out of his hand and pierced his shoulder. The fifth game.
At 11:30 in the morning, as the fifth opponent fell helplessly, Liu Yang's record of 5 wins was achieved. His personal score also soared from the initial 10 points to 15 points. This score has already matched the minimum score required to enter the top 2,000 in last year's freshman assessment.
And his overall ranking is fixed at 1,800.
Standing in the deserted martial arts arena, Liu Yang's face showed no trace of joy.
Too weak. He whispered to himself.
In his original conception, those who could be admitted to the Interstellar Martial Arts University were all geniuses among geniuses, and the battles there should be extremely difficult and arduous. But after these 5 fights, he didn't feel as stressful as the sparring with his fellow disciples in the martial arts gym in his previous life.
Every man is a shot.
No one could force him to fire a second shot.
Or. Liu Yang's gaze fell on his right hand holding the gun. Having reached perfection in the 3 techniques, coupled with the amplification of Nirvana fire, has an insurmountable gap been created between me and the freshmen of the same level?
He shook his head, unable to figure it out. Forget it, I'll go back to the dormitory to eat first.
Maybe I can meet some really decent opponents in the afternoon game.
Putting away his spear, Liu Yang turned and left the training ground.
Returned to the dormitory's suspended elevator. The elevator door opened and 3 disheveled figures walked in.
The leader was Zhang Feng, whose face and nose were bruised and swollen, and his brand new combat uniform was covered with burn marks and holes. He was cursing while spraying healing spray on his arms.
You're so ruthless. You almost broke my bones.
When he looked up, he saw Liu Yang standing in the corner of the elevator, looking calm and composed with his combat uniform spotless. His eyes immediately lit up.
Brother Liu. Are you done playing too? Zhang Feng came over enthusiastically. You're taking it easy, aren't you? It's like taking a walk.
Liu Yang smiled slightly.
It's just luck. The opponent is not strong. Suyu and Zhou Bo, who were following behind Zhang Feng, didn't pay attention to Liu Yang at first. But when they heard Zhang Feng's enthusiasm, they couldn't help but look at him twice. Brother Liu, let me introduce you to these 2 people, Suyu and Zhou Bo, friends I just met. Zhang Feng patted Liu Yang's shoulder carelessly, then lowered his voice. This is the Liu Yang I mentioned to you, from the Liu family in Tianhai City, Brother Liu. Suyu and Zhou Bo heard this. It turns out to be Brother Liu. I've heard a lot about you. Hello, Brother Liu. Liu Yang nodded calmly in response. The elevator stopped at the 382nd floor and the 2 walked out. The elevator door slowly closed, blocking the view. The polite expression on Suyu's face collapsed instantly. Zhou Bo was a little hesitant. Look at his clothes, they're spotless, without a single wrinkle. He doesn't look like he's been through a hard battle. Suyu folded her arms. I think his uniform was probably torn apart in the first fight, so he went back and changed into a new one to look impressive. Joe Bo was a little shaken by what he said. He stopped talking and subconsciously opened his personal terminal to check the game report of the morning. As soon as I opened the campus network, an official push notification came into view. Star Martial Arts University, top 10 outstanding players on the morning of the first day of freshman assessment official selection. Joe Bo clicked in for some unknown reason. The light curtain unfolded, and a golden list occupied the entire field of vision. And the name at the top of the list is so eye-catching. Top, Liu Yang. Record, 5 victories. Joe Bo's breathing stopped. He suddenly looked up at Suyu, his mouth opening. What's wrong? You look like you've seen a ghost. Suyu noticed his abnormality. The next second, Suyu's expression froze. Below the list is a replay of Liu Yang as highlights. In the picture, the young man is holding a spear and always shoots at opponents of different styles. A bullet through the throat. A shot to the shoulder. Break the shield with one shot. Every shot is extremely fast, extremely fierce, and extremely accurate. Suyu's face turned the color of liver. Liu Yang was already standing at the door of his dormitory at this moment. Drop. The identification was passed and the door lock slid open silently. Almost the moment the door opened, a fragrant breeze blew in my face. You're back. Bai Ji threw herself into his arms. The warm body temperature instantly enveloped Liu Yang. He subconsciously put his arms around her waist, feeling her tightness. You are a monster. Bai Ji buried her face in his chest, her voice muffled. That's really amazing. I downloaded all 5 games. Liu Yang smelled the fragrance of her hair, and a warm feeling flowed through his heart. This is just the beginning. Bai Ji's excited mood also calmed down. She slowly raised her head. This freshman who, in just one morning, was officially rated as the top freshman with a gun as sharp as a dragon and a single strike to win the battle, was her husband. This realization made Bai Ji's breathing become a little rapid again. Today, I'm afraid that everyone in the entire Interstellar Martial Arts University knows the name Liu Yang. At the same time, in the training room of Interstellar Martial Arts University, the 50-fold gravity field slowly lifted, and Lu Mingyue exhaled a long breath of turbid air with white mist. She picked up a towel and wiped her face, then walked barefoot to the rest area. That kid, there should be a result. Liu Yang's calm face flashed through her mind. With a light tap of her fingertips, a light screen was projected on her personal terminal, and she skillfully clicked on the official film and television area of the campus network. Top 10 outstanding players on the morning of the first day of freshman assessment official selection. Chapter 86 I Give Up. Lu Mingyue raised her eyebrows and clicked in. The name at the top of the list was Liu Yang. She clicked on the highlights replay. In the light curtain, Liu Yang's figure moved. There were no unnecessary movements, no fancy techniques, only the purest efficiency. Interesting. Lu Mingyue turned off the light curtain. This grasp of timing is no longer a skill, but a combat intuition that is almost instinctive. She picked up the water cup and took a sip, and her expectations for Liu Yang rose to a new level. School clinic, intensive care unit. Mo Chiyu lay on the pure white medical bed with dull eyes. She lost. One move. He didn't even touch the corner of his opponent's clothes before he was blasted out of the field by the force, breaking 3 of his ribs. She is the eldest daughter of the Crescent Biological Group, a proud girl who has been blessed with countless resources since childhood. She stepped into the Interstellar Martial Arts University with full confidence. But in the first game, they were completely crushed. Her life had never been so dark. Mississippi. An old servant in a tuxedo appeared silently beside the bed and respectfully handed over a personal terminal. The master asked me to show this to you. Mo Chiyu turned his head woodenly and didn't answer. The old servant didn't say much, but just clicked on the screen and played the recordings of Liu Yang's next 4 games in fast-forward mode in front of her. The scene flashed by quickly. 5 games, 5 different opponents, same outcome. 1 strike wins. Mo Chiyu looked at the figure standing with a gun in the picture. It turns out that I'm not too weak. That man is a monster. She sat up suddenly and replayed every time Liu Yang fired his gun over and over again. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, the 6th round of the freshman assessment started on time. Liu Yang stepped onto the number 16 training ground.
When the lift platform opposite him rose, a familiar and beautiful figure appeared.
Su Qingying.
A well-known genius girl in Tianhai City No. 1 Middle School, whose genetic development progress far exceeds that of her peers, is admired by countless people.
A subtle feeling welled up in Lu Yang's heart.
A few months ago, during Tianhai City's initial entrance exam, he wasn't even qualified to compete on the same field as these people. Now, the world has changed so much, it feels like a lifetime ago.
It's you! Su Qingying's cold voice rang out. Her eyes swept over Lu Yang.
It took him a while to match the young man in front of him with the rumored name. The dark horse from the rice-growing area emerged as a strong contender in the entrance examination. He even stepped on the arrogant Yen Filong, making him a laughingstock.
Lu Yang!
On the light screen, the information of the two people appeared at the same time.
Lu Yang, basic points, 15 points. Su Qingying, basic score 15 points.
Completely consistent initial scores mean that the system determines that the comprehensive strength of the two people is at the same level.
Su Qingying's left forearm held a palm-sized diamond-shaped alloy shield, while her right hand was empty.
Her gaze fell on the spear in Lu Yang's hand, and her eyes fixed. To deal with long weapons, you must seize the initiative and fight at close range.
The game begins. Su Qingying moved.
She suddenly exerted force on her feet and rushed straight towards Lu Yang.
She stepped on the alloy floor, leaving a shallow dent.
Her goal was very clear. She would use her speed advantage to rush forward, destroy Lu Yang's spear, and then use her best close combat to kick Lu Yang directly off the ring. In a flash, the distance between the two people quickly closed.
There was no trace of panic on Lu Yang's face.
Just when Su Qingying was about to rush into the 3-meter range in front of him, Lu Yang opened the 5 fingers of his right hand, palm facing forward, and rubbed them lightly. A fireball the size of a fist.
Go! Lu Yang snapped his fingers.
The fireball flew out of his hand and hit Su Qingying's face.
Su Qingying's pupils suddenly shrank. Elemental superpowers?
This is not a power that a warrior in the early stages of genetic development can master.
Martial arts enlightenment?
She had only heard this term mentioned by her instructor in the Federation's top martial arts theory class. That is the supernatural power derived from practicing martial arts to the extreme and touching the threshold of the law. In the entire Interstellar Martial Arts University, there are tens of thousands of freshmen every year, but the number who can show signs of enlightenment as soon as they enter school can be counted on one hand.
No more than 25. And how could this unknown person from the rice paddy area be possible?
Without time to think about it, Su Qingying twisted her waist to an incredible angle. All the strength in the body bursts out instantly. The fireball flew past her cheek, and the terrifying high temperature turned a few strands of her hair into ashes. The airwave hit the alloy wall behind her, leaving a shallow charred mark.
Lu Yang didn't even look at the result of the fireball.
The moment he shot it out with a flick of his finger, he followed up and the spear silently pierced her throat. The small diamond-shaped shield on Su Qingying's left arm blocked the tip of the gun at the last moment. A huge force poured down from the contact point between the gun tip and the shield. Su Qingying's bones cried out in pain as if they could not bear the heavy burden. The whole person was knocked back by this brutal force. How could there be such great power?
How far along is his genetic development? Su Qingying's mind went blank.
Before she could stand firm, the fatal gun shadow came again.
This time, it's a sweep.
Su Qingying no longer dared to have the thought of taking it head-on.
He exerted force on his feet and retreated madly and miserably.
The tip of the gun brushed past her waist. The sharp gun wind tore her expensive combat uniform, leaving a clear blood mark on her skin. With just 2 moves, she survived the crisis. Su Qingying moved dozens of meters away, and her left arm holding the small shield trembled unnaturally. This man's marksmanship, the angle, timing, and force of every shot, are all perfect. She had to be careful. On the other side, Lu Yang stood with a gun in his hand, his expression calm.
One move is enough. Su Qingying's heart tightened.
She knew she couldn't be passive and defensive anymore. We must take the initiative and disrupt his rhythm. Su Qingying let out a delicate cry, and instead of retreating, she advanced and took the initiative to face Lu Yang. She poured all her strength into her left arm, ready to withstand Lu Yang's next attack and end the match with close combat. Lu Yang's eyes focused and he thrust out with his spear again.
Now is the time.
Su Qingying gritted her teeth and used all her strength to move the small alloy shield towards the tip of the gun.
Another loud bang. The small diamond-shaped shield in Su Qingying's hand broke and flew into the sky. The gun was also ejected. A hint of ecstasy flashed in Su Qingying's eyes. She lowered her body and was about to rush into Lu Yang's arms. However, Lu Yang's feet suddenly slid back several meters, widening the distance again. Su Qingying's advancing figure came to an abrupt halt. Phew! Su Qingying lowered her head in disbelief, only to see that the tip of the spear had pierced her forearm cleanly. I give up. Medical staff rushed on the scene and provided emergency treatment to Su Qingying. She stared at Lu Yang not far away. Lu Yang slowly put away the gun, swung the tip of the gun, and blood splattered. He nodded calmly in the direction of Su Qingying. Victory and defeat are unpredictable in the military, and bearing shame and humiliation is a man's duty. On the battlefield, there is no tenderness. Chapter 87. Why does it feel like Hijie is being suppressed and beaten? At the same time, in the distant Tianhai city, in the Su family's antique study. On the holographic screen, the scene of Su Qingying being shot in the arm and screaming in defeat was frozen. Waste. Su Gufang, the head of the Su family, had a gloomy expression on his face. A genius who has been cultivated with countless resources since childhood actually lost to an ordinary person from the rice paddy area. She has brought shame to our Su family. The atmosphere in the entire study was extremely depressing. This highly anticipated freshman assessment is being simultaneously transmitted to all those who are concerned about this matter throughout the Galactic Federation through quantum communication. The alumni forum exploded instantly. Am I seeing this right? Elemental powers? There's such a monster among this freshman class? I checked, his name is Lu Yang, a special admission student, and his profile is horribly simple. Taiyan City, Wudao Normal University, in an ordinary male dormitory. Brother-in-law is awesome. Bai Mujie slammed his fist on the table, his face flushed with excitement. He stared at Lu Yang's back on the screen, who was standing with a gun in his hand, his eyes full of admiration. What he hated most was self-righteous geniuses like Su Qingying, who acted superior all day long. Now, this arrogant daughter of heaven is being pinned to the ground and rubbed by her brother-in-law like a beaten dog. This feeling is so good. Bai Mujie grabbed his personal terminal and dialed his father's number directly. Hey, Dad. What? Are you out of money again? Bai Zhenyun's calm voice came from the other end of the phone. No. Dad, I want to transfer schools. I want to go to Ria City. I want to go to Interstellar Martial Arts University. Bai Mujie shouted excitedly. There was silence on the other end of the phone for a few seconds. Did a monster kick your brain? Don't you know how far along you are in genetic development? Are you going to be a cleaner at Interstellar Martial Arts University? Stop causing trouble. Your brother-in-law is a 1 in a million freak. Who do you think you are? Just stay here quietly. Bai Zhenyun hung up the phone without mercy and scolded his son. Interstellar Martial Arts University, Players' Rest Area. Lu Yang has already started preparing for his 7th game. The points jumped from 65 to 80, and the ranking also broke into the top 20. The 7th game begins. The lift platform rose, and a burly man over 2 meters tall walked onto the stage carrying a giant sword as big as a door panel. The burly man roared, and rushed towards Lu Yang with great force, chopping down his head with the huge sword in his hand. Lu Yang's eyes were calm and he dodged easily. The strong man's attack was swift, but his flaws were equally huge. After briefly consuming the opponent's physical strength for dozens of seconds. Instead of retreating, Lu Yang advanced and kicked the strong man's knee joint with his right leg. The sound of bones cracking can be clearly heard. The strong man let out a scream. Lu Yang is in a dominant position and does not show mercy to others. He took a step forward and delivered a clean side kick, hitting the opponent's chest. The strong man was kicked and fell off the martial arts stage. Lu Yang wins. The 8th round is about to begin. Lu Yang walked off the stage without even breaking a sweat. The opponent information for the 8th game has appeared on the screen. When he saw his opponent's name and information, he couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Hijie. Taiyan No. 1 Middle School is known as the gun god that appears once in a century. In the live broadcast room of the game, the barrage of comments has gone crazy. Oh my god. It's Hijie. Taiyan's spear god faces this dark horse. Now we're going to see something exciting. Hijie's spear skills are superb, and it's said that he has already reached the threshold of spear intent. Lu Yang is going to lose.
When it comes to using guns, Hija is the king among his peers. On the lift platform, a young man wearing gold-rimmed glasses and with a gentle temperament slowly walked out. He also held a silver spear in his hand, and the tip of the spear flashed a cold light under the light. When Hija saw the black spear in Liu Yang's hand, he was stunned at first, and then the corners of his mouth curled up. In his opinion, he was a natural genius in spearmanship and was destined to stand at the top of martial arts with a spear.
And Liu Yang, the dark horse who rushed forward with brute force and a little cleverness, actually dared to use a gun in front of him?
To bring shame upon oneself.
The 8th round, the assessment begins.
Hija adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses and pointed the tip of his gun at the ground. As far as he was concerned, the battle was over. All he needed to consider was using a few moves to finish off his opponent. Only in this way can you show your strength without appearing to be bullying the weak.
However, on the opposite side, flames shot out from the palm of Liu Yang's hand and instantly wrapped around the black gun barrel. There was a slight tremor in the air. Hija's pupils contracted. What is that? Enlightenment. How is this possible? What makes him a peasant from a rice-growing area, a special recruit without even a decent profile? How dare he? Across the entire Federation, among the billions of warriors, who could reach the threshold of enlightenment at this age? Which one of them wasn't a child of destiny, nurtured by vast resources and passed down through generations of aristocratic families? The torrent of thoughts swept away Hija's composure in an instant. And Liu Yang just made a simple straight stab. Not good.
Hija's heart was pounding. He shook his wrist and raised the silver spear to block.
Sparks flying.
Hija was so shocked that his palms went numb and he took half a step back uncontrollably.
What a heavy gun.
However, the audience in the live broadcast room saw a different scene.
Holy crap. Jushin is awesome. He can even block this. Did you see that? This is the reaction speed of the gun god.
Liu Yang's attack was as fast as lightning, but it was still predicted by the Zhe god. Sure enough, Hija is more talented in the field of marksmanship. This dark horse will end here. The barrage instantly filled the screen. On the martial arts stage, a hint of imperceptible surprise flashed across Liu Yang's eyes.
The talent is indeed good. What a pity. Liu Yang turned his wrist. Second shot.
Hija had just managed to steady himself when the fatal gun tip was already within reach. He was horrified to discover that an invisible will was pressing down on him, making every movement he made extremely difficult.
That is Liu Yang's martial arts will. He wanted to fight back, but his body wouldn't obey him. There was another loud bang.
Hija tried his best to block it again, but he was knocked back 3 steps and his face turned pale.
It's not over yet. The third shot followed. The comments in the live broadcast room went from cheers to dead silence. What happened? Is it stuck? Why is Hija only defending and not attacking? This is not like him. Am I dazzled? Why does it feel like Hija is being beaten? He even retreated 3 times and couldn't fight back? Everyone was stunned. He was the Taiyan gun god, how could he be completely powerless against an unknown freshman?
Hija let out an unwilling roar, forcing all his strength to launch a counterattack.
However, it was too late.
The 4th shot came directly in front of his right shoulder.
Blood spurted out.
Hija groaned, and the silver spear in his hand fell to the ground.
I haven't lost yet.
He drew the fighting blade from his waist with his left hand and pounced on Liu Yang like crazy. Liu Yang flicked his wrist, pulled back the spear, and then fired the 5th shot. Hija stopped abruptly. He lowered his head in disbelief, looking at the black spear that pierced his heart, and the last gleam in his eyes quickly dimmed.
Chapter 88. Is this the level of the specially recruited students?
Medical staff rushed to the stage immediately, activated the emergency life support device, and carried the unconscious Hija away. He won't die, the Federation's medical technology is enough to heal him. But everyone knows that Taiyan's gun god is useless today.
That's too cruel. It pierced the heart directly. He actually beat that marksmanship genius. Who is this Liu Yang? Countless people flocked to the official database of Interstellar Martial Arts University.
But only a few lines of words were found.
The only clue is that someone seemed to have seen this face during the special admissions exam. In the dormitory of Taiyan Wudao Normal University, Bai Mujie was trembling with excitement. Fuck, my brother-in-law is too fierce. What a shitty genius, what a gun god, they are all nothing in front of his brother-in-law. Vulnerable. Ninth round, the game begins. Lu Yang's winning streak has aroused the vigilance of all contestants.
The opponent in the ninth match was a tall and cool girl, Tang Shuyun, carrying a silver longbow. The moment the game started, Tang Shuyun didn't hesitate at all. He exerted force with his feet and instantly opened up a distance of nearly 100 meters between him and Lu Yang. She was smart enough to know that engaging in close combat with a monster like Lu Yang would be tantamount to seeking death. Keep the distance and use her best long-range attacks to suppress. She didn't believe that Lu Yang was invincible, he must have weaknesses. Without any hesitation, she shot the first arrow straight at Lu Yang's eyebrows. The first move is a killing move. Lu Yang's figure swayed slightly. The great perfection of universal body technique. He tilted his body slightly, and the arrow flew past his temple. Lu Yang raised his eyes. This woman is really cruel. The live broadcast room was flooded with comments. He dodged it? Is this a move a human can do? Universal body movement? I checked, it's the Federation's basic body movement technique. Can a basic body movement technique be trained to this level? You're kidding. The angle he just leaned sideways at was definitely over 170 degrees. Is his spine made of plasticine? Student dormitory building. Bai Ji stared at the light screen. She saw the arrow just now clearly. That was definitely a killing move aimed at the fatal point between the eyebrows. She clenched her fists tightly and murmured silently. You must win, Lu Yang, you must keep winning. On the martial arts stage, Lu Yang dodged the arrow, which was just a basic operation for him. But the other party's intention made him frown slightly. Taking advantage of the distance of 100 meters, he nailed himself firmly to the spot and consumed the enemy with an endless rain of arrows. She wanted to drag the game into garbage time and win by endurance. How naive. Lu Yang snorted in his heart. No longer hide your shortcomings. 100 meters away, Tang Shuyun, who was about to shoot the second arrow, suddenly froze. The scene before her eyes changed. The opponent disappeared, and the martial arts arena disappeared. She found herself in an endless sea of fire and purgatory. What's this? Mental attack? Tang Shuyun's face turned pale, and for the first time, fear showed on her pretty face. Now is the time. Lu Yang moved. Not good. The illusion of purgatory shattered, and Tang Shuyun suddenly woke up. But it was too late. Lu Yang's figure has advanced to within 30 meters. He exerted force from his waist and swung the flaming alloy spear in his hand fiercely. Tang Shuyun only had time to cross the silver bow across his chest. With a loud clang, the specially made alloy longbow was pierced instantly. Blood suddenly appeared. The tip of the spear still had the remaining force and accurately pierced through Tang Shuyun's right shoulder. The huge kinetic energy carried her whole body flying backwards. Tang Shuyun groaned, his left hand dropped weakly, and he completely lost his ability to fight. Lu Yang stood there calmly. Game 9, win. Medical personnel rushed onto the stage again. Several people looked at each other with tingling scalps. This class of freshmen, especially this one named Lu Yang, is way too cruel. From Hijia to Tang Shuyun, each one is more miserable than the other. The students in the live broadcast room were completely stunned. One shot, nailing someone to the wall from 100 meters away? Is this the strength of Interstellar Martial Arts University? Is this the level of the specially recruited students? It's too strong, so strong that it's suffocating. Student dormitory building. Tang Shuyu looked at the screen and saw his sister nailed to the wall, covered in blood, in a miserable state. Lu Yang. A peasant from the rice-growing area dares to do such a cruel thing. He's courting death. Just then, her personal terminal rang. It is a communication request from the mother. Tang Shuyu forced himself to suppress the murderous intent in his heart and connected the call. Shuyu, how is your sister? I saw the game. Is she seriously injured? Mom, don't worry. Tang Shuyu's voice instantly became gentle. The school's medical facilities are among the best in the Federation. I've already contacted the medical center. Shuyun only suffered minor injuries. Although they look scary, he will recover soon. Don't worry. That's good. Go see her and comfort her. Yeah, I'll be there right away. After hanging up the phone, the gentleness on Tang Shuyu's face disappeared instantly. He changed his clothes, walked out of the dormitory, and went straight to the medical center.
Lu Yang, you can't be so arrogant for much longer. The freshman assessment is just the beginning. Interstellar Martial Arts University, Medical Center, VIP Intensive Care Ward. Mo Chiyu was half lying on the hospital bed, and the holographic screen in front of her was frozen at the moment when Tang Shuyun was nailed to the wall by the spear. Is this his true strength? It seemed natural that I lost to him. Mo Chiyu suddenly felt that the broken bones in his chest didn't seem to hurt so much anymore. She was born in the Crescent Biological Group and has seen countless geniuses since childhood. But there has never been a person as fascinating as Lu Yang. She admires the strong and longs to follow the strong. At this moment, a blush appeared on Mo Chiyu's cheeks. This man is so strong. The 10th match begins. Here we go. The 10th match. This guy's still fighting. Zhou Chang? The dual sword genius Zhou Chang from Tianlan City? It's said that 3 generations of his family have been skilled swordsmen, and he's a rare prodigy. Genius? Why does this word sound so harsh to me? The last genius, Tian gunslinger Hejia, had his right hand crippled. The previous shoulder is pierced, and the previous one before that. Stop talking, stop talking. I'd like to call Lu Yang the genius terminator. It's open, it's open. I bet on Zhou Chang to win. Lu Yang has fought 9 rounds in a row, and his physical strength and willpower must have been greatly depleted. Zhou Chang's dual swords are fast and effective, specifically designed to counter the spent force. I'm betting on Lu Yang. Have you ever seen him take a breath? He's like a perpetual motion machine. I bet he can kill me instantly with one shot. Student dormitory building, building A16. In front of the light curtain, Bai Ji's face turned pale, and her hands were nervously clutching the corners of her clothes. During the terminal video call, his younger brother Bai Mujia's face turned red with excitement. Sister! My brother-in-law is going to play again. 9 consecutive wins. This is a first in the history of the freshman assessment. I've read Zhou Chang's profile. He's incredibly agile, and his dual blades specialize in attacking wrists and joints. His moves are incredibly vicious. Lu Yang just finished such an intense fight. Will he get hurt if he faces this kind of opponent now? Bai Mujie waved his hand carelessly. Sister, you still don't trust your brother-in-law? Look at his previous opponents. Which one of them didn't look stronger than him? What was the result? Who has ever lasted more than 10 seconds under his gun? Just be at ease. Chapter 89. I can't sleep if this shortcoming is not resolved. On the martial arts stage, the countdown returned to 0. Zhou Chang moved. What a fast speed. Lu Yang's pupils shrank slightly. Quite interesting. A sinister smile appeared on Zhou Chang's face. He didn't believe that anyone could keep up with his peak speed after fighting 9 games in a row. A burst of mental power burst out from his body and pierced Lu Yang's eyebrows. This power already has some signs of enlightenment. However, Lu Yang's eyes were calm. Zhou Chang's mind went blank. There is no longer any opponent in front of us, only an endless sea of fire and purgatory. The body froze. Thoughts paused. Lu Yang thrust the spear forward. The illusion of purgatory in Zhou Chang's eyes shattered. But out of his open mouth came large mouthfuls of blood foam. The 2 swords fell to the ground. Lu Yang put away his gun, and the whole process was smooth and flowing. The timer on the light curtain froze on a glaring number. 4 seconds. The whole audience was silent. Within seconds, all major campus platforms and social media went completely crazy. A new nickname spread. 10-second gun master. In 10 matches, as long as he pulled out his gun, no opponent could stand in front of him for more than 10 seconds. Congratulations to student Lu Yang for winning his 10th match. His points increased by 10, bringing his total to 20 points. His current ranking is 202nd. However, amidst the frenzy, Lu Yang remained calm as he walked down the stage. Becoming famous is just part of the plan. But this did not make him feel happy at all. On the contrary, the 9th game against Tang Shuyun sounded the alarm for him. The spear has a huge advantage at medium and short distances. But facing real long-range attackers, the disadvantage is also obvious. If Tang Shuyun's will had not been strong enough and his own enlightenment field had not taken advantage of the opportunity, the outcome would still be unknown. You can't expect to crush someone mentally every time.
If I were to encounter a ranged opponent with an equally strong will, I would be worn down to death.
Lu Yang opened his personal terminal while thinking.
We must find a way to make up for this shortcoming.
As soon as the terminal was connected to the internet, countless messages came in.
The friend request in the upper right corner instantly became 99 plus. Several messages from friends were pushed to the top.
Zhang Feng, Brother Yang. You're my real brother. 10 consecutive wins. From today on, you're my idol. Are you free tonight? I'll treat you and celebrate.
Guanwu, Mr. Lu Yang, congratulations on your 10th consecutive victory.
Your style is unmatched.
I look forward to our future cooperation.
Wang Huilang, my dear Lu Yang, you are truly a young hero. We have all seen your performance.
Lu Yang had no interest in these flatteries and simply ignored all friend requests.
Fame is sometimes a troublesome thing.
He opened the address book and dialed Lu Mingyue's number directly.
Teacher Lu.
On the other end of the phone.
Lu Yang. I've watched all your matches. You played beautifully. Congratulations. Thank you, teacher. I'd like to ask if I can still use the A-level training room tonight?
I've noticed some deficiencies and need to conduct intensive training immediately.
Of course.
Lu Mingyue answered almost without thinking.
What are you talking about borrowing? The training room is open to the public for free. Not only that, if you don't mind, I can give you personal guidance for free. Lu Yang's heart moved slightly.
This gesture of goodwill was of great significance.
Thank you, Teacher Lu.
As soon as I hung up the phone, another call came in, and the caller ID showed it was my wife.
Lu Yang. I saw you win.
Bai Ji's voice was full of fear.
Are you okay?
I bought some grade nutrients and was just about to send them to you. Hearing her voice, Lu Yang's eyes softened a little. The game is over, stop struggling. I still have some training tonight, so you can rest first and don't wait for me.
Well, then be careful.
After ending the call, Lu Yang went to the training room according to the address sent by Lu Mingyue. In the training room, Lu Mingyue had already changed out of her instructor uniform and put on a black combat uniform that highlighted her fiery figure. In her hand, she held an alloy spear of the same model as Lu Yang's. Hearing the door open, Lu Mingyue slowly turned around.
You're here.
Perfect. Let me personally measure your strength, this 10-second gun master. In the training room, scorching waves rolled.
Lu Mingyue did not release the pressure intentionally. But that aura is enough to make any freshman's legs go weak.
Lu Yang's expression remained calm, and he even looked at the flickering red flame at the tip of the gun with interest.
Teacher Lu, such exquisite energy control. The admiration in Lu Mingyue's eyes became even stronger. Stop talking nonsense.
Lu Mingyue slammed her spear to the ground and glanced at Lu Yang. You fought 10 battles in a row, and instead of lying down in the dormitory to recover, why are you coming to me?
Don't tell me you're really an inveterate fighting maniac. I'm not a battle maniac. Lu Yang met her gaze calmly. I just feel uneasy. Uneasy?
Lu Mingyue raised her eyebrows.
With the dominance you displayed today, who else in the entire freshman assessment could make you uneasy? Lu Yang did not answer directly, but asked in return. Teacher Lu, do you think my victory in the 9th match against Tang Shuyun was a fluke?
This question caused Lu Mingyue to fall into silence for a moment.
Somewhat.
Your enlightenment realm is beyond expectation, forming an absolute crushing force on the spiritual level. But if she had been more determined, or had kept a greater distance between us and used her armor-piercing arrows to constantly consume you, the outcome would have been unpredictable.
Teacher sees things clearly. Lu Yang's eyes became sharp. I can't rely on mentally crushing my opponent every time.
If I encounter a long-range sniper with an equally strong will, I'll be kite to death.
I won't be able to sleep until this shortcoming is resolved.
Lu Mingyue's heart was filled with turmoil.
This guy is a monster.
An ordinary student who has won 10 consecutive victories and been crowned the 10-second gun god would probably have been carried away by this moment, busy celebrating and enjoying the attention.
Very good. She nodded heavily. The fact that you can see this proves that you still have unlimited potential. Tell me, how do you want to solve this problem? What do you want to learn? I checked the database. Lu Yang was prepared.
There's a spear technique called Shadowless Spear that focuses on throwing a spear at an extremely high speed.
It's said to be able to break the sound barrier and take a person's head from 100 meters away. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Mingyue was so angry that she laughed. Lu Yang, do you think martial arts are too simple? That kind of spear technique is nothing but an unorthodox and fancy trick. It requires extremely high instantaneous explosive power from the user, and its performance is extremely unstable. 9 out of 10 throws will miss. The most important thing is that its growth ceiling is too low. It will be of no benefit to your future genetic development progress. She pointed out the problem directly. Chapter 90. I wonder who can stop me. Lu Yang frowned slightly. What do you think, teacher? Lu Mingyue didn't say anything, but turned and walked towards the weapon rack in the corner of the training room. A moment later, she came back with a huge kite-shaped alloy shield and threw it in front of Lu Yang. What is your core advantage? Lu Mingyue stared into his eyes. Explosive power and suppressive power. Lu Yang understood instantly. That's right. Lu Mingyue's eyes lit up surprisingly. Your combat philosophy is to use absolute force to destroy everything in your enemy's possession in the shortest possible time. In that case, why bother going far away to learn something you are not good at? She pointed at the shield on the ground, her voice strong and powerful. The gun is your spear. And this is your second spear. Remember, your shield isn't for defense. When a ranged enemy prevents you from firing, use it to break through the enemy's defenses and smash their formation. Use it to create that 1 meter distance for you to deliver the spear. If the spear is not effective, the shield will prevail. This is your way. Lu Yang's heart exploded. He stared blankly at Lu Mingyue in front of him, then looked at the shield under his feet. She actually understands me better than I understand myself. Since traveling through time, he has been relying on his own reason and calculation to move forward, treating everyone as a tool or partner to achieve his goals. But at this moment, Lu Mingyue's words made him feel the warmth of being understood. Teacher. Lu Yang's voice was dry. I see. Seeing Lu Yang's deeply touched expression, Lu Mingyue felt a hint of pride in her heart, but was mostly speechless. Brat, in order to find a suitable set of exercises for you, I almost turned the school's database upside down. She even remembered that a few days ago, when she was working as a tutor, she was still distractedly thinking about how to make up for Lu Yang's theoretical shortcomings. Thinking of this, Lu Mingyue's cheeks turned red uncontrollably and she spat inwardly. Damn it, how could I have been led astray by this guy without realizing it? I'm a mentor. She coughed lightly to cover up her loss of composure, retrieved a piece of information from her personal terminal, and transmitted it to Lu Yang. This is the Almighty Shield Technique, a basic shield technique promoted by the federal military. It's nothing fancy, just pure blocking, ramming, and smashing. But the more basic it is, the more adaptable it is. You should practice it until you've mastered it thoroughly. Yes. Teacher. Lu Yang clenched his fists excitedly, and the fighting spirit in his eyes rekindled. The gun is for attack, and the shield is also for attack. From then on, I could use my spear to attack from a distance, and I was invincible in close combat with my magic gun. At medium distance, I can charge with a shield. I wonder who can stop me. He couldn't wait to open the information on Almighty Shield method. The materials come with a purchase link for the official VR teaching course. It is priced at 1,000 federal coins and is said to allow students to be immersed in the learning experience and get the best results. Lu Yang chose to buy it without hesitation. Payment successful, entering the VR teaching space. The light and shadow in front of his eyes changed, and Lu Yang's consciousness instantly entered a pure white virtual space. The shadow of a middle-aged man wearing a standard military uniform and with a resolute face appeared in front of him, also holding a kite-shaped shield in his hand. Hello, student. I am your virtual instructor. Now, I will begin teaching the first move of the Almighty Shield technique, basic blocking. The instructor's shadow began to practice, his movements standard and powerful. Ordinary students can only imitate its form and understand its meaning. But at this moment, after Lu Yang experienced the baptism of the realm of enlightenment, the whole world became different in his perception. What he saw was no longer just action. Rather, it is the order in which each muscle in the mentor's phantom body exerts force. Everything was broken down clearly and distinctly, just like a butcher cutting up an ox. It took the virtual instructor 10 minutes to practice a set of movements. And Lu Yang, just by standing there, had already imprinted all of its essence deep in his mind. VR teaching course has ended, thank you for using it.
When his consciousness returned to reality, Lu Yang slowly opened his eyes, and a gleam of light flashed in his eyes. At this moment, a familiar line of golden text quietly appeared in front of his retina. A technique that can be recorded has been detected and has been recorded successfully. Almighty Shield Technique Beginner's Guide unlocked. Lu Yang's mind moved. Unlock. Unlocked successfully. Progress of practicing Almighty Shield Technique 010. In the training room, Lu Yang slowly exhaled. Unlocking the technique is only the first step. True strength comes from the mastery that has been honed through countless trials and tribulations. Without any hesitation, he picked up the heavy kite-shaped alloy shield with one hand, and his body moved instantly like a fully drawn bow. I didn't try to imitate the virtual instructor's standard but slightly stiff movements. Lu Yang's muscles, bones, and even every cell in his body are spontaneously looking for the most perfect way to coordinate under the extraordinary perception brought by the realm of enlightenment. Block. Impact. Smash it. His movements were traceable at first, but after a few breaths, they completely turned into a storm. In his hand, the shield was sometimes as indestructible as a fortress, and sometimes as violent and ferocious as a battering ram. 5 minutes later, Lu Yang's movements became smooth and unobstructed. 10 minutes later, each of his exertions was extremely precise, and the edge of the shield drew a trajectory. 20 minutes later. Clang! Lu Yang's body suddenly stopped and he slammed his shield heavily to the ground. In front of his retina, golden words streamed past like a waterfall. Almighty Shield Training Progress 110. Almighty Shield Training Progress 310. Progress of Almighty Shield Technique Training 710. Progress in practicing Almighty Shield Technique 1010. Congratulations! You have mastered the Almighty Shield Technique to perfection. I see. Lu Yang's mind was clear. After enlightenment, my comprehension, or my ability to analyze martial arts techniques, has reached an incredible level. This is even more mysterious than direct indoctrination by the system. He couldn't wait to open his personal attribute panel, looking forward to another leap in genetic development progress. However, the numbers on the panel made him slightly stunned. Name, Lu Yang. Gene development progress, 25.9%. No change. Not even a 0.1% increase. Lu Yang's brows instantly furrowed. The degree of genetic development has reached nearly 26%, far exceeding that of ordinary freshmen. Although the 4th-level basic martial arts promoted by the federal military, such as Almighty Shield Method, are highly universal. But the improvement effect on high-level warriors is probably minimal. It's like asking a university professor to do arithmetic problems for elementary school students. Even if he does it faster and better, it will not help his own knowledge reserves. It seems that the road has become narrower. Lu Yang muttered to himself. He immediately called up Lu Mingyue's communication and sent a message. Teacher Lu, thank you for your Almighty Shield technique. I've already mastered it. Could you recommend any similar basic, level 4 martial arts techniques in the school database? The more the better. Chapter 91 Brother. Add me as a friend. Please. After a moment, Lu Mingyue's reply was filled with a hint of laughter and tears. You've mastered it? You've mastered it in 20 minutes? What kind of monster are you? Still coming? Do you think a 4th-level technique is easy to come by? And your request is so weird. Others are pursuing profound and abstruse techniques, but you insist on looking for something as basic as this. I can't help you. Go to the school mall and choose it yourself. Obviously, Lu Yang's unconventional way of learning has exceeded Lu Mingyue's understanding. Look for it yourself. A wide variety of martial arts techniques flashed across Lu Yang's screen, most of which were very expensive. Lu Yang's gaze finally locked onto the 2 techniques. Entry-level shield technique, priced at 800 federal coins. Hidden shield law, priced at 1,200 federal coins. Both of these skills are level 4, but their evaluations are very low. The former is considered to be a castrated version of Almighty Shield technique, while the latter is a niche skill that focuses on hiding the shield's trajectory and launching surprise attacks. Due to its low practicality, few people are interested in it. But for Lu Yang, this is exactly what he needs. Payment successful. Without any hesitation, Lu Yang entered the VR teaching space again. This time, he didn't even finish watching the virtual instructor's practice. He just glanced at the internal logic of the operation of the exercises and understood everything.
The moment consciousness returned, system prompts sounded one after another. A technique that can be recorded has been detected and has been recorded successfully. Entry-level shield technique entry-level unlocked. Hidden shield method beginner unlocked. For the next hour, in the training room, Liu Yang sometimes opened and closed his shield wildly, like a landslide, and sometimes acted strangely and unpredictably, with the shield disappearing without a trace. 3 completely different 4th-level shield techniques were split and fused in his hands, and eventually became his own. An hour later. Congratulations! You have mastered the entry-level shield technique to perfection. Congratulations! You have mastered the hidden shield technique to perfection. Liu Yang opened the attribute panel again, and his heart beat uncontrollably. Gene development progress, 26.0%. Really? An astonishing light burst out from Liu Yang's eyes. The completion of 3 4th-level skills only brought about a 0.1% increase. This completely confirmed his guess. Since the quality of a single technique cannot bring about a qualitative change, I will use a vast number of techniques to build a road to heaven with quantity. Just as he was about to close the panel, an overlooked detail made his breathing suddenly stop. That is a line of inconspicuous small words at the bottom of the property panel. Martial Arts Enlightenment, Nirvana Fire Level 3267-3000. Has your enlightenment level increased? Liu Yang's heart was pounding. He clearly remembered that this value was. Practicing these 3 shield techniques actually increased his enlightenment level experience points by 66 points. This is the biggest surprise. The progress of gene development determines his current strength, while the level of enlightenment determines his infinite possibilities in the future. The notification sound from his personal terminal brought him back to reality from his ecstasy. Reminder, your next game will start in 20 minutes, please arrive on time. Time is up. Liu Yang put away his shield, slung his spear over his back, and strode out of the training building. A graceful figure was standing quietly by the roadside, holding a medium-sized cardboard box in her arms, and seemed to be struggling. It's Angelica de Hurica. Wife. Hearing the call, Baiji raised her head in surprise. She held the box and ran quickly to Liu Yang. I saw that you must have been exhausted from fighting 10 rounds in a row, so I went to buy some Harvest brand nutrient solution. She handed the box over as if it were a treasure. Next game, come on. Liu Yang took the box and felt it sinking slightly in his hand. He reached out and gently wiped the sweat from Baiji's forehead. Don't worry, I will. Number 11 Martial Arts Field. When Liu Yang appeared at the entrance, the entire audience instantly boiled over. Look! It's him! It's Liu Yang, the 10-second gun master. Oh my god, he's really here for the 11th game. Doesn't he need a break after fighting 10 games in a row? Look at the big screen. He's facing off against a tough guy ranked 188th overall. This is going to be a good show. Huh? Why is he carrying a shield? Doesn't he use a gun? 10-second gun god? Liu Yang stood in the shadow of the entrance, listening to the fanatical shouts, and the corners of his mouth twitched involuntarily. Who came up with this awful nickname? It's a bit too childish. He silently complained in his heart, but his steps did not stop as he stepped steadily onto the cold alloy arena. The kite-shaped alloy shield behind him gently collided with the handle of the spear. When his opponent is a woman as big as a mountain. He was estimated to be nearly 2 meters tall, with muscles all over his body bulging. What she was holding in her hand was a giant alloy tower shield that was almost half her height. The thickness of that shield is so great that it can even withstand a few hits from armor-piercing shells from small starships. Information about both sides instantly appeared on the holographic screen in the center of the arena. Huaxiaoxian, gene development progress, 18.2%. 18%. Liu Yang's pupils suddenly shrank. This number far exceeded any opponent he had encountered before. The so-called Tian Gun God, Hijia, has a genetic development rate of only 15%. This woman is definitely a tough one. Finally a decent one came. The game begins. Liu Yang didn't hesitate at all and his mind moved. Martial Arts Enlightenment Nirvana Fire. An invisible aura spread out with him as the center. Huaxiaoxian on the opposite side had already taken a charging stance, ready to use her indestructible tower shield to give this new 10-second gun god a warning. However, the moment Liu Yang's aura unfolded, her movements came to an abrupt halt. A trace of confusion first flashed across that rough face, then turned into extreme horror, and finally transformed into fanatical admiration. She felt an absolute suppression coming from a higher level of martial arts. There was a loud bang. Under the stunned gaze of tens of thousands of spectators, Hua Xiaoxiang actually threw her huge tower shield directly to the ground. She raised her hands high. I give up. Lu Yang? Question mark. The momentum he had just built up was stuck in mid-air, neither rising nor falling, and he felt a little dazed. What kind of tactic is this? Showing weakness to the enemy? Before he could figure it out, Hua Xiaoxiang rushed in front of him. Brother! Add me as a friend. Please. She grabbed Lu Yang's arm. That was the enlightenment realm you just experienced, right? That's terrifying. Please, let me hang out with you from now on. I'll be your sparring partner. All I need is for you to occasionally teach me the secrets of enlightenment. Lu Yang was completely confused. This victory was too hasty and bizarre. Looking at the other person's face full of curiosity, he really couldn't say no, so he could only nod helplessly and accept the other person's friend request. Chapter 92, Lu Yang can use a shield? When did it happen? At this moment, both the audience seats and the live broadcast rooms of major platforms have completely exploded. I took off my pants, and you show me this? Is Hua Xiaoxiang crazy? She's a fierce warrior with 18% genetic development. Last time, she slammed her opponent into the wall with her shield, and this time, she just threw down her shield and surrendered? This is definitely a shady deal. I bet 3,000 federal coins on Hua Xiaoxiang to win. Don't be silly, the person above. Didn't you see Hua Xiaoxiang's expression? It was filled with genuine shock and admiration. That Lu Yang is probably 10,000 times more terrifying than we imagined. On the stage, Hua Xiaoxiang was satisfied with being recognized as Lu Yang's friend. She turned to face the crowd and raised her fist again. Just watch. In the next joint exam of 10 schools, I, Hua Xiaoxiang, will definitely enter the realm of enlightenment and crush all of you one by one. Lu Yang nodded to her symbolically. I wish you success. The 11th game ends, the winner is Lu Yang. Current points, 21. Overall ranking, 188. Game 12, no suspense. The opponent was a handsome young man holding a long stick. The moment Lu Yang opened the Nirvana fire field, he lost his mind and his weapon was knocked away by a shot, ending the battle cleanly and neatly. The 12th game ended, the winner is Lu Yang. Current points, 22. Overall ranking, 150. When the opponent information of the 13th game appeared on the big screen, Lu Yang's eyes finally showed a subtle change. That was an acquaintance. Taiyan No. 1 Middle School, Rocket Class, Jin Xiaoxiao. Jin Xiaoxiao's temperament at this moment is even colder than when she first entered school. She stood at the other end of the ring with a lofty look in her eyes. I won't lose this one. In the previous battle, under the pressure of life and death, she finally realized the true meaning of martial arts. Martial arts enlightenment, winter. At that moment, she firmly believed that she was the undisputed number one among this class of freshmen. My high school classmate Hezhi is indeed too weak. In Lu Yang's hands, he couldn't even last 10 seconds. He was simply a waste. Jin Xiaoxiao's heart was filled with disdain for her former classmates. When she walked onto the stage, the atmosphere in the audience instantly reached its peak. It's Jin Xiaoxiao. The peerless genius who gained enlightenment on the last match and froze his opponent in 3 seconds. Enlightenment versus enlightenment. This is going to be a good show. One is the fiery 10-second gun god, and the other is the bone-chilling winter sword immortal. Open the market. Open the market. I bet Jin Xiaoxiao will win. Just when the atmosphere was at its most heated, Jin Xiaoxiao took out 3 injections that were flashing with a faint blue light from the tactical bag on her waist with an expressionless face. Without hesitation, she injected all 3 medicines into her carotid artery. Visible to the naked eye, strands of ice blue energy rapidly spread along her blood vessels, and Lu Yang was stunned. Isn't this cheating? His doubts were immediately cleared up by the popular science voice of an old student in the audience. In the Interstellar University Alliance's individual qualifying competition, after entering the top 100, the use of gene optimizers is permitted to encourage students to break through at all costs. Of course, provided you can afford it. Another person added in astonishment. The one Jin Xiaoxiao uses is the Ice Marrow Type 3 produced by Crescent Biological Group. The market price of one is over 2 million. She played 3 shots in one go. My god, the cost of this match must have started at least 7 figures. The world of the rich is so plain and boring. Lu Yang complains silently in his heart. The game begins. The referee's voice fell. Martial Arts Enlightenment, Winter. Qin Xiaoxiao shouted clearly. She had no intention of testing anything. The long and narrow alloy sword in her hand hummed, and ice crystals visible to the naked eye condensed on the blade. She wants to kill instantly. Lu Yang stood still. He was surprised to find that with the dual blessing of the winter domain and the potion, Qin Xiaoxiao's strength had indeed reached an astonishing level. Quite interesting. A flash of golden flame appeared in Lu Yang's eyes. Martial Arts Enlightenment Nirvana Fire. The burning wool exploded with Lu Yang as the center. On one side is the bitter cold that is enough to freeze the soul, and on the other side is the scorching waves that can burn everything. Kill. Qin Xiaoxiao's figure turned into a blue lightning and slashed out with a knife. Lu Yang did not dodge or evade, and thrust his spear forward like a dragon. The tip of the gun and the blade collided precisely in mid-air. With a crisp sound, Qin Xiaoxiao felt a huge force coming from the blade, which made her palm numb and she slid back several meters uncontrollably. As for Lu Yang, his figure just swayed slightly. The difference is obvious. Lu Yang moved. His figure left a faint afterimage on the spot, directly targeting Qin Xiaoxiao's weakness. Qin Xiaoxiao's pupils shrank like needles, and she only had time to cross her sword across her chest and try to block. Blood spurted out. The spear brushed past the blade and pierced her right shoulder with incredible precision. Qin Xiaoxiao groaned in pain, and half of her body became paralyzed instantly. It's over. Another instant kill. Lu Yang was too lazy to even draw his spear, ready to wait for the referee to announce the result. However, with a shrill scream, Qin Xiaoxiao gritted her teeth and grabbed the gun barrel stuck in her shoulder with her left hand, letting the sharp blade stir in her flesh and blood. The other one ignored the disabled right shoulder and slashed towards Lu Yang's neck fiercely. Lu Yang's heart trembled, he drew his gun and stepped back, keeping some distance. Qin Xiaoxiao's eyes were bloodshot. How is that possible? How could it be possible that the level of enlightenment of a lowly person who appeared from nowhere could be higher than mine? I am a rare genius in the Qin family. I use 3 ice marrow type 3s. How could I lose? The glory of her family and the expectations of her peers were suffocating her. I can lose to anyone, but I can't lose to a guy like this with no background. This is not only a shame for her, but also a shame for the entire Tianqin family. You deserve to die. She squeezed out 3 words from between her teeth, and her left hand reached for the tactical bag on her waist again, and unexpectedly took out another red injection. Qin Xiaoxiao inserted the needle into her thigh. Just in time. Lu Yang's eyes gleamed brightly. Instead of being afraid, he changed his tactics. He put away his spear and let the opponent's crazy blade approach. At the moment when the blade was about to hit his body, he suddenly swung his left arm across, and the newly acquired kite-shaped alloy shield accurately met the attack. There was a deafening bang and sparks flew everywhere. Qin Xiaoxiao's decisive blow was blocked by the shield without a single move. She was dumbfounded. Can Lu Yang use a shield? When did it happen? Now is the time. Lu Yang seized this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, clenched his right fist, and with the blood surging in his body, he punched Qin Xiaoxiao hard in the lower abdomen. Qin Xiaoxiao's body bent like a shrimp, a stream of blood spurted out of her mouth, and she flew backwards, completely losing consciousness. The 13th game ends, the winner is Lu Yang. The referee's high-pitched voice echoed throughout the stadium. Chapter 93. The outside world calls you the 10-second gun god. 10 seconds of gun mastery. Awesome. The gun god can also use a shield. He's an all-round warrior. Too strong. He took 3 blows from the drugged-up Qin Xiaoxiao and knocked her out with 1 punch. What terrifying strength. Lu Yang stood in the center of the ring and calmly put away his shield. Inside the student dormitory, Bai Ji stared at the holographic screen intently until the referee announced the result, then her whole body went limp. Her heart started beating wildly. My husband is so awesome. On the other side, the infirmary. Mo Chiyu looked at Lu Yang's clean and neat attack on the screen, and the corners of her mouth rose unconsciously. This guy. She looks so charming in the ring. 2 hours later. Martial Arts Training Ground number 40. Lu Yang walked onto the stage. None of those who can make it all the way here are weak. Who knows if there will be another madman like Qin Xiaoxiao.
His opponent soon appeared. He was an extremely burly man, wearing a full black armor, even his face was covered by a helmet. He walked up to the ring and pulled out a portable megaphone from his back instead. Ahem. Dear students, dear audience, and all the future martial arts stars watching this live broadcast.
Good afternoon, everyone. The entire audience.
Before I begin the competition, please allow me to solemnly introduce this set of Dark Moon Type 7 custom armor I'm wearing, which was recently developed by the Moonfall Group. Buy now and enjoy a 20% discount.
Original price, 28 million. Yun Group, your trustworthy choice.
For contact information, please see the scrolling subtitles on my helmet.
The corner of Liu Yang's eye twitched.
Just when the entire audience was in a state of collective outrage, the man casually threw the loudspeaker to the ground.
Boy, my name is Luo Yucheng.
His voice came through the built-in speaker of the armor. So far, I have won 12 games in a row, and every one of them was a crushing victory.
Since you've performed quite well before, I'll give you a chance. If you surrender now, you won't have to suffer anymore.
Otherwise, I'm afraid that if I'm not careful with this precious armor, I'll send you to the life support cabin for half a month.
At the same time, student dormitories.
Tang Shuyu had just finished quantum communication with his sister Tang Shuyun. Tang Shuyu slowly walked to the huge floor-to-ceiling window and sighed deeply.
How can she take revenge? Liu Yang's performance in the ring had already been reported on the desks of the Tang family elders through the family's intelligence network.
Just now, what she received was not an order from her family to take revenge, but a warning.
Do not have any conflicts with Liu Yang and try to establish friendly relations. The meaning of the family's top leaders is clear. For a grassroots genius like Liu Yang who has no background but displays monstrous talent, the Tang family does not want to suppress him, but to win him over. Not only will she and her sister not be able to cause trouble for him in the future, they may even have to humble themselves and take the initiative to make friends with him. She knew better than anyone that she was not a genius. Every step towards her current achievements is inseparable from the accumulation of her family's massive resources. As for Liu Yang, he had just enrolled in school, but within a month or so, his level of enlightenment had already reached a height that even many senior students could not even dream of. This kind of person is the real monster. Tang Shuyu felt unwilling. As a senior in the 4th grade and the famous daughter of the Tang family in the Federation, I may no longer be his opponent. On the ring, Luo Yucheng snorted coldly when he saw Liu Yang was unmoved. He took his weapon from his back. A heavy tower shield and a ferocious warhammer. You don't know how to appreciate it.
As he took his stance, a holographic screen above the ring also displayed his data synchronously.
Player, Luo Yucheng. Overall ranking, 40. Gene development degree, 19%. Points earned, 31. 19% genetic development. This is an extremely terrifying number. For a freshman who has just enrolled, this is almost an overwhelming advantage.
Many people study hard for 4 years at a public martial arts university, but may not be able to reach this level by the time they graduate.
Liu Yang's eyes suddenly became sharp.
No wonder he is so arrogant, it turns out he has the real stuff.
This guy is a formidable opponent. At this moment, Luo Yu City suddenly issued an order. Dark Moon System, activate torrent mode.
With a slight sound, the shoulder and arm armor panels of his armor opened slightly. Several needles as thin as cow hair popped out instantly and pierced his muscles accurately.
Inject some kind of medicine into the body. Did you see that? This is the Torrent 2 active agent that comes as a bonus with the purchase of our Dark Moon 7 battle frame. This guy is advertising again. Okay, the commercial time is over. Luo Yucheng twisted his neck.
Boy, the outside world calls you the 10-second gun god, right?
I'm curious, can your gun leave a white mark on my body? Liu Yang smiled.
Against such an adversary armed with money and technology, conventional attacks are likely to be weakened layer by layer. The only way is to use the strongest force to deliver the most fatal blow before the opponent reacts.
Golden flames gushed out from Liu Yang's body. This time, he didn't hold back at all. Martial arts enlightenment nirvana fire. What?
Luo Yucheng originally thought that Liu Yang's domain was at most on par with Qin Xiaoxiao's. But when this golden wave of fire hit him in the face, he was horrified to find how wrong he was. His will, his spirit, and even the armor he was so proud of, all seemed so insignificant.
The absolute mental suppression made his movements stiff. Now is the time. Liu Yang's figure moved.
His body merged with the spear, and with all the power of the entire Nirvana fire realm, he fiercely stabbed towards the figure that was frozen in place. Luo Youcheng's pupils shrank sharply. He wanted to raise his shield and dodge, but his body was restrained. A loud bang. The Dark Moon Type 7 breastplate, which was said to be able to withstand 17 tons of physical impact, was so fragile that it exploded under the tip of the gun, burning with golden flames. The violent Nirvana fire spiritual energy poured in instantly. The spear passed through his body, leaving behind a terrifying hole the size of a bowl. Luo Youcheng looked down at the hole in his chest, then slowly fell backwards. The armor worth 22 million federal coins fell heavily to the ground. The whole audience was silent. A few seconds later, several medical staff in white uniforms woke up from their dreams, rushed onto the stage screaming, connected the life support device to Luo Youcheng, and carried him down urgently. Lu Yang calmly retracted his spear. "You can't die." The life support device was enough to give him his last breath. The Federation's top medical technology can reshape his internal organs within a few days. But for Luo Yu City, and even the Yueyun group behind it, some things are more terrifying than death. For example, the complete collapse of credibility. Chapter 94, Lucian is crazy about killing. Almost at the moment when Luo Yu City fell, the warrior social network of the entire Federation had set off a huge wave. Moonfall Group, return the money. The Dark Moon Type 7, which is said to be able to withstand 17 tons of impact, was pierced by a single shot from a freshman. My kitchen alloy door is stronger than this one. I'm dying of laughter. 1 second he was bragging about the Torrent 2 gene potion, and the next second he was lying down. What is this? This is the most expensive reverse marketing in history. I just placed an order, luckily I haven't paid yet. Thanks to Master Lu Yang, you saved me over 20 million. Yueyun Group, come out and get beaten. At the same time, at the headquarters of Yueyun Group, in the chairman's office, Luo Tianxian was watching the holographic live broadcast in front of him with a flushed face, holding a glass of expensive Stardust wine in his hand. He was very satisfied with his son's marketing strategy. With this wave of popularity, the group's stock price would rise by at least another 5 points. However, when the spear pierced through Dark Moon Type VII's breastplate, the wine glass in his hand was crushed to pieces. On the screen, a charred hole exploded in his son's chest, and the image of him falling straight down hit Luo Tianxiang's heart hard. Waste. I spent billions paving the way for him. Bribing connections, customizing armor, hiring the best instructors. And this is how he repays me? I've become a joke in front of the entire Federation. On the quantum stock price display screen in the office, the stock code of Yueyun Group has turned into a glaring blood red and began to plummet. Luo Tianxian was so angry that he was shaking all over. Check it out for me. Who is this kid named Lu Yang? I want him dead. Martial Arts Training Ground number 40. Lu Yang confirmed that the referee had announced the result, turned around and prepared to leave the stage. Student Lu Yang, please wait a moment. A clear and pleasant voice called him. Lu Yang turned around and saw a young woman with the school's official press card hanging on her chest running towards him. Behind her was a robot carrying a floating camera. The woman had a gentle professional smile on her face. Hello, I'm Lin Xiuyue, a reporter for the school newspaper. Congratulations on your 14th consecutive victory. Could I have a few minutes of your time for a brief interview? Lin Xiuyue breathed a sigh of relief. She was really afraid that this 10-second gun god who could kill people in an instant at the slightest disagreement was a person with a bad temper. Now it seems that he is much easier to talk to in the audience than imagined. Lu Yang's eyes swept between her and the camera and nodded. He needs some positive exposure to pave the way for his future plans. An official interview would be perfect. That's great. Lin Xiuyue was overjoyed. As a thank you, after the interview, I will give you a whole box of Harvest brand B-grade nutrient solution in the name of the school newspaper. The expression on Lu Yang's face became much more sincere and he nodded again. Thank you very much. Seeing his somewhat money-obsessed look of surprise, Lin Xiuyue felt that this genius was more down to earth. She opened her interview notes and got straight to the point. Lu Yang, first of all, congratulations on becoming the first player in this year's freshman competition to achieve 14 consecutive wins. How do you feel now, from the first game to the 14th? In the live broadcast room, countless viewers pricked up their ears. They wanted to hear the victory speech of this extraordinary genius. Lu Yang thought for a moment and gave his answer very seriously.
It feels just average. To be honest, it's not very challenging. Lin Xiaoyue's pen tip suddenly drew a long mark on the notebook. The professional smile on her face almost shattered on the spot. In the live broadcast room, the barrage exploded. Is this human language? This is a murderous act. He Zhou, Qin Xiaoxiao, and Luo Yuqing fainted in the medical cabin crying. This isn't called pretense, this is called genius confidence. Master Lu is awesome. Lin Xiaoyue forced herself to suppress the twitching corners of her mouth. Well, it's clear that Lu Yang is very confident in himself. So, let's talk about that earth-shattering blow just now. The replay data shows that the moment you penetrated the Dark Moon Type 7 battle armor, your peak power reached a terrifying level. Do you know the exact value? Lu Yang shook his head honestly. I don't know. I didn't pay attention. Lin Xiaoyue smiled and called up the holographic playback. According to official calculations, the peak instantaneous impact force of your shot exceeded 10 tons. When this number came out, the audience gasped again. Use a long spear to stab with a force comparable to the full force of a heavy truck. What a terrifying explosive power. Lu Yang himself was a little surprised. He didn't expect that the blessing of Nirvana Fire Level 3 would be so terrifying. Lin Xiaoyue asked the last question. One last question, Lu Yang. We noticed that before your 13th match with Qin Xiaoxiao, you had never used a shield in the ring. But in that battle, you took out a kite-shaped alloy shield and used it quite skillfully. Excuse me, is this the trump card you have been hiding? This question also expressed the thoughts of all the audience. Lu Yang heard this. Oh, you mean the shield? He responded frankly. I just learned it this afternoon. It feels pretty good, so I brought it on stage. The words fell. Lin Xiaoyue's mind went blank. The barrage of comments scrolled wildly in the live broadcast room. Just learned this afternoon? Are you kidding me? What kind of interstellar joke is this? You learned a weapon in 2 hours, and you use it so skillfully? Do you think you're the illegitimate son of the head of state? I don't believe it. In the 300 years since the founding of Interstellar Martial Arts University, there has never been such an outrageous monster. Lin Xiaoyue has been working as a journalist for 5 years. She has interviewed federal generals and talked with business tycoons. I think I've seen a lot of ups and downs. Student Lu Yang, one last question. Do you have anything to say about your next opponent? Everyone thought that Lu Yang would say something polite. However, Lu Yang just tilted his head slightly. I hope he's weaker. I'm in a hurry and want to win quickly. Lin Xiaoyue saw the young man in front of her with clear and calm eyes. The audience in the live broadcast room went completely crazy. Instead of feeling offended, they were all ignited by this domineering declaration. Fuck. Lucian has gone crazy. This will become the most classic quote of this competition. Barely won. Love it. I love this kind of person who doesn't pretend. If you're strong, you can do whatever you want. At the same time, in the highest management room of the Interstellar Martial Arts University Competition Center, several middle-aged men in university senior faculty uniforms were sitting around a huge holographic star map table, discussing the next stage of the competition. Lin Xiaoyue respectfully handed the interview materials and data report she had just compiled to the leading teacher. Director Wang, this is the first draft of the interview with contestant Lu Yang. Director Wang just glanced at the title casually and put it aside. The first stage of the competition is coming to an end, and the final list of the top 4 has been announced. They are Lu Yang and 3 other top talents who have emerged from their respective regions. Zhou Mofan, Yu Shanchuan, and Hua Feiguang. Chapter 95. This is the power of Krypton Gold players. A teacher wearing gold-rimmed glasses pushed up the frames. Zhou Mofan and Yu Shanchuan are of comparable strength. Both come from military families and possess powerful martial arts skills. Putting them together will surely be a fierce battle, full of excitement. He ran his finger across Lu Yang's portrait with a hint of contempt. This Lu Yang, although his record is exaggerated, he is still a grassroots person after all. His fighting style is too brutal and lacks entertainment value. It was a one-hit wonder, and it ended before the audience's emotions were even aroused. The commercial value is too low. Director Wang nodded. That's the arrangement. Let Lu Yang face Hua Feiguang, and the battle will be quick and decisive. Hua Feiguang is a rare spiritualist with a gorgeous and varied fighting style. Let him quickly eliminate Lu Yang.
Then we will pool all our resources to promote the ultimate showdown between Zhou Mofan and Yushan Chuan. In this era, even student competitions have long been deeply tied to commercial interests. In their eyes, a genius with no background in unsightly playing style is worth far less than a carefully planned performance.
Lin Xiaoyue stood aside, listening to their conversation, feeling powerless. Director Wang, I believe Lu Yang's potential is unfathomable. His explosive force of 10 tons per shot, and his incredible shield skills, perhaps.
Xiao Lin.
Director Wang interrupted her.
Your role is reporting, not planning.
Potential?
It's worthless until it's realized. The arrangement remains unchanged.
Lin Xiaoyue's heart sank.
Director Wang seemed to notice her disappointment and added something to comfort her.
However, you can continue to follow him.
Making a war documentary about him would be good material.
If he can outlast Hua Feiguan for 3 minutes, then we've made a mistake.
Yes. Lin Xiaoyue agreed immediately, and a glimmer of light rekindled in her eyes.
Half an hour later, the final battle of the first stage attracted everyone's attention.
When the huge dome simulated a battlefield at dusk, a figure stepped onto the ring first, igniting the whole audience.
It's Hua Feiguan. 1,000 machine hands Hua Feiguan. Oh my god.
He actually brought his treasure chest up here. Behind Hua Feiguan, a silver metal box automatically floated open, and a number of weapons shining with cold light rose from it and were neatly arranged behind him.
The audience instantly boiled over. For those newbies who don't understand, let me explain. Hua Feiguan is a rare psychic genius in the Federation. He doesn't even need to do anything himself. These weapons are his hands and his sword. That's right. In the last fight, his opponent didn't even touch the edge of his clothes before he was tortured to pieces by 18 different weapons until he was no longer human. How terrifying. Lu Yang stood in the audience, looking up at the opponent surrounded by a halo. His personal terminal was already displaying the opponent's data synchronously. Name, Hua Feiguan. Basic ranking, 3rd place. Gene development progress, 17%. Current points, 31. After hearing the popular science talk from the audience, Lu Yang's eyes became extremely solemn for the first time. This is probably the first truly powerful enemy he has encountered since he traveled through time. On the ring, Hua Feiguan seemed to enjoy the feeling of being the center of attention. Are you the grassroots gun god? Swords have no eyes. Kneel down and surrender now, and I might be able to let you leave with dignity. Lu Yang slowly walked onto the stage, still holding the crimson spear in his hand, with the inconspicuous kite-shaped alloy shield hanging on his left arm. Stop talking nonsense. Looking for death. Hua Feiguan's eyes suddenly turned cold. The game begins. The moment the referee finished speaking, Hua Feiguan's eyes suddenly burst out with an invisible wave. The more than 20 weapons behind him hummed and swept towards Lu Yang. It's over. There's no way to fight this. The audience exclaimed. However, Lu Yang did not dodge, block, or even activate the domineering golden sea of fire. He held the spear in his right hand and took a step forward. The power of enlightenment. Crush. In midair, the huge storm seemed to hit a wall. The grim smile on Hua Feiguan's face froze. A piercing pain came from the depths of his soul. Hua Feiguan's eyes rolled back and he fell straight back. The more than 20 suspended weapons lost all control in an instant. The whole world fell into silence again. Everyone stared at the scene in front of them in amazement. Ranked 3rd, this arrogant genius of telekinesis just lost like that? Without any hesitation, Lu Yang thrust the spear into the opponent's heart. Hua Feiguan bit his tongue, endured the pain of his soul being torn apart, picked up a pair of daggers on the ground, and stood up with a roar. I haven't lost yet. He swung his 2 swords, crossed them and slashed towards Lu Yang's neck. Lu Yang swung his left arm, and the shield slammed hard into Hua Feiguan's sword. A muffled sound. Hua Feiguan was shocked and retreated repeatedly. His shield technique. Oh my god, his shield technique is so strong. This isn't just defense, this is attack. He's using his shield like a battering ram. Lu Yang didn't give the opponent any chance to breathe. His spear shot out like a dragon and his shield struck like a mountain. The shadows of guns and shields intertwined, forcing Hua Feiguan into a miserable state, leaving him unable to fight back. Hua Feiguan felt that his spiritual world was collapsing inch by inch. If he continues like this, he will become an idiot.
In desperation, he activated the ultimate energy of his expensive combat suit. A layer of light blue hexagonal energy shield popped out from the surface of the combat suit, wrapping him tightly.
The tip of Liu Yang's spear pressed firmly against the light blue hexagonal energy shield.
Liu Yang frowned slightly. Yueyun Group, Star Arc 3rd Generation Individual Energy Shield, maximum energy bearing capacity 11 tons of impact force.
The data on the personal terminal flashed by.
This thing is worth at least 500,000 federal coins and is Hua Feiguang's last resort to save his life.
In the audience. Blocked.
I told you Hua Feiguang wouldn't lose that easily.
Oh my god, isn't that the Moonfall Corporation's latest Star Arc shield? I heard the military hasn't even fully deployed it yet. It's so luxurious. Alas, there's nothing I can do. This is the power of a paid player. No matter how good your skills are, if you can't kill me in one shot, I'll have a chance to turn the tables. The size of the crowd were filled with helplessness and envy towards money. In this era of extreme internal competition, resources are always the most important part of strength. On the ring, Hua Feiguang, who survived the disaster, looked pale. He couldn't understand why his mental power was defeated so completely.
But he saw Liu Yang's furrowed brows. I mistakenly thought that the other party was also helpless against this shield.
Grassroots, do you see this? This is the unbridgeable gap between you and me. Yeah? Liu Yang uttered 2 words lightly.
The next second, he twisted his right wrist holding the gun suddenly, and a dark red energy wrapped around the gun.
The power of Nirvana fire, double penetration.
The spear rotated at high speed, the temperature of the spear tip suddenly rose, and it hit the same point of the energy shield hard. The originally indestructible Star Arc shield cried out as it could not bear the heavy burden. With the tip of the gun as the center, spiderweb-like cracks spread out.
Chapter 96. Listen, is this human language? Impossible. This is the 3rd generation of Star Arc.
Hua Feiguang's scream had not yet ended when, accompanied by a crisp sound, the shield shattered into blue light spots.
Blood splattered. The spear accurately pierced Hua Feiguang's right shoulder. The huge impact force sent him flying backwards.
In the end, he was nailed to the ground of the ring several meters away.
Hua Feiguang's eyes rolled back and he fainted completely. The battle is over. The entire stadium fell into silence again. The 15th match, Liu Yang wins. 15 consecutive wins. Oh my god. He made history. Finished the first stage with a perfect record. From start to finish. He didn't even let his opponent last a minute. The nickname of the 10-second gun god doesn't suit him anymore. He's a monster. Too strong.
A psychic master with Kryptonian armor is like paper in front of him.
As Hua Feiguang's name faded, Liu Yang's ranking and points were also updated. 4th place, Liu Yang. Points, 25. Record, 15 wins, 0 losses. 4th place.
Liu Yang has reached 4th place. A freshman who was always paying attention to the list pointed at the screen and shouted excitedly.
Wait, that's not right. Why is Liu Yang only 4th after 15 consecutive wins?
Soon, a knowledgeable audience member gave the answer in the barrage of comments in the live broadcast room.
The Emperor of Science has arrived.
The scoring rules for the freshman competition are, wins add points, losses don't deduct points. Although Zhou Mofan and Yu Shanchuan are strong, they both encountered tough opponents in the early stages and lost 1 or 2 games. To catch up in the rankings, they had to play games non-stop to gain points, which is why they played more games and had higher total points. In that case, Liu Yang's points from these 15 undefeated matches are the most valuable. Liu Yang confirmed his ranking and turned around to leave. For him, it was just a small step towards his ultimate goal.
Student Liu Yang. Please wait a moment.
Liu Yang looked in the direction of the voice and saw the editor-in-chief Lin Xiuyue, who was interviewing on campus, clinging to the isolation fence and waving at him vigorously with a red face. Liu Yang recognized her and paused.
What's up? Lin Xiuyue almost jumped up with excitement. Student Liu Yang. Congratulations. Can I take a few more minutes of your time for a brief interview? Can. After receiving a positive answer, Lin Xiuyue almost rushed to Liu Yang.
Student Liu Yang, first of all, congratulations. You finished the first stage of the competition with a perfect record of 15 consecutive victories, creating a miracle for this competition.
How do you feel now? I'm tired and want to go back to the dormitory to sleep. Poochie. Lin Xiaoyue couldn't help but laughed. She quickly adjusted her mood and asked the second question. We noticed that your points are currently ranked 4th, lower than the 1st and 2nd place. What do you think about this? The rules of the game are a bit unreasonable. Lu Yang thought about it and gave his opinion very seriously. Not deducting points for losses will encourage some people to take shortcuts. Simply piling up data based on the number of matches won't fully reflect the difference in strength. As soon as these words were spoken, the audience in the live broadcast room went crazy again. Listen, is this human language? Lucian's meaning is, you guys are too bad. You don't even lose points for losing. How can I close the gap with you? I give this Versailles move full marks. It's not that the rules are unreasonable, it's that you're too strong, and the rules can't keep up with your talent. Lin Xiaoyue tried hard to suppress her smile. She felt like she was about to become a fan of Lu Yang. She asked the question she wanted to know most. So, what are your goals for the upcoming competition? This time, Lu Yang looked at Lin Xiaoyue. Keep winning. Lin Xiaoyue was stunned. It took her a long time to find her voice. The interview was already over, but she mustered up the courage to make a personal request. Mr. Lu Yang, can I add you as a friend? It will be easier for me to follow up on your documentary footage. Lu Yang glanced at her and didn't ask any more questions. He just took out his personal terminal. Can. He didn't say another word and walked straight off the stage. There are few people on the suspended walkway leading to the dormitory area. Lu Yang's personal terminal began to vibrate violently. He slid open the light curtain, and on the virtual screen, densely packed friend request icons instantly filled the entire interface. Lu Yang tapped his fingertips and directly turned on the messaging mode for friends in the address book only. In his opinion, these social activities are nothing but a waste of time. Instead of wasting time, it would be better to think about how to increase the genetic development level by another percentage point. He clicked on a few pinned avatars, which were by Xi's family members. All the best. Father-in-law, I'm not hurt, don't worry. A concise message to report safety was sent and received a reply almost instantly. The words are full of the elder's concern and pride. At this moment, Lin Xiaoyue's avatar jumped. Mr. Lu Yang, I'm Lin Xiaoyue. Thank you so much. To celebrate your perfect victory and to thank you for accepting this interview, can I treat you to a private meal tonight? Lu Yang's gaze stayed on the message for 2 seconds. Sorry, the second stage of the competition is about to start, I need to prepare. He refused without hesitation. Lin Xiaoyue may not have any ill intentions, but anything that might disrupt his rhythm must be ruled out. Just as he put away the terminal and was about to turn a corner, a figure blocked his way. Student Lu Yang, right? Lu Yang stopped and looked at him calmly. I'm your counselor, Xiong Wenlong. The young man smiled and handed over an electronic business card. I saw your match. It was fantastic. You're the pride of our freshman class. Hello, Teacher Xiong. Lu Yang nodded politely and took the business card. That's right, Xiong Wenlong said in a more familiar tone. While you're at school, in addition to studying and training, you can also consider joining the student union or some powerful martial arts clubs. This will be very helpful for you to build your network and acquire resources. A hint of curiosity flashed through Lu Yang's mind. What are the essential differences between these two organizations? However, now is obviously not the time to delve into it. Thank you for the reminder, teacher. I will seriously consider it after the competition. Okay. I won't disturb you anymore, go back and rest. Xiong Wenlong left with satisfaction. In his opinion, a genius like Lu Yang, with a little guidance, will definitely be a strong contender for the student union president in the future. Lu Yang looked at his back and saved the business card into the terminal, but he had already made up his mind. I'll ask instructor Lu Mingyue later. Her words are much more credible than this counselor's enthusiastic recommendation. The dormitory door opens. Baiji was wearing an apron and bringing the last dish of hot soup to the table. She heard the door open and turned around and smiled. Are you back? Come wash your hands and have dinner. I made you your favorite braised exotic beast meat. Lu Yang's joy of winning 15 games seemed to be less than the plain and real scene before him. It feels so good to have a wife who understands me and is waiting for me at home. Chapter 97. This man is so charming. At the dinner table, Lu Yang was enjoying Baiji's feeding while sending a message to Lu Mingyue. Teacher Lu, do you have any comments on the school's student union and clubs? Almost instantly, Lu Mingyue's reply popped back. 90% of this is just a bunch of newbies playing house. It's a complete waste of time. If you really have nothing to do, why not come to my lab and do odd jobs? Lu Yang almost spit out the food in his mouth when he saw the message. Wow, it turns out that even the top universities in the interstellar age are not immune to this kind of student organizations that take advantage of the situation? He shook his head and completely gave up the idea. The night deepens. The lighting in the training room was adjusted to a soft warm tone. Lu Yang sat cross-legged, but the martial arts method called Xuanzang Heart Sutra emerged in his mind. This is a special skill rewarded by the system, which requires two people to practice together. Once successful, it can greatly improve the genetic development progress and spiritual power of both parties. But the last attempt failed. He opened his eyes and looked at Bai Ji, who was also meditating beside him. Wife. Bai Ji opened her eyes. Shall we try the Xuanzang Heart Sutra again? Bai Ji's body stiffened slightly, and a hint of unconcealable guilt flashed deep in her eyes. It's all because my gene development is too low. It held you back, which is why I failed last time. She always felt that she was a burden to Lu Yang. Lu Yang reached out and held her in his arms. What nonsense are you talking about? His voice was low and powerful. How can one succeed in practicing a technique in one go? If we fail once, we try twice. If we fail 100 times, we try 101st time. Don't overthink it, you'll succeed. Bai Ji's body gradually relaxed, she buried her cheek deeply in his chest, and nodded sullenly. At the same time, in another luxurious single dormitory. Mo Chiyu's chest was heaving violently, and her pretty face was flushed. On her terminal screen, the scene of Lu Yang shattering the Star Arc shield with one shot was playing in a loop. She, Mo Chiyu, the daughter of Crescent Biological Group, has been a favored girl since she was a child. She admires the strong and considers herself a strong person. But ever since she lost to Lu Yang, her mood has been in turmoil. At first it was anger and humiliation. But as Lu Yang crushed one field after another, that anger unconsciously turned into a strange emotion. This man is so charming. As soon as this thought came to mind, Mo Chiyu was shocked. She scratched her hair irritably. Even the young reporter Lin Shouyue can add him as a friend. If I, his former rival, add him as a friend, will he agree? Then, the figure of a woman broke into her mind. Angelica de Hureka. That woman who was good for nothing except her beauty. Why can she become Lu Yang's wife? Mo Chiyu screamed and swept everything on the table to the ground. The next day, early morning. Lu Yang appeared at the Fertility Management Center of Interstellar Martial Arts University. This is one of the most important federal institutions, and its decoration is more technological than any other financial center. After skillfully passing the identity verification, he sat down in front of a fully automated instrument. The whole process takes less than 5 minutes. When he walked out of the quiet room, the system's prompt sounded in his mind on time. Ding! Detected that the host has completed a high-quality gene donation, making an outstanding contribution to the federal gene pool. Reward, disposable authority points +3. A smile appeared on Lu Yang's face. This is his real trump card and the foundation for his rapid growth. He opened the system mall without hesitation. Found 3 exercises. Unlock everything and practice. As his mind moved, 3 huge streams of information instantly flooded into his mind. Lu Yang opened his personal panel, and the data on it had been completely renewed. Host, Lu Yang. Gene development degree, 29.0%. Ding! Detected that the host has over 15 legitimate offspring including unborn children, achieving the hidden achievement many children, many blessings. A first glimpse of the key. Achievement rewards are being distributed. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the special consumable, Vitality Potion X1. His heart beat quick and slightly, and his mind quickly focused on the bottle that appeared out of thin air in the system space. Vitality Potion maintains peak physical and mental performance for 24 hours. Strength, speed, reflexes, comprehension, all-around potential will be maximized. Training effectiveness and combat endurance will be significantly enhanced. Note, this medicine is extracted from the essence of the universal tree of life and has no side effects. No side effects? It would be great if the effect could reach half of the top gene amplifier on the federal market.
And without exception, they all suffer from the horrific aftereffects of overdrawing their life potential. However, this bottle of Vitality Potion allows him to experience the overclocking state for a full 24 hours without any worries.
Lu Yang let out a long breath.
This reward comes at the right time.
The second stage of the competition will only be more brutal than it is now.
This bottle of potion is his trump card. But now, I have to put the newly acquired skills to use for my own benefit.
He turned around and walked towards the A-level training room without hesitation. Lu Yang opened the permission door and stepped in.
In the spacious training room, a tall and slender figure stood quietly in the center of the gravity simulation area with his back to him.
It's Lu Mingyue.
Almost the moment Lu Yang stepped in, Lu Mingyue turned around abruptly.
Lu Mingyue frowned slightly. There's something wrong with the aura around you.
As a battle-hardened Starship-class warrior, her perception is extremely sharp. At this moment, Lu Yang's appearance has not changed much. But in her perception, although it seems calm, there is energy accumulating inside.
Maybe I accidentally got a little stronger. Lu Yang shrugged.
Instructor Lu, I came here to tell you that I finished the freshman qualifying round.
I'm currently in 4th place. There was a flash of astonishment in Lu Mingyue's eyes.
She expected Lu Yang to be a dark horse, but she thought his limit should be around the top 20.
She looked Lu Yang up and down. It really is a surprise. Thank you for the compliment, mentor. Lu Yang grinned.
The reason I came here was actually to ask if my instructor would be interested in practicing the Xuanzang Heart Sutra with me. I think there's strength in numbers, and it might be more efficient.
Lu Mingyue glared at Lu Yang fiercely. This kid is getting bolder and bolder. How dare you play such a joke on yourself?
I have something else to do, so you can practice slowly.
She turned and left the training room without looking back. The smile on Lu Yang's lips deepened. Joking aside, the important thing is to get down to business.
He walked to the center of the training room, and with a thought, 3 brand new martial arts secret manuals appeared on the system panel.
Invincible Stick Technique Level 4. Purple Lightning Whip Technique Level 4. Ox Fist Across the Mountain Level 4. He exchanged these 3 books with the enlightenment experience he had accumulated before.
Although the level is not high, the advantage is that there are many types, which can greatly enrich his combat methods. Ordinary martial artists often choose a martial art and spend months or even years on it before they can master it.
But Lu Yang is different.
The next second, 3 Lu Yangs holding different weapons appeared in his spiritual world at the same time. One of them held a long stick, opening and closing it vigorously. The shadow of the stick was as big as a mountain, unstoppable. With a flip of his wrist, the long whip was like a dragon, wrapped in purple lightning, agile and strange. A pair of fists clenched tightly, the fist wind surged, the force was transmitted layer by layer, penetrating everything.
Chapter 98, A Shot Through the Heart, Champion Quality. 4 hours later.
Lu Yang suddenly opened his eyes.
Ding.
The invincible stick technique has been cultivated to perfection.
Ding.
The purple lightning whip technique has been cultivated to perfection.
Ding.
Ox strike fist across the mountain has been perfected. He stood up and couldn't wait to call up his personal panel. Gene development degree, 29.0%.
The numbers didn't budge. Lu Yang sighed helplessly. As expected, as his strength grew, these low-level 4th-level skills could no longer bring him improvements at the genetic level.
Just when he was feeling a little disappointed, another line of data on the panel suddenly cheered him up.
Martial Arts Enlightenment, Nirvana Flame Level 4666-4000.
The experience of enlightenment has increased.
Lu Yang's breathing became rapid.
He had heard Lu Mingyue mention that enlightenment in martial arts was a crucial area. Once a warrior breaks through level 4 and enters level 5, his power will undergo a real qualitative change. It seems that the focus in the future will be on improving the level of enlightenment. When Lu Yang dragged his slightly tired body back to the dormitory, the soothing aroma of food once again filled the air. Lu Yang walked forward, gently put his arms around his wife's waist from behind, and rested his chin on her shoulder. His eyes accidentally fell on her abdomen. There was already an obvious bulge there, and he seemed to be able to feel the strong heartbeat of that little life through the clothes.
Thank you for your hard work, wife.
It's not hard, Bai Ji turned her face away.
You're the one who's working the hardest. Go wash your hands and get ready for dinner. However, on the other side of the wall. Mochiyu curled up on the sofa, burying herself in the shadows.
The warm laughter faintly coming from next door pierced her heart. She, Mochiyu, the jewel in the crown of Crescent Biological Group, has always stood at the top of the pyramid since she was a child, with her eyes high above everything else. She used to look down on Lu Yang so much, thinking that he was just a gigolo who relied on his wife's connections to get to the top.
But what about now?
She actually fell in love with the man she once despised the most.
No, I can't just accept it like this.
Mochiyu sat up straight abruptly, her beautiful face looking somewhat distorted in the dim light.
Just give up like that? Watching that woman named Baishi monopolize him? Not reconciled. In terms of family background, talent, and resources, how could I be inferior to that woman who only knew how to cook?
Federal law stipulates that warriors who have reached a certain level of genetic development and have made outstanding contributions to the Federation can apply to have multiple legal spouses.
Lu Yang is now ranked 4th, and his future is limitless. He is definitely qualified. If Baiji can be his first wife, why can't I be the second? The next morning,
Lu Yang opened his eyes and felt that every part of his body was clear.
The aftereffects of the vitality potion. Lu Yang whispered. It's not just potions. And the warmth I felt with Baiji last night. Today is the opening day of the second stage of the knockout stage. Interstellar Martial Arts University, Central Main Arena.
Above the magnificent dome is a simulated deep starry sky.
The circular auditorium was already full.
Lu Yang stood in the contestant waiting area, his eyes calmly sweeping across the huge holographic projection screen in the center. However, the next second, his expression froze for a rare moment. Fengsho brand B-grade nutrient solution, the choice of the 10-second gun god, allows you to instantly restore your physical strength.
Yun Group's latest honeycomb combat uniform, with defenses that even Lu Yang can't penetrate, you deserve it. Thunderbolt Heavy Industries Bentley Series alloy gun, one shot through the heart, champion quality. On the screen, high-definition close-ups of Lu Yang during the game were played repeatedly.
It is accompanied by a striking and exaggerated slogan.
Holy crap! Lu Yang is a walking billboard. Ha ha ha.
Zheng Feng, the boss of Fengsho Group, must be laughing in his dreams.
This wave of free endorsements is making a killing. Lu Yang should ask them for endorsement fees. The appearance fee should start at least 1 million.
Listening to the discussions around him, Lu Yang's eyes twitched slightly. He could imagine that at this moment in a luxurious box, his classmate Zheng Feng was holding out his round belly and laughing like a 300-pound child. The advertisements on the holographic screen disappeared instantly, replaced by a densely packed battle list. Lu Yang's name was placed high at the top, shining with gold. 4th place, Lu Yang vs 199th place, Gumao Kai. One is in heaven, the other is underground. Everyone in the audience thought it would be a crushing victory without any suspense. Lu Yang's gaze fell on his opponent's name, but there was no contempt in his eyes.
None of those who can make it into the top 200 are truly mediocre.
With a flash of light, he was teleported to the number 1 ring. Across the arena, a figure wrapped in heavy alloy armor had been waiting for a long time. Its style is simple and ancient, which is incompatible with the current mainstream armor with a sense of technology.
This outfit looks so familiar. An experienced old audience member in the audience expressed surprise. It's the standard armor of the Pioneer Corps. Oh my god, isn't that an antique from the interstellar pioneering era hundreds of years ago? Lu Yang understood.
It seems that this student Gumao Kai also came prepared. He did not rush to attack, but just had a thought. A silver spear appeared in his hand. A small alloy round shield hangs from his left arm.
Clang clang clang.
3 javelins flashing with cold light were automatically buckled into the slots on the waist. Finally, he took out a heavy black stick from the storage space and casually stuck it on the ground behind him. The entire stadium was silent.
Spear, shield, javelin, staff, how many weapons does this kid know?
The mainstream martial arts and the Federation all specialize in one thing, and only after decades of consistent practice can one achieve success. His approach of being broad but not deep is a big taboo in martial arts. Gumao Kai on the opposite side suddenly let out a loud shout, stomped his feet hard, and charged forward fiercely. At the same time, the ancient armor on his body burst out with a thin blood-red halo.
It's the Army's fighting spirit.
A commentator stood up suddenly at the commentary desk.
This willpower cannot be mistaken. It is the power that can only be condensed by elite warriors who have experienced the baptism of blood and fire in hundreds of battles. Lu Yang's pupils shrank as he felt the oppressive force of that will. But he reacted faster. With a flick of his wrist, the spear pierced Gu Maocai's face. The clanging of metal. The tip of Lu Yang's spear was only 3 inches away from Gu Maocai's helmet, and it was impossible to move any further. This set of armor of mine was inherited from my great-grandfather who participated in the Orion campaign. Gu Maocai's voice came from under the helmet. The power of the Federation warriors is simply incapable of breaking through the glory of my Gu family. At this moment, the commentator's voice resounded throughout the venue through the PA system. Oh my god! Inside the chest lining of contestant Gu Maocai's armor is a genuine third-class Medal of Honor. The whole audience was in an uproar. Fighting with the power of our ancestors? How can we fight this? Lu Yang is probably going to hit a wall this time. No matter how fast his gun is, it can't be faster than the hero's will. The wind direction in the audience suddenly reversed. Chapter 99 Enlightenment, Giant Spirit Pluto. Lu Yang smiled. I see. He slowly retracted his spear, without a trace of discouragement in his eyes. Glory is worthy of respect, but borrowed power ultimately has its limits. What did you say? Gu Maocai was furious. I said, Lu Yang's figure suddenly became erratic. Its weakness is too obvious. Before he finished speaking, his figure appeared on Gu Maocai's left. The spear did not thrust out, but instead hit the knee joint of Gu Maocai's armor with the spear body at an extremely tricky angle. Gu Maocai groaned and almost fell to his knees. A mouthful of blood spurted out from the gap in his helmet. The will of the heroic spirit can protect his armor, but it cannot completely isolate the shockwaves. I can still fight. Gu Maocai's eyes were red. He gritted his teeth, twisted his body forcibly, and punched Lu Yang. Lu Yang did not dodge or evade, but just looked at him quietly. Martial Arts Enlightenment, Nirvana Flame Level 4. Enlightenment Suppression. The world in Gu Maocai's eyes instantly lost all its colors. Lu Yang lightly slapped Gu Maocai on the chest. Gu Maocai's huge body flew backwards in an instant and hit the edge of the ring 100 meters away. Medical staff quickly entered the scene and carried Gu Maocai away. The commentator was stunned for a while, then announced the result with difficulty. The winner, Lu Yang. At the same time, in Tianhai City, at the Gu family residence. Gu Maocai's father looked at the scene on the screen where his son was carried away by medical staff, his face pale. I still lost. Sitting in the main seat of the living room, an old man with white hair and beard slowly opened his cloudy eyes. There was no heaven in ancient times. He didn't disgrace Kaichua's armor, nor did he disgrace the Medal of Honor. He displayed the glory and will of the Gu family to the entire Federation. This battle, though a defeat, was a glorious one. He paused, his eyes scanning his son. Once his injuries have healed, there's no need to go through the graduation procedures. We can just send him directly to the 3rd Star Region Garrison Corps. The blood of our Gu family should have been shed on the battlefield of expanding territory, not in this kind of petty fighting arena. Yes, father. The light in Gu Maocai's eyes rekindled. In the lounge, Lu Yang's fingertips slid across the light screen projected by his personal terminal. On the screen was Gu Maocai's personal information, and the origin of the 3rd-class Medal of Honor was clearly marked. His great-grandfather was a Federation's 2nd-class combat hero who died in the Battle of Orion. The descendant of a hero? Lu Yang's eyes deepened. He suddenly felt that his genetic development, which was enough to crush his peers, seemed insignificant. The universe is vast and the sea of stars is endless. It is countless heroes like the ancestors of the Gu family who have forged the current borders of the Federation with their flesh and blood. And I am just a lucky person standing on the shoulders of giants. At this moment, his mood had settled down again. 2 hours later, the rest was completed. Ding! The host's state of mind has been detected to be elevated, and the efficiency of gaining enlightenment experience has increased slightly. Martial Arts Enlightenment, Nirvana Level 4 2089 4000. When Lu Yang was teleported to the ring again, the atmosphere in the entire arena became a little weird. Opposite him stood a graceful girl. Hua Xiaoxiang. In the first round of the elimination match, the opponent decisively surrendered simply because he felt the will of his domain. It's her again. Is this girl arguing with Lu Yang? It's fate. It's simply destiny. I bet a pack of a grade nutrient solution that Hua Xiaoxiang won't last more than 3 seconds this time. 3 seconds? You think too highly of her.
I bet it'll take her less time to admit defeat than it takes the commentator to finish his opening remarks.
Hua Xiaoxiang's pretty face turned red, almost bleeding. Why is it him again?
She could feel that Lu Yang in front of her was even more unfathomable than he was a few days ago. Just looking at it made her soul tremble.
But are you just going to give up like that?
This was broadcast live across the Federation.
Didn't Hua Xiaoxiang have any dignity left?
Besides, only one day has passed.
Even if he is a genius, how strong can he be? Maybe I was just intimidated by his aura last time. This time, we have to fight no matter what. Second elimination round, Martial Arts Arena number 4, Lu Yang vs Hua Xiaoxiang.
The commentator's voice sounded excitedly. Let's see, will Lu Yang continue his undefeated legend, or will Hua Xiaoxiang be able to create a miracle?
The game begins.
Hua Xiaoxiang was just about to gather all the genetic energy in her body, but she saw that Lu Yang opposite her was too lazy to even raise his spear, but just raised his eyelids slightly. A will and pressure that is 10 times more terrifying than the last time suddenly descended. In Hua Xiaoxiang's perception, the whole world disappeared. Instead, there was an endless sea of fire. Her luck was shattered at the slightest touch.
I surrender. The whole audience was silent for half a second, then burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha. I told you. A record is set. Surrender in 1 second. This sister is a professional.
I suggest that in Lu Yang's future matches, let her be his opponent directly to save time and effort. In the live broadcast room, countless netizens quickly captured Hua Xiaoxiang's face and added various texts. Emoji packages such as, King of Surrender, Professional Runner-Up, and Fear of Being Dominated by Lu Yang. On the ring, facing all this, Lu Yang just smiled helplessly, and his figure disappeared in the teleporting light. To him, it was just a farce.
The real battle is yet to come. Another 3 hours of practice.
When Lu Yang opened his eyes again, there seemed to be flames flowing in his eyes.
Martial Arts Enlightenment, Nirvana Flame Level 4 3889 4000. Just one step away from promotion.
He clicked on the list of qualifiers and scanned it. Familiar or unfamiliar names, some have turned gray. When he saw Qin Xiaoxiao's name, his expression also dimmed.
This is the cruelty of the knockout stage.
The light flashed, and the third round of competition officially began.
This time, Lu Yang's opponent is finally no longer an old acquaintance.
A burly man nearly 2 meters tall landed heavily on the other end of the ring. Lin Mingwu, ranked 15th among freshmen, is a strong man known for his strength and defense.
The audience instantly boiled over. Finally, a decent one. We can't kill him in one move, right?
Lin Mingwu's rock battle body is known to have one of the strongest defenses among the freshmen.
Finally, we can see a real fight between dragons and tigers. Lu Yang's spear versus Lin Mingwu's shield, who is stronger?
On the ring, Lin Mingwu grinned.
Lu Yang, your winning streak ends here. Don't think you can scare people with some fancy domains. In the face of absolute power, everything is false.
Oh? Lu Yang didn't even raise his spear, but just casually placed the newly acquired alloy shield in front of him.
Very good.
Lin Mingwu shouted angrily and stomped his foot suddenly.
Enlightenment, Giant Spirit Hades. Chapter 100 Lu Yang vs Lu Filong?
Behind Lin Mingwu, a blurry shadow more than 10 meters tall slowly condensed.
This is the true enlightenment.
This was different from the simple deterrence of will that Lu Yang had used to crush Hua Xiaoxiang before.
This is the power of enlightenment that forms a complete Dharma image.
Lin Mingwu has actually attained enlightenment.
The commentator's voice suddenly rose. No wonder he's called the best defender of the new generation.
The image of this giant Hades is breathtaking just by looking at it.
The audience was completely blown away. This is a true duel between geniuses. The rock battle body plus the giant spirit Hades, who can break this defense? It's over, Lu Yang's legend is coming to an end.
In everyone's eyes, the balance of victory has completely tilted. Lin Mingwu opened his arms, and the giant Hades behind him did the same.
An invisible force field instantly enveloped the entire arena.
Kneel down in my Hades domain.
However, Lu Yang even chuckled. Is this your trump card?
Lu Yang shook his head with a hint of disappointment in his eyes.
Too weak. The moment the words fell, an endless golden sea of fire, with him as the center, instantly swept across the entire arena. Nirvana is spreading across the land, the peak of level 4, and the will to enlightenment is only one step away from level 5.
Lin Ningwu's giant image of the Hades collapsed in front of this golden sea of fire.
Impossible.
What Lin Ningwu felt was not suppression, but crushing. Lin Ningwu didn't even see how Lu Yang moved, he just felt a force hit his chest, the whole person flew out and fell heavily on the edge of the ring.
I give up. I surrender.
A shrill roar echoed throughout the venue. The whole place was dead silent. The person who was cheering for Lin Ningwu and asserting that Lu Yang would lose just a second ago now felt a burning pain on his cheek.
Is this still a human being?
Someone murmured to himself, breaking the dead silence. In an instant, thunderous cheers flooded the entire stadium.
Oh my god. Lin Ningwu's enlightenment is as fragile as paper. Who the hell is he? With this level of enlightenment, is he really a freshman? Could he be some old monster hidden by a big family coming here to fry fish?
In the lounge, Lu Yang turned a deaf ear to the noise from the outside world.
Entered the exclusive training room and sat cross-legged.
The collision of wills just now allowed him to touch that thin barrier. Lu Yang poured all his insights into it. With a light shout, the sea of consciousness shook.
Ding!
Congratulations to the host, you have achieved enlightenment in the martial arts, Nirvana, and have successfully advanced to the 5th level. Lu Yang suddenly opened his eyes, and a condensed golden flame flashed in his pupils. The 4th round should be easier.
He stood up.
The 4th round of the competition. The audience has not yet recovered from the shock of the previous game. When they saw Lu Yang appear again, many sharp-eyed people expressed surprise and doubt.
Do you feel that Lu Yang's aura seems different again? Seems like, more reserved?
Lu Yang's opponent was a sturdy young man holding 2 halberds, who was also quite famous among the freshmen. As soon as he came on stage, he assumed a posture ready for a fight to the death, brandishing his double halberds with great vigor. However, the bell for the start of the game had just rung.
Everyone only saw a flash of silver light.
With a crisp sound, the twin halberds flew out of his hands. Before the young man could react, the silver spear was already pressed against his throat.
It only took a second.
The whole audience fell silent again. In the live broadcast room, the barrage has gone crazy.
Another instant kill. How brutal.
Director, quickly cut to the camera, look at the next door prodigies Yu Shanchuan and Zhou Mofan. They've been fighting for almost 10 minutes, and they're still going back and forth.
It's like the sun and the moon are dim. And look at Lu Yang's side, it's simply a dimensionality reduction attack.
At the same time, at the Interstellar Martial Arts University, the official command center of the event. On the huge light screen, a red data line was rising wildly at an exaggerated angle.
The record is broken.
A teacher in charge of data monitoring stood up excitedly.
The number of online viewers for our freshman elimination round just broke 500 million. That's even higher than last year's finals.
In the office, a group of senior tutors and school leaders all showed ecstatic expressions.
All of these were brought by Lu Yang.
The instructor pointed at the close-up shot of Lu Yang on the screen.
This guy is a ratings monster. He alone is more popular than all the other contestants combined. What were those people in the admissions office doing? This monster is just an ordinary special admissions student?
If we had discovered this earlier and promoted it in advance, we could have saved half of our advertising costs for this recruitment. In the crowd, Lin Xiaoyue, wearing a teaching assistant uniform, stared at Lu Yang on the screen with her beautiful eyes, her heart beating wildly.
Director, I would like to apply to be the commentator for Lu Yang's subsequent competitions.
The white-haired director looked at her and shook his head.
Xiaoyue, I understand how you feel.
But you're still too immature to control the situation. Lu Yang is the focus of the entire federation now, and we can't afford to lose him. I have arranged for senior student Han to take over all his game commentary starting from the next game. A trace of disappointment flashed across Lin Xiaoyue's face, but she nodded without arguing. She knew that she was indeed not qualified.
The 5th round of eliminations is about to begin. Lu Yang's figure appeared on the stage. Another familiar face.
Although they never spoke, he had an impression. The boy who followed Qin Xiaoxiao on the spaceship for admission screening was from the gifted class of Taiyan No. 1 Middle School, and his name seemed to be Lu Feilong. On the ring, when Lu Feilong saw the overly calm face opposite him, his mind went blank.
Lu Yang? How could it be him?
The ordinary special recruit who followed behind Qin Xiaoxiao, with a dull aura, whom he didn't even bother to look at, had now become the last obstacle on his road to becoming the freshman champion.
Things change over time?
He subconsciously glanced at the player's information and saw that he had won all 16 games. Thinking back to the time not long ago when the arrogant Qin Xiaoxiao, who was as proud as an iceberg snow lotus, was also defeated by this man, Lu Feilong felt a tightness in his chest. At the same time, in the VIP ward of the Galaxy Martial Arts University affiliated medical center, Qin Xiaoxiao suddenly sat up from the treatment cabin and regained consciousness. She looked down at her right shoulder where the spear had pierced it. Her skin was as smooth as new, with only a very faint pink mark. The Federation's top-level life-repairing fluid truly lives up to its reputation. She didn't feel the slightest bit grateful for surviving the disaster. I habitually opened my personal terminal and the live broadcast of the official event popped up automatically. When I saw the two familiar names on the final match list,
Lu Yang versus Lu Feilong?
She originally thought that she should be the one standing on the final stage at this moment. Or Zhou Mofan, who was ranked first on the freshman list. But that man, with just one move of Nirvana Fire, left her completely powerless to fight back.
He actually made it through the entire elimination round.
She clicked on the replay and watched Lu Yang kill the opponent in seconds, her fingertips tightening involuntarily.
Lu Feilong can't win. This thought popped up uncontrollably. Lu Feilong is a genius from Taiyan No. 1 Middle School.
His strength is comparable to hers, and even stronger in some aspects.
But it's not enough. Chapter 101. Have you found his weakness? Don't talk about Lu Feilong,
she muttered to herself. I'm afraid even the arrogant Zhou Mofan on the freshman list wouldn't stand a chance against Lu Yang right now.
This conclusion shocked her greatly.
She looked at Lu Yang's calm face on the screen. There is the unwillingness of the loser and the fear of absolute power. There is the loss of being surpassed by genius. There was something strange that she herself hadn't even noticed.
On the martial arts field, it seems our contestant Lu Feilong has done very in-depth research on Lu Yang. In the commentary booth,
he didn't choose his most proficient twin swords, but instead took out a 2-meter-long black gold staff. This is one of the weapons that best counters spears. Lu Feilong's eyes were red as he stared at Lu Yang. He has reviewed all of Lu Yang's games, and that silver spear is impossible to defend against. The only way is to not give the opponent a chance to fight in close combat.
Drink!
The moment the game started, Lu Feilong suddenly exerted force and smashed the long stick in his hand hard on the ground. With the help of the terrifying recoil force, he rolled in the air and hovered steadily at a height of 10 meters.
Numpad-style air suspension. The commentator's voice rose an octave. Contestant Lu Feilong chose to occupy the commanding heights and utilize the long staff's range advantage to launch an attack from top to bottom. This is an extremely energy-consuming, but extremely clever tactic. He wants to find Lu Yang's weakness. However, Lu Yang under the ring just raised his eyebrows. Lu Feilong kept adjusting his position, trying to find the perfect attack angle. He could clearly feel that within 3 meters around Lu Yang below, there was an invisible field of willpower. That was the field of enlightenment that crushed countless opponents. He carefully avoided that range, but found that he also had no idea where to start. As time passed, beads of sweat began to appear on Lu Feilong's forehead. Is this guy just waiting like this? A hint of amusement flashed in Lu Yang's eyes below. Do you think I only know how to use a gun? He inserted the silver spear into the ground of the ring, and then pulled out a short-handled javelin that was only half a meter long from the weapon bag behind his back. What's going on? Contestant Lu Yang gave up the spear? His spear skills are already superb, so does he still have the energy to practice other weapons? Lu Yang just swung his arm back casually. The javelin pierced Lu Feilong in mid-air. Its speed and power were no less than the spear shot from his hand. Not good. Lu Feilong never dreamed that Lu Yang had this trick. He was in the air with nowhere to gain leverage, so he could only twist his body with all his strength and hold the black gold stick across his chest to block. The loud noise shook the whole place. Lu Feilong only felt his arms go numb, and his whole body was knocked down from mid-air by this huge force. And the landing point happened to be in Lu Yang's enlightenment area. In an instant, Lu Feilong's thoughts froze. When masters fight, victory or defeat is decided in a flash. Now is the time. Lu Yang has grasped the silver spear in his hand again. The tip of the gun pierced Lu Feilong's lower abdomen accurately. The severe pain made Lu Feilong let go of the long stick, pulled out the spare long knife from his waist, and swung it hard towards Lu Yang's head. This is a fight to the death. Lu Yan raised his left hand, and the alloy shield accurately blocked the path of the flying long sword.
The long sword was bounced away, and the silver spear in Liu Yang's hand just twisted lightly. The light in Lu Feilong's eyes quickly dimmed.
The winner has been decided. The entire audience was collectively stunned. Is that all? I just ordered takeout and it hasn't arrived yet. I'm dying of laughter. He's a master of tactics, he stayed in the air for so long, and in the end he got shot down by a javelin. I declare that the most frustrating way to die in this freshman competition has been born. Stop it. It's not that Lu Feilong is too weak, it's that Liu Yang is simply not human. How many cards does he have left? Galaxy Martial Arts University, in the Elite Special Admissions Dormitory Building. Bai Mujia punched his thigh. We won again. Still so easy. He originally thought that facing a well-known genius like Lu Feilong, his brother-in-law would at least have a tough fight, but who could have imagined that the result would still be a crushing defeat? Tactics? In front of my brother-in-law's absolute power, everything seems so ridiculous. I bet my brother-in-law can still finish off his next opponent within 10 seconds. At the same time, on the other side of the stadium, a room was brightly lit. Several men and women in white researcher uniforms were surrounding a huge holographic sandbox. Every detail of Liu Yan defeating Lu Feilong was played repeatedly on it. This is the exclusive military advisory group of Zhou Mofen, who was ranked first on the freshman list. Their only goal is to ensure that Zhou Mofen wins the freshman championship in the most perfect manner and undisputedly. And now, a huge variable. There's something wrong with his enlightenment. Luo, a female researcher wearing gold-rimmed glasses and with a capable temperament, ran her fingertips across the holographic image. The invisible force field of Wu around Liu Yan was highlighted in red. A warrior's enlightenment is divided into 4 stages: comprehension, practice, returning to simplicity, and selflessness. Ordinary interstellar university graduates spend 4 years just hovering on the threshold of enlightenment. But this Liu Yang's enlightenment realm can summon the power of heaven and earth to transform into flames out of thin air. This means he has most likely entered the 2nd level Qingxing. Successful, a male researcher exclaimed in surprise. Isn't that a realm only accessible to Starship-class main gunners, or even powerful individuals at the level of planetary governors? He's a freshman. So, he is the biggest variable. Rollo made the final decision. He must be eliminated before the finals, otherwise, unforeseen risks will arise on the young master's path to victory. We must clear this obstacle for the young master at all costs. As soon as he finished speaking, the alloy door of the analysis room slid open silently. Zhou Mofen had just finished his match and was still a little hot from the battle. He casually tossed the towel to his assistant and looked straight at Rollo. Have you found his weakness? Luo immediately stepped forward and projected the analysis results in front of him. Young master, the situation is worse than we expected. Liu Yang's level of enlightenment may have reached the realm of success. Conventional tactics and energy confrontation may not be effective against him. Ineffective? Zhou Mofen raised his eyebrows. Yes. Luo's expression was extremely serious. If conventional means fail, unconventional means must be employed. I have a plan. There is only one thing that can suppress his enlightenment realm. Medals of honor forged by those Star Wars veterans with their glorious battle exploits. Behind every medal is the spirit and will of a strong man who has survived hundreds of battles. Rollo's voice dropped even lower. Using the martial spirit imprint attached to the medal, I can instantly impact the opponent's spiritual sea in battle, forcibly interrupting his state of enlightenment. As long as we can break his domain, with your strength, crushing him will be a piece of cake. She paused and added. But this is extremely dangerous. The medal's spirit doesn't distinguish between friend and foe. If your will wavers in the slightest, that evil spirit will completely destroy your spirit. Chapter 102, Fateful Showdown. Battle of Revenge. Zhou Mofen chuckled disdainfully. He slowly walked to the front of the holographic image and looked at Liu Yang on the screen, his eyes full of sarcasm. You think a mere martial spirit imprint can suppress my will, Zhou Mofen? Without even asking another question, he directly opened his personal terminal and dialed an encrypted number. Grandpa, I need a first-class medal of honor. On the other hand, Liu Yang knew nothing about this. He had just finished a short period of breathing exercises, and on the system panel, the enlightenment experience of the 5th level of Nirvana fire was slowly increasing. For him, fighting is the best form of training.
Soon, the personal terminal vibrated, and the match information for the sixth game of the second round of eliminations popped up.
Opponent, Zhou Chang. When he saw this name, Liu Yang's expression did not change at all.
He remembered this opponent, the guy who was knocked away by his gun in the first stage in 4 seconds. At this moment, the contestants are in the preparation area. Zhou Chang stared at Liu Yang's name on the screen, his fists clenched. The shame of a crushing defeat and the mockery of the 10-second gun god.
But he did not sink. Liu Yang.
Zhou Chang roared softly.
Do you think I'm the same as last time?
This time, I prepared a trump card specifically to counter your flame domain.
10-second gun master?
Today, I will put an end to this joke once and for all. On the field, a huge holographic screen locked onto Zhou Chang's face.
For today, he bet everything he had.
The family spent a huge amount of money to invite the Federation's top martial arts reformer to push his family's ice soul mysterious art to the third level of barrier that he could never have reached. The armor he was wearing was replaced with the deep sea cold iron series that could resist the fire element to a great extent. The pair of combat boots were even engraved with expensive disposable frost runes.
He has been reborn.
This time, I will personally pull you down from the altar and use your bones to forge my new glory. Zhou Chang roared in his heart. In the commentary booth, the voice of official special commentator Han Tao ignited the enthusiasm of hundreds of millions of viewers.
Dear audience, a fateful showdown. A battle of revenge.
Liu Yang, the 10-second gunmaster, will once again face his defeated opponent Zhou Chang.
But please note,
according to the intelligence we just received, contestant Zhou Chang's strength has undergone a drastic change in the past few days.
Can he avenge his previous defeat and put an end to Liu Yang's terrifying undefeated streak?
This will be an ultimate clash of spear and shield.
Let's wait and see.
The bell for the start of the game rang loudly. Zhou Chang suddenly pulled out 2 metal syringes that were flashing with a faint blue light from the tactical bag on his waist. Without even looking at them, he stabbed them into the artery on the side of his neck.
High concentration of genetic potential explosion potion is injected instantly.
The blue-black blood vessels visible to the naked eye were wriggling wildly under his skin. His muscles bulged inch by inch, almost tearing his tight combat uniform. Zhou Chang suddenly raised his arms, and a huge metal box behind him disintegrated. Hundreds of flying knives, short blades, and 3-pointed spears of various shapes instantly filled half of the sky behind him.
Oh my god! Commentator Han Tao's voice almost broke. Could this be the long-lost ancient martial art, the Thousand Blades Devil Prison?
Using mental power to control hundreds of enemies, transforming into a mobile killing fortress. Zhou Chang actually has such a terrifying trump card.
The audience was completely boiling. This guy is absolutely crazy. He just started using drugs right away. Let's bet.
I'm betting on Zhou Chang to win.
This move is too exaggerated. How can Liu Yang dodge it? Bullshit. Once Liu Yang's domain opens, all this junk will melt.
I bet Liu Yang will finish the fight within 10 seconds. However, Liu Yang did not even activate the Nirvana Fire Realm, but just casually pulled out an alloy sword from the weapon rack.
Court death.
Seeing this, Zhou Chang's grin became even more grim. He turned around and stretched out his arms, ready to meet Liu Yang's blade. The killing array behind him was ready.
As soon as Liu Yang gets close, he will attack instantly. This arrogant 10-second gun god was completely nailed into a human hedgehog. Getting closer. 10 meters. 5 meters. 3 meters. Now is the time. Zhou Chang's mental power is about to explode. However, a will suddenly descended from Liu Yang's body.
The flow of time becomes sticky at this moment. Zhou Chang suddenly felt as if he was thrown into the deep sea 10,000 meters below. The hundreds of weapons suspended in the air lost the support of spiritual power and fell to the ground, making a crisp wail. Zhou Chang flew backwards, drawing a terrifying arc in the air. The whole place was dead silent. The commentator Han Tao, who had just been shouting at the top of his lungs, now had a look of absurdity written all over his face.
The reversal of the situation took less than a second.
Liu Yang slowly put away the knife, and the blade was still as smooth as new. He looked at Zhou Chang, who was struggling to get up in the distance with indifferent eyes.
Too weak.
Even if I use drugs and double my strength, I'm still just an ant. In the luxurious box of the player's rest area, Luo, the chief analyst of the military advisory group, looked pale. But Zhou Mofen beside her slowly smiled.
Very good.
Liu Yang, as the finals are approaching, you've given me another surprise.
Pure willpower to achieve enlightenment, crushing the enemy. So this is your strongest trump card?
Zhou Mofan slowly stood up, walked to the huge floor-to-ceiling window, and overlooked the boiling stadium below.
In this battle, I will kick all your pride in trump cards, along with you, off the altar and crush you to pieces. In the exclusive training room after the battle, Liu Yang sat cross-legged. Ding!
Detected that the host's use of the power of enlightenment has deepened during combat, and the level of enlightenment of Nirvana Flame has increased.
Current enlightenment level, level 6. The moment the system prompt sounded, a warm current swept over my body. After breaking through the 30% mark, Liu Yang's gene development rate took another solid step forward. Gene development degree, 31%.
Liu Yang suddenly opened his eyes. He could clearly feel that all the rhythms contained in the skills he had learned became extremely clear at this moment. He slowly exhaled, opened his personal terminal, and called up the information for the next round of battle.
Opponent, Wei Hadong.
In this freshman competition, he is the only monster whose performance can be compared with Liu Yang. If Liu Yang is the 10-second gun god, then Wei Hadong is the recognized 1-second kill emperor. In all his matches so far, none of them involved more than 3 moves.
His most terrifying skill is a set of family heirlooms called Thousands of Blows. The moves are fierce and swift.
Once launched, they are like a violent storm, until the opponent is completely destroyed into ashes.
Liu Yang clicked on all of Wei Hadong's past game videos. Start watching frame by frame. 1 hour. 2 hours.
3 hours later, the personal terminal vibrated and the reminder sounded that the game was about to begin.
Chapter 103. Liu Yang is injured.
Liu Yang turned off the video and slowly stood up. When he stepped onto the stage, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Wei Hadong, a man of burly build and resolute face, also came on stage.
The two people's eyes collided in mid-air.
In the virtual space of the live broadcast room.
It's finally here. The two brightest stars of the freshman competition meet at this moment. Ace versus ace.
On one side, there's our 10-second gun god, Liu Yang. He's undefeated in 16 battles, crushing everything. His will to enlightenment remains unsolved.
And on the other side is the instant kill emperor, Wei Hadong, who also holds an undefeated record.
His family inherited unique martial art, 1,000 grinding and 10,000 blows, emphasizes that each strike is faster than the last, and each strike is heavier than the last. Under his offensive, no opponent can last more than 3 moves. This is definitely the most pinnacle showdown before the finals of this competition.
On the ring, Liu Yang's gaze fell calmly on Wei Hadong.
This man had ordinary facial features and a standard burly figure, nothing special about him. But he stood there, like a peerless and fierce weapon hidden in its sheath.
He is a pure warrior.
Liu Yang gave his evaluation in his heart. At the same time, Wei Hadong was also examining Liu Yang.
Very strong.
This thought made Wei Hadong's blood beat faster. Before meeting Liu Yang, neither the famous Mo Chiyu nor other freshmen who were hailed as geniuses had ever made him feel threatened. The young man in front of him was obviously nearly 10 years younger than him.
But he couldn't see through it at all. Clang! The two of them moved.
Wei Hadong's figure retreated instead of advancing, and he stomped his foot hard, causing the entire arena to tremble. His entire body turned into a blurry straight line and rushed forward recklessly. The alloy sword in his hand was not fancy at all, just the simplest way of chopping off the head with force. With a slash of sword, wind and thunder howled.
So fast. Liu Yang's pupils shrank slightly. That will to realize the truth descends again. The invisible force field of will fell over Wei Hadong.
However, Wei Hadong's figure only paused slightly, and his forward speed was only a little slower. He actually relied on his fighting spirit to withstand this mental crushing.
What? Commentator Han Tao exclaimed in shock. He actually withstood Liu Yang's will to realize the Tao. Although it was only a moment's delay, it was enough for Liu Yang. He raised his left arm, and the round alloy shield, which was only about 1.5 meters in size, met Wei Hadong's blade with incredible precision. The alloy floor under Liu Yang's feet cracked inch by inch, and he was knocked back several meters by the huge force. The left arm holding the shield felt numb. What a domineering power! But Liu Yang's fighting rhythm did not stop at all. He twisted his waist to relieve the force, and at the same time, the spear in his right hand had already pierced Wei Hadong's waist and ribs from a tricky angle. This shot was fast, accurate and fierce.
The tip of the gun penetrated the flesh and blood spurted out.
There was an exclamation from the audience. Hit! What a fast gun! A smile actually appeared on Wei Hadong's face.
Instead of retreating to defend himself, he took advantage of the force of Liu Yang's spear and took a step forward, allowing the tip of the spear to stir deeper into his body.
Injury for injury.
He wanted to use his vital injuries in exchange for a perfect opportunity to cut off Liu Yang's arm. A hint of surprise flashed in Liu Yang's eyes.
This kind of crazy and reckless fighting style is the first time I have seen it in anyone other than him. Die! Wei Hadong roared. The second knife followed. The speed of this knife is faster than the first one. The blade even made a sharp sound of breaking through the air. Thousands of blows, each blow is faster than the last. Continuous until death. Retreat! Liu Yang's mind raced, he absolutely couldn't take this blow head on. His figure turned into a shadow under his feet and retreated quickly to the side and rear. But in the end, I was one step too slow. The sharp tip of the knife cut through his combat uniform, leaving a wound on his chest. Liu Yang is injured. Oh my god. This is the first time Liu Yang has bled since the start of the competition. The entire Star Harbor arena was in a frenzy. Countless supporters of Liu Yang felt their hearts were in their throats. Wei Hadong succeeded in one strike and became even more powerful. His eyes were red and he raised the sword in his hand high. The third knife. It is also his final sword. Everyone stared at the screen intently, forgetting even to breathe. In previous matches, all of Wei Hadong's opponents, no matter what defensive measures they used, would never be able to withstand this devastating third blow. It's too late to retreat. Going forward is a dead end. Thousands of deductions flashed through Liu Yang's mind in an instant. Ultimately, there was only one choice left. Do you want to fight to the death? Then let us see who is more ruthless. Liu Yang gave up all thoughts of dodging. He retreated half a step, stabilized his lower body, and under everyone's incredible gaze, he transferred the spear in his right hand to his left hand. What is he doing? Wei Hadong bet that Liu Yang would not dare to exchange his life for his own. He slashed at Liu Yang's right arm holding the shield without hesitation. He has to destroy Liu Yang's defense first. Liu Yang's entire right arm was cut off at the shoulder. The broken arm, carrying the alloy shield, flew out in the air. Liu Yang's left hand is as steady as a rock. Hold the gun with your left hand and stab forward. The spear pierced through Wei Hadong's chest without any hindrance. Pierced his heart precisely. The whole place was dead silent. The ferocity on Wei Hadong's face slowly solidified. He lowered his head, looked at the gun tip that pierced his chest, then raised his head and looked at the young man. The light in his eyes quickly dimmed, and his burly body fell backward first, landing heavily on the ring. A shrill alarm sounded, and several medical personnel who had been on standby provided emergency treatment to the two people. Powerful hemostatic spray and vital sign stabilizer were quickly used on the two people. Liu Yang felt the severe pain coming from his right shoulder and the cooling medicine quickly injected into his body. Fortunately, the top-level medical insurance I bought for 150,000 star coins before the game was not in vain. After a brief moment of silence, the entire Star Harbor arena erupted in thunderous applause. Galaxy Martial Arts University, Girls' Dormitory. Bai Ji's fingertips are cold. He was injured. Her fingertips trembled as she sent the message over and over again. Liu Yang? How are you? Speak back. Please. Is he seriously injured? Where's the medic? No one responded. In the room next to her, Mo Chiyu sat on the sofa in a daze, and the live broadcast screen on the terminal had been turned off long ago. But in front of her eyes was still Liu Yang's pale face. The pain in her heart made it almost impossible for her to breathe. He is simply a lunatic. She bit her lower lip hard until a hint of blood filled her mouth. She should have been happy about the serious injury of this potential competitor, but why did she feel such a tightness in her chest? Chapter 10 for the finals are about to begin. In the lounge, in front of the huge holographic screen, Instructor Lu Mingyue stood silently. She looked at the screen where the medical soldiers were frantically carrying away the stretcher, her expression extremely complicated. That earth-shaking battle completely overturned all her understanding of Liu Yang. Calm? Shrewdness? No, that's just the tip of the iceberg. Beneath that gentle exterior lies the willingness to give up everything for victory.
Using her own severed arm to exchange for the life of her opponent, this kind of ruthlessness of risking her life was something she had only seen in those veterans at the forefront of the Federation. From the beginning, I just misjudged him. This young man is not a genius who relies on the will of enlightenment to take shortcuts.
Win. He wins again. In the commentary booth, CEO commentator Han Tao's face flushed red. 17 victories.
Liu Yang, at the cost of one arm, demonstrated to us the true spirit of a warrior. He personally shattered the myth of instantly killing the emperor, stepped on the corpses of his opponents, and marched into the finals with his head held high. And his next and final opponent is the undisputed #1 in Galaxy Martial Arts University, a true monster freshman, the almighty god of war Joe Mofin. Federal Medical Center #1, Intensive Care Unit. Liu Yang was lying in the fully automatic medical cabin, and he felt waves of tingling warmth coming from the broken right shoulder. Nanoscale medical robot worms are rapidly repairing his broken nerves and blood vessels, and the 3D bioprinter next to it has already produced data based on his genetic blueprint. A new arm was perfectly replicated and is being prepared for transplantation. At this moment, expensive medical insurance seems to be worth the money. Baiji rushed in, her hair disheveled and her eyes red. When she saw Liu Yang's pale face in the medical cabin, tears welled up in her eyes. "How are you?" Her voice was trembling. "They said your hand." Before she could finish her words, a warm and strong hand grasped her cold fingertips with precision. Liu Yang has already sat up from the medical cabin. With a gentle tug of his intact left arm, he pulled Baiji into his arms. "Okay, it's okay now." The warm embrace and familiar breath instantly relaxed Baiji's extremely tense nerves. She could no longer hold back, and lay on Liu Yang's chest, sobbing suppressively. Just then, the unpleasant knock on the door came at an inopportune time. They were both startled at the same time and turned to look. Emochiyu was seen standing at the door awkwardly, holding a gift box with the Fengsho brand's top-grade nutrient solution logo. That usually proud face was filled with embarrassment. "I should have known better and not come. What has happened now? Am I the third party who spied on the intimate relationship between a couple?" She felt a pang of regret. Liu Yang frowned slightly. "What is this woman doing here?" Baiji instantly pulled herself out of her sad mood. She calmly left Liu Yang's arms and stood up straight. There was undisguised wariness in his eyes. The weasel pays a New Year's visit to the chicken with ulterior motives. "Classmate." Liu Yang was the first to break the strange silence. "What's up?" Emochiyu's cheeks flushed instantly, and her gaze drifted to the ground. "I'm here to visit you on behalf of the Crescent Bio Group. Also, my father is the chairman of the group. We are very interested in your previous fertility project. We would like to obtain more in-depth genetic information and collaborate." As soon as these words came out, Baiji's pupils suddenly shrank. How would she obtain deeper genetic information? Could it be that she also wants to? Liu Yang just glanced at Emochiyu indifferently. "Let's talk about this after the competition is over. I need to rest now." This is a polite refusal. The embarrassment on Emochiyu's face became even more intense. She clenched the gift box in her hand so tightly that her knuckles turned white. He stood there for a few seconds before looking up. "Can we add each other as friends? It will be easier for us to contact each other in the future. This request is not excessive." Liu Yang nodded, called up his personal terminal, and exchanged contact information with her. "Thank you, take good care of yourself." Emochiyu felt as if she had been pardoned, and turned around and left the ward almost as if she was escaping. Liu Yang looked at her hurriedly leaving back and felt confused. The eldest daughter of the Crescent Moon Group made a personal trip just for this matter? Baiji ignored the uninvited guest. She sat back on the bed and carefully pulled up Liu Yang's left hand. "Finals, come on. Stop trying so hard." 3 hours later. The last trace of numbness in my right shoulder completely dissipated. Instead, there is a sense of flawless control. Liu Yang slowly raised his new right arm, opened his 5 fingers, clenched them, and transmitted the power without any hindrance. This medical cabin is really a good thing. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart. As long as you can pay the money, regenerating a severed limb is just a matter of hours. The Federation's technology is close to miraculous in some aspects. With a thought, the virtual light screen of the personal terminal unfolded before his eyes. In an instant, the message notification sounds filled up. All the messages were from freshmen and seniors, many of them asking about the injuries. Lu Yang's eyes accurately found the portraits of the two people. One is Zhang Feng and the other is Lin Shouyue.
The content is surprisingly consistent. How is Wei Hadong doing? Almost an instant reply. Zhang Feng replied. Brother Lu is awesome. You poked that grandson's brains out, ha 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 ha. I heard that you have to stay in the medical cabin for half a month before you can get out.
Lu Yang raised his eyebrows slightly.
Lin Shouyue's reply was completely different. Wei Hadong is no longer in danger of death. A detailed medical report is attached. Abstract, penetrating craniocerebral injury, slight damage to the hippocampus. Short-term memory confusion and neurological complications are expected after surgery, but it will not affect subsequent martial arts practice. After reading this professional report, Lu Yang's heart finally settled down. I'm glad you're not dead.
In that situation, both of them were so bloodthirsty that they showed no room for holding back. He used one arm to buy the other party a chance to shoot through the brain. If he really killed the genius of Galaxy Martial Arts University, the subsequent trouble would definitely be huge. He opened the dialogue box with Zhang Feng again. Even if the brain is pierced, it can be saved. Today's technology is really outrageous.
Zhang Feng's news almost followed him. That's right. It's only in recent years that there have been breakthroughs in bioprinting and nano-repair technology. Before that, he would have been completely wiped out. This level of medical treatment would cost tens of millions at a time, so the school would only be willing to spend such huge sums of money on freak freshmen like you.
Lu Yang seemed to understand something.
I see.
It is precisely because of this kind of medical technology that can change destiny as a backup that the federal military and major martial arts universities dare to use such a cruel method to screen the true elites. The warriors who have struggled on the brink of death and the flowers in the greenhouse will always be two different species.
An official notice popped up, interrupting his thoughts. Student Lu Yang, the finals are about to begin. Please go to the number 0 martial arts arena within half an hour to prepare. Chapter 105 The future of the family cannot be ruined in my hands. Training ground number 0. This is the highest standard fighting arena in Galaxy Martial Arts University, bar none.
When Lu Yang changed into a brand new black combat uniform and stepped into the players' lounge, the noise outside almost blew the dome of the entire venue off. Dozens of drones painted with the live broadcast platform's logo shuttled back and forth over the training ground, capturing every detail from a 360-degree angle. At this moment, the number of online viewers in the live broadcast room officially exceeded 10 million. The huge holographic screens floating around the martial arts arena no longer show close-ups of the contestants.
Instead, advertisements from major financial groups are played in a loop.
Harvest brand top-grade nutrient solution, Yueyun Group's latest combat uniform, and Crescent Biology's genetic optimization project.
The cost of each advertising space is enough to make ordinary families feel priced out. Lu Yang sat quietly in the lounge for nearly half an hour. Finally. Ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the final battle of the Galaxy Martial Arts University freshman competition. Tonight, we don't need to say anything. Tonight, we just need to bear witness. Witness the birth of the new king of freshmen at our Galaxy Martial Arts University. The crowd's cheers reached a peak. First, let's give our warmest applause to our challenger, the blood battle Shura Lu Yang, who fought his way through the losers bracket and stormed into the finals with an unbeatable 17-game winning streak. Under the spotlight, Lu Yang walked onto the stage with a calm expression. And his opponent
is the undisputed number 1 among our freshmen this year. Undefeated since the start of the competition, he sits firmly on the throne of king with his overwhelming presence, the almighty god of war, Zhou Mofen. A tall and handsome young man slowly appeared on the stage amidst even more enthusiastic screams.
He was wearing the highest-level custom armor that Yueyun Group had not yet publicly released.
The star-like brilliance, silver-white in color, and the streamlined design are full of futuristic and powerful feelings.
Market price, 130 million federal credit points. However, this is just the beginning.
Under the gaze of tens of millions of spectators, Zhou Mofen slowly took out 3 genetic medicines that shone with different luster from the tactical bag on his waist and injected them into his body one by one.
Oh my god. It's a triple set of violence, toughness, and speed. Each one is of the highest purity military grade. The total value of these 3 potions is over 60 million. But this isn't the end yet. Han Tao looked at the latest information uploaded on the terminal.
According to official data, Zhou Mofan's major in the first-level martial arts technique Overlord carrying the tripod allows him to instantly exert explosive force exceeding 4 tons. At the same time, his own genetic development has reached 26%. With the blessing of these 3 top-level potions, his genetic development will temporarily soar to 31% during the competition.
31%. The entire number 0 martial arts arena was in a state of excitement. Tian City, Public Martial Arts University, Men's Dormitory. The high-protein nutrient solution in Bai Mujia's hand slipped to the ground. On the screen, Zhou Mofan was bathed in the enthusiastic cheers of the audience. 31%? Bai Mujia muttered to himself. What kind of interstellar joke is this? Can you get to 31% on drugs? That's a threshold that many martial arts university instructors can't reach. At this moment, Bai Mujia finally understood why none of his classmates paid attention to the freshman competition of top universities like Galaxy Martial Arts University. It's not disdain, but fear. This gap is no longer a chasm that can be bridged by hard work. If you watch too much, it will only erode your already dwindling spiritual heart. At the same time, in the dormitory area of Galaxy Martial Arts University, elite students. Mo Chiyu's phoenix eyes were fixed on the holographic screen. Seraphim Group. She almost squeezed out these 4 words from between her teeth. She was very familiar with the 3 medicines injected by Zhou Mofan. It is the latest product that the mortal enemy of Crescent Biological Group, Qitian Group, has recently successfully developed in secret and is ready to be put into military trials. Has their technology already advanced to this point? The product line that Xinyue Bio is proud of is like a primitive man in front of the 3 potions of Qitian. No. The future of the family cannot be ruined in my hands. After this game is over, we must find Lu Yang no matter what. In the name of helping the family develop new products, he must turn his gene optimization ability into the Crescent Group's trump card at all costs. Above the ring, the wind was howling. Lu Yang stood in the center of the storm, his black combat uniform rustling in the wind. He could clearly feel that the aura of the man opposite was rising steadily. Is this the undefeated number 1 who has dominated so far? Lu Yang felt no fear. Very good. Only in this way can you be worthy of being his last stepping stone. The next moment, the universe appeared and disappeared in the depths of Lu Yang's eyes. 6th level of enlightenment, open. Zhou Mofan, who was enjoying the pleasure of a sudden increase in strength, suddenly froze the confident smile on his face. A shudder came from the depths of his soul, causing his proud will to freeze for a moment. On his chest, the Star Wars First Class Medal of Merit, symbolizing his glorious military exploits, suddenly glowed faintly. But even so, he still felt that the strength in his body was suppressed by at least 40% out of thin air. What kind of power is this? Zhou Mofan's heart was in turmoil. This kind of oppressive force, which is purely condensed from Taoan intention, is not a skill at all, but a talent. Zhou Mofan put away his contempt and pulled out a domineering 3-pointed, double-edged sword from his back. You are very good. Before he finished speaking, he had already rushed towards Lu Yang. However, Lu Yang always managed to use the tip of the spear in his hand to point at the weakest point of the opponent's sword at the most thrilling moment and at the most exquisite angle. Ding ding dang dang. They are all crazy. Commentator Han Tao's voice was completely hoarse. Zhou Mofan's 72 Overlord styles, every strike is gorgeous and domineering, like a god descending from heaven. Lu Yang's spearmanship is pure and simple, without any unnecessary movements, yet it is breathtakingly powerful. My eyes. I can't keep up with them. The comments in the live broadcast room had already turned into a sea of white. Fuck, this is a freshman? Why do I feel like Lu Yang has the upper hand? This is definitely an illusion. Zhou Mofan hasn't even used his full strength yet. This is a real battle. It makes my blood boil. In the dormitory, Qin Xiaoxiao stared at the screen without blinking. With combat experience far beyond that of ordinary people, she instantly saw through the essence of the battle situation. Lu Yang was using his skills to dissipate Zhou Mofan's violent strength and delay time. He is waiting. Qin Xiaoxiao understood. Wait until the effect of Zhou Mofan's potion wears off and his physical strength is exhausted by this high-intensity burst. In this battle, the ultimate test is not of skill, but of endurance. It depends on who has more potions in his pocket and who is more prepared. Chapter 106 The 10-second God of War finally took drugs. What a pity. Qin Xiaoxiao shook her head slightly. Zhou Mofan's victory is beyond doubt.
On the stage, Zhou Mofan slashed through the air with his sword, and a flash of astonishment passed through his eyes. He also saw through Liu Yang's intentions.
Want to compete with me in attrition? Wrestle? So innocent and cute.
His thoughts coincided with Qin Xiaoxiao's, who was far away in the dormitory.
In this war for resources, he will undoubtedly win. The next second, the intensity of the battle suddenly escalated. Zhou Mofan's three-pointed, double-edged sword moves straight forward and is extremely domineering.
Liu Yang's figure moved swiftly amidst the swordlight, and the spear in his hand blocked the attacks accurately every time. The incredibly hard special alloy ground, under the aftermath of the two men's clash, began to show fine spiderweb-like cracks.
Something's wrong. Commentator Han Tao's voice cracked. Although Liu Yang's spear skills are exquisite, his attack methods are too simple. From beginning to end, he was just defending and dissipating the force. A protracted war is not good for him at all. Teacher Han is right. Liu Yang didn't cause any effective damage to Zhou Mofan. I understand. Zhou Mofan took drugs, his strength and defense skyrocketed, and Liu Yang couldn't break through his defense at all. This isn't a war of attrition, it's scraping. It's over, it's over. Liu Yang's stamina definitely can't keep up. As everyone expected, high-intensity blocking consumes a terrifying amount of physical energy. Zhou Mofan made an extremely tricky diagonal chop, but Liu Yang was still a little slow. The left arm of his combat uniform was cut by the blade, and the bright red blood immediately dyed half of his sleeve red. The whole audience was in an uproar. Liu Yang was injured. Zhou Mofan's eyes lit up, and his attack became more violent, with every blow from his sword hitting Liu Yang's wound. Commentator Han Tao's heart was in his throat. Danger! Liu Yang is in an absolutely passive position. His aura is weakening. If there is no way to break the deadlock, this match may end here. The hearts of tens of millions of viewers were tightened at this moment. Could it be that Liu Yang's winning streak is about to end here? On the ring, Liu Yang's breathing was already heavy. He could feel that the look in the man opposite him had changed from seriousness to teasing. It's over. Zhou Mofan shouted loudly. The sword's momentum, which was originally wide open and swinging, suddenly retracted, and the man and the sword became one, piercing Liu Yang's heart. The final move of the king carrying the tripod, the poisonous dragon, emerges from the cave. Fast. Accurate. Ruthless. Liu Yang pulled out a half-meter diameter alloy round shield from behind his back with his left hand and held it across his chest. Liu Yang plowed the ground with his feet and flew backwards more than 10 meters, crashing heavily into the energy barrier of the martial arts field before he came to a stop. The alloy round shield in his hand had a hideous fist mark dented in the center, and the edges were covered with cracks. A mouthful of blood rushed up his throat, but he forced himself to swallow it back. However, before he could catch his breath, Zhou Mofan took out a light golden injection and stabbed it directly into his neck without even looking at it. With the injection of the light golden liquid, his aura, which had just weakened, unexpectedly reached its peak again. Even more prosperous than before. Physical strength recovery potion. And it is top quality stuff specially supplied by the military. At this moment, the entire stadium was silent. Again? Can you still play like this? Is this a competition? This is just throwing money at people. This is unethical. Liu Yang, danger. Liu Yang held onto the wall and slowly stood up. For a moment, I was speechless. Resource crushing. In this world, if you have money, you can really do whatever you want. He looked down at his bloody left arm and then glanced at his almost broken round shield. The resentment in my heart was accumulating madly. Just then, Liu Yang's movements suddenly stopped. Vitality potion. He almost forgot that he was also a pay-to-win player. But his gold is not federal currency, but system currency. Want to compete with me in cheating? Liu Yang slowly raised his head. He touched his tactical belt with his right hand, and a transparent potion appeared in his hand. Originally, I wanted to keep this thing to give you a decent look. He looked at Zhou Mofan, who was stunned. But now, I've changed my mind. Since you like to play, I will play with you to your heart's content. Before he finished speaking, he took out the vitality potion. Liu Yang. He actually used potions too. In the commentary booth, Han Tao's voice broke due to excessive excitement. This is the first time since the start of the competition that we've seen this 10-second god of war using external forces in the ring. Is this his trump card?
the ultimate trump card he never reveals to anyone easily. But the color of this potion is crystal clear, and there's starlight flowing inside. It's completely unlike any known gene-amplifying potion on the market. What on earth is it? The entire number 0 martial arts arena completely exploded at this moment. Holy crap! He used it! The 10-second god of war finally took drugs. I knew it. I knew Liu Yang had a backup plan. Otherwise, how could he fight a Krypton Gold Warrior with equipment worth 200 million? However, voices of doubt and pessimism also followed. So what if he uses medicine? He's from a commoner background, what good stuff can he come up with? Zhou Mofan is using top-grade medicine specially supplied by the Qitian group for the military. How can he compare? That's right. I think this potion is flashy and useless. I think it's just for show. It's just an ordinary stamina restorer at best. It's just a temporary solution. The audience instantly split into two factions. On the stage, Zhou Mofan's eyes were cold. A trapped beast's fight. In his opinion, this was just a meaningless struggle of Liu Yang in a desperate situation. Using a cheap potion of unknown origin to fight against the wealth of the entire Qitian group behind him? It's just a pipe dream. But the next second, the wound on Liu Yang's left arm, which was so deep that the bone could be seen, healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. The slightly weak aura from exhaustion on his body disappeared completely. Beyond the peak. Damn! What the hell is this? Zhou Mofan gritted his teeth. It doesn't matter. I don't believe he has as many potions as I do. I still have 3 recovery potions and 2 short-acting burst potions. I can wear him out to death. Zhou Mofan suddenly attacked again. He poured all his strength into the 3-pointed, double-edged sword and swept towards Liu Yang again. The battle situation strangely returned to its previous state. Liu Yang's basic skills and combat experience are ultimately inferior to Zhou Mofan, who has accumulated massive resources since childhood. The spear was knocked out of his hand, the hilt of the knife hit his chest hard, and even the sharp blade of the knife cut a bloody wound on his calf. In the past, any such mistake would have been enough to put him in an irretrievable situation. But it's useless now. If the gun slips out of his hand, he can grab it back with even greater force within 0.1 second. There was a sharp pain in the chest, but it returned to normal the next second, without any breathing disorder. The wound on the calf began to heal the moment it appeared. Chapter 107. That would be a scandal for the entire group. 20 minutes later. Zhou Mofan's breathing was as heavy as an ox, and the speed of swinging the sword had obviously slowed down. On the other hand, Liu Yang remained calm and breathed a long sigh of relief. Commentator Han Tao's voice was hoarse. A full 20 minutes of intense confrontation. Liu Yang's condition hasn't declined at all. The duration of this potion has broken all records in the history of the Federation. The audience had already stopped arguing, and everyone was shocked by the scene before them. At the same time, in the VIP rooms of major consortiums. Sitting in the instructor's seat at Galaxy Martial Arts University, Lu Mingyue's beautiful eyes widened. This is impossible. This kind of medicine has never appeared in any literature. In the private room of Crescent Bio Group, Mo Chiyu shouted orders into his personal terminal. Go check it immediately. Get all the information about Liu Yang from birth to the present day. Within 3 minutes, get it all. The same order was issued simultaneously in the private rooms of the Gu family, the Wang family, and dozens of top financial groups. The target person, Liu Yang, was born in the Orion 0112 star system. He comes from an ordinary family and has no background. No intersection with any known forces. Analysis of drug ingredients failed. Unable to match any substance in the database. The incredible results one after another made all the bosses' faces increasingly gloomy. There is no way a commoner could come up with something so outrageous. After eliminating all the impossible, the one that remains, no matter how outrageous, must be the truth. A consortium head denied it in a deep voice. Could it be the latest biotechnology from the military laboratory on Orion Prime? No, I doubt it. This thing doesn't belong to our Orion galaxy at all. A superpower spanning all the constellations? In an instant, the entire VIP area fell silent. They finally realized that the value of the potion used by Liu Yang far exceeded the outcome of the game. It enables a warrior to maintain his absolute peak state in such a high-intensity battle, regardless of consumption or damage. This technology has touched the essence of life and is a strategic level creation that is capable of subverting the entire existing power system of the Federation. On the ring, every second was a torture for Joe Mofin. His chest heaved violently, and every breath was a burning pain. On the opposite side, Liu Yang was still standing there. His posture was as straight as a gun, and his breathing was steady and long. This guy is a monster. For the first time, cracks appeared in Joe Mofin's beliefs. Never before in the history of the Federation has there been such a huge gap in genetic development progress. Unless he practiced some incredible technique that could restore his physical strength in an instant. Impossible. As soon as this thought came to his mind, he ruthlessly suppressed it. Those legendary skills are all in the hands of the most top hidden families in the Federation. They are family treasures that are enough to subvert the structure of the galaxy. How could Liu Yang, a commoner from the Orion Fringe Galaxy, possess such power? What the hell is this potion? Liu Yang caught the fleeting trance in his opponent's eyes. He stepped hard on the ground, leaving a faint afterimage in the air. Not good. Joe Mofin's heart was filled with alarm and he tried to return to defense, but it was too late. The spear in Liu Yang's hand tore through Joe Mofin's last defense at a tricky angle. The sound of the sharp blade piercing the flesh was clearly heard throughout the entire training ground. A dazzling scarlet color suddenly bloomed on Joe Mofin's priceless silver-white shoulder guard. Joe Mofin lowered his head in disbelief. Am I hurt? However, Liu Yang's attack is far from over. He twisted his left wrist, which was holding the gun handle, and the energy circuit engraved on the gun barrel was instantly lit up. Explode for me. Joe Mofin's pupils shrank into needle points. He could clearly feel the terrifying energy contained in the tip of the gun. Once it explodes inside his body, his entire right arm will be blown into charcoal. At the critical moment of life and death, he suddenly grabbed the gun barrel with his left hand and used the force to retreat madly. The spear was forcibly pulled out from his shoulder blade, bringing up a large piece of flesh and blood. Joe Mofin staggered back more than 10 meters, covering his bleeding right shoulder, his face pale. Oh my god. Joe Mofin is injured. He is really injured. In the commentary booth, Han Tao's voice was completely hoarse. He actually broke through the Blazing Sky Group's top-tier armor head-on. The myth of the undefeated god of war was shattered at this moment. The barrage of comments in the entire Quantum Live broadcast room, after being silent for 0.1 seconds, completely flooded the screen in a blowout manner. My defense is really broken. See? This is my Yang Shin. I don't care if you're a Krypton Gold Warrior, I'll shoot you through with one shot. Who just said my Yangshin potion was just a showpiece? Stand up. Does your face hurt? Things have changed. Now it's Joe Mofin's turn to be in dire straits. So exciting. Inside the student dormitory, Qin Xiaoxiao's eyes were also filled with violent waves at this moment. Such a huge variable actually appeared in this game. At the same time, in the private VIP suite of Crescent Bio Group, Mo Chiyu saw the caller ID. Father. A calm and majestic male voice came from the other end of the terminal. Saitama, I watched the match. Abandon all previous assessments and immediately adjust the strategic level towards Liu Yang to the highest level. Yes. Mo Chiyu responded without hesitation. And, Mo Kaishan paused. After the competition, mobilize all your resources and connections, and befriend this person at all costs. Crescent creatures must establish the deepest connection with him. Yes. The call was disconnected, and Mo Chiyu stood quietly in front of the holographic screen. How could she not understand the deep meaning in her father's words? The deepest connection. A rare blush crept up her snow-white ears, and even her heart skipped a beat. On the ring, the storm is brewing again. Joe Mofin gritted his teeth, pulled out a light blue potion from the tactical bag on his waist, and stabbed it into his thigh. This is a military-grade gene activation agent produced by the Qitian Group. Although its effect is far inferior to Liu Yang's incredible one, it can also restore physical strength and stabilize injuries in a short period of time. I absolutely cannot lose. His eyes were red as he stared at Liu Yang. He is not only Joe Mofin, he is also the face of the younger generation of Qitian Group. For this competition, Qitian Group invested a huge amount of publicity resources, and its stock price continued to rise. If he loses to a commoner with no background, that would be a scandal for the entire group. Joe Mofin rushed forward again, his sword skills were even more violent than before. The battle situation became tense again.
40 minutes already. Dear audience, this final has already lasted a full 40 minutes. Commentator Han Tao's voice has become hoarse. This has already broken all records for the longest single match in the history of the Galaxy Martial Arts University Freshman Tournament. We are witnessing history. Chapter 108 now, are you interested in discussing a business deal? The audience in the audience was completely numb. Before the game started, 99% of people thought that this would be a one-sided crushing show by Zhou Mofan. But now, the situation has completely turned upside down. Zhou Mofan, on the other hand, became the one who struggled to hold on. Meanwhile, Lu Yang, the commoner who was looked down upon by everyone, became more and more courageous. In this battle, the strength displayed by Lu Yang has far exceeded everyone's expectations. Why are you still moving? After another crazy fight, Zhou Mofan was leaning on his three-pointed, double-edged sword, gasping heavily. His physical strength, supported by 2 potions, was on the verge of exhaustion. His spirit had been stretched to the limit after 40 minutes of protracted battle. Every time, when his blade finally left a wound on Lu Yang, the wound would heal as before in the next moment. Can you really win? With equipment worth 200 million, medicines specially supplied by the military, and the entire Qitian group as a backing, can you really defeat the man in front of you? At this moment, Zhou Mofan's indestructible martial arts finally began to waver. He suddenly took out the last injection from the deepest part of his tactical waste bag. Seraph Group, Red Blood Frenzy. Without any hesitation, Zhou Mofan stabbed his own carotid artery. Visible blood-colored steam gushed out from the pores all over his body. The value of the gene development progress was jumping wildly on the monitoring screen in the referee's seat, and instantly broke through the 35% limit. Lu Yang. Die. Zhou Mofan gave up all defense and poured all his energy into this one strike. The three-pointed, double-edged sword in his hand slashed down towards Lu Yang's head. This knife blocked all of Lu Yang's space to dodge. However, Lu Yang's reaction surprised everyone again. He neither dodged nor used any sophisticated moves to relieve the force. He simply raised the spear in his hand horizontally above his head. A dazzling light burst out from the point where the knife and the gun collided. Zhou Mofan used all his strength, but the spear didn't move at all. Behind the gun, Lu Yang's feet didn't even shake a bit. How is that possible? There was great horror in Zhou Mofan's eyes. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Now is the time. Lu Yang shook his wrist, and the gun barrel easily deflected Zhou Mofan's powerful knife. The door is wide open. First shot. Lu Yang's voice was cold. The spear instantly pierced Zhou Mofan's left shoulder. Second shot. Without waiting for Zhou Mofan to react, Lu Yang drew his gun and thrust forward, his movements smooth and seamless. The second shot accurately pierced Zhou Mofan's right wrist holding the knife. Under the severe pain, Zhou Mofan could no longer hold his weapon, and the three-pointed, double-edged sword fell to the ground. It's over. These 2 words were the only ones left in Zhou Mofan's mind. He couldn't understand why, even though he had risked everything, he couldn't shake the man in front of him in the slightest. The third shot. This time, the tip of the gun accurately pierced through the gap in Zhou Mofan's chest armor. Zhou Mofan froze in place, the last glimmer in his eyes completely dimmed. Lu Yang slowly pulled out his spear. Zhou Mofan's tall body fell backwards with a loud bang. The whole place was dead silent. A few seconds later, several people in white rushed onto the stage. After checking with professional instruments, they quickly put Zhou Mofan's body into a life support cabin and carried him away from the arena. In the commentary booth, Han Tao took a deep breath. The game is over. The final winner is Lu Yang. The champion of this year's Galaxy Martial Arts University Freshman Competition is Lu Yang from the Orion 0112 Galaxy. The entire number 0 martial arts arena was completely boiling at this moment. We witnessed a miracle. From a last-place finisher, an ordinary student who almost failed the entrance exam, to fight his way to the championship. This is a legend. Yangshan is awesome. In the center of the storm, Lu Yang simply calmly retracted his spear. He turned around and prepared to leave the noisy stage. Student Lu Yang. Please wait a moment. A beautiful figure, holding a microphone, rushed onto the stage quickly. It was Lin Shouyue. However, just as she ran 2 steps, a stronger hand reached out from the side and firmly grabbed her arm. Reporter Lin, it's not time for an interview yet. The person who came was her mentor, Duan Muqi.
He grabbed Lin Xiaoyue and quickly walked to Lu Yang's side, using his body to block the cameras that were swarming towards him.
Lu Yang, congratulations. Now, are you interested in discussing a business deal?
Lu Yang paused and turned his head to look at the mentor.
Duan Muqi then added.
While you're in school, the school can act as your agent and manage your image rights.
Do you agree? Of course, the school will only take 10% of all profits as a management fee.
Here it comes, the first dividend of victory.
Lu Yang understood.
It is naturally a great thing to have a mentor come forward to remind you personally.
He nodded curtly. Can.
After receiving a positive answer, a hint of approval flashed in Duan Muqi's eyes.
This is a cooperation application from part Technology. They want you to be their brand ambassador for the next 4 years.
As part of this partnership, part Technology will pay you a monthly endorsement fee of 3 million federal coins in installments over 6 months. Furthermore, during your 4 years of university, we will provide you with the latest top-of-the-line combat uniforms and weapons every quarter, free of charge. The only additional clause is that within 6 months of signing the contract, you can only use rock technology equipment in public.
This contract is quite generous.
But Lu Yang knew very well that with the advertising effect he had just created, this was just the beginning. He didn't say much and just signed his name on the contract.
Very good.
Duan Muqi nodded with satisfaction, and with a swipe of his finger, he brought up the second contract.
This is from the Blu-ray Group.
They're willing to pay 6 million to buy out your exclusive endorsement of the nutrient solution for the next year. At the same time, during your university years, all nutrient solutions produced by the Blue Light Group will be supplied free of charge in unlimited quantities. Lu Yang's eyes swept over the reporters who were so excited that they were about to jump onto the stage.
Teacher Duanmu, do you need my cooperation now? Duan Muqi and Lin Xiaoyue beside him were both stunned, and then overjoyed. Of course.
Lin Xiaoyue immediately broke free from her mentor's hand, pulled Lu Yang back in front of the camera, and quickly sent a piece of advertising slogan to Lu Yang's personal terminal.
Lu Yang faced the camera and cleared his throat. High-intensity combat requires the toughest equipment and the fastest replenishment.
Thanks to the battle suit from Rock Technology, I was able to stand firm in this extreme duel.
I'm also grateful for the Blue Light Nutrient Solution, which is my inexhaustible source of energy. As soon as the words fell, the live broadcast room exploded again. Blue Light and Rock are making waves. The champions have just been announced, and already they're putting out hot ads. This is seriously high stakes. Making a killing. The stock prices of these two companies are going to take off tomorrow. Chapter 109 Now, I am the champion. Seeing this, Lin Xiaoyue quickly seized this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity and handed over the microphone. Lu Yang. Congratulations on winning the championship. How do you plan to celebrate this historic victory?
Everyone thought he would say to have a party or go out for a big meal.
However, Lu Yang's answer once again surprised everyone. Go home. Find my love and celebrate with her. Lin Xiaoyue was stunned and almost dropped the microphone. Lover? Classmate Lu Yang, do you already have a partner? A peerless demon. Getting married so early? This piece of news is even more exciting than his winning the championship. Lu Yang ignored the regretful looks around him. To him, all the noise in the world is not as loud as the person waiting for him at home. He pushed through the crowd and quickly left the core competition area under the pursuit of countless cameras. At the end of a relatively quiet VIP passage, a beautiful figure was already waiting there. It's Angelica de Hurica.
Her eyes were slightly red. Lu Yang took 2 steps at a time and stopped in front of the figure. He said nothing, but opened his arms and held her tightly in his arms.
The next second, he lowered his head and kissed her lips eagerly and domineeringly. Lu Yang's embrace was firm and hot.
Everything around him, the flashes, the exclamations, the countless inquiring gazes, all turned into a blurred background.
However, behind the crowd, Mo Chiyu clenched his fists tightly. Why is it her?
That woman, Bai Ji, was an ordinary person with mediocre progress in genetic development, burdened with loans, and who had already seen the ceiling on the road of martial arts.
Why did she deserve Lu Yang's unconditional favor? This is not fair. Just when Mo Chiyu's sanity was about to collapse, Lu Yang ended the kiss. He didn't give anyone time to react.
He retracted his arms and picked up Bai Ji horizontally.
Ah!
Bai Ji cried out softly and subconsciously put her arms around his neck.
Let's go home.
Lu Yang lowered his head and whispered in her ear. He held her in his arms, ignoring the stunned expressions of Duan Yuki and Lin Shoyue behind him, and walked out of the center of the storm that attracted everyone's attention step by step.
Leaving now? Wait. Did I see that right? He left with that woman in his arms? Oh my god, what is this? The freshman champion's post-game interview is just a public display of affection and then he skips work? After a brief silence, the group of freshmen watching the fun in the back were completely excited. A prodigy who can tear geniuses apart with his bare hands and trample on wealthy families, actually married young? Almost at the same time, the campus forum of Galaxy Martial Arts University and even the social network of the entire federation were detonated by this shocking news. Interstellar University Hot Topics. Top. Burst. Freshman champion Lu Yang is married. After the game, he left the field with his mysterious girlfriend, kissing her in public. Less than 3 seconds after the post was published, the number of clicks and replies surged at a terrifying rate. Up. Guys, I'm so pissed. I originally wanted to wait for Yang Shin to finish the interview, then go up and ask for his autograph and take a picture. What happened? He just said, "Go home to your lover," and then he kissed a young lady. After the kiss, he carried her away in a princess hug. There was no one else in his eyes the whole time. I put the 9-square grid I took below. You can see for yourself the look in Yang Shin's eyes when he looks at his wife. Wow, I'm heartbroken. First floor. I just finished watching the live broadcast and was so excited I almost crushed the nutrient solution bottle. The tough guy who slaughtered Joe Mofin like a chicken turned into a love-brained man obsessed with women? The contrast was too great. Second floor. Don't get excited, upstairs. I looked it up, and the woman's name is Bai Ji, 28 years old, a private university graduate, a would-be warrior, and burdened with hundreds of thousands of dollars in student loans. Don't you think it's strange? How could a genius like Lu Yang, who has unlimited potential, fall for her? I suspect it's a political marriage. The Bai family may have some background that we don't know about. Third floor. My youth is over. The idol I just became a fan of, before I even warmed up to him, has become someone else's husband. I'm devastated, my family. Who understands? Fourth floor. It's really terrifying. In our era, all warriors believe in practicing wholeheartedly, cutting off emotional ties, and reaching the peak as soon as possible. Lu Yang is so talented that he should be a role model for the new generation, but he is already married. My faith in the Tao has wavered. Could it be that the path of asceticism we've been adhering to is wrong? In the rest area of the training hall, Qin Xiaoxiao was silently browsing the posts on her personal terminal, and for the first time, confusion appeared on her cold face. She looked at Lu Yang on the screen, who was holding Bai Ji tightly in his arms, but another picture involuntarily emerged in her mind. During the entrance examination, the young man, who was dressed in ordinary clothes and came from a remote rice-growing area, was inconspicuous in the crowd. Is it really the same person? For the first time, Qin Xiaoxiao had deep doubts about her judgment, which she was so proud of. On the other side, in a luxurious single dormitory, a priceless energy crystal cup was smashed hard against the wall. Baiji. Mochi, you chewed on the name over and over again. Why does that woman receive Lu Yang's unconditional love? Whether it's family background, talent, or looks, in which aspect am I not 100 times better than her? Suddenly, a neglected fragment of memory flashed through her mind. Jean charity dinner. That night, Lu Yang also showed up. He even had a brief conversation with himself. At that time, she just thought he was a poor student who got in by luck, but now that she thinks about it, there are doubts everywhere. How could an ordinary farm manager appear at a dinner of that level? Is he pretending? He had been playing dumb from the very beginning, playing with himself and everyone else in his clutches? In Lu Yang's dormitory. Under the warm light, he and Bai Ji sat opposite each other, their palms pressed together. A warm and pure energy slowly flows between the two people, forming a perfect cycle. Xuanzang's Heart Sutra. This is the dual cultivation technique obtained by Lu Yang, which can greatly promote the genetic development of both parties. After one cycle of the exercise, Bai Ji felt warm all over. The tension and fatigue from watching the competition for the past few days were swept away. She felt a tingling sensation deep in her gene chain, which was a sign of an impending breakthrough. But Lu Yang slowly opened his eyes and frowned slightly. Still not enough?
The remaining tremendous energy of the Starlight Potion, coupled with the excitement of winning the game, was simply not enough to vent this violent power with just the gentle operation of the Xuanzang Heart Sutra. If this continues, I'm afraid it will damage my own foundation. He had to find a place to have a good fight. You take a rest first and consolidate your strength. Lu Yang released his hand. I'm going out for a while. He thought of someone. Lu Mingyue. That female mentor with a hot body and unfathomable strength. At the beginning, she said in person that as long as she could enter the top 100 in the competition, she would personally guide her in practicing the Xuanzang Heart Sutra. Now, I have won the championship. Chapter 110. Why is he not interested in money at all? Less than 10 minutes after Lu Yang and Bai Ji disappeared from the dormitory area. An exclusive interview conducted by the well-known war correspondent Lin Xiaoyue on the official media cooperation channel of Galaxy Martial Arts University has once again sparked public opinion. In the video, Lin Xiaoyue asked a question. Student Lu Yang, countless people are wondering what kind of family could produce a peerless genius like you? Lu Yang in the picture just smiled faintly. I come from the Orion 0112 galaxy, from an ordinary farm family. One sentence made the brains of billions of viewers in front of the screen crash instantly. Starnet Hot Search List. Hashtag Lu Yang Ordinary Family. Hashtag Explosion. Hashtag Joe Mofin died at the hands of the farmer. Hashtag Boiling. Hashtag Starlight Potion. Hashtag Hot Farm Family. What an interstellar joke. Does he call that potion that instantly repairs a broken arm farmyard manure? I understand. This is a new kind of Versailles. An ordinary family, perhaps referring to an ordinary family that owns an entire agricultural planet. Don't be silly. Haven't you figured it out? There's definitely a giant behind this. That woman named Bai Ji might be the daughter of a hidden family. Lu Yang is marrying into the family. The above person's explanation is correct. Only a marriage alliance can explain why he got married at such a young age. This isn't love at all, it's a transaction. It's an exchange of resources. Exclusive training room number 2203. Lu Mingyue stood barefoot in the center of the gravity field. She had just completed a set of extremely physically demanding combat training exercises, but there was no trace of fatigue on her face. On her personal terminal, the final scene of Lu Yang piercing Joe Mofin's heart with a spear was playing in a loop. This kid is a real monster. From the first glimpse she got when he entered school to later serving as his guide herself, Lu Mingyue witnessed the rise of this new star with her own eyes. Now, he should be celebrating in the dormitory with his little wife, right? Young people are full of energy and should relax. Boom. Boom. Lu Mingyue raised her eyebrows, a little surprised. Who would disturb her at this time? She casually turned off the gravity field, put on a loose training robe, and walked to the door. The light-sensitive door slid open silently, and standing outside the door was the figure she had just been talking about. Lu Yang. He had changed out of his blood-stained combat uniform and was wearing simple black training clothes. Lu Mingyue was stunned. Why are you coming to me instead of taking a rest? Teacher Lu. I want to get stronger. No nonsense, straight to the point. Lu Mingyue was shocked. He is truly a complete cultivation madman. Having just experienced a life and death battle, any genius would be enjoying the glory of victory and receiving everyone's praise. But while everyone was still immersed in his achievements, he had already embarked on the next journey. It would be unjust if he doesn't win. Very good. Lu Mingyue moved aside. You are worthy of the name of a genius. To what extent have you reached the level of your will to attain enlightenment? Let me see. That's exactly what I meant. Lu Yang took a step forward, his eyes slightly closed. The next second, the willpower to burn the world came crashing down. The air in the entire training room was distorted, and Lu Mingyue even had an illusion. It felt like I was not standing in a training room, but at the foot of an active volcano that was about to erupt. So strong. Lu Mingyue's face changed drastically. She had never expected that Lu Yang's will to realize the truth would be so overbearing. Just when her defense was about to collapse, an extremely cold willpower instantly hit him. As soon as the domineering fiery will came into contact with the icy breath, a sizzling sound was made, and the temperature in the training room suddenly returned to normal. A clear female voice with a hint of surprise came from the rest area of the training room. Hey, little guy, you're quite angry. Lu Yang suddenly opened his eyes and saw a woman with the same tall figure but completely different temperament slowly walking out. She was wearing a silver-white referee uniform, her long hair was casually draped, and a teardrop mole at the corner of her eye added a bit of charm to her. Lu Mingyue breathed a sigh of relief and glared at the person who came over unhappily.
Gongsun Yuan. Why are you still here? There's nothing we can do.
The referee club has been busy lately. The woman called Gongsun Yuan looked Lu Yang up and down with interest.
Are you Lu Yang? Not bad. Even more attractive than in the video. She completely ignored Lu Mingyue's angry glare, walked straight to Lu Yang, stretched out a slender finger, and almost touched his chest. Little guy, are you interested in practicing the Xuanzang Heart Sutra with me? I'm a very professional sister. Gongsun Yuan. Get out of here.
Lu Mingyue instantly got furious and grabbed Gongsun Yuan's arm.
He's my student. What's wrong with your students?
It's just a technique exchange, don't be so stingy. Seeing the two top beauty tutors disappearing out the door pulling each other like little children, Lu Yang felt a little amused.
Drop. A friend request pops up on the personal terminal. Gongsun Yuan requests to add you as a friend.
Additional information, come find me anytime, little champion.
Lu Yang agreed without hesitation. This instructor is very interesting. He could feel that the icy will just now was unfathomable, and the control of energy was exquisite to the extreme. If I have the chance in the future, I can definitely ask her for advice. While I was thinking about it, the email notification light on the terminal started flashing.
Lu Yang clicked it, and the sender's name made him frown.
Mo Chiyu. Lu Yang, congratulations on winning the championship. I'm Mo Chiyu from Crescent Bio Group. We met last time at the Gene Charity Dinner. I'd like to discuss a collaboration with you. Are you interested?
Our group is conducting research on the genetic potential of top-tier warriors and is in urgent need of genetic samples from individuals with exceptional talent like yours.
We would like to use some of your essence for non-reproductive research, for a fee. Lu Yang's eyes turned cold instantly. Use my essence for research? That sounds really nice.
There was a flicker of disgust in his eyes.
No need. Emails are replied almost instantly. Student Lu Yang, please stay. The price is negotiable. We guarantee that all research data will be destroyed and will never be used for reproduction, nor will it disrupt your offspring's gene pool. We only want the purest genetic samples. Lu Yang's lips curled up.
For him, the value of completing the system task in giving birth to a child, which would increase the progress of genetic development, is completely immeasurable by money.
In his opinion, the conditions offered by Mo Chiyu were worthless. He didn't even bother to reply and just dragged the email into the trash.
On the other side, inside the Crescent Group's luxurious shuttle, Mo Chiyu stared at the dialogue box on the screen with no further text, shaking with anger.
He refused again? 100 million. Didn't he need money? Didn't he come from an ordinary farm? Why are you not interested in money at all? There must be something wrong. Chapter 111. What kind of potion are you using? Mo Chiyu forced himself to calm down.
Suddenly, a scene that she had ignored reappeared. At the genetic charity dinner, the man looked at the women with excellent genes without any desire in his eyes.
And when he rejected me just now, he didn't even hesitate at all. Not for reproduction. Disrupting the gene pool of future generations. Could it be that the reason for his refusal was not because of the lack of money, nor because he was wary of the research? But is it because of the premise of non-reproduction that he proposed? He actually wants to have a baby? Everything makes sense. Because his goal from the beginning was not money or fame. It's the descendants. It's reproduction. After realizing this, Mo Chiyu's cheeks turned red uncontrollably. If this is really his purpose. That yourself. Doesn't it perfectly meet his standards? Mo Chiyu took a deep breath and forced himself to suppress the pounding of his heart. Mr. Lu Yang, what if, instead of discussing research, we discuss a fertility collaboration project? The moment the message was sent, a cold red exclamation mark popped up. The message has been sent, but was rejected by the other party. There was only a pale look of humiliation on Mo Chiyu's face. At this moment, in training room 2203, Lu Yang had no time to pay attention to the disturbances in the outside world.
He turned off all communication functions on his personal terminal and immersed his entire mind inside his body. The effect of that potion was far beyond his imagination. Not only did it instantly repair his broken arm, but the remaining medicinal power also rushed through his limbs and bones. Sweat had already soaked through his training suit, which stuck tightly to his body. He practiced the basic gun skills over and over again, and every thrust was accompanied by a loud bang that tore through the air. The atmosphere in the corridor outside the training room was cold. You were just testing him. There was no warmth in Lu Mingyue's voice. Do you suspect he has a deal with the Abyss? I can't help it. It's my duty. Gong Sun Yuan leaned against the wall with her arms folded, looking lazy. A farm boy suddenly burst out with such unreasonable strength, and even produced a potion that even the military might not be able to easily obtain. If it were you, wouldn't you be curious if he sold his soul to something shady? She licked her lips playfully. However, the test results are very good. His will does not have any dark or complicated aura. It is very clean. Since there is no problem, you can leave. Lu Mingyue said bluntly. Don't be so anxious to send me away, Mingyue. Gong Sun Yuan suddenly moved closer. Come to think of it, you also have the fire element enlightenment will, and you've been stuck at the beginner level of a starship warrior for a long time, right? Haven't you ever thought about charging forward with him? Lu Mingyue's pupils suddenly shrank. She was talking about the double dragon technique, a technique that one can achieve breakthroughs by practicing with the opposite sex of the same level of enlightenment after becoming a starship warrior. It can only be used once in a lifetime. Gong Sun Yuan looked at Lu Mingyue's changing expression and smiled even more charmingly. You see, his will to enlightenment aligns perfectly with yours. What are you waiting for? Are you going to watch this unpolished gem being wasted by his little wife? Or do you mind if I, an ice element, give you a taste of the soul first? Gong Sun Yuan. Lu Mingyue shouted angrily. Roll. TSK TSK, the real murderer. Gong Sun Yuan chuckled and took a step back, turned around and left gracefully, leaving only a few light words. Don't blame me for not warning you, such a delicious little fellow, I'm really tempted by him. Lu Mingyue clenched her fists tightly. Only when Gong Sun Yuan's breath completely disappeared did she slowly exhale. Inside the door, the heat wave hit me in the face. Lu Yang was madly pouring out his sweat and energy. Lu Mingyue looked at his eyes, which were slightly red due to excessive energy, and instantly understood. So that's it, it's the effect of the medicine. She suddenly spoke, her voice cold and powerful. You have no place to release the drug's effects. It must be very difficult to hold it in, right? Lu Yang paused, turned his head, gasped, his eyes filled with suppressed fire. Lu Mingyue's mouth corners slightly raised. Take my move. If you can still stand, I will practice the Xuanzang Heart Sutra with you tonight. Lu Yang frowned. Are you kidding me? She is a genuine starship warrior. I am just an ordinary warrior at the peak level now, and there is a chasm between us called life transition. Take her move? What is the difference between that and seeking death? But the energy in the body that was about to explode was roaring wildly. Lu Yang's eyes became resolute. Good. The next second, Lu Mingyue moved. There were no unnecessary movements, just a simple straight stab. But in Lu Yang's eyes, the alloy spear blocked all his escape routes. Can't run away. Can't hide. All the energy boiling in Lu Yang's body due to the starlight potion was squeezed to the limit in an instant and poured into the spear in his hand. A sound of metal clashing. Lu Yang's knuckles instantly cracked, and blood splattered everywhere. The whole person flew backwards, plowing the ground with his feet, and hit the alloy wall of the training room hard. There was a loud, dull thud from the wall. A mouthful of blood spurted out, and Lu Yang's vision went dark. But he finally leaned against the wall and slowly stood up. The remaining medicinal power of the starlight potion was working like crazy, repairing the damaged body. There was a flash of astonishment in Lu Mingyue's eyes. He actually caught it? She put away her spear and looked at Lu Yang deeply with a complicated look. You win. I keep my promise. Drip drip drip. At this moment, a rapid alarm suddenly sounded on Lu Mingyue's personal terminal. She took a look and her expression changed slightly. Urgent mission? Lu Yang leaned against the wall, his voice hoarse. You're leaving? He risked his life to get this opportunity, and she wants to just slip away like that? A feeling of being fooled rose in his heart. Lu Mingyue turned off the communication, turned around, walked step by step to Lu Yang, stretched out her slender fingers, and gently wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. The Federation is always available for missions, but my students.
Right now, you are more important than anything else.
The two began to practice the Xuanzang Heart Sutra.
Several hours passed. Lu Mingyue slumped on the ground.
She looked at Lu Yang, who was still sitting cross-legged beside her.
What kind of monster is this guy? Is your endurance so strong? What kind of potion did you use? She couldn't help but ask. I got it unexpectedly during a mission.
Lu Yang said vaguely. Lu Mingyue was silent for a moment, as if she had made a decision. Listen, don't ever tell anyone about the origin of this thing again. Her tone was serious. If anyone ever gets to the bottom of this, you'll put the blame on me.
Remember? Lu Yang suddenly opened his eyes and looked at Lu Mingyue.
He saw the determination and protection in her eyes.
A warm current instantly surged through my body. Chapter 112, Anonymous Letters of Complaint, all 40 received? Lu Yang nodded solemnly, his voice low. Thank you, Teacher Lu.
In his previous life, he was an orphan racing against death on his hospital bed. In this life, he is a farm boy who was pushed by the torrent of fate. No matter what his identity was, he was used to calculating gains and losses alone and bearing everything alone. He took a deep breath and suppressed the waves in his heart. The effect of practicing Xuanzang Heart Sutra with Lu Mingyue was surprisingly good. The violent energy caused by the Starlight Potion, under the guidance of the Heart Sutra, nourished every inch of muscles and bones.
The original irritability was swept away. He could clearly see that the genetic chain in his body was undergoing subtle changes under the impact of energy. Certain barriers are slowly melting away.
You are just one step away from getting started with the Heart Sutra of Xuanzang.
Lu Yang's eyes suddenly became sharp.
He knew that as long as he could exchange the same level of energy with a high-level fire warrior one more time, he would be able to completely understand the mysteries of this technique and officially enter the realm of martial arts. By then, the efficiency of genetic development will surely usher in a qualitative leap. At the same time, the university is affiliated with the Supreme Medical Center. In the intensive care unit, Zhou Mofen had removed most of the life support devices, and some color had returned to his pale face. He quietly looked at the starry sky outside the porthole. The heart that was pierced by Lu Yang's spear has been restored to its original state with the help of top medical technology.
Master, all the analytical data is here.
A woman named Luo, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, projected a virtual light screen in front of Zhou Mofen.
On the light screen, Lu Yang's information was thoroughly disassembled. Background, record, fighting style, but in the end, all the data point to an unexplainable black hole.
A farm boy from a remote Orion galaxy, without any background, yet possessing combat instincts comparable to a military ace and incredible recovery abilities.
Rollo's voice dropped to a whisper.
We have reason to suspect that he may have made a deal with some existence in the dark world, such as the Dark Wizard, and exchanged his soul for power.
Zhou Mofen slowly turned his head. You mean, I lost to a loser who sold his soul? No. That's not what I meant, Master. I just... Luo's face turned pale and he hurriedly tried to explain. That's enough.
Zhou Mofen waved his hand and closed the light curtain.
If you're not as skilled as others, you're not as skilled as others. If you lose, keep practicing until you win.
Comforting yourself with such unspeakable speculation is the behavior of a weakling.
I, Zhou Mofen, can afford to lose. You all go out, I want to be alone. Everyone was silent and bowed as they left the ward. Luo walked last, and when the door closed behind her, a trace of unwillingness flashed in her eyes. Zhou Mofen, you fool who is blinded by glory. You can afford to lose, but what about those of us who depend on you? Lu Yang's existence has threatened the interests of all of us.
She clenched her fists, and he quietly opened the terminal and sent a message.
Since you don't want to dirty your hands, let me do it. 5 hours later, at the tribunal headquarters, in the vice president's office. Lola was wearing a neatly trimmed court uniform.
She handed a document to the man behind the desk. Vice President Gong Sunhee, this is a collection of all the anonymous reports about freshman Lu Yang received in the past week, a total of 40. Most of the reports focused on the unknown source of his strength, suspected use of prohibited methods, and even collusion with the forces of the Abyss. In the thousands of years since the establishment of the Interstellar University Alliance, never before has a freshman been subjected to such intensive reports in such a short period of time.
Gongsun He, sitting behind his desk, tapped the table rhythmically with his fingers.
He finished reading the report with no expression on his face. Until the truth is revealed, block all news and suppress all reports.
I don't want to see a single word about this in any public channel. Yes. Laura responded immediately.
Among them was the letter that Luo Luo asked her to submit. She had wanted to take this opportunity to have the tribunal conduct a thorough investigation of Lu Yang and seek justice for Zhou Mofan.
But she didn't dare say much. Just because the man in front of me is surnamed Gongsun. The Gongsun family is the main family that her Luo family has been loyal to for generations, and is their adoptive father's family.
His command is heaven.
Go down.
Gongsun He waved his hand.
Lola saluted and turned to leave. The office door slowly closed, and the calmness on Gongsun He's face instantly disappeared.
He activated the office's highest level of anti-eavesdropping mode and dialed a private encrypted communication. The light curtain lit up, revealing Gongsun Yuan's lazy and beautiful face.
Aunt. Gongsun He was very humble. Speak.
Gongsun Yuan seemed to be tasting fine wine, her voice carrying a hint of drunken magnetism.
Regarding Lu Yang's case, the tribunal has received 40 anonymous letters of complaint, and the internal pressure is very high. Do you think we should formally open a case for investigation? Oh. Gongsun Yuan chuckled disdainfully. You're a bunch of useless people. Your efficiency is so low. By the time you get the letter, the opportunity will be gone. I've already checked. That kid is very clean.
There's not a single trace of contamination from the dark forces on his body. As for the potion, it was given to him by Lu Mingyue.
What? Gongsun He was shocked. Shut your mouth and mind your own business. This matter ends here.
The communication was cut off abruptly.
Gongsun He stood there in a daze. That crazy woman Lu Mingyue is also involved? And my aunt's undisguised protection. Who is this Lu Yang? Training room 2203. Lu Yang has finished meditation and is doing recovery training. He was shirtless, sweat dripping down his muscles.
The spear in his hand had lost all its sharpness, and every time he thrust it out, it was unremarkable.
Squeak. The door of the training room was gently pushed open a crack.
Xin Xiaoxiao poked her head in. She had come here for daily training, but she didn't expect to see such a scene. In my sight, the man was as quiet as a sculpture at this moment. Her heart skipped a beat for no apparent reason. The tyranny and tenderness of a strong man intertwined in her heart.
Xin Xiaoxiao's face turned red.
She felt her heart was about to beat out of her chest.
Is this the real strong one?
Like a frightened deer, she hurriedly looked away and retreated quietly, forgetting to close the door. She needed a change of location to calm her pounding heart. Meanwhile, the jury is in the first meeting room. All the core members of the jury were sitting around the huge circular conference table. On the back of the chair, a figure was leaning lazily.
It was Gongsun Yuan. She wasn't even wearing the jury's uniform, just a casual silk dress.
A slender lady's cigarette was held between her fingers, the scarlet flame flickering in the dim light. But no one dared to be disrespectful.
You received all 40 anonymous reports? No one answered. Chapter 113, so cool. Can I add you as a friend?
Gongsun Yuan looked around and raised the corners of her mouth.
Fake, boring, and a waste of time.
She flicked her finger, and the ash fell on the smooth table, making an inaudible sound.
All accusations against the freshman Lu Yang are dismissed. All reports are to be kept confidential and must not be disclosed. Her eyes swept over everyone present, especially on Laura, who stood upright in the corner, lingering for a fraction of a second. This is the first time and the last time.
Galaxy Martial Arts University wants geniuses who can overcome all obstacles, not cowards who hide in the gutter and tell tales. If it happens again, no matter who it is, regardless of their background, if it is proven to be a baseless accusation, their student status will be immediately revoked, their genetic privileges will be revoked, and they will be thrown into a garbage planet to fend for themselves.
Do you understand everything? Yes. The meeting is adjourned.
Gongsun Yuan put out her cigarette, stood up and left without looking back.
Outside the meeting room,
Luo Luo had been waiting for a long time. Seeing her sister Lola walking out in a daze, she couldn't wait to greet her.
Sister, how is it going?
Has the tribunal set up a special task force?
Lu Yang's good days are over.
Laura paused, her lips moved, and finally turned into a bitter sigh. She briefly recounted the contents of the meeting.
The smile on Luo Luo's face froze. Why is Gongsun Yuan so protective of that peasant? 40 letters of denunciation. And she didn't even investigate? Luo Luo, keep your voice down. Lola covered his mouth in horror. The Gongsun family's affairs are not something we can discuss. Rollo shook her hand away. I see. Gongsun Yuan isn't protecting him, she's protecting her own investment. Lu Yang's potential makes her feel it's profitable, so she wants to keep him firmly in her hands. She doesn't care about fairness or justice at all, she only cares about profit. I never expected that a warrior we considered a threat would become a pawn of Gongsun Yuan in the blink of an eye. On the other side, training room 2203. Lu Yang was unaware of the turmoil in the outside world. Lu Mingyue is back. She seemed to have just completed an urgent mission, and was still wearing a tight black combat uniform that outlined her breathtaking curves. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Lu Yang's voice was a little hoarse. Lu Mingyue didn't say anything and just nodded. The next second, two equally domineering and fiery fire energies collided violently in the center of the training room. The practice route of Xuanzang Heart Sutra runs simultaneously in the bodies of both people, forming a flawless circulation. After an unknown amount of time, Lu Yang's body suddenly shook. Xuanzang Heart Sutra cultivation progress, 100%. Officially entering the practice. Lu Yang suddenly opened his eyes. He subconsciously called up the system panel and scanned it. However, the next second, he was completely stunned. In the Jibound partner column, in addition to Bai Ji's name, there was a new name. Lu Mingyue. Bond level, 1 beginner initiate. Status, fertile. Late at night, Lu Mingyue's private apartment. In the steamy bathroom, Lu Mingyue soaked herself in the repair potion to relieve the double fatigue brought by the high-intensity task in training. She closed her eyes, but the scenes of her time with Lu Yang kept replaying in her mind. An encrypted communication request from a private terminal interrupted her thoughts. Seeing the caller's name, Lu Mingyue sighed helplessly and answered the call. On the screen, Gongsun Yuan's beautiful face, which looked a little drunk, appeared. My great instructor Mingyue, how do you feel? How does it feel? Lu Mingyue frowned and asked the question even though she knew the answer. Don't play dumb. Gongsun Yuan chuckled, her words full of teasing. Gongsun Yuan. An angry blush instantly appeared on Lu Mingyue's cheeks. If you keep talking nonsense, I'll hang up. Oh, you're still shy. Gongsun Yuan smiled even more happily. Alright, I'll stop teasing you. Let's get down to business. Now that he's in, the old wounds in your body should be healed a lot, right? This deal isn't a bad one, is it? Lu Mingyue was silent. Indeed, it's worth it. Even making a lot of money. Hang up. She didn't want to continue this topic, so she cut off the communication and buried her head in the water. Only a blush that could not fade away quietly spread to her ears. When Lu Yang finished his training and left the training room, he realized that it was already bright outside and it was a new morning. He actually stayed in the training room for a whole day and night. As soon as I opened my personal terminal, a series of prompt sounds came out frantically. Reminder, your award as the champion of the freshman competition has been sent, please check it carefully. Reminder, the school has formally invited you to speak at the opening ceremony in 3 days as a representative of this year's freshman class. Please confirm. Lu Yang just took a quick glance and then closed the light curtain. Rewards and honors are important, but at this moment, he has only one thought in his mind. He missed Baiji. I can't wait to go home. He quickened his pace and headed towards the dormitory area. On the way, a figure blocked his way. It was Su Qingying. This proud girl who had once been defeated by him on the field now had a very complicated expression. She almost subconsciously wanted to turn away. Senior Lu Yang. Next to her, a lively female student's eyes lit up. Hello, senior. I've watched all your games. You're so cool. Can I add you as my friend? Lu Yang's gaze passed over Su Qingying and then turned to the girl. Sorry, I'm not used to adding strangers. After saying that, he passed by them without stopping at all. The girl who was rejected felt a little disappointed, but Su Qingying just stood there in a daze. She remembered her grandfather's teachings. Put aside your useless arrogance and make friends with truly powerful people.
The future of the Su family does not lie in maintaining that pitiful sense of nobility, but in whether it can integrate into a stronger circle. But just now, she was thinking about escaping. However, Liu Yang, faced with active displays of goodwill, was able to refuse without hesitation. He doesn't care about having one more admirer or one more so-called connection. Su Qingying looked at Liu Yang's receding back and felt for the first time how worthless the nobleness that her family had been proud of for generations was in the face of absolute strength. Her pride may not even count for anything in the eyes of others. In the dormitory. When Liu Yang opened the door and saw Baishi gently sorting his clothes under the lamp, his heart, which had been running around for a day and a night, finally found a haven. He walked forward and gently hugged her from behind. "I'm back." A sleepless night. The next morning, Liu Yang, awakened by the sunlight, finally remembered to carefully check the official notice and rewards sent by the school. The school officially gives exclusive rewards to the champions, including 250 credits, 2 first-level skills from the school warehouse that can be picked at your own expense, and 3 bottles of gene enhancement potion. Comprehensive ranking reward, 150 credits, 1 first-level skill of your choice at your own expense, and 2 bottles of gene enhancement potion. At the same time, Liu Yang's admission score was revised from 99.99 to comprehensive first. Chapter 114, If you make the wrong choice, you might not even be able to graduate. Liu Yang's breathing couldn't help but become heavier. Countless thoughts flashed through his mind in an instant. Credits can be exchanged for cultivation resources, and skills can make up for his shortcomings. And every bottle of B-level gene medicine is priceless. Liu Yang's eyes became increasingly hot. Just as he was thinking about how to maximize the utilization of these resources, a new highlighted notification pops up at the top of the terminal. Opening ceremony notice, new student representative Liu Yang, please arrive at the podium in the central square at 9 a.m. standard time, dressed in formal attire, and be prepared to speak. Liu Yang raised his eyebrows. He was about to close the notification when an encrypted private message request forced its way in. MOCU. Sender, MOCU. Subject, a proposal for a high-return long-term fertility project cooperation. Content, Mr. Liu Yang, in light of your previous concerns regarding our proposed genetic research and short-term fertility cooperation, Crescent Biological Group is now formally proposing a third plan. We are willing to provide you with all the cultivation resources for 4 years of university and pay you additional federal currency in exchange for starting a 10-year exclusive fertility program. All you need to provide is? Liu Yang didn't even finish reading it before he chose to delete it and blocked it again with an expressionless face. Absurd. Liu Yang felt pity in his heart. He pursued having many children because of the system's rewards, but also because he came from another world and had an obsession with the continuation of his bloodline that was deeply rooted in his soul. That is home, it is heritage, it is the most fundamental meaning of life. As for Mochiyu, she just wanted to get an excellent genetic sample, a product that could help her win the family competition. Those who have different ideals cannot work together. Liu Yang swiped his finger lightly, and the message was completely swept into the data garbage dump. He continued to browse the unread messages in the terminal. Xiong Wenlong, Liu Yang, congratulations. This is a VR guide I recorded myself. It contains some information about the school system and is more interesting than the official manual. It can help you quickly decide on club options and understand how to earn credits. Take a look when you have time. Below the message, there is a VR video link. Okay. Liu Yang thought to himself that only by knowing both oneself and the enemy can one win every battle. He put on the neural access helmet provided in the dormitory, and his consciousness was instantly pulled into a virtual space. The light and shadows changed before my eyes. A rough yet magnetic voice sounded in my ears. Welcome to the Real Galaxy Martial Arts University, rookie. The virtual image of Xiong Wenlong still looks like that unkempt strong man. He sat cross-legged beside Liu Yang, pointing at the endless stream of people and the magnificent buildings below. First, remember the most important thing, the credits. He waved his hand, and 2 large golden words credits appeared in the air. Through watching, Liu Yang learned. Credits are certificates that can be used to purchase cultivation copyrights and exchange resources in the interstellar university. Credits can be obtained through semester cultivation guidance and assessments, as well as off-campus tasks. Secondly, the curriculum. The scene changes to a giant lecture hall that can accommodate tens of thousands of people. The holographic lecturer is explaining the complex genetic map. All public classes are free and open to all.
However, the teacher is only responsible for explaining, not for making you understand. Do you have any questions? Want to get targeted guidance? Sure, make an appointment offline and pay by the hour. Remember, knowledge is free, but wisdom is always expensive.
Lu Yang understood in his heart that this was in line with the laws of this world, the ultimate elitism and ultimate efficiency.
Finally, the student union and societies. The scene before my eyes turned into countless club recruitment posters of various styles. Don't treat them as small, playful groups.
Behind every powerful society stands one or even several massive external forces, military factions, or business groups. They are an extension of the school and a battleground for different forces. Which one you choose means which camp you stand in.
If you make the wrong choice, you might not even graduate. Of course, a freak like you should be the one they're vying for. Think it over for yourself. After the introduction, Xiong Wenlong's virtual image patted Lu Yang on the shoulder. My introduction is over.
Oh, by the way, this VR is a template I borrowed from a colleague. She insisted on adding a personal paragraph at the end, so you can just take a look at it.
As soon as he finished speaking, Xiong Wenlong's figure disappeared.
The light in the entire virtual space suddenly became soft and quiet. A cool and lazy female voice sounded slowly. Everyone, after reading this, I believe you have already gained a preliminary understanding of this place filled with sweat and blood. In front of Lu Yang's eyes, a graceful female figure slowly condensed from light and shadow. She was wearing a silver-white tight-fitting martial arts uniform, her long hair was like a waterfall, and her face was beautiful. She didn't look at the camera, but was practicing a strange set of bodybuilding techniques on her own.
My name is Yu Yong, and I'm the head teacher.
I specialize in the Moon God technique, a top-level bodybuilding technique designed specifically for women.
My class only accepts female students.
I don't care about talent, background, or appearance. She slowly finished her exercise and finally turned her head. I only look at one thing, whether your will is strong enough to endure the tearing pain and pursue the supreme power.
Commercial break is over.
If you have a girl like this around you, tell her that the Moon Song class always welcomes truly strong people.
Lu Yang rubbed his eyebrows helplessly.
My goodness, even a VR guide for freshmen is filled with such blatant private advertisements. He opened his personal terminal and called up the 3D holographic map of the Martial Arts University.
The entire huge university is suspended in the sea of stars, with countless buildings scattered around in an orderly manner.
On the map, hundreds of cursors are scattered around, with varying degrees of brightness.
The flashing frequency also varies. These cursors densely occupied every corner of the map.
This is not a school at all, it is clearly a highly concentrated small society.
The corners of Lu Yang's mouth curled up.
Of course, he knew that joining a powerful society was equivalent to getting a ticket to enter the upper class in advance. Behind these so-called student organizations are the major business groups and military factions of the Federation. They are their tentacles reaching into the ivory tower to screen talents and cultivate their wings. However, he had no plans to step into any of them just yet. Before you understand the internal factional struggles and resource allocation rules, if you rashly take sides, you will only become a pawn on someone else's chessboard.
All he has to do is become the one playing chess.
Thinking of this, Lu Yang lightly tapped his fingertips and dialed Lu Mingyue's quantum communication. The light curtain lit up, and Lu Mingyue's bright and charming face appeared. She appears to be getting ready to change her clothes, with her familiar office in the background. When she saw it was Lu Yang, she paused.
Hey, our grand champion, freshman representative, how come you have time to contact me, a mere mentor?
You really don't come to me for no reason.
Chapter 115. Have you decided which club to join? Teacher Lu, I'd like to ask you something about the club. Lu Yang got straight to the point. Is that all?
Lu Mingyue chuckled and lifted the hair beside her ear in a charming manner.
Why rush?
After the opening ceremony, come to my office and I'll talk to you slowly. Now, I'm going to the podium to listen to the wonderful speeches of our freshman representatives.
Don't let me down.
The communication was cut off. Lu Yan was not in a hurry and turned to deal with the other information piled up in the terminal.
Hua Xiaoxian, Lu Yang.
I passed the assessment and joined the Xinghe Society.
From now on, we're family. The Galaxy Club, backed by the military, is one of the top clubs in Galaxy University.
It just so happened that he needed an eye placed inside.
Lu Yang replied quickly with his fingertips. Lu Yang, congratulations. Is there any news within the club that is inconvenient to spread?
Another message came from Zhang Feng, the general agent of Harvest brand nutrient solution.
Zhang Feng, Brother Lu.
Our Fengsho brand just released a new explosive series nutrient solution specifically for high-intensity training.
It's incredibly effective. Can I send you a few boxes to test it out? Lu Yang took a look at his limited stock and sent a reply. Lu Yang, okay, I'm in the dormitory. The efficiency is amazingly high. In just 2 minutes, there was a knock on the dormitory's alloy door. As soon as the door opened, Zhang Feng's signature smiling face squeezed in.
He was pushing a suspended cargo pallet with 5 boxes of brand new nutrient solution on it.
Brother Lu.
He was as passionate as a fire.
Don't be polite. You're the top freshman now, so your training will be intense. Use these boxes first, and I'll send more if you're not satisfied. Lu Yang accepted it calmly and remembered the favor. He pointed to the chair next to him. Sit down. What about you? Have you decided which club to join? When this was mentioned, the enthusiasm on Zhang Feng's face instantly faded a little. He sighed heavily and sat down on the chair, looking a little dejected. Alas, with no talent for martial arts like me, where else can I go? I'm planning to hang out in a business club and make some connections so I can do business in the future. Lu Yang raised his eyebrows. Isn't that interstellar trading society even larger? Many of its members have become truly wealthy interstellar businessmen after graduation. Upon hearing this, Zhang Feng forced a bitter smile on his face that was uglier than crying. Brother Lu, please stop joking with me. Is that kind of place meant for people like us? He lowered his voice. The Interstellar Merchants Society sounds like a business organization, but behind it is the Federation Business Alliance. Who among those who can make it in there doesn't have a formidable background, or is a monster with such strength that it can make the capital bow down? Someone like me, with no background or strength, wouldn't even be qualified to be cannon fodder. I'd just be gnawed to the bone. Lu Yang didn't try to persuade him any further. Some realities cannot be shattered by words. He simply patted Zhang Feng's shoulder calmly. You have to make your own way. After seeing off the depressed Zhang Feng, Lu Yang closed the alloy door of the dormitory. He turned and walked to the window. Through the high-strength porthole, he could see the ships in the distant starport, spewing out blue tail flames, as small as dust. At this moment, there was a slight vibration from the personal terminal. It was Hua Xiaoxian's reply, almost instantly. Hua Xiaoxian, I joined the Galaxy Society because I wanted to be a pioneer. Like my ancestors, I wanted to expand the territory of the Federation. Lu Yang's fingertips hovered above the light curtain, and a hint of amusement flashed in his eyes. Lu Yang, what the Trailblazers need is the courage to risk their lives. With all due respect, your performance on the court doesn't seem like that. After the message was sent, the other party was silent for half a minute. Hua Xiaoxian, because I'm a descendant of the war god Shinche. Even though I'm just the most insignificant of countless branches, my bloodline is so thin it can be almost ignored. But everyone in our lineage has made it our lifelong wish to restore the glory of our ancestors. I cannot bring shame upon them. God of War Shinche. One of the few legendary figures in federal history. A ruthless man who single-handedly expanded the border to 32 administrative stars. Lu Yang's pupils suddenly shrank. I see. It was not her personal will, but a heavy shackle imposed on the entire family branch. What Hua Xiaoxian carries on her shoulders is the expectations of the entire group of people with a rare bloodline. She is not fighting alone, so she cannot afford to lose. Even if it is just an ordinary game, the shadow of failure will be infinitely magnified. A thought that resonated violently with the deepest paranoia in his heart. A branch faction. Hua Xiaoxian's ancestors created a huge family with their glorious military exploits. And now, even if it is just an insignificant branch, it can still enable future generations to continue to strive for that illusory glory. So what about him? What if his bloodline spread across a planet or even a galaxy? If he had thousands of offspring, each of them inherited his excellent genes. If it spreads across all areas of the Federation and forms an invisible giant network, what a terrifying force it will be. By then, he, Lu Yan, would be the ancestor of the family and the only source of bloodline. He will create a faction of his own. The next morning. In the central square, tens of thousands of freshmen were silent. They were divided into clear-cut squares according to their ranking in the entrance examination. Those at the front are always the chosen ones, while those at the back can only look up at their backs. This is the first lesson that Galaxy University of Wuhan gives to everyone. Class.
On the rostrum, the president, deans of various colleges, and senior tutors were already in their seats, looking solemn. To their left sat officials from the Federal University Alliance, each with a formal smile on their face. On the right side are the representative areas of the major chaebol and groups. The atmosphere there is much more fierce and direct than that in the officials' area. Scrutinizing eyes swept over every new face below without any concealment, as if evaluating the goods on the shelf. Lu Yang's gaze lingered briefly on a middle-aged man in the chaebol district. Zhou Weisheng, the agent of Shengguan Group and Zhou Mofen's father. The other party seemed to sense his gaze and locked his eyes on him. It's like looking at an interesting tool. Soon, the ceremony began. The principal's long and boring speech made many freshmen feel drowsy. Finally, after the long process was completed, the host's voice resounded throughout the square. Now, please welcome this year's freshman representative and champion, Lu Yang, to the stage for your speech. Under the gaze of tens of thousands of people, Lu Yang slowly walked up to the podium. He wasn't nervous at all. He had memorized the speech, which was written by artificial intelligence and was full of passion and enthusiasm, by heart. Chapter 116, A New Student Should Act Like a New Student. Our journey is to the Sea of Stars. 10 minutes later, the speech came to an abrupt end at its climax. Lu Yang clenched his right fist and placed it on his left chest over his heart. Just as he turned around and was about to walk down from the podium, several figures surrounded him almost simultaneously. Student Lu Yang, I'm Wu Mo, the vice president of the Firewolf Club. A burly young man spoke first in a loud voice. Your fighting style is very much to our Firewolf's liking. Join us, S-level skills, exclusive gravity training room, no problem. Wu Mo, you are too impatient. Another gentle voice interrupted. A man in exquisite clothes and gold-rimmed glasses smiled and pushed Wu Mo aside, handing Lu Yang a gleaming business card. Student Lu Yang, I'm the vice president of the Interstellar Merchants Society, Jeannie Lu. Let's not talk about those empty things. As long as you agree, I can personally make the decision, in addition to all the benefits of S-level members of the society. I will provide you with the right to receive dividends from 1% of the port shares of the Business Alliance in the newly developed Starfield. There was a sound of people gasping for breath from the crowd behind. Tang Shuyu covered her mouth, her beautiful eyes filled with horror. Which of those vice presidents is not a person with high aspirations? In previous years, recruiting new members was always done by the subordinates. This year he actually stepped in personally and offered conditions that were enough to allow an ordinary family to rise to fame overnight. Zhou Mofen, who was not far away, was also surrounded by recruiters from several clubs, but he was still one of the focuses of the whole audience. The identity of the only heir to the Holy Light Group is enough to offset all the negative effects of a failure. He rejected everyone with an expressionless face and empty eyes. He already had a place to go, and his sister used family connections to get him into the most powerful referee club, which was superior to ordinary clubs. Lu Yang's eyes swept across the faces of these people. For these so-called children of aristocratic families, regardless of their success or failure, their life trajectories have already been clearly laid out. At this moment, his terminal vibrated again. It's Lu Mingyue. Lu Mingyue, the performance is over. Come to training room 2203. Lu Yang raised the corner of his mouth slightly, and was about to push through the crowd to leave, but two figures suddenly blocked his way. They are two senior students. They wore the same dark black uniform with a cross scale and sword embroidered in silver thread on the chest. That is the symbol of discipline and power of Galaxy Martial Arts University, the Judgment and Punishment Institute. The senior student with almond-shaped eyes on the left raised her chin slightly. Are you Lu Yang? The freshman representative? Another round-faced senior student crossed her arms. Freshmen should act like freshmen. We've only just started school, and there's already such a big scene. If you didn't know, you would think the principal had changed. Do you understand what the rules are? Lu Yang sneered in his heart. It seems that no matter in which time and space, this kind of self-righteous cancer is always present in the ivory tower. Is there something wrong, senior? The expression on his face was just right. This calm attitude obviously angered the other party. The senior with almond-shaped eyes looked gloomy. It seems winning the freshman competition has made you forget your own status. Today, we'll teach you what it means to respect seniors at Galaxy University. Before she finished speaking, her and the round-faced senior sister's spiritual will exploded. The freshmen who were standing nearby even felt a palpitation and breathing became difficult. They wanted to use the willpower that the seniors were proud of to give this ignorant freshman champion a warning. However, a cluster of golden flames ignited in the depths of Lu Yang's eyes.
Enlightenment and nirvana.
A burning will suddenly swept over, with Lu Yang as the center.
Ah!
Two short screams were heard. The two senior students from the Judgment and Punishment Academy were as pale as paper, their bodies collapsed to the ground, and they were twitching all over. There was only horror in the look he gave Lu Yang.
In a split second, two people were severely injured.
This sudden scene caused the entire crowd below the rostrum to fall into dead silence.
What's going on? Is that a crushing of will? Not far away, in the recruitment area of the Judgment and Punishment Institute Society, a tall, slender woman suddenly stood up.
She stared at Lu Yang intently.
She is the vice president of the Judgment and Punishment Court, Shangwan Dai. Others may only see the surface, but she can clearly feel it. The level of concentration and essence of Lu Yang's will to realize the truth was even higher than hers. A new student? How is this possible? Lu Yang looked around.
He didn't explain anything, pushed through the crowd that automatically made way for him, and left.
Until his back disappeared around the corner. Oh my God, what did I see? He made the senior from the Judgment Institute vomit blood and fall to the ground with just one look? That's not just any old schoolgirl. She's an officer from the Judgment and Punishment Institute. The genetic development level is at least above 12%. The scariest thing is Senior Shangwan Dai's expression. Did you see it? She actually looked shocked. Who is Shangwan Dai?
She's one of the top students in the junior year. It's said that her enlightenment can cause her enemies to mentally collapse. Even Shangwan Dai was moved by witnessing Lu Yang crushing the people from the Judgment and Punishment Court so easily.
The impact this had on all the students present was unprecedented.
Lu Yang's strength has exceeded all their imaginations of the word freshman.
At the other end of the crowd, Zhou Mofan stared coldly in the direction where Lu Yang left. What an idiot. Do you think you can run rampant just because you have a little strength? Shangwan Dai is the most protective and vindictive person.
You slapped the decision court in the face in public today, which is a slap in her face. And the person standing behind her is something that ordinary people like you can never imagine. Just wait, your college life has just begun.
Training room. Lu Mingyue had been waiting inside.
She was wearing a tight white training suit that perfectly outlined her graceful curves. Seeing Lu Yang coming in, she walked up to him and grabbed his wrist without saying a word.
Hurry up, don't waste time.
Lu Yang felt a warm touch, and before he could react, she pulled him onto the mat in the middle of the training room.
Sit down and recite the Xuanzang Heart Sutra. Lu Yang was speechless. He thought there was something important. After all this time, they called him over in broad daylight, just for dual cultivation? Is this instructor's addiction to cultivation a bit too strong? In the afternoon, Lu Yang walked out of the Fertility Management Center. His personal terminal showed that he had successfully donated again and obtained 3 valuable authority points. He thought about it and called up the system panel. Host, Lu Yang. Offspring, 19.
Everything is progressing steadily according to his plan.
Back to the dormitory. Lu Yang pushed the door open and walked in with a smile on his face. Pack your things, we're ready to move. Moving?
Bai Ji raised her head in confusion. Yes, Lu Yang nodded. I won the first place in the freshman class and qualified to change dormitories.
We can move to the 300th floor. Chapter 117. Do you really think you are a big shot? The 300th floor? The student dormitory of Galaxy University is more like a vertical city than a building.
The higher the floor, the lower the status and the worse the cultivation environment. On the contrary, the lower the floor, not only is the space larger and the facilities better, but most importantly, the concentration of spiritual energy there is several times or even dozens of times that of the high-rise areas. Being able to occupy a dormitory in the lower area is the dream of every student.
Lu Yang did not waste time doing it himself.
He directly opened the school forum and posted a bounty task for moving luggage in the task area. The reward was 500 credits. The moment the mission was issued, his personal terminal was almost overwhelmed with communication requests.
Less than 3 minutes.
There was a knock on the dormitory door, and a group of freshmen stood outside, all with excited expressions on their faces, and the boy in the lead had a flushed face.
Senior Lu Yang. We are here to take on a mission. It is our honor to be able to move for you. Senior Liu Yang, can we add you as our personal terminal friend? If you need anything in the future, it's just a matter of a word from you. That's right. Senior, if you don't like any of us, tell us and we'll help you deal with him. It is our honor to serve our seniors. A group of freshmen were talking at once, their eyes burning with excitement. This is the most direct manifestation of strength, following in awe. Liu Yan looked indifferent. He just nodded calmly and opened his friend request permission. After dealing with these, he was about to command everyone to take action when the door of the dormitory next door quietly opened. Mo Chiyu stood at the door, still wearing the well-tailored Crescent Biogroup uniform. Her pretty face was full of sadness and loss. Her beautiful eyes stared blankly at Liu Yan, who was surrounded by the crowd, and her lips moved slightly. She heard it. He is moving away. Move to the 300th floor, which she had always dreamed of entering but was not even qualified to apply for. She thought that as a neighbor, she still had a lot of time and could slowly look for opportunities to repair the rift between them. But now, he didn't even give her a straight look and was about to disappear completely from her world. Liu Yang's eyebrows raised slightly. He had no good feelings towards this woman who always wanted to gain something from him. Naturally, I was too lazy to find out why she looked so tearful. He withdrew his gaze and waved to the group of freshmen outside the door who were already impatient. Everything is in there, let's get started. At the command, students rushed into the dormitory and quickly moved out their luggage that had already been packed. Looking at the boxes going away, Mo Chiyu's eyes became more and more empty. She bit her lower lip, turned around and rushed back to her room, opened her personal terminal, and began to operate the dormitory management system with trembling fingers. She also wants to apply to change her dormitory. Even if it's just moving down one level, it would be good to be closer to him. However, when the approval result came out, she froze. She used up all the resources and credits she could mobilize as a representative of the Crescent Group, but only moved down 30 floors. 10 minutes later, on the 300th floor of the student dormitory. When the heavy alloy door slid open to both sides, a spiritual energy of heaven and earth that was more than 10 times richer than that of the outside world rushed towards us. Liu Yang stepped in and looked around. This can no longer be called a dormitory, but rather a fully functional luxury suite. There is a spacious living room, a separate meditation room, a fully automatic nutrient solution mixing center, and even a miniature battle platform that can simulate various environments. It's indeed a good place. He nodded with satisfaction. Here, the cultivation efficiency of himself, his wife and children will achieve a qualitative leap. And just as Liu Yan was enjoying the fruits of victory. On the other side, in the Society Office of the Judgment and Punishment Court. Shang Wandai's face was so gloomy that water seemed to drip out of it. In front of her, the two girls who had been severely hurt by Liu Yang's will during the day were still crying and sobbing. He exaggerated the description of how arrogant and domineering Liu Yang was and how he did not take the Judgment and Punishment Court seriously. Enough. Shang Wandai finally interrupted their crying impatiently. I saw it all with my own eyes. You're not as skilled as the others, and you still have the nerve to cry here? Go back and recuperate, and stop embarrassing yourself here. The two girls were frightened by the coldness in her eyes and dared not say anything more. Everyone, are they all here? Shang Wandai's eyes swept over the core members present. Everyone was silent. Regarding recruiting freshmen, Liu Yang failed. He rejected our invitation and publicly humiliated the Judgment and Punishment Court. As soon as the words fell, a lazy female voice sounded. Invite? Vice President Shangguan, I heard that it was your two men who took the initiative to provoke us, but were defeated in one move. Your ability to distort right and wrong is really getting better and better. In the shadows of the office corner, a woman wearing the same uniform but with a more enchanting and charming temperament slowly walked out. Another vice president of the Judgment and Punishment Court is Xu Elio. You. A cold light flashed in Shang Wandai's eyes. What's wrong with me? Xu Elio chuckled. Am I wrong? Or do you think that the reputation of our Judgment and Punishment Court has been completely tarnished by a fellow like you who is more trouble than good? Xue Lu. Watch your words. Someone beside him immediately whispered a reminder. Don't forget, Sister Dai belongs to Queen Gu Gaia. If you offend her, you're offending the Queen. Gu Gaia, the most accomplished cultivator in the Interstellar Martial Arts University, is a legendary figure known as the Queen. The vice president of the student union, Hiyue, also made an appropriate move to smooth things over in a gentle voice. Alright, everyone, cut the crap.
As the top freshman of this class, it's normal for Lu Yang to be a little arrogant.
If the recruitment fails, we can just find another way.
There's no need to be so confrontational.
Shui Lu snorted coldly, giving Hiyue some face, turned his head away and said no more.
But the evil fire in Shangguan Dai's heart burned more and more fiercely.
She doesn't think she's wrong at all. What is the judgment court? It is the symbol of power in the university. They took the initiative to extend the olive branch, and Lu Yang, the peasant, should kneel down and accept it with gratitude. Why should he refuse? Why resist? You're just a freshman, do you really think you're such a big shot? Shangguan Dai's voice was full of resentment.
Xuelio turned back again, his eyes as sharp as a knife.
Still insisting? Shangguan Dai, I'm afraid you're targeting him not just for the sake of the so-called judgment and punishment court's reputation, right? I heard that Zhou Mofan from the Holy Light Group gave you a lot of benefits. So, you want to stand up for your financial backer and suppress a common genius?
Don't think I don't know that Lola, who is responsible for handling student complaints, is also your person.
The reports about Lu Yang are piling up like a mountain. Why haven't any of them been submitted? Isn't it because you're afraid that this will become a big deal and attract the attention of the school's top management, and that they'll uncover his unfathomable background? Chapter 118 Fighting and killing is too tiring, I am a lazy person.
A chill ran down Shangguan Dai's spine.
Yes, how could she forget? How could an ordinary freshman possess such a terrifying will to attain enlightenment?
Those present were all female leaders from various clubs and student unions at Galaxy University, who had privately formed a small circle called the Women's Club. At this moment, they also started talking.
It's going viral on the forums, saying Lu Yang isn't even from the Orion Galaxy. I heard too. Someone dug it out.
His identity information is encrypted at the highest level. Only the federal parliament has access to it.
Oh my god, could he be a prince from some galaxy group more powerful than Orion, sent here to train? It's very likely.
Otherwise, there's no way to explain his monstrous talent and strength.
Listening to everyone's speculation, Shangguan Dai's heart began to beat wildly uncontrollably. Why can a boy of unknown origin make these proud girls retreat in fear?
The conclusion that people shouldn't provoke Lu Yang sounded so harsh and ridiculous to her.
A bunch of idiots. Shangguan Dai growled in her heart. I must get my face back with my own hands. No matter who is standing behind him. A strong resentment surged in her heart.
However, she did not notice that in the shadow behind her, a tiny wisp of dark energy was slowly wriggling. The night was as dark as ink, and the moonlight shone through the panoramic windows of the dormitory on the 300th floor, spreading a layer of clear light on the expensive composite floor. I have a training appointment with instructor Lu Mingyue, I have to go there.
Well, be careful and don't get too tired.
Bai Ji's voice was filled with concern.
After cutting off the communication, he stood up and left. 10 minutes later, advanced training room number 2203. The heavy, soundproof alloy door slid open silently. Lu Yang's footsteps paused slightly the moment he stepped in.
Under the soft light in the room, a cool figure was sweating profusely in the gravity zone. It's Qin Xiaoxiao. Hearing the sound of the door opening, Qin Xiaoxiao stopped, panting slightly and turned around. When she saw that the person coming was Lu Yang, a complex emotion flashed across her eyes, which always seemed a little distant.
Student Lu Yang.
She took the initiative to speak.
Lu Yang was slightly surprised.
This girl, who was known for her aloofness among the freshmen, had never spoken a word to him except for a polite nod when they met in the training room. He didn't think much about it, just thought it was a coincidence, and walked straight to the meditation area on the other side.
Etc. She walked quickly to Lu Yang, looked up at him slightly with anticipation in her eyes. Can I add you as my personal terminal friend? Lu Yang's eyebrows raised slightly. Qin Xiaoxiao's heartbeat suddenly accelerated. Grandpa's words echoed in my ears. The path of martial arts cannot be walked alone. When you meet a strong person, you should respect him, make friends with him, and learn from him. The Lu Yang in front of her was undoubtedly the most unfathomable and powerful person of her generation that she had ever met. The terrifying will that crushed the senior from the Judgment and Punishment Academy at the opening ceremony had already left an indelible mark on her heart. She admired it, even worshipped it. She wanted to be closer to this light, even if it was just to stand beside it and feel its burning heat.
However, Lu Yang just uttered a few words in an almost indifferent tone.
No time.
Qin Xiaoxiao was stunned. During the day I have to entertain people who want to curry my favor, and at night I have to train.
My own time is very precious.
Lu Yang's gaze passed her and turned to the empty training ground.
I don't have time to chat with you.
These words are not humiliating, but they are more hurtful than any humiliation. The blood on Qin Xiaoxiao's face turned pale. She bit her lower lip so hard that it almost drew blood.
Yes. She is too ungrateful.
I had encountered him so many times in the training room before, and he always acted superior and disdained to associate with others. Now that he saw the other person's strength, he wanted to get closer. In the eyes of a man like Lu Yang, his behavior was probably no different from those guys who were fawning over him at the door of his dormitory.
Sorry to bother you. She almost said this in a panic, turned around and quickly left the training room.
Lu Yang was not at all surprised by this. He sat down cross-legged and was about to enter a state of meditation when the door of the training room slid open again. This time, a tall and graceful figure walked in.
Wow, our top freshman is really popular.
Lu Mingyue leaned against the doorframe, her peach blossom eyes showing a mischievous smile.
It's so late, and there's still a cool little beauty throwing herself into my arms. So, is your heart melting? Lu Yang didn't even raise his eyelids, but just sank a trace of true energy into his dantian. Teacher, are you jealous? Lu Mingyue was choked by his straightforward question, and then gave him a charming look. It's disrespectful. I'm afraid some people will get carried away and forget why they're here. She walked over slowly and sat down opposite Lu Yang, exuding a mature aura that was completely different from Qin Xiaoxiao's. Okay, calm down. Lu Mingyue's expression became serious.
Practice the Xuanzong Heart Sutra. I'll help you sort out what you've learned from today's practice.
Thank you, teacher.
The two men placed their palms facing each other from a distance, and two gentle yet extremely pure auras began to blend and circulate. Under Lu Mingyue's guidance, the energy in Lu Yang's body, which had become a little restless due to the impact of his will during the day, gradually calmed down and became more condensed and harmonious. After completing one cycle of exercises, Lu Mingyue slowly stopped practicing, a hint of surprise flashing in her beautiful eyes.
This kid's progress is simply inhumane. Go ahead. She let out a breath and went straight to the point. Want to ask about the club? Teacher, you are wise.
Lu Yang opened his eyes bright.
Lu Mingyue smiled, leaned back slightly, and began to analyze lazily.
To put it bluntly, a society is a combination of forces.
They're either backed by a large family or a large group.
Pure martial arts societies are rare, and they've long been infiltrated by the big powers. She stretched out a slender jade finger and tapped Lu Yang.
You are the top freshman now, and you are very popular. There are countless people who want to win you over. But for you, choosing one is equivalent to choosing a stance.
My suggestion is, if you really want to improve your combat skills quickly, you should join clubs that often take on off-campus missions, like Pioneers or Star Hunters. Although it's dangerous, it's the place where you'll grow the fastest. She thought that a gifted and ambitious genius like Lu Yang would definitely choose the most difficult and challenging path.
Unexpectedly, Lu Yang shook his head. Teacher, you think too highly of me. He said sincerely. Fighting and killing is too tiring, and I'm a lazy person. Is there a club that has few activities but good benefits, where you can just join as a nominal member and not have to worry about anything, just sit there and relax? Chapter 119, Having Many Children. Lu Mingyue looked at Lu Yang in disbelief. As the top freshman of this class, instead of striving for success and expanding your territory, you're just thinking about living in humiliation? Lu Yang looked calm. For him, any activity that does not lead to a quick birth and increased rewards is a waste of time. Club? It's just a protective umbrella for him to hide his tracks and develop safely. Seeing that Lu Mingyue's worldview was completely shattered, Lu Yang decisively chose to skip this topic. By the way, teacher. Why are those people from the judgment court so hostile towards me? When Lu Mingyue heard the words Jufa Yuan, she was stunned at first, and then seemed to think of something funny. I originally wanted to teach you a lesson, to let you know who is the rule in the university. And what happened? You, a freshman, nearly smashed the sign on the spot. Tell me, how could they not hate you to the core? Lu Mingyue simply sat cross-legged to be more comfortable, her peach blossom eyes sparkling with gossip. That's right. Tell me quickly, how did you embarrass that arrogant senior Shangguan Dai in front of all the freshmen in the square? I want to hear the details. She looked like she was eager to create chaos in the world, and obviously wanted to use Lu Yang's embarrassing incident as a snack. Lu Yang just glanced at her indifferently. Teacher, instead of worrying about these things, why not tell me how many similar unspoken rules there are in this Galaxy Martial Arts University? This rhetorical question was calm yet sharp. Lu Mingyue's intention of watching the fun was instantly dispelled. She realized that the 18-year-old boy in front of her didn't care about the revenge of the Judgment Court at all. What he cared about was the rules of the entire chessboard. The smile on Lu Mingyue's face faded a little. You are really impervious, kid. She pondered for a moment. As for the unspoken rules, the biggest one is actually not in any public society. It's called the Girls' Association, and its founder is Gu Gaia, who is recognized as the best person in the entire Interstellar Martial Arts University. Those who can enter are all the proud daughters of major families, or the female leaders of major societies. Shangguan Dai is one of them. Lu Yang listened quietly, but a hint of sarcasm flashed in his eyes. Ridiculous. A group of students who have not yet stepped out of the ivory tower are playing a game of pretending to be king. A leader dares to call herself the queen? Others have made this childish power game their lifelong pursuit. Deep in his soul, in a world that has experienced the era of information explosion, such an organization is not even qualified to be on the social news. Lu Mingyue was unable to see through his deeper thoughts and only regarded his silence as the arrogance and disdain of a young man. You are still too young and think that talent can make you look down on everything. That woman, Gu Gaia, is not that simple. She sighed inwardly and decided not to delve into the topic further, cleverly changing the subject. Let's not talk about that. Since you want to find a club to protect you, I can recommend a few to you. Lu Mingyue leaned forward. First choice, the Student Union. There are many factions in it, but it has the most rules and is the safest. As the top freshman, you can at least get a position as a department secretary. With me looking after you, no one will dare to touch you easily. Is there any other choice? Lu Yang's tone did not reveal his likes or dislikes. Lu Mingyue's eyes flickered. Of course. The second choice is the Judgment Court. She paused deliberately, observing Lu Yang's reaction. Don't laugh. The most dangerous place is the safest place. If you go in now, even if they hate you, they will have to follow the rules. And the judicial and penal court has enormous power. They inspect violations and adjudicate disputes. The benefits and rewards are so plentiful you can't even imagine. By the way, my best friend is the vice president of the referee club there. I can help you connect with them. These words are full of extravagance. Lu Yang was not fooled. He keenly caught the flash of guilt in the depths of Lu Mingyue's eyes. What are the shortcomings? Lu Mingyue was choked by this straightforward question and coughed lightly in embarrassment. The downside is that members of the Judgment and Punishment Court may occasionally, just occasionally, have to travel on missions. Lu Yang sneered in his heart. It's definitely more than just an occasional business trip. But he didn't expose her, instead he changed the subject. Is your best friend the woman I saw at the door of the training room last time, Gongsun Yuan? Lu Mingyue froze. This damn Gongsun Yuan. She cursed her best friend 1,000 times in her heart. The technique Gongsun Yuan practices is extremely special, called the Mysterious Sutra of the Ca Nu. If she wants to break through to the next level of enlightenment and see the gods, she must find a person of the opposite sex with abundant yang energy and strong will to practice dual cultivation with. And Lu Yang is simply the most perfect cauldron in her eyes. Gongsun Yuan had already become interested in Lu Yang after the first glimpse of him, so she kept pestering Lu Mingyue and tried every possible way to get close to Lu Yang. Lu Yang looked at Lu Mingyue's embarrassed expression and understood what was going on. He had no interest in it and even felt a little bored. Teacher, tell her for me. First, I already have a wife. Second, I'm not interested in the so-called dual cultivation. Lu Mingyue didn't expect him to be so direct, and this kind of straightforward rejection would probably only make Gongsun Yuan, that woman, more curious about him, and even determined to get him. I've decided. I'll go to the student union. Lu Yang finally made the decision. Even if we participate in those so-called dangerous missions and risk our lives, how much can we improve our genetic development progress? 0.1%? Or 0.2? Lu Yang knew very well that his greatest reliance had never been these external experiences, but that unique system. The system's reward is a direct improvement in genetic progress.
Instead of going out and fighting with those desperados and wasting precious time, it is better to stay in the student union quietly and be a nominal member. Put all his energy into his real career.
One Angelica route is not enough. There are so many excellent female genes in this world. I have to find many more women I like. Then, have children. Have lots and lots of children. Let his blood, like dandelion seeds, spread all over this planet, then the entire galaxy, and even the entire universe.
This was his most determined wish since he came here through time. Lu Mingyue suddenly felt that her little thoughts of luring him to the judgment court were simply ridiculous in front of this man.
She burst out laughing. Good. Being decisive and not being swayed by external factors is the mentality that a martial arts expert should possess.
Lu Mingyue stood up and clapped her hands.
Because of your clarity, the teacher will give you some special lessons today as a reward.
She waved her hand, and the energy parameters of the training room were adjusted instantly.
Keep your mind steady and continue practicing the Xuanzang Heart Sutra. Lu Mingyue's tone became solemn.
I'll use my spiritual power to sort out your energy veins.
Remember this feeling, it will save you at least half a year of detours.
Before he finished speaking, a warm and powerful spiritual power flowed into Lu Yang's body like a trickle of water.
Chapter 120. She is determined to marry this man.
Lu Yang closed his eyes slightly. Several key points that were originally obscure and difficult to understand suddenly became clear under Lu Mingyue's exquisite guidance.
Golden threads of energy weaved and wove through his body.
Each time the meridians circulate, his understanding of the Heart Sutra deepens. So, connecting the energy of these nodes requires reverse thinking. He was filled with emotion. This time, he gained far more than what he would have gained from a month of hard practice. It is no exaggeration to say that only the final step is left to completely master this foundational technique. An hour later, when the last ray of energy returned to his dantian, Lu Yang slowly opened his eyes.
Thank you, teacher. He bowed sincerely. Go ahead, go back and rest early.
Lu Mingyue waved her hand. There was a trace of fatigue on her face, and it was obvious that the guidance just now had exhausted her. Lu Yang said no more and turned to leave the training room.
As soon as he left, Lu Mingyue's personal terminal started ringing.
The interweaving of light and shadow outlines a face that is aggressively beautiful.
It was Gongsun Yuan. Oh, my sweet Yaya, you look so radiant, you must be living a comfortable life.
Gongsun Yuan's voice had a lazy magnetism, but her words were full of teasing.
Stop talking nonsense.
Lu Mingyue rolled her eyes at her unhappily.
Tell me, what's the matter? What else could it be?
Gongsun Yuan licked her red lips, her eyes burning.
My little darling, that little fellow named Lu Yang, has he agreed to join our judgment and punishment court? I've even reserved for him the position of deputy director of the Judiciary Society.
Lu Mingyue spread her hands helplessly and sighed. He didn't take our little temple seriously. He said the missions at the judgment court were too dangerous and he was afraid of death, so he wouldn't go.
Gongsun Yuan seemed to have heard some cosmic wonders. Dangerous? Afraid of death?
She repeated it as if to confirm that she had heard correctly.
Ha 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 ha. Lu Mingyue, are you kidding me?
A ruthless person who can use his mental willpower to challenge the judgment and punishment court's law enforcement team in front of all the freshmen in the school.
The top freshman at Martial Arts University would refuse the Judgment Institute just because he's afraid of death?
That's such a ridiculous excuse.
This kid is really a freak. Lu Mingyue cursed inwardly.
Gongsun Yuan's laughter stopped abruptly.
I don't believe it. This guy must have other reasons. I'll ask him myself. On the 300th floor, in the luxurious dormitory.
In the spacious living room, a huge holographic screen is playing a documentary about the scenery of the Orion 0112 galaxy. Lu Yang was leaning on the sofa and chatting with Baiji about family matters.
Well, don't worry about the student loan.
My freshman subsidy and scholarship this month total 200,000. I'll transfer some of it to you first. Baiji was wearing a plain home-style long dress, with a hint of worry and emotion on her gentle face.
Lu Yang, this is too much. You also need money at school. I have enough. To him, money is just a number.
Only by getting Baiji out of the shackles of debt as soon as possible can she devote herself more peace of mind to his great cause of having many children and a happy life. At this moment, a terminal prompt sound rang. The light and shadow changed, and Gongsun Yuan's beautiful and dazzling face occupied the entire light curtain.
Wow! Bai Ji exclaimed subconsciously. She had never seen such a beautiful woman. Lu Yang's brows furrowed instantly. Teacher Gongsun, what can I do for you? His voice was a little colder. He was deeply disgusted by this uninvited interruption. Student Lu Yang. Gongsun Yuan's gaze seemed to be able to penetrate the light curtain. I just want to know why you don't want to join the Judgment Club? Really persistent. A trace of impatience flashed through Lu Yang's heart. He was too lazy to make up any more excuses. The reason is simple. I've assessed that the casualty rate for the missions I'll be required to perform after joining your society is over 15%. However, the improvement in genetic development progress brought by the mission rewards is negligible. The risks and benefits are completely disproportionate, so I refuse. Gongsun Yuan was stunned again. She doesn't believe it. How could an 18-year-old boy calculate all this in such a utilitarian way? This is absolutely perfunctory. It's an excuse. If you're worried about danger, I can give you special privileges. You can refuse to participate in all high-risk missions. You only need to be listed in name only and enjoy the resources allocated to the society. The student union can't give you skills, credits, or priority access to the training room. No need. Lu Yang interrupted her directly, then stretched out his finger and cut off the communication cleanly. The light curtain returned to calm. On the other side, in the office of the Judgment and Punishment Court, Gongsun Yuan looked at the hung-up call and was almost furious. But then she took a deep breath. No, it's not his fault. How dare a freshman hang up on me so rudely? It must be Lu Mingyue. It must be that little bastard who spoke ill of the Judgment Court in front of him, deliberately making him prejudiced against us. There was a glint of ruthlessness in her eyes. In Interstellar University, competition between clubs is equally fierce, and there are even clear KPI assessments. Being the top freshman like Lu Yang is a huge political asset in itself. If she could recruit him, her position in the Judgment Society and even the entire Judgment and Punishment Court would be more stable, and her power would be greater than before. She is determined to have this man. In the dormitory, Bai Ji was still in shock. Honey, was that the teacher from the student union? What did she want from you? A woman who might be in menopause, leave her alone. Lu Yang responded casually. He leaned back on the sofa, but in his mind he had labeled Gongsun Yuan as a troublesome woman. This kind of woman who does things as she pleases and has a strong desire for control is the type he dislikes the most. Once involved, subsequent troubles will continue to arise, greatly wasting his precious time and energy. Now that the storm outside has subsided temporarily, he just wants to live a peaceful life with Bai Ji and speed up the progress of genetic development as soon as possible. Ding dong. A crisp email alert sounded. Lu Yang opened his personal terminal, and an email from the Student Union office of Wudao University lay quietly there. Hello, Lu Yang. Your application for membership has been approved. Your current position is Preparatory Secretary of the Student Union Logistics Department. Please go to room 301 of the Student Union building at 9 a.m. tomorrow to complete the registration procedures. The corners of Lu Yang's mouth curled up slightly. Not bad, very efficient. Although the treatment of the Student Union is not as lucrative as that of the Judgment and Punishment Institute, it is more stable and the benefits are definitely not bad. Just when he was in a good mood, his personal terminal vibrated violently again. This time, two titles were displayed on the communication interface that popped up. Father, Mother. Chapter 121. Have I really become a warrior? No one goes to the temple unless he has something to do. He tapped the light screen with his fingertips and connected the communication. As light and shadow flowed, the faces of two middle-aged men and women emerged. The background is their slightly crowded but unusually tidy living room. Father Lu Xiaochuan straightened his back. Mother Lin Kaichun looked concerned. Ha ha ha. Good son. As soon as the communication was connected, Lu Xiaochuan's loud voice exploded impatiently. You really bring honor to our Lu family. Did you know that? Just yesterday, the mayor of Tianhai City came to visit us in person. What a scene! The whole street came out to watch. His face was flushed with excitement. Lin Kaichun, who was standing next to her, quickly tugged at her husband's sleeve and interrupted softly. Yang Yang, are you used to school? How's your health? Mom saw on the news that the training at the martial arts university is very tough. You must not overwork yourself. You need to live a smooth and happy life.
Singing in unison, a perfect opening.
Lu Yang's expression remained calm. Just say it if you have something to say.
The smile on Lu Xiaochuan's face froze, and Lin Kaichun seemed a little at a loss.
It is true.
Lu Yang sneered in his heart. This kind of hypocritical tenderness disgusted him more than Gongsun Yuan's toughness. It was Lin Kaichun who lost her temper first. She rubbed her hands awkwardly and spoke casually.
Well, Yang, Mom just wants to tell you that you've made it big now. You're the top freshman at Interstellar Martial Arts University and have a bright future.
Recently, a lot of big companies, those well-known conglomerates, have contacted us through someone and want you to help them endorse their products.
The real purpose is revealed.
Lu Yang didn't even bother to ask which companies they were and what price they offered. I signed an agreement when I enrolled and have fully entrusted my personal commercial endorsement rights to the school officials for management.
I, and my family, have no right to conduct any form of business transaction privately. This is university policy and federal law. What do you mean?
Lu Xiaochuan was furious and slammed the table and stood up.
I gave birth to you and raised you. Now that you're famous, what's wrong with asking you to help the family make some money? You're being unfilial. Do you still see me as your father? Moral kidnapping, a familiar drama. Lu Yang's eyes did not waver at all.
Privately selling my image rights and reputation isn't helping my family make money, it's a crime. Once the school verifies your actions, you will face a hefty fine, and I will be expelled immediately.
Mom, you don't want my 18 years of hard work to go to waste just because of your momentary confusion, right? Lin Sichuan's face turned pale. No. We didn't know it was so serious. She waved her hands hurriedly and tried to explain herself eagerly. I'm going to go make it clear to those people right now. We're not selling anymore. We're not selling anything. What do you know as a woman?
Lu Xiaochuan felt that his face was torn to pieces by his son in public.
His face flushed red, and veins popped out on his neck. You're such a good fellow, Lu Yang. You've grown so independent now, haven't you? From today on, I'll pretend I don't have a son like you. However, the scene he expected of his son panicking, regretting, and begging for mercy did not occur.
Lu Yang on the other side of the light curtain just curled his lips.
Dad, let me remind you. You have said this to me twice, including this time.
After he finished speaking, Lu Yang didn't even wait for the other party's response. He swiped his finger and cut off the communication cleanly. The light curtain went out and the living room returned to silence. Bai Ji was terrified watching from the side. She carefully took his hand and asked softly.
Husband, you. It's okay.
Lu Yang held her soft little hand in his backhand.
Just a bunch of insignificant people. Let's move on.
He pulled Bai Ji, and the two of them sat cross-legged in the meditation room again, immersed their minds, and began to practice the Xuanzang Heart Sutra. Perhaps it was the confrontation just now that made his thoughts clear and cleared the shackles in his heart. Or perhaps it was Lu Mingyue's subtle guidance that helped him clear the final hurdle. This time, when the mental method started to work, Lu Yang felt a sudden shock inside his body. All the previously obscure nodes and stagnant connections suddenly became clear at this moment. The golden energy built a flawless circulation in his body.
Ding!
Congratulations to the host, you have successfully mastered the foundational technique Xuanzang Heart Sutra Introduction. Gene development efficiency has been permanently increased by 5%. The system prompt sounded in my mind. Lu Yang slowly opened his eyes.
Done. However, the bigger surprise is yet to come. Ah!
Bai Ji beside him suddenly let out a short cry of surprise.
Honey, I think I'm about to have a breakthrough. Lu Yang's pupils shrank and he reacted instantly. It's the effect of dual cultivation.
As he entered the realm of mind method, the powerful energy circulation also drove Bai Ji, who was connected to his aura.
Keep calm. Don't panic.
Lu Yang acted decisively and immediately took out 2 bottles of the latest model of high-energy nutrient solution from the storage space, unscrewed the bottle cap and handed it to her mouth.
Drink it. Recharge your energy. Bai Ji took the nutrient solution without any hesitation and drank it all in one gulp. After drinking 2 bottles of high-concentration energy liquid, a blush quickly appeared on her pale face. A wave of energy far more violent than before exploded with her as the center. The golden light enveloped her entire body. Her gene development progress bar was jumping wildly on Lu Yang's system panel.
After stagnating for a few seconds at the 9.9% mark, it suddenly leaped forward.
10%.
The threshold to becoming a formal warrior was blatantly broken at this moment. The light faded away, and Bai Ji was covered in sweat. She forced her eyes open and gave Lu Yang a tired and happy smile, but then her eyelids drooped and she fell asleep. Lu Yang was quick to pull her soft body into his arms.
1 day later. In the high-end single room of the Interstellar Martial Arts University Medical Center. Bai Ji slowly woke up. How do you feel? Lu Yang's gentle voice sounded in his ears.
Bai Ji sat up, feeling the power in her body.
Have I really become a warrior? Congratulations, Bai Ji.
A female doctor in a white coat with a kind face walked in and handed a test report to Lu Yang with a smile. Your body is in good health, your genetic chain is solid, and you have great potential. It's just that you've consumed too much energy.
You'll be fine after a few days of rest.
The female doctor pushed her glasses and added in a half-joking tone. It's a good thing that young people are full of energy, but couples should also pay attention to moderation in their sexual life. Bai Ji was both shy and embarrassed, and couldn't help but stretch out her little fist and hit Lu Yang, who was trying to hold back his laughter, in a reproachful manner.
In the afternoon, the Student Union Central Building. Following the instructions in the email, Lu Yang came to the logistics department office on the 4th floor. He pushed the door open and walked in. In the spacious office, a girl wearing a student union uniform and a neat ponytail was sitting at the front desk processing documents. She has a pretty face, a quiet temperament, and wears a pair of silver-rimmed glasses on her nose. It was the student union secretary, In Yudi. Chapter 122. Let us continue practicing the exercises, okay?
Hearing the door open, In Yudi raised her head, and when her eyes fell on Lu Yang's face, she was stunned.
After the freshman competition ended, the name Lu Yang had already spread throughout the student union.
The one who single-handedly defeated Zhou Mofan, the heir of the Holy Light Group. The ruthless man who even challenged the law enforcement team of the Judgment and Punishment Court has become a legend.
But does the legendary figure look like this?
In Yudi's heart was in turmoil. The boy in front of me looks handsome, gentle, and has a calm temperament. Apart from those overly deep eyes, there is almost no aggression.
Can he really defeat a prodigy like Zhou Mofan? Hello, I'm here to report. Lu Yang's calm voice interrupted her distraction. Hello?
In Yudi suddenly came back to her senses, her cheeks slightly red.
Junior Lu Yang, right? Welcome to join the student union.
She handed over the information and then added another sentence. However, your registration procedure is quite special, so you'll need to wait a moment. The senior student in charge of your file will be here shortly.
Lu Yang frowned slightly. Special procedures?
It is normal for a bureaucratic organization like the student union to have complicated procedures, but the word special is worth pondering.
Could it be that someone here also wants to give him a warning? Just as he was thinking, there was a gentle knock on the heavy wooden door of the office. Come in.
In Yudi stood up straight immediately. The door opened. A figure walked in, her high heels stepping on the smooth floor. The visitor was a tall woman wearing a well-tailored uniform of a senior student union official.
The dark blue fabric was intricately embroidered with silver thread. She has neat short burgundy hair and delicate features. Her eyes immediately locked onto Lu Yang. Junior Lu Yang, I'm He Yue. From today on, I will be your exclusive contact mentor in the student union. Dedicated mentor? Lu Yang understood.
It seems that this is not a show of force, but another form of special treatment.
Go out, you have nothing to do here. He Yue waved to In Yudi.
Yes, senior sister. In Yudi bowed hurriedly, left the office quickly, and closed the door considerately.
For a moment, Lu Yang and He Yue were the only ones left in the huge office.
He Yue walked to his desk and sat down, retrieved a document from the terminal, and projected it onto the screen in front of Lu Yang.
Here is your membership registration information, please confirm it.
Lu Yang took a quick look and found that it was all basic information without any mistakes or omissions. Because of your special talents, the student union has made an exception and applied for additional benefits for you. He Yue tapped his finger lightly, and a line of notes appeared on the document. Logistics Department Preparatory Officer, monthly allowance of 20 credits. After she finished speaking, she looked up to observe Lu Yang's reaction, expecting to see a hint of surprise or gratitude.
However, Lu Yang's expression remained calm. 20 credits?
He even had a sneer in his heart. As the top freshman, he started with 400 credits. In his eyes, this monthly subsidy of 20 credits was no different from giving alms to beggars. Seeing that he was calm, a hint of surprise flashed in Hyoe's eyes, but he quickly regained his composure.
If that's okay, sign your name here and you'll officially become one of us. Lu Yang did not move. He calmly met Hyoe's gaze and put forward his request.
I need a separate training room. Hyoe's elegant smile froze slightly, and she re-examined the new student in front of her.
This request is more of a transactional gesture than a request.
She pondered for a moment, then crossed her fingers on the table.
Brother Lu Yang, there are tens of thousands of student union members. Your request is a bit harsh.
Training rooms are divided into 4 levels based on energy concentration and function.
Level 4 is the highest, and level 1 is the lowest.
Even the lowest level 1 training room requires at least 10 people to share it.
Of course, there are always exceptions. Above level 4, there is a single level 5 training room. However, that room currently serves only one person. The student union president, Gu Gaia, known as the Queen.
That's her personal training room.
Lu Yang's heart moved slightly.
He had heard of this name before.
In the interstellar era, no one who can stand out among billions of geniuses is a simple character. I see. Lu Yang no longer insisted.
Since there is no such thing, there is no point in saying more. He signed his name on the screen quickly and picked up the ID card that had been generated on the table.
Thank you, senior. I'll take my leave now.
Hyoe watched him leave with a playful look in his eyes.
Unmoved by academic credits, undeterred by power, he had clear goals and acted decisively.
The freshmen were more interesting than described in the literature. After leaving the central building, Lu Yang already had a plan in mind.
An ordinary training room means little to him.
The concentration of spiritual energy in the luxurious dormitory on the 300th floor where he currently lives is far higher than that in the outside world. It is even much higher than those low-level training rooms.
Going home to practice is the best solution. However, just when he was halfway there, his personal terminal vibrated. A message from Lu Mingyue popped up. The content is very brief. Are you free? Continue reading the Xuanzang Heart Sutra. Lu Yang was speechless. This mentor Lu has been going crazy these days.
Ever since she experienced the tremendous benefits of dual cultivation, she felt like she had found a new world. Whenever she had time, she would drag herself to practice, and she never stopped.
He tapped his fingertips and replied quickly. I have something to do today.
The moment the message was sent, the other party replied almost instantly.
Then don't come to my training room anymore.
Lu Yang shook his head helplessly. Women are really difficult creatures to please. He put away the terminal and quickened his pace. When he pushed open the door of the dormitory, a pure and tranquil energy wave came towards him. In the living room, Bai Ji was sitting cross-legged with her eyes closed, completely immersed in a state of mind. Ever since that day when, with his help, her gene development rate broke through 10% and she officially entered the ranks of warriors, her entire temperament has undergone earth-shaking changes. At this moment, a faint golden halo lingered around her, her aura was long and distant, and she even had a hint of enlightenment. A hint of surprise flashed in Lu Yang's eyes.
Could it be that my wife's talent and enlightenment is far beyond that of ordinary people?
This Xuanzang Heart Sutra seemed to be tailor-made for her. As if she had sensed his return, Bai Ji's long eyelashes trembled and she slowly opened her eyes. A trace of confusion flashed across those autumn water-like eyes, and after seeing that it was Lu Yang, it instantly turned into an inextricable deep affection.
Husband, you're back.
Her voice was soft, with a hint of laziness from training, and her cheeks were flushed with a healthy blush. She stood up, walked over naturally, gently put her arms around Lu Yang's waist from behind, put her cheek against his back, and breathed a sweet breath.
Let's continue practicing the technique, okay?